though, but as we see the breakdown, the round ones are on the left-hand side, and we're going to see Royal Ravens, Mutineers, FaZe OpTic. Right. Oh, we're done. Cool.
Cool, mate.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Contesting the Point, the CDL news show with hot takes and hotter debates. I'm your host, Malik Forte, and joining me again, we got Nameless and Chance. Guys, how you doing? Doing pretty good?
I mean, hopefully better than last week.
Yeah,
because I got beat down just a little bit, so hopefully we'll pick things up just a little bit, but doing all right.
You gotta bounce back.
You know, I'm chilling. I know this show's gonna be super easy, so I showed up in my pajamas. Like, I'm just ready to just fry this guy. T-shirt and everything. Like,
going for the back-to-back like Drake.
Back to back.
I feel it.
Like I'm on the cover of Lethal Weapon.
I love it. I love it. Well, guys, in case you're new to the show, this is the way it works. I'm going to break down 3 major storylines in the CDL. I'll offer up my probably bad hot take on each of these stories, and it's up to our guests to attack and defend my position. As the guests debate, I'll award points for convincing arguments. Whoever has the most points after the 3 topics will get 60 seconds to pop off in the Astro Listen Up moment. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great.
Sounds great. I've been preparing a week for this. I'm ready.
All right, man. I hope your preparation comes into play here. Now, for our first topic, we have the Atlanta event coming up this weekend, and just like London, the Atlanta event is going to be a tournament-style event. There's 8 teams attending, split into 2 groups. In Group A, you have the London Royal Ravens, Florida Mutineers, OpTic Gaming LA, and the Atlanta FaZe. And in Group B, you have the Chicago Huntsmen, Minnesota Røkkr, Paris Legion, and the Toronto Ultra. So, for my first hot take, I'm going to predict who makes it out of groups. In Group A, I think FaZe and London will be victorious in that bracket. And for Group B, I think it will be Chicago and Paris. Chance, I want to allow you to defend, but we're going to do things a little differently.
Okay.
Nameless, attack that.
Easy. FaZe and OpTic are going to make it out of Group A. I think that OpTic Gaming will beat Mutineers and they will beat Royal Ravens. I do think that they will fall to FaZe, but they will make it through that losers bracket and make it into that final top 4 and make a run, because I think OpTic's had enough time. I think they've had enough time to practice and get better. That talent on that team is too deep. You have Slasher, you have Kenny, you have JCap, who's going to improve, by the way. You have Dashy, you have TJ. These guys have been dominating Call of Duty for the last few years. Now, granted, they didn't have the best showing at the first event where they lost 3-2 to the Legion, who have been overperforming. Maybe they just, you know, didn't think that they were going to be as good as they were. And then they play Chicago, who won this first event, and Chicago is lights out. So we can cut OpTic a little bit of slack for their first showing. Now, having a couple weeks to prepare with that patch having been out for a few weeks now, keep in mind, there was a patch the day before the event that threw that OpTic Gaming team off. They're going to be a lot better going into this tournament, and they're not playing the greatest opponents. They're playing the Royal Ravens, who just fell on their home soil, and they're playing the Mutineers, who didn't look that great at the last event. So I think OpTic Gaming will make it out of Group A. Now, moving over to Group B, Chicago and Minnesota are going to be the teams that advance out of Group B. Minnesota has to beat Ultra, which they already did in 3-2 fashion, and they have to beat Paris. I think that Minnesota will beat Paris. I think they have a star-studded roster who performed great at their launch weekend, going 2-0. They have players like Asim, who's getting better and better. Last year, he was great. This year, he seems even better. We have GodRx, who put up some fantastic stats. They just have a great roster all around, and I think that the Legion have peaked a little bit, and they're going to start to decline now as these teams start to catch up and get better with the practice at home.
Really? So you just discrediting Paris like that?
I've sort of been on the Paris hate train, and a lot of people have not liked me for that, but I just think Minnesota is a great team. Like, I think they have a good roster. Assault played incredible at the last event, and he was sort of the key to victory for me. I think that Assault, if he's in MVP form like he was in World War II when he won champs, I think this team can be great, and he has been like that. So for me, to see him playing that great alongside Asim, GodRx, these guys who have been getting better as time goes on, I think they're going to beat Paris and make it out of the group.
See, I just disagree, though. Like, I'm on your side for this. I think you got it completely right.
Because he was going to Dens last week, and now it's like, you know, Paris is not.
He's been on the track.
I don't have a lot of faith in this roster. Like, I think they're solid, but I cannot pick them to make it out of groups, like, over Minnesota. Minnesota's team's too good.
Why I agree with you, it seems like you've just looked at the evidence. Like, going to Nameless points, he's discrediting the London Royal Ravens, but at the same time, from what we've seen, they've been pretty good. Like, yes, they get reverse sweep by the Empire, and it looks like awful when it happens, especially on your home soil, but still going toe-to-toe with some of these top teams. And just to pick OpTic over them, like, you watch them go 0-2. They're one of 4 teams that were 0-2 at the start of the league. We haven't seen anything. We're just guessing that based on the past, the players are fantastic, a ton of talent, that we're hoping that they're going to be better, or making that assumption. I've looked at the evidence. I just think the Ravens are a better team. That's just what we've seen so far this year. And the same thing can be said when it's Røkkr going against Pairs. Pairs have played against the top teams, go to Chicago, take them all the way down to a Game 5, and beat them in both of the hard points while doing it. Incredibly impressive stuff. Yes, they fell short, maybe overperforming a little bit, but they've still been there. The Røkkr almost losing to the Gorillas. They had to get a blessing in disguise to help them get over the hump. They were very likely going to end up 1-1, barring them completing a reverse sweep, which maybe they could do. You don't want to play anything like hopeful when you're making these arguments, but they weren't nearly good enough at even their Homestead event to convince me outright they're going to be better than the Pairs team. We've watched Pairs play. They've just been good.
Well, we're judging these teams based on an event where there was a patch the day prior to it, where some of these guys couldn't even practice. So, like, give them a few weeks to get ready. I think they're going to be ready. Like, OpTic and Minnesota weren't at this last tournament. So, like, there is no evidence to go off of other than a Røkkr team that went 2-0 that looked pretty darn good, and an OpTic team who had a patch the day before. And we know how Slasher can be. All you guys at home been watching for years, Slasher loses his mind if there's something that changes with the game prior to the tournament. Having practice and knowing what's coming at him going into it, they're going to be great. Like, OpTic's going to make it out. I have no doubt in my mind.
No doubt in your mind. It's an extreme. Like, again, you're just making the guess. It's not like we're watching them scrim. We just don't know the evidence we have. We know that Paris is a very strong team.
I'm in LA right now.
I'm in LA
right now. I'm going to the OpTic headquarters after this. I'm going to watch them scrim.
Okay. Well, that explains it. Well, you know, you say I can't look at the evidence, or we.
So future evidence, great. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
I was chilling with Austin last night.
And how confident was he last night?
What did he say? I was dropping 50s on FaZe. Did he not say that?
And he also said that we could beat FaZe and then lose the Mutineers the next game. It's not a confident game.
No. Sounds very
not a confident game.
Lots of faith.
Ask the Ravens how they feel with Wuskins playing like a god right now. Ravens are going to come out and smash. If Wuskins is putting up numbers like that.
Let's see, look, you said to look at the evidence. And when I do, I see a big old donut in the win column for OpTic Gaming LA. So with that, I'm going to have to give this one a chance. And that puts our current score right now at 3-2 chance over Nameless going into round 2. Well, since we broke down the groups, let's get into general predictions. Given how well Chicago did in London, my hot take is that Chicago will win it all and handedly. I'm thinking either 3-0 or 3-1 down in Atlanta. So, Chance, you want to defend this one?
I will defend it. I'll stick with the evidence-based arguments. It's the evidence-based arguments. We've watched Chicago for such a long time. Even when they finally have teams that step up to the plate, they knock them right back down. They've dealt with, like, it's a grand finals and they win 3-0. Every single time they face the Empire, who is somewhere in the top 3, maybe, like, sort of border, they just smack them down. We haven't seen them really tried and tested consistently by any team. And yes, I think Atlanta might be those guys, but as soon as Atlanta step up to the plate, I think it's a bunch of Lanimals that are on the side of Chicago. It is just historically some of the best Call of Duty players of all time that are incredibly difficult to play against. You got guys like Envoy that are making crafty plays all over the map. They have an absurd amount of slaying power. If it was before London, I would have picked FaZe almost outright purely because of the search and destroy. After watching the S&D from Chicago, I just think they've made too many improvements on the negatives. Now they're just too good of a team.
You done yet?
They're pretty stacked.
Are you done?
I can go for longer if you want me to.
I was waiting
all the time in the world
for you to be done. Because you started off your statement and said that you were going evidence-based. Well, I have some evidence for you. Atlanta lost 1 map at launch weekend. Atlanta also lost 0 rounds of search and destroy at launch weekend. Simp had a 1.58, and the worst KD on the entire team was Abizi. And I actually have that written down on my card, and I have LOL after it because Abizi's insane. A lot of people regard him as one of the best players, if not the best player on their team. This team is incredible. And whereas a lot of people are saying Chicago looks like one of the best search and destroy teams in the game after the last tournament, they might be. But guess who's better than them? It's Atlanta. Atlanta is a team built on the base of search and destroy. They have their team built around search and destroy all-stars. Who is Atlanta's coach? It is Replay's Crowder. James Crowder. This guy is a mastermind, a world champion who builds championship teams. This team went on a 56-0 map win streak in scrims, went to the next tournament and dominated everybody. These guys are incredible. They will win the tournament, and if they play Chicago, they will dominate them.
Good point about replays also, because me, a person who's come from outside of the Call of Duty and is not as ingrained as you guys, I knew who that was.
Exactly.
He's that good of a coach that he's actually impacted and made a name for himself outside of the sport.
At the same time, though, like replays and Crowder, like aside of how great of a coach he is, part of that argument is based on like, hey, look how great they looked in Minnesota, didn't drop a single round, they look great in Respawn. But earlier, you were making the point of that event was played a day after a patch comes out, sort of thing.
A day after a patch that should have nerfed Atlanta FaZe. Those are the players with the best movement in the game, and it patched slide canceling, and they still dominated. So like,
all of the experience they have while they're doing that, though, they've been like playing out of their minds. They're gonna have all the confidence in the world. Now they've had months to practice on something that should nerf them, which now we've heard stories of teams catching up to them in map count, and they're not as dominant as they once were.
No.
The 56-0 run came on the old patch. Those stories don't exist anymore, Nameless.
Fine. The reason Chicago won the last event was because FaZe isn't there. FaZe is going to be at this next event. They will not win. What we saw at launch weekend out of FaZe and out of Chicago, both of them, who looked more impressive? It was FaZe, right? FaZe wasn't at this tournament, so you can't say anything about Chicago looking more impressive than them. The last time we saw both these teams perform in the same arena, Atlanta looked way better, and they're going to look better when they play.
You take a team like Chicago online, they're splitting like hard point maps and domination maps Respawn with a ton of different teams. Like even New York, for example, you show up to land Chicago, they flip that switch, and they start dominating everybody except for Paris in that one series.
They went Game 5 against Paris, and Scump had to have a crazy MVP performance to win the match. They lost
but
2
it was
hard
nice
points.
for him,
They
too.
lost. Chicago lost 2 hard points to Paris.
And those were the only 2 they lost. Before that, they had lost a single domination.
FaZe has lost 1 dom. FaZe has not lost hard points. They have not
talking
lost
about
search and destroy.
Yeah, because they weren't at the event. And now in scrims, they're not as good as what they have been. They got nerfed, as you just said.
We have seen Chicago lose each game mode, have we not? We saw them lose 2 hard points. We saw them lose a search and destroy. We saw them lose
how many
domination.
total maps have they lost?
Okay, but what game mode? We saw FaZe lose 1 game mode. It was domination. The 1 game mode where there's
Because
only
they played 2
one
series
there's
rather
only
than
one
8.
of those.
And that was to
in
the
each
subliners,
series.
right?
And that was the subliners. But that was one map. It was one map. And that, to me, that is completely irrelevant. That map they lost.
I think
is
he said it
completely
best
irrelevant to me.
himself. It's a patch that's supposed to nerf them. They had 1 day, so they like were riding a high off of before that. But now we've had months where the stories of them winning 56 maps in a row, they don't exist anymore.
Fellas, should we be worried at all about Atlanta possibly being a little bit rusty, having not gone to London last
Absolutely
week?
not. We should not be worried about that at all. They're built for this schedule. These guys play all day long. Their practice schedule's like 8 hours straight, and these guys are the team that puts in the extra work. If there's anybody playing more than everybody else, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe, and we know this from history.
And in fairness, if there is rust, they'll knock it off in like the very first map they play. By the time they make it to the finals, which everyone's expecting them to make it to the finals, they're going to be at their best.
If there's a Vegas favorite,
You
it's
just
Atlanta.
backed his point up.
No, they'll be ready for the finals,
they'll be
and then
ready.
Chicago will still beat them because
okay,
Chicago will be the better team.
I thought you were jumping on board there.
No. Chicago is not going to beat them for ring rust or anything like that. They'll beat them because they're better.
Well, I hate to tell you this, Chance, but I'm going to have to give this one to Nameless. I think he argued that as best as you can argue it. Atlanta FaZe, they just look a little bit too good right now. And even though they have had the week off or whatever, I think that extra time to prepare is ultimately what's going to help them get this victory. So with that currently puts our score at 7-6. Nameless, you actually scored a couple extra points there.
That makes sense. I mean, my arguments were actually very strong.
I need to see where those points like came into play, but all right.
I think it was the
well,
evidence I
deficit.
had in the beginning.
You mean the lack of
You
evidence?
tried to go
you had.
evidence-based, and I provided you like 6 statistics.
Except you don't have evidence
said
from it
evidence.
because we haven't seen them play.
I mean,
That's the
but I still
entire
have
point.
evidence. We did see them play.
And then
That's
also the point you're
incorrect.
bringing up the patch in like the first set of arguments that we had, but the patch is something that's going to nerf them.
Hey, man, you can throw your
but it's
vitriol
not.
toward me, man.
It
I'm the one who
happened
scored
the
it.
day before the tournament, and it didn't nerf them.
Well, guys, since we've gone over how we think the teams will do, let's talk about the players. In my mind, the player who will have the breakout performance in Atlanta, I mean, it has to be Simp. I mean, it's in front of his home crowd. It's got to be Simp. But, you know, I feel like defending this one is probably going to be a little difficult. So I'm going to give it to you, Nameless.
Why would it be difficult? Why would it be difficult to defend Simp?
There's a lot of players. There's a lot of players to talk about.
Well, one, I think Atlanta will win, and I know a lot of you at home also believe that. And when you win, one player has to be appointed the MVP, and it's going to be Simp. Simp had a 1.58 in the first event in launch weekend, 1.74 HP KD, a 6.5 KD in search and destroy. This guy died 1 time in search or 2 times in search, something like that. This kid's incredible. When's the last time Simp wasn't an MVP at a tournament? The first one he went to when he turned 18, And what did he get, like second at that tournament? And then he won back-to-back and was MVP back-to-back and hasn't missed a beat since then in a game where the current meta is SMG dominance, and that's the role that Simp runs. He's on a team with some of his best friends who allow him to do whatever he wants on the map. This guy will absolutely be the MVP. He will continue to put on a show for us and all the fans at home. He's been getting gassed up by everybody, so his confidence is at an all-time high. I fully expect Simp to be better this year than he was last year, which I didn't even think was possible.
That's just a bold statement. I'm not saying I disagree, but better than it was last year. That's just a high threshold. But my issue with him being MVP, one, generally on the team that's going to lose isn't going to end up being the MVP. Obviously, we know Chicago is going to get that win in the final, so it won't be Simp. But let's say hypothetically Atlanta did get that win. I think aBeZy is probably a better candidate for being the best player on the team. As insane as we know Simp stats are going to be, we know that Simp is going to be baiting his teammates, which is right for him to do because he's the best in the world at it when he's at his best. But aBeZy is a guy who puts in an insane amount of work, is always the entry man that stays alive longer than he ever should and gets multi-kills when he shouldn't ever have any right to. And I think he is the most important factor for this team in the SMG dominant meta right now. So maybe the stats will give the MVP to Simp, but I think we all know that aBeZy might be the better player, is going to have the better event. But again, more importantly, Chicago's going to win. MVP is going to be MVP.
Okay, now let me demolish this argument. So last week here on Contesting the Point, we had an argument about who is the MVP, Envoy or Scump, based on the same logic of aBeZy and Simp. And he said that Scump was the MVP. I said that Envoy was the MVP because of the role he plays for his team. It's the guy that goes in and baits or whatever, and now you're just completely switching the logic of your argument.
Okay, so you have a horrible memory. I know it was such a long time ago, a full week, but the argument for Scump was based on search and destroy. I was giving the caveat to Envoy being better in respawn because of the role he plays, which is what I'm saying for aBeZy now.
What was your argument
for the search and destroy that's going to be a bump? And it's not like aBeZy is an insanely good at search and destroy.
Search and destroy, though? The statistics, well, Simp's dominating aBeZy in every single stat category.
You compare,
dominating.
It's actually not close. Played 12 rounds.
Worst KD on the team is aBeZy. Best KD on the team is Simp. That's like
from the series that they played.
And I'm not saying I go based on stats alone. I'm just saying if we're using your logic for arguing back and forth, Simp statistics destroy aBeZy
That's not
statistics.
keeping with my logic at all. I gave Envoy the credit of saying he was better respawn at Scump for the exact reasons. The logical consistency is there. You just can't keep up.
What?
It's
the
not
search
that
and destroy.
complicated.
The search and destroy. His stats are better.
Search and destroy. Scump was like immensely better than Envoy was.
So he had a 6.5
at a different event. This is predicting the future. Can you not keep up?
It's the only time we saw these guys
His
play.
stats were better 4 weeks ago.
It doesn't matter.
This is a future MVP. This isn't retroactively awarding people MVPs.
Let me say this one last thing.
How complicated is that?
Let me say this one last thing. When Simp and aBeZy were on the same team last year and we picked MVPs from those two tournaments, Simp always outshined and was the MVP. I don't think that is going to change.
It's a different game.
I don't think that's going to change. I don't think it has changed. aBeZy is fantastic. That's why these guys barely lose maps, but Simp is just better.
Okay, let's get away from stats.
You should lose points, by the way, if you don't understand how logic works.
Let's get away from stats just real quick. They are playing in front of their home crowd in Atlanta this time. Do you think a little bit of home crowd pressure could possibly play a role for either of those players, aBeZy or Simp?
They're not even going to have the
I was going to say, the home crowd is against Chicago is going to be Chicago.
Yeah.
Or it'll be like a 50-50 split, but Chicago has more fans.
Okay.
I don't know if the crowd will go that way.
And I think what we've learned from those guys, Priesta, aBeZy, Simp, is even if the crowd is rooting against them, they're able to perform, if not better, or the same. Like, I don't think that the crowd truly affects those guys.
Not necessarily the crowd, but it's their home market, right? So they got to show up, they got to perform. Maybe some added pressure.
The pressure of playing against Chicago is way more important than the pressure of the crowd. The crowd does make a difference. I will absolutely agree with that, but I think they'll have enough Atlanta fans. It's just so much tougher to play against Scump. Like, that team is stacked from top to bottom. That's more difficult to deal with than a couple fans booing a little bit.
I feel you. You know what? I'm not going to do this often because I feel like there needs to be a clear-cut winner in every one of these points. But I think you guys both argue both sides pretty well, so I'm going to tie this one. Right down the middle.
It looks like I won again.
Which means overall for the show, that
don't even understand logical arguments.
Yeah, I don't.
That gives Nameless 12 total points.
I guess that's how you win.
12 total points. Nameless, you're the winner.
It's a heartbreaker. I can't shake somebody's hand who doesn't understand how logic works, bro.
Are you mad?
I wouldn't say mad. I would say disappointed. Yeah. I feel like you should lose points when you're just making, like, BS arguments.
You just don't know how to argue, Chance. It is what it is. Like, I never took a debate class.
All right, well, guys, there you have it. The winner is Nameless. Once again, go ahead, man. Pick up the Golden Astro headset. You've got 60 seconds to tell everybody what it is you're thinking.
Oh, feels good to be 2-0, baby. I gotta talk to the crowd, man. Minnesota crowd, you were all right, okay? Like, I know it was the first event. You guys were okay. You were a little bit noisy. London, you were amazing. You were so loud. I love you guys. The chants were incredible. The energy throughout the arena was just on point the entire weekend. So I am calling out Atlanta. Your team is an incredible team. That Atlanta is an incredible city. You guys have every reason to be getting stupid hype the entire weekend. You have to trump the crowd in London. They were so hyped. It's gonna be a tall task, but I think you guys can do it. My American friends who show up to this weekend, show up energetic, get hype, and get loud. I'm ready for you guys to go crazy.
You hear that, Atlanta fans? Nameless, he's calling you out. So you better show up. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the season standings right now. And as you can see on the leaderboard, Nameless is sitting up there at the top at 2-0. Right now, currently holding the lead here at Contesting the Point. How you feeling, man? Sitting up on top of the leaderboard, looking nice, man.
I'm feeling great, you know, in my rightful place.
Yeah,
Just 2-0, undefeated. This is an amazing feeling, man. Living the dream.
Yeah.
Good games.
And Chance, unfortunately, is on the other side of the leaderboard right now, sitting 0-2.
I need peer review, man. I need something just for, I don't know, confidence going. I'm going to be shattered going in Atlanta. I don't know how I'm going to cast now. It's going to be tough.
Well,
It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. There's plenty of more episodes to go. We got a whole season, man. You
More
can come back. You can come back for sure. But guys, that's going to do it for this episode. Everybody, make sure you check back every Friday evening for more Contesting the Point.
There is strength in numbers. When a group of people united by a common goal come together, by definition, it forms a league. And in the Call of Duty League, that goal is simple: to be the last team standing. With the lights at their brightest, the stakes never higher. A new era begins. Teams will rise. Superstars will shine. It's time to be .12 teams must now answer the call and begin their quest. This is the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome to the long-awaited Atlanta home series here in Atlanta, Georgia. To you here in the Gateway Arena, hello. And to everyone watching online on YouTube, welcome to the show. It is going to be an absolute rip-roar of a weekend. We could not have waited longer for what has yet to be the most exciting, highly anticipated tournament of the COD League so far. My name is Miles Ross, and I'll be one of the commentators joining you through this lovely long weekend of action. Joining me alongside is, of course, the effervescent, the glowing, the red-headed wizard. It is, of course, Philip Moman.
Thank you very much.
Wait, how are you doing?
For the warm welcome. I'm very, very good. Glad to be back in Atlanta. Always a good time here. And again, we're getting further and further into the season. We're seeing trends, we're seeing consistency, inconsistency everywhere, but excited to get into these games. And I think we've got a lot to get through today, which makes me very, very happy.
It's a long day of Call of Duty. Last week, though, was London. London was a real treat for the COD fans, especially those of you who are Chicago Huntsmen fans. It was a very decisive victory in the end versus the Dallas Empire. A 3-0. It was close enough, but hey, a win's a win, baby. They did take down a lot of fantastic competitors along the way, but there it is. They did manage to pick up a 3-0 win and become the very first London Home Series champs.
Yeah, certainly. Again, it was first tournament, and Huntsmen, they had a lot of pressure on them. You know, the names on that roster, it feels like, you know, they've got to get a win under their belt. We saw the likes of Scum. You know, how many championships he's won over the last 7 years, over 7 titles, going back every single one but one. However, he's already got one this year. Can he get another? Is a back-to-back open? Is it available? It is, of course. But there's a different team here waiting, and we're in Atlanta. It's FaZe, of course. But Huntsmen, they're looking great. Are they unbeatable?
Well, we're about to find out this weekend, mate.
I don't think so.
London was full of superstars in their own right, and those individuals shined very, very bright. We put that team together for our Scuff Team of the Week.
This is your Scuff Team of the Week, a super team built with 5 of the top performers at the most recent event. This week, we're picking 5 players from the London Home Series. First up, London's own Wuskin. He earned the highest hardpoint KD of the event in addition to the second highest overall KD. He played a couple of fantastic hardpoint games against the Toronto Ultra, dropping a 1.82 KD across both maps. Next, it's Envoy. Chicago's young SMG proved he can slay and play the objective. He played a fantastic hardpoint versus the Dallas Empire on St. Petrograd, going 30-12 with a staggering 2 minutes and 25 seconds in the hill.
Play after play, it is all Envoy.
Representing Seattle, it's Octane. He had the highest overall KD of the event, the highest domination KD, and the second highest hardpoint KD. He dominated the LA Guerrillas on a Zir Cave hardpoint, dropping a massive 41 kills. Next, it's Clayster. The two-time world champ placed second in the tournament with his team and had the fourth highest overall KD. He had a couple of standout maps, going 31-16 versus Seattle in domination before going 14-4 against them in S&D later in the tournament. Our final player is Denz. He had at least a top 3 KD in every game mode, in addition to having the third highest overall KD. He won an impressive 14-4 in S&D versus the Toronto Ultra and dropped a 40 bomb versus the Chicago Huntsmen on Gunrunner hardpoint. That's your Call of Duty League London Home Series Scuff Team of the Week.
And now we have your CDL points presented by Game Fuel. This is the standings so far in the COD League. And what do you know, the Chicago Huntsmen sitting very, very pretty at that top spot with the 70 points.
Yeah, and even looking on the right-hand side, 7th through 12th. Again, 10 points in it, of course. OpTic Gaming representing Los Angeles. They're looking to pick up those first points this weekend. But again, you go back, you look at number 2, and Paris jumps out. You know, that was a surprise. A lot of people, including myself, had these guys going into the whole CDL year, you know, towards that 10th to 12th position. These guys have impressed time and time again. And hopefully, we're going to be treated to some more international presence on that stage. Paris Legion looking good.
Here we go. This is the Saturday schedule brought to you by the US Army. Røkkr versus Legion up first. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. After that, we have the Royal Ravens versus the Mutineers. And then lastly, the Chicago Huntsmen go up against the Toronto Ultra. It's going to be a fun match nonetheless. But then we get to our Game Fuel marquee match. That's where the day changes a little bit for you at home, friends. But up first, the Minnesota Røkkr versus the Paris Legion. A hotly contested series, Phil. Let's face it. We haven't seen these two teams play against each other yet. Paris are looking very, very strong indeed. But is it enough to take down the mighty Røkkr?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one again. Here is the bracket. This is what we're going to be seeing through the very early hours of today, starting right now. Røkkr versus Legion, but of course, you guys, there's plenty of games to go. Legion versus Røkkr. It's going to be an interesting game. They haven't played. It's the first tournament for Røkkr. You know, these guys hosted that, of course, that launch, and it was absolutely incredible, but they missed out on London. Now they're here in Atlanta. They want to prove a point.
Well, they've got a point to prove. I think it's about time that we bring them out to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minnesota Røkkr.
Assault, but clean 5-man wipe. Here comes Silly. Get him, Silly!
Seam making the play. Alex with the triple. He's the man of the moment, and he's not slowing down.
It's all Minnesota in the kill feed. Røkkr goes huge. Are you kidding? The Røkkr lighting it up.
There it is, the Minnesota Røkkr on your screen, again going 2-0 from the launch weekend, now in their first tournament. How will they fare against the mighty Paris Legion will be coming up next, but exciting nonetheless to see these teams go up against each other. It is going to be a great matchup to start off the Atlanta home series.
However, on the other side of the stage, representing what seems all regions, is Paris Legion.
Shocks, cuts them in half. And what is that flick?
The Legion come out on top.
Zed with the cluster!
It all comes down to this.
That was as close to perfect as you're going to see in a round.
The Paris Legion, my cheval noir for this tournament. I think they're a dark horse. We have to be taking them very seriously. They've turned heads. They took the Huntsmen to a Game 5 in London. It's definitely a team that a lot of people are watching coming to this one. High expectations. Let's have a quick look at the quick scope brought to you by the US Air Force. This is going to be stats of either team, and it is going to be a fun one. CDL points go the way of Paris, but it does look like the respawn KDs, Phil, as the Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, I think respawn in general for both teams is their strong point. The search and destroy is maybe where this gets decided. Will we see another Game 5 come out of Paris Legion? In London, Paris with a team where I said these guys are the real deal. Minnesota, of course, they're yet to see that consistency. They've only been at one tournament. I think this is the time for these guys to do it. However, this is actually a real brutal matchup against both teams. And again, I don't think it's going to be an easy one for either side.
No way, mate. Here we go. The US Air Force maps and modes. This will be our series, a gun runner hardpoint, followed by a St. Petrograd search and destroy. The third map of the series will be Hackney. That will be a fun one. Domination, of course, and we got 4 and 5 if you want them. That's going to be a Azir Cave and, of course, Arklov Peak search and destroy to finish out the series. But hey, man, are you a betting man, Phil? How do you see this series going? It's going to be a 3-0, 3-2?
Coming into this one, again, I put my predictions out there. I feel like Minnesota, we've not seen this team for a while, it seems. I think Paris are the real deal. I am leaning towards Paris. However, Minnesota, I think, for me, are the dark horse of the tournament. I know you said that about Paris, so I'm going to lean towards Paris Legion on this one. I'm not a betting man, but I see that if needed in brackets, Miles. I don't think it's if needed. I think we will be seeing those for sure.
Yeah, the real question for me is whether or not Minnesota have made, leaps and bounds strides coming towards this event. They had a lot of time to practice and also study game footage of Paris playing in the London Home Series event. Will they be able to put that hard work to good use as we roll into our first map here? Atlanta, it's time. Let's get this tournament underway. The Paris Legion. Going up against Minnesota Røkkr. Here we go in map number 1, straight off the rip. Hardpoint, friends, first to 250 points. That hardpoint will last for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined location on the map. Nades up and about. Both teams will now vie for control of middle, and it looks like Minnesota will be taking the early kills here as the hardpoint now opens up. Points available for both teams, as once again, Minnesota seem to be retaining control of that middle position.
And even just getting into this one, Miles, gun runner hardpoint. We see Minnesota, these guys haven't even played this map mode yet in the CDL, and you go to Paris, it's not their strongest either. These guys lost this 250 to 180 last time they played it in match 4 against Toronto. So, how this kind of comes about, we'll have to wait and see. And how it goes out, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Røkkr, though, with the first 15, of course, on Gunrunner. This is where we're going to see people and teams rotate early, and straight away, we are seeing that rotation come out of GodRx, a play which you want to keep your eyes on. But back on the hardpoint is none other than Røkkr, the Australian man himself, and he's representing his country, his region, and him doing himself proud so far.
Yeah, so far, really good start for the Røkkr. They've got themselves 16 seconds. The last few moments of the first hardpoint will go to Paris. However, it's the battle on the right-hand side of the map, the one on your screen here, that matters the most. This is the next hardpoint. This is where you want to be setting your team up for success over the next 60 seconds. A big kill from Dead as they try now for Paris to punch a hole in the back and secure some sort of foothold here onto the second hardpoint. GodRx, though, locking down this front line, trying to flush these Parisians out from the tracks. Dens with a nice kill there, hoping to continue his spectacular run from London. Now into the hardpoint. Paris making their way a little closer. Alex give me the first line of defense. A little bit of a hip fire from on top. Can he get the second? He does indeed. A little bit of a cheeky kill through the window, but the contest is there. Paris have managed to get a foothold. They have to keep up this pace if they want to keep the hardpoint in their hands.
Interesting little grenade there coming in from Assault. And let's not forget Paris, when they played none other than the Huntsmen on this one. They did take the victory in that, so don't rule them out just yet. They're down by 10, but the rotation is going to be coming in shortly. Contest going down as well. Both teams in and amongst it, but it's none other than Captain Kismet here with the MP5. Can he get number 3? It's going to be a no from Silly as the scene cleans up shots, and we're going to be rotating to Cole.
Yeah, this is the next hard point. Røkkr holding down the line early. Assault's going to be next in for the Røkkr, try to bring him down. Teamwork prevails, though, as Asim will find that kill. And now we look to find a very solid hold for the Minnesota Røkkr. Trophy system goes out, stops any projectiles coming his way, and Silly now tries to push that front line forward. As the reinforcements from Paris Legion, they'll start to now trickle across the map, right into the guns of the Minnesota Røkkr.
This is a really, really good setup here from the Minnesota Røkkr. They've got everything down from Cole, they've got Boiler Room, they've even got Green as well, but the flank is going to be coming in for number 3. That's going to be Dens trying to take control and maybe flip these spawns, but with 40 seconds left, Silly still in the middle. Assault is going to go down, that's coming through the wall. Kismet and the Paris Legion are going to be pushing through here. Can they take control? Can they pin them back as well? If they can hold this point, they can actually get it set up for the next rotation as well. Røkkr on your screen does fine. GodRx tracks. But Asim will answer back, 62 to 56 miles. We take a deep breath, a step back. This is a close game so far, and this is how I expected it to go. We've got a lead change as Legion take one.
Yeah, we've managed to see the lead change, and this is predominantly down to the fact that the Røkkr have to force themselves in through that one area, through that boxes, the warehouse side. It's a single line of attack, and now Paris have completely surrounded them. They're trying to stop those reinforcements, making it out there from the spawns of the Minnesota Røkkr as we go over now to the next hard point by the shipping containers. Shox being an absolute nuisance in the back line, finding these kills left, right, and center, keeping the lead working out now for Paris. They have the next hard point, and they're trying to do the best they can at trapping Minnesota here. The final kills aren't going to matter too much, though, as the spawns have flipped. Minnesota now attacking from the other side of the map. Can Paris adapt?
Well, there's an important gunfight going down at the very back, and it is going to be won by Asim. Not necessarily one you need to see, but 11-8 for Asim, a 3-kill streak. Someone who really has been that presence, that aggression coming in from Røkkr, but 30 points in the lead. It's going to be Paris Legion. And again, it feels like you think Paris are going to be in a great position. They are now, because Zed sniffs out Asim, shuts him down. Shox will fall. But again, with 30 points in the bank, Paris, they're looking to try and set up for the next one with only 15 seconds. Maybe just getting Minnesota off of this is their main goal here.
Shox just found himself a 10-kill spree in a row. Minnesota some late hardpoint time, but once again, the rotation going down. Paris, first in, best dressed. The front line of those white arrows on the minimap on the far left-hand side. They've got it locked down, but Asim, he's made his way in. A quick bit of a refrag there from Shox as he takes him down. Alex trying to find the kills through mid. He does, and this is it. A big push now, leading off the back of these kills from Alex as they desperately try to push the Røkkr further and further forward. Hardpoint in their hands. Paris now have on the back foot. They now have to kill their way through mid-map and find those opening kills onto the Røkkr and take back the hard point.
Yeah, and Paris were very well set up for this. That is a beautiful break. Alex coming in with a triple. Incredible stuff. Could we see a lead change? I think possible, but breaking in from the front. Zed's going to be shut down. Shox is going to answer back here, and the contest goes in. Around the boxes, you've got to be careful. We saw what Dens did last time he was here with a pistol. Can he repeat himself again? Shox, though, teammate will be in, collecting those points, and it looks like, judging by the minimap, we've got a rotation going down. It's going to be an important one, and it's Kismet again, that MP5. My goodness, he's good.
He's the only American on the squad right now, and he's the only player on this side of the map for his team, and he's doing the work. 122 and climbing right now for Paris, just cut out there by Asim. Not quite able to sniff that player out there into the next rotation, and again, they're trying to set up on that far right-hand side of the map just to find those kills as we now have center platform once again. This is the second set of hard points. We go back to the start. An Assault locking down the left-hand side of the map there, that forest side. Mid-map is well and truly under control. You can see that number 6 on the mini-map on the far right-hand side. While his teammates are taking care of the battles here, he's making sure that his squad spawns in a preferable position, not only for this hard point, but for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, stats aren't everything, but you look at Dens, you know, his KD across every single game mode has been so impressive, but he actually dropped the #1 in this map mode combination with a 2.11. He's actually putting on some similar stats right now, currently a little behind, but 15 and 11, currently finds depth number 12. Maybe he's the catalyst to propel Legion into the lead here, 20 points. And again, this is where you want to be rotating as soon as possible, but also keeping the team off of this middle hard point. Who's doing that perfectly right now? It's Røkkr. 19 and 12 for Asim. He's a player which he's got to get those interactions, not too much hilt time as you see, just the 2 seconds, but he really is one to watch. And now, Legion pushing through the trains. Luca, Den, Zed finds it, bursting through the door. Kismet, he's going to find one, but that's all he's going to find.
His teammates showed up in the back of there as well, but they weren't able to get the rest of the kills. Røkkr still hold the hard point. A 3-man push now through the tracks. 2 of them trying to make their way through the middle of the map. This is going to work out perfectly for Paris if they're to make the break. 40 seconds remaining on the hard point. Kismet can't make his way in through the rear. He's shut down. Luca now on the left-hand side. A nice 2 for him as we're starting to get closer towards the hard point. Luca can't get any more as the respawns. The reinforcements are so close to Minnesota. And here we go. Paris onto the point. Shox opens up one of the lanes, and this is it. We're starting to see Paris make some leeway, but no, Silly and Assault on point. They're going to get the kills, and that's it. The Røkkr keep the points going. They keep Paris off the point. I think it's time to chalk it, Phil. Go towards the minecart. Look to the next hard point.
Well, it looks like a couple players from either side are going to be doing that. Godorek's going to be cleaned up in the bathroom here, but Luca already set up. That is penetrable, though, as he's going to have to dip away and dip down with 5 seconds left. This is where we're going to see a strong defense coming from Legion. Kismet's going to clean up 2 going through the boiler room, and this is a very nice setup for Paris. However, they are down by around 10 seconds. They're in quite a favorable position So keep your eyes on that minimap. It looks like a 5-man stack for the Røkkr through this Cole. It could be a wipeout here, but Silly's going to deny that one. Shox and Luka are going to clean up, and it's the Australian powerhouse, the power trio, that come up trumps with the kills.
The tonnerre en basse, I think it is. It's the thunder from down under in French. I choked that one. There we go. Still Paris on the front foot for the time being as we lock down my car. Here comes the play right in through the tracks for the Minnesota Røkkr. It's a 3-man stack. They're trying to overwhelm the short numbers that the French have. Asim sadly with a team kill, but you can see it work out now as Alex tries to find his way through pipes. The front line, the guns are blazing for Paris. Alex is going to be taken down again. A solid hold for the Paris Legion. They've done the best they can. Now the rotation comes in a set. 15 seconds. Got Røkkr trying to cut these plays through middle. As they look to take control of those shipping containers. Zed's going to be leading the charge. Can he find the kill up top? No, he cannot. Assault takes him down. Control in the hands of the Minnesota Røkkr for the next hard point for the time being. But the lead is starting to look way more like Paris.
Yeah, again, you kind of take a look at that hard point. That was held very, very good from Paris Legion. And again, it's going to be a little bit easier to maybe break on the crate side here. But Minnesota Røkkr, they've got control of mid, and we're going to see Kismet dispatch of Asim. Alex and Dens are going to get into it as well. You got a bit of taste of British on either side. Zed and Alex both represented here. But it's Luka once again with that MP5. Laser-like accuracy coming out from him, but with 35 seconds left. We're getting a very close game on our hands. Are we going to see another lead change? It's possible right here. But right now, the kills are going down, and no one's on the point, Miles.
On the point, yeah. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected from these two teams coming into this one. We knew it was going to be a closely contested matchup. We couldn't quite place them, but so far, so good. Got our X now. Alex, as they find those kills on the hard point. Zed trying to get the final few seconds. Just stop the bleeding for the time being. Not able to do it, not even able to get the kills, and that's basically a free death right now. Rolling over to the next hard point. Once again, Paris in position. Luka unable to get it done at range with the MP5, but his teammates, they've set up now on the next point. Watch for those mini-maps. Watch those little purple arrows make their way, try to find the soft openings, the squishy underbelly of the Paris Legion as they try to infiltrate the shipping warehouse right now. Paris, they're setting up. This is the Maginot line. This is where they need to hold the line, take as many points as they possibly can, and get through this map.
Now, I want to see some contest from Røkkr, and the reason being is technically they can close it out on here. It looks like Silly contested for a little bit, but this is going to push Røkkr to the limits with 37 seconds left. I'm not sure if it's doable. You guys do the maths at home, but pushing through Cole is going to be Røkkr. 4 players in, and it could be 2. Make it 3 down already. Not looking good for Røkkr. Paris started to retain the points, but one's broke through. A contest will go down, so I think we will see a rotation. But this is so strong for Paris.
It's huge time for Paris, but is it enough, though? Because Minnesota have done a great job of locking down those far right-hand side spawns for the first hard point and taking control of this first. If we see a solid break here from Paris off the rip, this could be a game changer. They need 10 seconds to win.
They do. We've already got 2 in the boiler room. I think Kismet could be a key for the victory here. Shox is going to find one. The boiler room is safe, and it's heating up for sure. We're going back to the middle. This is dangerous territory for Røkkr, because if they go down, Paris can hop on board. They only need 6. Make it 5. Zed jumps in. He's got to try and get some more points, but the contest goes down. We've got smokes everywhere. It's cluster. Oh my goodness. Shox with 2. Zed finds another, and with only 4 points left, it looks like Paris Legion are going to close it out here in game number 1. Paris lead. Paris take that one.
Not a bad way to start the day if you're Paris. And I know there's a lot of Australian fans sitting at home. It's about 2 a.m. back in Sydney, so I think they'll be happy to see a 3-0 at this point, and a great way to get it started here against the Minnesota Røkkr. What a map that was, Phil. Really, a great way to start things off for Paris. But again, for Røkkr, this is a close series nonetheless.
It certainly is, and I think this is going to be the trend of the whole series going forward. We talked about how close this was, how respawns were these guys' strong suits. But again, looking at this, you see the standout plays. You see the ones getting those high interactions. Kismet once more, 31. Yes, 34 deaths, but I do want to remind you, Kismet, he's not afraid of death. He got 37 against the Chicago Huntsmen, and he won that one as well. He gets up aggressive, and he deals the damage. 3,900 nearly on the board.
Yeah, we wanted to see him bring up those big numbers, and he's already doing it, friends. All right, our scuff play of the game, of course, none other than your boy Shox. We saw him those final few moments, absolutely ran that one home to get the kills on the point. Here's that scuff play of the game, and he ran that one straight through towards the end, the dying seconds of this moment, and he was just killing things all map long.
Yeah, it's just kind of how fluid it is. I think that's the impressive thing, and the MP5, yes, it is an absolute beast of a weapon, but he goes on a killing spree as well. I think that's the key thing here. He's already on a bit of a streak streak. He finds 3 here, and then pushing forward, finds another. It's beautiful stuff from Shox, and he's a player, again, he looks comfortable in this team. He looks comfortable with the players around him, and his respawn right now is beautiful. It's an 8-kill streak that one ends on, so Shox definitely one to watch going forward, and that's what I love about Paris, Miles, is we see Dens, you know, going big with numbers. We see Kismet, and now we see the likes of Shox. It just keeps continuing to impress us. I think London, of course, was the proving ground for Paris Legion. I said that's when they're the real deal. There's no question about that right now. They currently sit in second place. How far can they go? Could be the team, the fairy tale storyline. Can they go all the way? Can they win an event?
Well, they have still to get through Minnesota. Let's have a quick look at the game for your keys to victory for Minnesota in this series. And again, for them, a difficult matchup nonetheless. They didn't have a tournament in London. They had to watch that from back home. But this is what we've been looking at. Again, this is brought to you by Nameless. Everyone loves Nameless's opinions right now. We need to see Assault keep up the launch weekend dominance. He was a fantastic standout player for his team on that time. But again, they got to shut down Dens. Dens was a superstar for Paris on the weekend in London. He really put up the numbers. We saw him in the top 5 plays, put the pistol to good work there in the shipping warehouse. This is a big deal for Minnesota. You know, you had time to prepare. You've had time to watch this one. Can they go the distance against Paris? Paris, for them, their keys to victory as well. They've just got to keep things going. They're looking fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good for Paris. Currently sitting second. Nearly everyone with a positive KD overall for the season. And it's not just positive in some cases. These guys are dominating some areas as well. I think Dens is top 3 in every single mode. Keep up the team effort and pressure, and I think the pressure is the key word there. You start to see Kismet, Zed, Dens. These guys just kind of know when to push. It's timing. And for me, it's one of the most important things. It's a very important factor. I do want to go back to Minnesota just for 1 second. It was keep up that, it was Assault, I think it was, yeah. or Røkkr, one of the two. He was dropping a 1.26. We need to see those numbers again because Legion, they have a lot of power behind them.
He has a lot of power behind that Legion lineup. And again, we talked about the pace and the speed, the pressure. That's what we're going to be seeing a lot in the respawns. But now we go over to a search and destroy. St. Petrograd is going to be the next match in this series. And again, if you're an Australian fan, you want this one to end as quick as possible so you could just go to bed. But we thank you for tuning in here on YouTube. We'll be on youtube.com/COD League all series long, friends. Petrograd Search and Destroy as we roll over to what I can only presume is a take on St. Petersburg, thanks to the lovely people at Infinity Ward. It's an exciting map, 2 bomb sites, A and B. The first to 6 rounds will win it. Teams will take turns attacking and defending. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and if you've been living under a rock for maybe the last week or two, we have a round of 1:30 as well, so this will go quicker. I know obviously the Aussies back home will be wanting to go fast, but yeah, I mean, that's one thing you can take away. As we get into this one, there's going to be 90 seconds on the clock, and we're going to be jumping on board with a ever so bright, beautiful Paris Legion orange sleeves. Shox is going to stop for a quick drink at the bar, and now he's ready to rock. He's good.
He is of age here in the United States. Slow push towards A now for the Paris Legion on offense. They do have that bomb in hand. It's going to be Zed. As both teams will be very hesitant to make the first move. Again, the first blood in Search and Destroy gives you a lot of leeway to make the play. Kismet watching that far right-hand side of the map, looking for an aggressive overextension on the defensive side from Røkkr, but nothing to be found. Creating a lot of noise as well. That's a distraction.
Again, Search and Destroy, a little bit of new stuff as well for you guys. Always trying to improve at the bottom right. You're going to see that dead silence kind of going from gray to solid white. That will start to deplete. You can see it at the top as well when it is available and when it's going to be used. Shout out to all the observers back, doing an absolute awesome job with 40 seconds left on the clock, and we're going to see the push now. The bomb is in the hands of Zed, and I tell you what, smoke covers you well. But the first blood has been drawn. A seam will find Røkkr.
Again, you waited for Paris to all 3 of those players on the right-hand side to get their dead silence, and then they just ran through A. But Røkkr finds 2 more kills before being answered back quickly. A seam goes down to Zed, a nice 2-piece for him. 3v3 right now. As they make their way onto the bomb site, here comes the bomb on for Paris. Slow and steady push now from Røkkr. Can they catch him during the transition? Alex finds 1. What a peek that was. Hit and run. He finds the first kill. Dens goes down as well to Assault. The AR and AR battle is won, and now it all falls down to Shox. Last player left alive in a 1v3.
35 seconds, so time is of the essence. Time's ticking, but when you've got that equipment in the back pocket with that little time left, that was beautifully done by Røkkr. We are going to see a kill pretty much spread across everyone. Still, he doesn't pick one up. I think he was one of the first to fall, but Godorex cleans it up. He's going to find a double. Røkkr starts strong on the Search and Destroy, and as we go back to the very start of this series, we kind of touched on both teams have a positive respawn KD. Both of them have a negative S&D KD overall. So this could be really the telling tale. You know, you can take a couple of Search and Destroys and steal a respawn. Who knows how it ends?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting Game 5 finish when we get to that point. The opening dead silence play towards A did not work out for Paris on the offense. Now Røkkr with a chance to push that lead even further. Snipes up for Godorex. right off the rip. Nobody on Paris currently running a sniper. Now, GodRx will be putting it away, running that M4 now as they make an aggressive start towards A. Watching that mid-street as well. And it looks to be quite a fast push. They've overextended. They're right through mid-tracks. Alex has made his way in. Dead Silence has been activated. Look at the right-hand side. That small icon slowly depleting. He's made it in onto the site. He's trying to find his kills from behind. Kismet maybe his first. Oh, Kismet finds 2 just before going down. That's huge.
Yeah, Alex was on the flank, but Alex lets Kismet find 2 before that. I mean, again, timing, very, very important there. Kismet's done his job. He's ticked that one off the list, and now he's got to sit back and watch his teammates. Teammates is Shox, and Shox is going to go down. Again, it's Alex. He might have been late on the flank, but he does find 2 in the moment. 45 seconds left, and it looks like the bomb is going down. There's going to be a 3 versus 2 with Alex and Asim here going up against Luka, Dens, Shox. And if you look at that mini-map, it looks like it's just a bit of a waiting game right now. Paris are almost waiting for them to push out.
Yeah, Dens has popped Dead Silence. He's trying to get the party started right now. Not with a bang, but with a whisper as he makes his way forward. Alex, catch. Big nade up. Doesn't quite make the rim shot. And he misses that one as well. Come on, Dens, get your iron, dude. His time is to play now. Asim watching the other side of that door. Zed trying to creep his way forward as well. Big kill from him. That's going to be nice. Puts it all down to Asim, as Asim's got to make something work now, as the bomb's going to be defused. That's it. He's done. These old eyes are failing me already, Phil. A round on the board now for Paris.
Yeah, and again, it was just kind of a waiting game for Paris. And yes, timing is very, very important in this, but they had all the exits covered, and they slowly closed in. I think the important thing was, like you said, Dens use that Dead Silence, get in a good position. Unfortunately, bursting through the door like that isn't going to get you anywhere. Dens, that M4 takes him out, and the defuse will come in. As we switch those sides, we're all tied up 1-1 as round number 3 is upon us.
Again, a solid start from Alex. We've seen those high-impact plays very fast. He's sitting at 3-1 currently, 3-1 for Zed on the other side of the board. Shox and Luka yet to really get involved, but still playing the role admirably. You see Dens with the bomb in hand, making his way right over towards, it looks like B. But again, it's a little bit harder to get towards B. They've got to cross a lot more territory than they have to do to get to A. But that's where the defensive hold is sitting for Røkkr right now. 3 players on the A site. There are only 2 of them watching those middle positions, watching those top windows. Assault being one of them on your screen here. And to his right-hand side, he's got a teammate backing him up also. So again, just 2 players watching that mid-map push. Possibly waiting now for the Dead Silence play from Paris. Dens rings the gong. The smokes are up, and no one quite able to make anything yet. Both teams just feeling each other out. A slight reshuffle now from the members of the Minnesota Røkkr's B site. They've changed that position. The first shot's fired now on Dens. This is it. The play's going to be up soon, but the Minnesota have held still. There's still 3 players still in A.
Yeah, and I think the reason being is they might be thinking of a rotation. B is not an easy one to get through, and again, 2 players can pretty much lock this down, but 2 is down to 1. Assault's going to hit the deck there as a few bullets through the chest. Shox rotating round. Kismet finds 1 on rotation, and now they know where it is. And funnily enough, Paris aren't going for the plant here on B. They're actually starting to pin and use their numbers over by A. Still, he's going to find 1 first kill of the game. Zed trades that out, and with only 10 seconds left, something has to happen. They've got to go now. But with Alex up top, Alex finds 1. Trying to change the game, trying to change something, but with 3 seconds, the bomb is going to go down. And we are going to see things tied up here. 2 versus 2. Make it 3, sorry, as Kismet's still alive.
I know, your eyes are going as well, brother. You know, Kismet down low by boxes, trying to watch that bomb. Alex in the apartments upstairs. That's going to be a nice position to be in. Again, his teammates just trying to back him up. Kismet, positioning by Luka, is unparalleled right now as he catches GodRx on the overextension. Alex now left in a 1 versus 3. Makes the play directly on top of the bomb. Can't find anything there. The coverage is good from Paris. They take the lead 2-1.
Nicely done there again. I think Luka, sneaky in the corner, finds himself a free kill. And it was interesting because, again, this is St. Petrograd is one of those maps where you see so much, you know, I'm making up numbers, 70, 80%, we see the same push to the same bomb site. That was really nice from Paris because now we're going into round number 4 and you kind of don't know what they're going to do. They've put that spanner in the works where you think maybe they push A, maybe they push B, who knows. But as Paris swap sides, they're going to go onto the defense with another 90 seconds on the clock.
See if we can't have any more of those opening kills from Alex. They've been real great. Assault as well. He's decisive plays exactly when you need him. And again, it's a super aggressive push. The Dead Silence play with bomb right through mid-map. Cuts Luka down straight away from Asim with the first blood. Asim finds a second on a Zed. That's disgusting. Dens will finally try to get 1 here from the Minnesota Røkkr lineup, but they have absolutely Ragnaroked and rolled through mid-map. B is looking to be the bomb site. Dens, though, sitting there in hazmat building. He could well be the disease.
He's just popped Dead Silence as well, and he's going to find himself 1 location has been revealed, though, with 50 seconds left. That is an escape, which I didn't think was going to go down. Kismet could be a key player here. Shox does find GodRx. It looks like Paris have kind of taken mid-map control, but the bomb has made its way through. It's a very interesting position here for Minnesota Røkkr because now they kind of passed the bomb. They've almost got to back on themselves here. Silly does find Shocks off screen. Asim though, MP5 in hand with 25 seconds action needs to be applied here.
They're just waiting for something to happen. Hearing those doors burst open, Silly's hoping for somebody nearby. Kismet, the last one left alive, cut down in a hail of gunfire. Minnesota Røkkr tie things up 2-2. And I must say, Phil, again, a closely contested series. You said that both teams coming into this one with a negative search and destroy KD. So far, it's as close as it can be between these two teams. Another round to the good for Minnesota. Now, an offensive round for Paris. Minnesota on the defense now, see what they can bring. It's nice to see a B site getting a bit of love. We haven't seen too much of that so far in the series. And nice adaptive plays from Paris. Cut right through mid, find the kills at B, rotate back towards A. Let's see what they've got in the playbook now. Does Minnesota hole up for a big on push at A? Yeah,
we've just seen a lot less of Minnesota on Search and Destroy. Obviously, they missed out on London. The only win that they got on S&D was that technical one against the LA Gorillas. So what? We'll, of course, leave that one in Minnesota, it feels like. But Paris, they played 8 games of Search and Destroy on LAN, won 4, lost 4. So just a lot more kind of time on the game, on LAN, on that Search and Destroy. But as 90 seconds turns to 60, it's another slow push here for Paris. Snipers are out, though, and it's in the hands of GodorX. Ooh. Trying to find something spicy here to kick things off in round number 5. Change the game up a little bit, but a quick glance at the minimap, and it looks like, again, Paris edging their way to B, trying to get that map control. And Minnesota, this means they have to kind of spread their funds. They can't all funnel into A and have that 5v5 battle.
Well, we may see it. GodorX has just caught the little tippy top of a French player there. Makes it away safely. GodorX now. This line might be a hindrance as he's playing. Oh, that's a nice shot. Luka double dip. That's bad manners, my friend. Shocks manages to get the kill on Asim. Alex now trying to find his plays through mid. The bomb now moving with haste across mid-map.
And that's a dead silence pop as well from Alex, so he's looking to make some moves on the map. Kismet, though, locking down. He's just trying to wait on, trying to get his team through with 7 seconds left. Something's got to happen. It looks like the bomb is going down here, but it's got to be taken down, and with that as well,
that's the round.
Alex just needs to stay alive over there, as does his teammates, as the bomb started to get planted. And we're seeing that quite a lot, Miles, and I kind of don't like it. We're seeing bomb plants go down with like 10 seconds left, and even if there's only one of them alive, if they get that bomb planted right there when that kill was made, they'd won the round. They sit in a corner, they put their feet up, have a nice cuppa, and they're ready for the next one. 3-2 to Røkkr.
And this is what happens. You change the round time from 2 minutes down to 1:30. I mean, it changes the game entirely. A lot of these players, I mean, particularly what we've been seeing from Paris, they wait for a long time to get their dead silence ready. That's a huge chunk of the round waited to, to have that special, the field upgrade to use that to make a big play. When they're not able to do that one, then you're just eating into your reserve time. Now you've got to make something happen with 15 seconds. A single kill can determine the round at that point. Big change in the COD League. Big change in the way these teams have to approach Search and Destroy.
It wouldn't surprise me if we start to see Paris maybe go back to A on this next one. First blood has been drawn, though, and that's coming from the assault rifle of GodorX. So strong in this category. When that 90 seconds, like I said, goes down to 60 so fast here. Asim with the MP5 trying to find something, clear the way. But Kismet waiting at the door, ready to knock it down, beat it down. Teammate Luka will fall. Here he is, slides on through, tries to get the player off the bomb. He wasn't even on it, it was too quick for that one, but Alex is going to trade things out, get away with his life, and Minnesota trade things out beautifully to leave just Denz alive on his own, not in the best position as well.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. 30 seconds now for the defuse. Denz, though, he does activate dead silence. He's going to make his way now as much of through mid-map as he possibly can. Unfortunately, does not look left and right before crossing the street. And he's taken down there by a Røkkr player. That's going to be another round now. 2 back-to-back for Minnesota as they take the lead 4-2. One more round, puts them on map point, tie up the series. Paris, though, what have they got left in the playbook? They've got to make something work out here. The clock has not been working out for them. A bit more decisive plays, maybe something a little faster, something a little more aggressive to open up a round, give themselves an advantage and play it out. But Minnesota, those adaptations are working out for them.
Yeah, this is what I expect. I expect to see maybe Paris go back to A. B's just so hard to do with 90 seconds on the clock, and it looks like we might see that again. It's aggressive. I'm talking of aggressive, Luka. He likes to get up close and personal, looking like he's just waiting for the grenade. Grenade is not going to come in. Quick hop, skip, and a jump, and he's through. He's trying to get closer to Minnesota themselves. One's going to go down, talking of grenades. It's Silly. He's going to find himself kill number 3. Denz, wrong player. Not what you want to see. I was going to just talk about Denz's Strong Search and Destroy KD at 1.25 going into this one here for Paris, but not what you want to see. And you kind of almost draw this round out straight away. Things can go bad, but that went awful. That was your teammates dropping and then your teammates shooting your teammates. It was chalked from about 30 seconds.
The read from Minnesota early on as well. Silly's nade opened up the play. He finds a frag kill, and after that, the writing was on the wall. Paris at 5-2 are in a tough spot. This is map point for Minnesota Røkkr.
Got a wreck 7-3 as well. So far, so good for him. I'm sure Røkkr are happy to be back on that main stage as well. These guys have been waiting for a while, sitting back, waiting at home, and it looks like another strong A push. It could be a 5v3, but 2 through the middle. Interesting in numbers is Alex and Asim going very, very fast, and this time it's going to be caught by Dens, trying to make up for his error in round number 6, or 7 should I say. We're now in 8. He's going to find not 1, but 2. You can flank all you like, Alex and Asim. It ain't going to work on Dens.
Yeah, Dens, so those 2 kills make a right. Kismet goes down on the point. That opens up the field now for Minnesota to take the site. Shox, he's up next. He's got to guess correctly. There are 3 members of the Minnesota Røkkr now on the point, trying to make something happen here. The reinforcements hitting the flank, though. It's Røkkr. He's got his runners on, and he's making his way through the back. Shots go through for Shox. He gets away with his life. Immediately looking to the door, hoping to find that player, make the push to try to clean up the kill, but it is not quite there yet. He's buying time for Røkkr to try to hit the flank now. That's what he needs to get. Assault manages to take care of Dens on the front, so now it's a 3v3. 30 seconds remain. Assault, knock, knock. There's the open. And he shuts the door back. No, thank you, sir. I'm not interested in whatever you're selling. As Luke has now finally made his way into the back, he gets the kill on the GodRx. That's huge. The bomb's going to be going down. 20 seconds now left. Zed's got himself dead silence as well. As he finds a 2-piece, that's huge. Gets to the fuse. And Paris, they will stay alive in the search and destroy.
Yeah, strong stuff as well, and well played by Paris in that one. We're going to see the defuse come through. But a long way to go yet. 5-3, still match point for Røkkr. As we've seen how strong they can be on S&D. I think, again, it was just starting from, the flank. It just didn't work out for them. Den's very well positioned, makes up for his error in the previous round, and now can maybe build something off of this. Push this to around 10, round 11. Who knows? Paris could really be in for a treat. But as we tick down into round number 9 here, another 90 seconds on the clock. GodRx still top fragging at 7 kills as we see Paris push on through the bar. Have a quick game of pool.
Not even sure they paid their tab. They're out so fast in that one. Lucas trying to find something here on the push through. They're stacking up though. This is dangerous. Waiting for the nades to pass. And with all those explosions, that's it. They know the game is on. Straight through the point. Alex gets the first blood. Smoke is going to be the coverage that Paris have. However, the dead silence play isn't going to be enough. They've got no idea what's going on there. Alex finds a second before being taken down, and now Silly's trying to hold the backside. Kismet tries to find the kills as well as we push this one back and forth. The shots are being exchanged. Asim desperately trying to find more kills, desperately trying to defend the A site. He does have a teammate at the backside towards B as well, so the numbers are still working out for Paris right now.
Yeah, right now, not too bad here. 45 seconds left on the clock. A lot of deaths in and around A. Problem being, what do? Rotate, push on through, keep the pressure alive right now. Asim's got the high ground. That's got a dead silence available as well. But it looks like Paris, they're just a little bit stuck here trying to find another in this, but a 3v4. Still that player over by B. So right now it's 3v3. GodRx, though, he's going to find one. Shox goes down, Kismet falls, and it's all up to Dens. Last alive, but he's going to fall as well. And Røkkr strike back with a 6-3 victory on Search and Destroy, tying the series up 1-1.
Good news there for Minnesota as they tie the series up 1-1. Paris, slight hesitation. Now, after this, domination to take the lead here in the series. Don't go anywhere, friends. This is the Atlanta home series here in the COD League.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40 TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. The US Army. What's your warrior?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. This is our US Army tactical play from the Search and Destroy, and it was none other than GodRx with the Minnesota Røkkr. Catches Luca on the transition, a very clean snipe. This is the first snipe we saw him get in the entire Search and Destroy. He got a couple more after that. It was a good map. You should go back on the VODs here on YouTube and check that out. You can do it right now.
It was a beautiful, beautiful start, and he was actually in the very final round picking players off as well. That sniper really paying dividends for Røkkr, and so far so good in the S&D for them. However, all tied up right now, 1-1. If you missed it, you missed out, but the hard point went to Paris. And again, just makes this domination a little bit more exciting.
It really does make things more exciting. Speaking of exciting, we have a very long and very cool day of Call of Duty for you. We'll have a quick look at the bracket. This is exactly what's going to be going on today, friends. You're currently looking at Group B. We have the Minnesota Røkkr versus Paris Legion. A little bit later on today, we're going to be seeing the Royal Ravens play the Mutineers, and then we're going to be seeing the Huntsmen play Toronto Ultra. And our big game day matchup is, of course, going to be the home team favorites, the Atlanta FaZe, going up against the Los Angeles OpTic Gaming. It is going to be a banger, a humdinger, or it's going to be a 3-0. Who knows? It depends on how good OpTic have managed to turn the game around in that break between launch weekend and this very day. But nonetheless, it's going to be a cool day. The Atlanta FaZe home series so far off to a great start. We've got a cool series in our hands and plenty more to play for. I mean, I still don't really know how we're looking in this series, to be completely honest, man. I've got no idea exactly where we're going to be going. But hey, let's go slowly but surely in the domination, which is going to be the next maps. We do have a nice bit of information here on screen, Phil. I mean, any major picks there for you? What's sticking out?
I think the one thing we need to look at is the players that are on the main stage right now, and there's only one of them. It's Assault from, of course, Røkkr. Yes, Octane is brilliant. Wuskins is fantastic. And Formula BZ, of course, tied for that 5th place. For the KD, KD isn't everything. We do like to bring it up. It shows, obviously, the slaying power of someone, you know, the ability to stay alive, yet put numbers on the board. It's a very big factor, don't get me wrong. If you could make kills and not die, is a very important trait to have in Call of Duty. However, Assault, maybe one to watch going into this Røkkr series.
Yeah, we are going to be on Hackney Yard for map 3 of this first series of the day. As Paris Legion now take their seats, get themselves back into the stage and roll in this next match. And of course, that was a bit of a tough search and destroy for them. Admittedly, though, Paris, their search and destroy has been somewhat shaky at times. We saw them go down 6-0 a few times, and it was a 6-0 loss actually to the Chicago Huntsmen in their game 5. That's what really cost them a spot in the grand final. That's a tough scene to be in. So there's definitely a bit of work there that Paris has to do in the search and destroy. But all in all, respawns are looking solid. The domination game is something that you cannot be sneezed at, and they had a great run against the Chicago Huntsmen there in London. What do the Røkkr have? They've got a little bit of information. They've got intel, being able to go back and watch those YouTube VODs, being able to study the game footage. That's the biggest advantage they have right now, and I wonder if they can put that to use.
I think as well, going into the domination, the respawns as well, Paris have a lot of firepower. I talk about that. But on the side of Røkkr, you've got that aggression as well. I think I look straight away towards Asim. He's the one who will have those most interactions. He'll be the one barging down the doors and getting on that B flag very, very quickly. Alex has actually been a shining star for me in Røkkr. Yes, we've seen Assault already on the leaderboards, but all of them across the board, I feel like Assault and GRX, they're the kind of ones that can put up crazy numbers, crazy KDs. And Silly, I do feel he can be a voice for these guys as well. He's a world champion. This guy has done it all. You know, someone who gets overlooked in sometimes the teams, and I think will probably do that because he does a little bit of the dirty work, but that dirty work equals points, and points equals victories. Going into Hackney Yard domination, it's going to be an interesting one because I think this is one where you do need to kind of focus on these SMGs, the MP5s. They're going to be absolutely everywhere. It's going to be manic. But Miles, I think it's very important. Keep your eyes on the minimap on this one. You're going to see those players drift off to the top side of the minimap, go for those flanks, and go to neutralize those home flanks.
Yeah, again, it's slightly different to the domination you may be playing in public matches, and if anything, friends, you should be playing the CDL playlist, where you can find yours truly, teabagging, shooting buddies, and wearing an assortment of those CDL skins. Here we go, right off the rip, it's going to be a B control for Minnesota Røkkr. Minimap, though, will tell the next story, which is going to be the battle towards A. A being the side that players tend to want to favor going towards, and you can see the defensive line. 3 members of Røkkr holding that back line at A, holding that brick wall, and now the push through towards B begins for Paris Legion. Still maintaining pressure on the north side of the map. It's going to be Dens, tries to find those kills, opening towards the backside of A if they want to get in there, and I think they do. But they still have to contend towards the points. Early on, a solid lead now for the Minnesota Røkkr. And don't forget, a change in how long the rounds are in domination for us here in the COD League.
Important announcement, of course, 6 minutes down to 5. So you said the Aussies are awake and still watching, supporting. We love to see that one. B looks like it took a little bit of a hit, but still in the hands of Røkkr right now. So we see number 3 is going to be Assault in there, picking up kills. But it's Kismet out and about, finding himself a wild Røkkr player. It's going to be Asim. Asim does find that double onto Luca and Kismet, and now we'll be able to defend B a little bit better. We've seen in the top left, Dead Silence available for Silly, the trophy system available for Assault. This is really a strong setup that they can get going here. Shox is just waiting, trying to find something, almost anticipating a push here from Røkkr, but it doesn't come. And now we're starting to see Paris flood through the middle and try and get some control.
Perfect work from Paris. They try to find the openings. Dens with a nice kill, and this is it. They've got a chance to put onto A. Let's have a quick Astro listen in with the Paris Legion.
Bottom out already.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Bottom out, got me, bottom out, got me.
I go on crossing. There's free gun B.
Okay, I'm holding fire. Top out. Yeah, right. I've got right. Top third, got it right.
Yeah, and one's already out. Please come.
Nice. Top out, assault.
Okay.
Yeah, I killed him, You got right. One stack.
AC crate.
Assault stacks. Got one stack. Assault, you can mark four. Nice, no one stacks in 4.
Yeah, AC got me.
This one in UK.
Yep. Go fast, go into B fast,
We gotta go. I'm saying anything? UK wall, got me, shot me cross. Got me.
It's
two cutting UK wall.
Minnesota managed to hold the line. They lose A for the time being. You heard the calls there from Paris. Get to B fast. The spawns were flipped, but it did not work out for them. And this is a trip cap right now for Paris.
Yeah, I mean, well, trip cap for Minnesota. On Paris, you're absolutely right. But talking about the domination, no pun intended, of Minnesota right now, they took LA Gorillas and Toronto on this very map and mode. They've only played domination twice, but it's both been on Hackney. Can they add Paris to the list of teams and players that they have taken down?
Be a good thing for a Minnesota fan, or is that like taking candy from a baby in LA and Toronto? I mean, maybe not the most difficult opponents they've faced so far, but here we go. Luca trying to open things up. 11-5 for GRX. He's been a staple of the Minnesota Røkkr roster so far as he picks up nothing but damage, and Alex with a very smooth run as he finds himself another one. Just keeping Paris in the danger zone. 3 now. Members of Paris have managed to slip through, desperately trying to get in towards B, but the kills are still going the way of the Minnesota Røkkr. And Asim locks down mid-map. It's very, very difficult to cross over those open spaces there in the Hackney Yard. And Silly now on point, so you manage to run through the ferry fires of Mordor, and what do? You get to that big old eye, and it's Silly. He is propped up here inside the point. The smoke's going to allow somebody to slip through Kismet, and he may have just bought himself a death ticket.
Well, I will say those 6 minutes down to 5, it really does kind of change it. I know it's only 60 seconds different, but only a minute and a half left on the clock. You talked about the danger zone, Miles. I think Paris were in this about 2 minutes ago. They are down, certainly not out, but I do fear for them right now. We see a neutralization on B, nothing going down at C right now. Points only going one way. way. A 50-point lead now for Røkkr, and they are sitting pretty, having fun, and they are slaying out their minds. You start to look at the stats, and every single player positive for them. 11 and 8 for Asim, though, dropping their most kills, joint with Alex and GodRx, of course, but a struggle on the side of Paris. Shox 5 and 10, Zed 7 and 13, those double negatives as well as Shox and Luca, should I say, 5 and 10. It's not good. You see the kill feed, it's just all purple, Miles.
It's all purple, baby. That royal purple, that Røkkr purple, as the kills keep going their way. The final 40 seconds now of the first round. Assault finds himself at 5 spree. I mean, we're just padding stats right now. They will be going into the second round with a very hefty advantage at this point. It is not impossible to complete this one for Paris. They can bounce back, but they've got to do a lot of work. They will be spawning on the A side now. So it's a bit of good news for the Parisian fans, as the kills just keep going their way. Any points garnered now is a massive, massive bonus for Paris. They desperately need to do something to slow down the advance of the Røkkr. Number 7's trying to make something happen the final 10 seconds. That was going to be Zed on the minimap. Those new numbers looking fantastic. You can call that one out yourselves back at home if you're watching on YouTube. And now Assault, these final moments as the first round comes to a close. And oh boy, the Minnesota Røkkr looking unstoppable.
Yeah, we touched on Assault going into this and one to watch. You know, his Dom KD currently sat at 3, overall KD at 6 as well. He just comes in and does what he does best, and that is slay. You pick up a player like Assault, a world champion, an MVP world champion at that. He is a slayer. You put an assault rifle in his hands, and he is absolutely shredding right now. 14 and 8, but Alex right there with him, 16 and 10.
I hate to say it, it was one of Nameless's game fuel keys to victory. Let Assault rock and roll, and he has done so far. I mean, I hate to say it, we love him, but those hot takes have been so hot recently. Scorching hot. Right off the rip, we're going to be seeing the kills going the way of Minnesota, but B and A, again, that favored side, spawning towards A, but the rotate has worked out. The push through the flank, no, it's your boy Dens, and aim as sharp as those cheekbones as he finds those 2 kills on the flank, cuts them down, and he's going to make A side safe for now. Watch those points trickle through for Paris. They have to hold B, they have to hold the back end of A, and they can actually get back into this.
Yeah, and obviously with a 5-minute half here, if you can hold a 2 cap, you can run away with 60 points. The problem being right now is Minnesota on the first half got that triple cap. They got a couple of neutralizations, and they're already taking back B. Paris, I feel at some stage, they need a triple cap or they need 2 and a neutral.
Can they get it done? Assault makes his way in a B up top, power position to be in. A very dangerous position to be in. Luca goes head to toe with him there with the M4 in hand. GodRx now up next. Takes care of Luca. One more player on point. Can he find that kill? Big heavy tags. Nobody there to clean it up, so he's going to have to wait for his teammates to show up. But again, time is on the side of Minnesota Røkkr as the points keep going their way. Alex now down low there in the shack, holding the B flag up close and personal. We still have A control for Paris, and that's what they want. But at this point in time, they need to make the moves. They have to be the ones in the driver's seat. Otherwise, this map's going to get quicker and far away from them at 131 and climbing. It's still looking strong for the Røkkr.
Yeah, so far outslaying by a team of about 15 kills. It's looking good for Røkkr. They have the 2 flag captured at the moment, B and C. And again, it's maybe not the most favorable, but you start to see and look at the minimap. I mean, number 8, you know, we've got Dens kind of locking down A. I feel we need to see him get more involved. It's kind of like high risk, high reward at this point. You've got to go for something. The neutralization on B goes down, but with only 3 minutes left, you are 70 points down. We need to see a miracle almost happen for Paris right now. Minnesota, though, this is the time to really pad those stats, have fun with this, and get as much confidence as you can right now. Alex, 22 kills. GodRx is going to find another. Dens find the double on screen before shutting down. And even such a good play just kind of gets nullified because in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing.
It doesn't mean anything, especially when Silly's going to neutralize A. That means no points whatsoever for Paris. He's going to sit there on the point as Shox tries to find his way in and plug that flag back in, and it's not going to happen. Silly holds him down. He's going to get the kill. He's going to get A, and this is looking even better for Minnesota. This is looking like another map win. This is looking like a 2-1 in the series at this point. Paris have got nothing right now in the tank of the domination here on Hackney Yard. Oh boy, this is not a good look for the Parisians. The first hard point was a close one. The search and destroy was not pretty, and now in the Dom with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock field, this is going to get bad faster and faster.
It's going to get very, very ugly. Yes, again, we see Luca with a 3-kill streak there, and we see them finally take 2 flags, but again, with the pressure being what it is, with only 2 minutes left on the clock, this is where Minnesota, they're fine and dandy. They're looking at hard point at this point. They're having a great time, but kills are still coming in. Silly finds double as Asim, and GodRx finds himself 2 as well. B changing hands once again. That warehouse has been dominated by Røkkr. GodRx on a 5-kill spree, finally goes down by the grenade. It feels like only that can kill him at this point.
This time, you just feel like Minnesota is sitting there. They're talking about the next hardpoint. They're talking about what's going to be going on in the next map. It's going to be in Azir Cave up next. And they're just thinking about like, hey man, we're going to be thinking about spawns now. We're thinking about the rotations. Because right now, I mean, Paris have got A and C. The spawns are going to start to get a little spread now, as we are seeing the members of Minnesota Røkkr spawning towards the top side of that map if these kills come through. But they're looking towards A quite quickly. They're going to be grabbing that one ASAP. Asim's going to be locking down their players coming through C. C and B control for Paris. 70 points separating these teams. The minute 17 on the clock. Is it over yet? No, it's not. There's a minute on the clock, but you know what I mean? Paris could pull this one back. They can turn it around for
I mean, I don't think they can, but...
Negative Nancy. Minnesota, they take C and A and B now for boys of Paris.
They are. One thing I do want to say, though, Minnesota, they've, like I said, played 3 dominations right now. The first one, it was against the LA Gorillas. They beat them 192 to 174. Of course, there was an additional 2 minutes on that map, but it was on Dom Hackney. They beat Toronto 188 to 172. It was on Dom Hackney, and they're about to beat Paris. They're actually getting more points in this one, and there's 2 minutes less. They are absolutely destroying. Has the break hindered them? Has the break helped them? Have they got more information than ever? It seems like Minnesota are fine on domination Hackney. Interesting to see if they play this map and mode again. The kill feed is purple, and Røkkr are leading the charge with this one. They're absolutely crushing Legion. And I tell you what, it's going to make map 4 even more interesting.
There we go. Alex has just been ripping his way through Paris all map long, 25 and 18. He's got himself 8 captures. Will go down there eventually, but again, that is going to be it. The final 5 seconds of the domination here on Hackney Yard. And oh boy, Minnesota Røkkr have absolutely devastated the map there. That's going to be a 2-1 lead here in the series, as Paris now put themselves in a dangerous position here in Group B. One more map, and they lose.
Yeah, and again, kind of touching on how special that victory really was. That's the most points they've acquired in domination with 2 minutes less. This is a brand new game, it almost feels. That 6 minutes down to 5 changes a lot, but it doesn't change anything for Røkkr right now. 30 kills for GodRx, a special player and one to watch out for, with only 18 deaths. Most kills, least deaths. Says a lot about a player, dropping 4,100 damage. Incredible stuff. And again, the respawn, we're going back to a hard point. If you missed map 1, you missed out, but Paris Legion took that. They'll be looking to push this to a game 5 and bounce back.
Whoa, big time bounce back would be a great thing for the Parisians. But again, I think Minnesota are looking to put this one to bed and put the Australian fans to bed, because we're coming up on 3 a.m. There's the stats for your stats guys out there. And again, 30 and 18 for GodRx. Brilliant stuff from him. 10 assists as well. I mean, lovely bit of work there from absolutely everyone on Minnesota Røkkr. Paris Legion, much to be left desired there when it comes to the domination of Hackney Yard. But hey, now it's time for a hard point on Azir Cave.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. One thing to point out there, Kismet, 7 captures, more than double his teammates, and he was actually going into that with an average of like just over 7 as well. So he is always about that objective. He does put the slaying power up as well, but something there just wasn't working for them. I think the slaying power, they were just overwhelmed, and again, when you had Soul, you had GodRx putting up those numbers, it's very hard to combat that. You know, to come back against that and jump on flags, it's just difficult. But Hardpoint, different game mode. We saw Paris, of course, take Gunrunner in map number 1. Now we're going to Cave. So I think, again, it's a map which may favor those ARs.
It may favor those ARs. Those ARs we were talking about there on Minnesota. Of course, we've got GodRx. We have Silly, who did a fantastic bit of work there in that last matchup. This is the first time we've seen them since the launch weekend. This was, of course, they're in London. They sat that one out. They got to chill for a while. And this was them in the launch weekend. Again, going up against the LA Gorillas. This was an exciting series, a dramatic series, I think. It was definitely one we're going to be remembering. And Silly, again, a world champion. No one you can be looking over. And again, it's the sort of player that you touch upon, Phil, that he does get overlooked occasionally when it comes to his teammates, but he's been an absolute staple. The man's been as reliable as gravity in this series so far, and he's been absolutely slaying it. The launch party, man, it was not bad, was it?
It wasn't, but that was their hometown. You know, it felt like they really felt that crowd, and it fueled them. And my question was, the next time we see them is here in Atlanta. They don't have that. They don't have that same, you know, crowd. They don't have that 6th man, if you like, cheering them on, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them. And again, individually, the one thing I love about Røkkr is every single player can go off at a different time, in different game modes as well. We saw Silly really step it up to the end of the Search and Destroy. Again, the slaying power is just... it's there for Røkkr. You look at this team and you think this has slaying power. I watched some of the B-roll of something or an interview with Alex, and he kind of said, being that one European player coming to this team, sometimes you've got to leave what you know, what you're comfortable, and go into, you know, a different, you know, something that isn't your comfort zone, and team with North American players. But he joined this team because he saw champions. He was teaming with world champions, and that's what he wanted. That's why he joined. He had many offers, but Røkkr is where he landed.
Everyone had question marks about this roster coming into the map initially, but all things considered, it's looking pretty good for Minnesota. I'll have a peek on your screen, but we will be going to an Azir Cave hardpoint now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Azir Cave seems to have changed up a little bit.
The weather looks awful.
Yeah.
Here we go, into the hardpoint. Minnesota with the 2-1 lead here in the series. They win the hardpoint. They roll on to the next stage of the groups. That's exactly what you want. The Australians, though, they don't want to go to bed just yet. Let's keep this one going. Straight in a hardpoint. And 3 seconds, it opens up. It's a flurry of grenades and utility smokes up. And we saw Minnesota win these opening fights in the first hardpoint.
Yeah, and again, I wanted to touch on the first hardpoint. It's very much like gun running. You kind of want to keep this first one a little bit neutral. Minnesota are not going to want to lose these spawns. These guys are going to kind of maybe keep Paris off the hardpoint, maybe get a couple of points themselves, but they don't want to be able to let anything flip. Talking of flipping, Zed tried it straight away. He's going to be denied by a scene, but on your screen is Silly. And Silly's actually rocking an M4. Interesting enough, off the bat, we've got 3 assault rifles for Røkkr and 3 for Paris. Again, like I said, going into this map, you are going to see a few more assault rifles amongst them.
Yeah, well, again, there's 2 fights taking place right now of importance. There's the fight for the hardpoint, but there's also the fight for the next one. That's going to be taking place on the far right-hand side of the map. But you can see the front line from Minnesota. They're not letting anyone get through. It's a watertight defense right now. Asim will be the one on the inside of the cave trying to prevent anything happening there up by the beds. And again, he has a very, very important job, watching the flank, making sure no one comes through, while in the meantime, his teammates pick up as much time as possible. So far, so good on the first hardpoint for Minnesota. Now we flip over towards the other side of the cave. Alex trying to hold down the front line, can't make it work as Paris bursts through the cave east. In from behind, it's going to be Assault. Very, very strong shots. We talked about him before, our MVP world champion, as he finds the kills and sets up the defensive position there by the underpass.
And this is so hard to break when you've got someone like Assault and Røkkr right now. He hasn't died, he's dealt 389 damage. Maybe that 473 as he finds another kill here and an assist as well. But Paris, they're going to be smoking out. They're going to be trying to push through. It's not the best of starts. They didn't have the most favorable starts to the game, but the kill feed, it's like domination maps. It's all purple, and this is where, for me, Paris need to scratch this one up. They need to control the football field, and then they need to go over to cave and have a strong rotation. But with 15 seconds left, let's see how the setup goes down here by the football field.
It's a soccer field in Atlanta, Phil. Jeez, mate. 10 seconds, it will be lit up purple. As Paris have managed to find their way in as much as they possibly can, but it's not going to quite be enough. The high ground is completely dominated right now by the members of Minnesota, but Denz is going to find a nice kill. Smokes are up, allows the submachine gun players to flood through. That's going to be one from Zed. Røkkr, though, he's up next, covering fire, just keeping those players slowed down, but it's not going to be enough. Shocks, he gets in from behind. Now Alex has got to turn that head on a swivel, make sure he takes care of the player behind him. He's got to hunt him down, and he gets hunted himself. Shocks, what a kill. Keeping the play alive, keeping Paris in this one, and now Denz, it falls to him. The assault rifle wonder for the Paris Legion to lock this down, but no, Minnesota have rolled this one through. Luka can't get the second, but the clock, it flips immediately and the Røkkr are back in charge.
Yeah, so far so good for Røkkr. With 25 seconds, they can really start to gain this lead. And again, Luka overlooking this, no one on the hill at the moment. It's a very important one coming up next down by the cave as well. This is could be a comeback here for Paris, but who's going to be there first? It is going to be Paris. Silly just waiting. So Paris, interesting enough, they're going to get the scrap time. They have the rotation. We could see this game very quickly get a little bit more even, a little closer here. Røkkr does find another kill, but it's not going to be enough to break anything just yet.
I mean, it does feel like Minnesota have done their homework. They're making the reads perfectly on Kismet almost every single time. Kismet tries to make the rotate. Kismet tried to find the opening kill, and he's just not. He's currently sitting at 5 and 12, so he's been absolutely silenced right now by Minnesota. The next hard point we go to, Cave West. Zed trying to lock down the back. Assault does lead the charge. Asim with a nice 2-piece as well. That's great. The break from Minnesota is almost perfect. Zed's the last player left alive. He's going to find 2. Can Zed get a 3 out of this one? That would be something special. No, he will go down. The man can only do so much on a single red screen. And with that, we are seeing the reinforcements arrive for Paris. Minnesota trying to reinforce quickly. Kismet goes down again as Alex just absolutely puts him on his back. He finds another one. Alex is ripping the boys of Paris apart. And that's going to be another hard point in the way of the Minnesota Røkkr.
And that was a hard point which was locked down by Paris. The way that Alex got in there, got in position, made 2 important kills, and now sets his teammates up for an even better kind of midsection of this is incredible. I mean, going into this hard point, Both these teams had played Azir Cave Hardpoint once. They've both won it. They've both seen success. But the one thing I will say was Minnesota absolutely dominated Toronto. It was a complete shutout, 250 to 125, and right now we're seeing the exact same. Breaking through though. Who has those spawns? It's Røkkr again. This is going from bad to worse to absolutely terrible for Paris.
It ain't good. Zed covers the flank. Keep the kills coming, though, for Paris. That's what you need to be seeing. Shox is going to be leading the front charge. He goes down. Den's trying to watch over him. The Angel's on his wing, but it's not quite going to work out. Heavy tags. See the hail of gunfire, not able to make the play. What Den's is trying to do now is buying time for the submachine gun players to charge in. He finds a 5 spree, and it's an all Paris kill feed. Is this an opportunity to turn it around? No. The spawns are still in the hands of the Røkkr. They spawn close to the hard point. Den's is going to keep shooting. He's going to run out of ammo eventually, as his teammates are just unable to get onto the point.
Yeah, this is a very hard one to break. Again, that back spawn. The one thing that Paris do have right now is they're pinning them back there for the next one. We are going to start this one all over shortly. However, down by 65. Paris, they're not out of it. We've seen what they can do on hardpoint here. We can see how things can turn around. Kismet, he's not had the best maps just yet. 7 and 18. He's a player which can turn things on its head as well. But Alex and Gutterex lighting up that kill feed once more. The slaying power is just so strong. But going back to the middle, smokes are out, trophies are down. Semtex are going here, there, and everywhere. And my goodness, it's contested once more.
Yeah, it's a big contest. But I mean, we saw a nice bit of sign of life there from Paris. But what they have to do now, they have to take control of this hardpoint, and Denz, he's actually going to do it. He has to push through the backside of Cave East. He has to get those spawns up by the broken house, and this is good bit of work. He's drawing the reinforcements from Minnesota away from the hardpoint and into the battle with Cave for him. He will go down to a nice 2-piece there from Alex, but it is going to give a little chunk of time towards Paris here on the center of the map.
All said and done there, though, with 10 seconds left. The spawns haven't been broken. Minnesota are setting up for what is maybe the money hill on this one. But the slaying power, it is strong for sure on Minnesota, but it's not completely wiping out. Again, we do see a close-ish game here with 30 points, but it's the setup that Minnesota have. We need to see something pretty special from Paris here to break this. I'm not sure who the player's going to be. Maybe it has to be more than one, but it's Zed on the flank who finds 2. This is a big kill. They will still be spawning back broken, and he knows it. He's waiting for those spawn kills, and this is what we're talking about. It might be a favorable spawn for 1, but as they go down, we're going to see Minnesota fall. They're still spawning at the back. Number 2, Zed, he's still just trapping him. That's your house, and you're staying there, he says.
I could not get the final 2 kills there, and Minnesota are still spawning at the back. How many players is he going to kill? How many men has he got to run through? He can't get it done. We do have the hard point in the hands of Paris for now, but is it going to be enough when the reinforcements, they're 2 steps away from the hard point, baby. Now you've got the numbers coming through for Minnesota. Denz keeps the gunfight alive, keeps the shots going. Kismet on the outside of the map now, almost finding 3, but again, it is closing the distance right now for Paris.
That was probably the best Paris could have hoped for. Yes, a spawn flip would have been incredible, but they didn't need it in the end. They put the pressure in the right places. And I said, which player was it going to be? It was more than one, but Zed for me really stood out in this one. Now going over to the soccer field, Luca's got 1. He's got a second. Kismet's starting to heat up. Paris Legion are getting back into this one. Down but not out. It's starting to heat up, and Minnesota, are they crumbling amongst the pressure?
Oh, I don't know, as things are starting to heat up. The cold boys of Minnesota are not enjoying the heat right now from Paris. We could well be seeing a lead change. What's going on right now?
My.
Minnesota, they need to find a break here, and there's potential for it to happen. It's Asim on the flank. He's been, oh no, he's managed to make through. Asim in from behind, finds himself 2. There's a 3rd if he wants it, and this is a great turn of events as now Minnesota with a chance to get back in on the point. They have to be thinking about the next rotation as well, though. But all things considered, Paris have got that one in their hands.
Well, it looks like there's just a couple more players over by Paris, but it's going to be a big kill there. Again, Asim, a genie in a bottle, it looks like here, trying to change the game for Minnesota Røkkr. He's doing well so far, 23 and 18, a 5-kill spree. He's got 1 second on the hill, but he's really not that objective player. He's the aggressor in this one. But last time we saw Paris have the favorable spawns and really get shut out on this one. Smokes galore. I want to see more trophies put down. There's Gutterex on your screen, and there we go. We're going to see 1 straight away. Paris finds 1. Paris finds a triple here, as we do see Minnesota Røkkr answer back with a couple of kills. But these points are going in the way of Paris Legion. And if we think just 60 seconds, 90 seconds ago, this was a sheer domination from Røkkr, and we're seeing a completely different side. I point out Kismet having such a slow game. He's now rocking with 22 kills to his name. He's really stepped it up.
Stepped it up in a big way. Minnesota will hold the line for the time being and prevent Paris from breaking that sweet, sweet 200-point mark. That's when you know we're in the business end, friends. Kismet now hitting the rotate. We go over to the cliff for the last hard point of this rotation. And already, Minnesota, they're lined up for it. Kismet's got a very tough job. This is what he's been trying to do all map long. Make those opening kills, lock down the spawns initially. Now he's going to contend through the smoke. There's the gunfire from Assault. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2, and that's huge. Now we're going to be seeing a potential lead change, unless Zed can make something work out. There's 1. Sway has taken down. He can't quite find the second as now Kismet from up high. Can he get enough kills this time to flip the spawns? He's got another player in the back, and this is working out. The front line is still going. The battle is still raging. He almost shoots his teammate. Assault by 5. Kismet in from behind. Is this finally the moment now for Paris to break the spawns and take the hard point?
Well, the flip the spawns is going to be enough here for now, but the contest goes down. Neutral for a second, but back and forward. This is what we saw, only roles reversed almost. Røkkr are going to be pushing them back and holding them away from that spawn. They've got plenty of grenades. They've got equipment for days. Trophy system is available for Dens. Is it going to be enough? Again, 3 clusters in the kill feed, and we're starting to see Minnesota just set up for the next one and start to pin them back. 214 to 198. The lead is now in favor of Røkkr. They're 1 map away, and this could be the one they need.
The lead may be in favor, but for now, the spawns are still good for Paris. They have to battle towards mid. They could lose it on the next hard point, but they've got themselves set up for the hard point that follows. Here we go. 1 more push is all these 2 teams need. They could potentially win it here. Paris, you got to go. You got to commit everything to this one. There is no turning back. Silly. He's just rolled up across 5 members of the entire Paris Legion. The Legionnaires are charging through mid. 20 points for the win now for Minnesota, and this is for the win in the series. This is a big one. Silly still holding the line. GodRx, Assault, they're doing the work in the back end. They're finding the kills. GodRx continues the run through mid. He's going to keep getting these kills. There's 30 seconds left, and Paris, they have just marched into the jaws of the Minnesota Røkkr. This is the end. This is the Ragnarok, baby. It's all over. 5 more seconds. Paris, you got to contest. You now have to hold this hard point perfectly, make the rotate, and get it done. But the spawns, no. Minnesota have got the right-hand side of the map. This could well be it. A final few seconds, the contests are there. And ladies and gentlemen, the Minnesota Røkkr get it done 3-1 over the Paris Legion.
Silly just started to light up at the end. He was on a 6-kill spree. I think he went down. He might have continued there, but it must have been 10, 11 kills in the final 60 seconds. And a player which doesn't get the credit he usually deserves. But Silly, for me, just closed that one out so beautifully. And again, ironically enough, it's on that middle hard point. We see a strong, strong showing from Minnesota Røkkr. With 1:20 hill time, the most on his team, 26 kills to his name there. Silly ends up really showing up for Røkkr.
What a matchup to start the day off. That's a quick updated bracket, friends. Of course, in Group B, you win 2, you move on to the semi-finals, you lose 2. And you go back to your hotel room. Legion now in a tough spot. They've got to win their matchup against the loser of the Huntsmen versus Ultra. Røkkr, though, will now be sitting pretty as they roll into the second round. And what a matchup that was for them. Again, questions about where does Paris sit in the overall standings? Where does Minnesota sit in the overall standings? Now we're starting to see a little bit more of a developed story, a little bit more of a developed standings in terms of where these teams match up. I know a lot of players came into this one expecting Legion, based on what we've already seen, to be the standout team here. But in the end of the day, it was all about the Røkkr. Right, that's all from the casters up here on our perch. We're going to throw it down to Rich with a couple of superstars.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'm here with your PlayStation Instant Reaction. I got not 1, but 2 of the members of the team. I got Silly and I got GodRx, and got a lot to talk to you guys about. Obviously, that last map was pretty insane. How's it feel to be back?
It feels awesome to be back, especially after sitting out the last event. All we've done is study the other teams that were supposed to play at this event, so it was nice preparing for that.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the big picture questions I think a lot of us have been talking about, is how this schedule is actually going to affect teams. Do you feel like having that a little bit of time off, not being at one event, gives you that extra jump on a team like this that's obviously competing right now to be one of those top 3 teams?
I mean, it definitely does help to have more time to study like on other teams, but at the same time, all of us love to compete, so sitting out for events definitely is a tough one to just sit home and watch instead of playing, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a very new dynamic, but one thing that we're also seeing is your team's new dynamic. And Silly, I kind of want to ask you, because I've seen you do this with countless teams, I've seen you pull together a lot of chemistry with a lot of different lineups. How's the chemistry feeling with this squad?
The chemistry feels phenomenal. We're all playing at our facility every day. We pretty much do everything together, gym, wake up, sleep. But it's really benefited us inside and outside of game, just being around each other all the time.
I'm going to ask you one weird question right now, not focused on your squad, but just chemistry in the past, because I've been watching you since you were fighting through those opens. I've watched you do just about everything. I've been a fan for a very long time, but one of your old duos now has actually been rotated off the bench for Seattle and Pander. What do you think Pander's going to be able to do next week when he actually comes out to play?
I think Pander definitely has a lot to bring to the table. I always thought he was the next player that had that chance to get on a pro spot, and just being best friends with him, I'm really happy to see him finally have that opportunity.
All right, well, we're jumping to a quick break. I'm excited to get to watch you guys play more. Looking fantastic already. We're going to have to see what they can do. More Call of Duty in just a few seconds here, folks. We'll see you after this very quick break.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Grubhub, restaurants you love, delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We're here at the Atlanta FaZe home series. We are one series down in the day so far, but plenty more to go. The Røkkr took down Paris Legion 3-1. They roll on to the second round. Coming up next, though, we have the Royal Ravens up against the Florida Mutineers. That's going to be a humdinger, a banger, if you will. Again, a lot of fans for both sides. Excited to see exactly what these teams can bring. Again, London coming off a very disappointing top 4 finish for them at their home series event a few weeks ago. And the first time we'll be seeing the Florida Mutineers since the launch weekend.
Yeah, I mean, one game down, one prediction wrong, going well so far.
Same,
However,
actually,
good to see again. Ravens going up against the Mutineers. We've not seen these guys match up. It's going to be an interesting one, but we've got so much throughout the day. I believe 8 games today to get through, and we've already had an interesting series. And Røkkr come out on top. It's only the 3rd game on land, first tournament, so congratulations to them. But an interesting one coming up next.
Yeah, we've got a fun one coming up next. Before we get to the next one, we're going to have a quick look at some highlights from London. It's our PlayStation top 5 plays.
It's a 5 spree for Dens. Can he find more? There's number 6. Envoy could make it number 7. Dens needs help. I think he's run out of ammo with his primary, so he's left with nothing but the pistol. It's about buying time now for your teammates, but Dens only needs the pistol.
It's all good and well, but they haven't noticed Waskin in from behind. He was in there, baby! What was that 3-piece? His teammates now have got to contend, and Dylan's there to pick up the pieces. This is it, the absolute final seconds of the map, and rated from behind the final 5 seconds now, as he's only done it!
You need to get on the hard point. You need to challenge Shotzi, and Shotzi's been taken down.
It's gonna be close. Oh my God, he gets it off. Can he get away with his life?
Oh, no! It's Crib6 that makes the play! He gets the play with 1.01 on the clock!
I thought he was gonna check the bomb.
Preempts the window and smokes him!
Now it's all down to Gilmas. He only needs to get a killer.
They line up.
He couldn't quite finish it. Did he hop off it? He did hop off it for a second, though. He's right back on it. Get up there. Go. He's got to go. He got to it. Can he get there in time? Can he get there in time? I think he got it. Oh, he got the kill. I thought the defuse was in. He got the kill. Are you kidding me? Well, London looked a lot of fun. If you didn't get to catch that, you can always jump onto youtube.com/COD League and have a look at those sweet, crispy VODs. They're still fresh. They still smell oven fresh, friends. But we have got to be, we're going to be making a lot more exciting plays this weekend. Again, it's early days. We've seen 1 series. We have 7 to go. I hope you're extremely comfortable. And I know for the Australian fans, I received some tweets in the break that they might be falling asleep soon. We're approaching 3:30 a.m., I believe, for them. So it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a good one. And Phil, up next, the London Royal Ravens up against the Florida Mutineers. How are you feeling about that one?
I mean, I went into this one and I thought there was a certain favorite. I've seen people's brackets and predictions, and honestly, it seems pretty split, and I think rightly so. I think, yes, Ravens have looked strong. They were in their hometown, obviously, last time, but I think Ravens, they still need to prove. I think, yes, they came out hot in Minnesota. Yes, they kind of showed what they were capable of in London, but I haven't seen really the consistency that I want to see from them. On the Mutineers side, though, again, some superstars on that lineup, and again, some overlooked talent, I feel. I think that's the story of their team, is people just forget about them. These guys are ready to rock and roll. I'm looking out for some certain individuals.
Well, they've got a chance to shine now here in Atlanta, but before we get into that one, again, Waskins, a player for the London Royal Ravens, he was coming out to great applause, fantastic fanfare, and it did hurt more than it seemed to most for the loss there against Dallas in the semi-finals. It was, of course, a Game 5, a reverse sweep for Dallas. But hey, you got to give it to him. What a series it was. For Waskins, again, it hurts more than most. But chance for redemption, a shot now at glory once again here at the Atlanta home phase. And he was coming out to MVP chance in London. He won't be receiving that here in Atlanta, I can tell you that for free. But again, I would be excited to see what he brings here. Here's a big old tweet from Waskins again. He wears his heart in his sleeves, and he's wearing it on social media as well.
Yeah, on the move to Atlanta. Time to lock in and focus up. Got a big week ahead, and I couldn't be more excited. See you people Saturday. Well, today is the day we get to see Waskins play again. I mean, yes, he was coming out to those MVP chants, but honestly, I think it was well-deserved. The amount of the stats, the kills, whatever you want to kind of call it, he was putting crazy numbers up. But again, it's a new weekend. You know, that London is forgotten about. They didn't take it there. They've got to come here, start through this bracket, and go once again. Each game, of course, 10 CDL points, so important to remember. Røkkr have got that one backed up and have got another 10 on the board, so good for them so far. London, again, this is a tough game. I think people are overlooking Mutineers.
Yeah, the Mutineers, again, is a very, very strong lineup. We were excited enough about them seeing at the launch weekend, and Sky has got a huge highlight. He's one of the players I'm actually looking forward to playing all weekend long. An incredible standout player, someone who's extremely exciting to watch. We'll see how we go, but that's enough from Miles and Momo for now. We will be back after this quick break with the London Royal Ravens up against the Florida Mutineers. This is the COD League.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky with a cold wind blow. Wings beat down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire. against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending it. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League live from Atlanta. We're going to take a quick look right into the bracket. And Joe, at least according to our predictions coming in, one match played, one upset on the board.
Yeah, Minnesota, they played very well. Paris Legion losing a couple of respawns, unlike them, but, they still have a chance, to get through towards the semifinals. But coming up next, we're going to be looking at that Group A. Royal Ravens taking on the Florida Mutineers.
But does this just mimic what you could expect all year with the level of competition? Anyone could beat anyone, expect upsets all year long.
It's what we talked about yesterday, right? Just sort of the depth of the league here. Just so many solid teams, so many great players, and it just comes down to that day. I know we say it a lot, but it really does. Who's playing better that day? Who's on point? And, well, we'll see who's on point next.
Well, let's take a look at our next series, and we're going to hop right into your game fuel key to victory, and that's going to be with London. So we're going to talk about the London boys. Hot off the tournament. We were in London 2 weeks ago. You see the points there. Jerd, he's got to step it up. He had a .84 KD at London, and that won't cut it. Is Jerd the guy you have your eyes on coming into this weekend?
Yeah, I think Jerd is one of them, but for me, besides Wuskin, who are your superstars on this London team? It's Scraps, it's Dylan. They need to improve.
All right, well, Joe adds something to that, but now let's take a look at the Florida side of it. Your game fuel keys to victory. Show dominance in S&D. Let Havoc and Pristini fly. Joe, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so at Minnesota, they had a 50% win rate, right? They go to a Game 5 twice. They lose one Game 5. It just won't cut it, right? It has to be above that 50% for this team. Solid respawn team, but we really want to see their dominance in Search and Destroy. And yeah, let Pristini and Havoc do their thing, man. We know how quick that they can play, how fast they are on the map.
Oh, and now it is time for your U.S. Air Force Quick Scope as we get closer to this second match starting here in Atlanta. You can see Ravens have the edge when you talk about the CDL points, but obviously they go deep into that London tournament. Similar in the respawn KD, with the big edge there. You see it in the Search and Destroy. That's where Florida's got to take over this series.
Yeah, I mean, London very close to having 40 of those CDL points, maybe even more at London. Obviously they lose that Game 5, they get reverse swept. It's a big tournament for them. Obviously, you don't have the home crowd on your side anymore. And then for Florida, you had a lot of chance to prep for this tournament. You had a lot of, VOD watching to go over. We'll see if they're ready for this match.
Well, speaking of, kind of watching that VOD, that comes into your vetoes. And that's going to take us right into your U.S. Air Force maps and modes. anything that really jumps out to you? I think when we were taking a look through the stats, the one thing that we noticed, I believe London has yet to play Petro, which is surprising. Petro hardpoint for map 1, which is surprising just because they've played quite a few maps considering the deep run they had at London.
Yeah, I mean, obviously those vetoes, both the teams sort of know what they want to play. Maybe they don't want to play Gunrunner against a team like Florida, right? You want to play those more slow, methodical maps. I mean, Petro's not too slow, but there's a lot of those big rotations, and you have Cave map 4 where maybe their ARs, that's when they can come into play. A guy like Weskin can really take over.
Who do you think has more to prove today?
More to prove today. I think that London has more to prove today, but I think that Florida wants to show that they are involved in top 4.
All right, well, let's say hello to the London squad. The Royal Ravens coming out for revenge.
Dylan, he's too bloody strong.
One of the best players in the world.
Again, Scraps has got his number.
Beautiful reads from Weskin.
London showing they are one of the top squads in the game here to try and dominate this weekend. We'll see if Dylan and the boys can step it up. But on the other side of the stage, it is going to be the Florida Mutineers. I don't know that we've seen yet what this squad is capable of, filled with young talent. This is your Florida Mutineers.
Thousands and thousands of hours of hard work lead to this moment.
The Mutineers will go in with a small lead. The Mutineers will have the advantage.
Now they're on your point. Look how close it is, Joe. A millimeter. What a round. What a round.
The Mutineers, I think one of the big question marks this weekend, like what kind of upsets can they bring in? We've already seen Røkkr do it. Can Mutineers come in here and shock? Because I know you picked them to win, but personally, I think it would be an upset without question.
I think it's an upset, right? It's just one of those teams that have flown under the radar. They have the talent. They have players last year who won a world championship in Pristina. You have players who were in grand finals. You have players who had breakout years in Frosty, in Mox. Like, they have the ability to do so. We're just waiting to see if they can put it together. But London, yeah, they are battle tested. They've been in this tournament format before. They know what they need to do. They know what they need to improve on. We'll see if they've done that preparation as we get into this match.
All right, getting into our second match. We've got 8 best-of-5s today. Like, strap in. It is going to be an absurd day of Call of Duty esports action, but we're kicking it off on Petro. Mutineers, Ravens, battle it out in this best-of-5, and I like this. Let's start off with Dylan, because I think he is the one on the different podcasts, different shows we've talked about. If somebody needs to step it up, if somebody needs to take over and get to that conversation where he's one of the top players in the world, it is Dylan. But the guy that's been discussed a lot coming into this, I saw a post. I'm not sure if it was from COD Gamepedia, and guys, excuse just a second, there's a game pause. We'll get back in as quick as we can, but till we get there, the one thing, I think the question was, is Weskin the best player in the game? And I saw that, and Weskin quote tweets it and basically said, hey, it's an honor to be included in this conversation, but I still got to win, right? Like, you still have to get the win. But it's got to be awesome for Weskin, considering, I think, where we thought he'd be coming in, to see him already in that conversation this early in the title.
Yeah, I think when we first saw this London team, this roster, we were very excited about the sub-pressure that they had, right? Dylan, Jerd, Scraps, their ability. The question marks for me were around Weskin and Rated. When you go up against the best teams in the world, the talented AR teams, what was going to happen? But we didn't expect Weskin's level to be this high. And I don't know if it's just sort of the game, the way he's playing it right now with 1 AR, 4 MP5s, whatever it may be, but he just has to keep playing that consistent.
Well, I think we've touched on teams that we think have a ton of potential to improve from what they are, like OpTic, one of them, obviously, that we think is going to get a lot better than what we've seen. But is London also on that list just because I don't think we've seen their subs even close to the level they can play? Like, have we just not seen their ceiling yet?
I guess so. I don't know. Like, they're competing for top 4. Like, to me, that's where I think they're going to be all year. I don't know if they're going to win. That's really what we've talked about, is I'm not sure if they are going to win an event. It's so difficult to do. I mean, I think London was a good opportunity for them, and they lose that game 5, right? So
up 2-0 as well.
That was always the thing with these EU teams. Can you be consistent from event to event? Because we just haven't seen that in recent years.
All right, well, let's talk about the other side while we get ready to load back into it. I went with London. You went with Florida. What was your biggest reasoning for going with Florida?
Because I didn't trust the EU teams to be consistent from event to event.
Okay.
But I also like this Florida team. I just think they're massively underrated. We talk about the importance of search and destroy and what it can mean in this S&D or this tournament format. So if they're able to put that together, the fact that they went 3-1 in hardpoint, if they're winning respawns, I think they're going to compete.
Okay, how important is it we switch from the 2-minute rounds to the 90-second rounds for search and destroy? Do you think that's even more of an advantage for your just kind of naturally gifted search players at this event with such little time to prep?
I think so, right? You have to be quick on your feet. We saw it in the last match. There was a few rounds where I think Phil was talking about it. He doesn't like seeing the bomb being planted with like around 10 seconds left. Why? Because if defender, he's able to take that player off the bomb, the round's over. They just have to hide and stay alive. So it's going to just come down to those fast executes, those fast rotations.
Well, before we get to search and destroy, we're going to be kicking things off with hardpoint, and entering Atlanta, you'll see some of the young gods that have been dominating the hardpoint. Obviously, when you see people like Simp and Cellian, they only have a couple maps played, right? Like they weren't at London. You just saw them in Minnesota where they dominated. But you see Wuskin up there. You see GodRx from our last series. Octane has been lights out, despite the fact that Seattle has not looked good. And Denz, I mean, he's right there with Wuskin for me for, I don't want to say surprises of the year, but like kind of like your pleasant surprises. Like, wow, these guys are playing at a higher level than I thought they would.
Yeah, I think the notable is obviously Simp, right? He's doing this with a sub. Again, only 2 games. GodRx also with a sub. The rest of the players are AR players. It's sort of what we talked about with the maps where there's 1 AR, you're having 4 MP5s run at you, you're gonna get 1 or 2. It's just easy. There's so much pressure on you. You're in a good position. You're gonna find the easy kills.
And it's been interesting too because we talk year to year to year. Usually you start with a heavier AR presence on the map. You get to more SMGs, right? Like you get to more SMGs, the game gets faster, but we already started with 4. So it's like, if anything, do we get to 5 at some point with how good the MP5 has been? But apologies for the delay, just a bit of a game issue. But before we hop into the game 1, we're headed to a quick break. Be right back.
Download free now.
Welcome back. Just around the corner, we've got the Royal Ravens up against the Mutineers. If you're just joining us, we're only 1 series in. Paris, top 4 team. We thought coming into this, already upset by Røkkr. Now we'll see what will go down between these 2 squads. And Joe, we were looking through some of the stats and kind of talking about what London needs to do. And it was shocking for me to see, like, Dylan has a .93 in hardpoint. Jerd has a .83. Those both ranking like your bottom 10 to 15 of all players in the CDL. I guess for Jerd, we've seen that before maybe, but Dylan, I think we all expected Dylan to come in and be like a top 5 SMG without question.
With his year, yes. Last year, yeah, absolutely. But I think it's just tough right now with the way the game is. But yeah, someone on their side has to be that sub player, right? Like we saw from Chicago last event with both Scump and Envoy, the stats that they were putting up. You see Simp, you see what GodRx is doing. He has to be that guy.
Do you just think that this is going to be a year, maybe like years past, where subs float around to 1 and your AR has a 1.2, 1.3, drop stats, and that's just what the year is?
That's sort of what it's looking like, right? And then it's going to be who are those subs that
stand out.
Yeah,
right?
that stand out, that are really going off at events.
In the past, I mean, we're talking, let's say 3-4 years ago, when you would take a look at a top 10 list, it'd be 8 ARs and then like Scump and Hook or something like that. That would basically be it, right? Like there'd be 2 players that would crack into that. The rest were ARs, and that's very much how it has been looking. Last year, a little bit different with just the Maddox was a sort of super do-it-all AR sub everything type of gun. It's kind of what the MP5 feels like, but only a couple players have been able to really dominate thus far. Well, while we're waiting to get into this first match, guys, I know there were some questions last event, kind of how the format works, how everything works throughout the year, how do we get to champs, and I want to break it down for you guys. Let's take a look at the CDL Explainer.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League, built to reimagine what you think you know about esports. But what is it? This is 3 tiers of pro, amateur, and fan competition. Pros represent 12 teams across the US, Canada, and Europe, and feature the world's best Call of Duty players in a larger-than-life competitive experience. Beginning January 2020, the season kicks off in Minnesota with the Call of Duty League launch weekend, where all teams in the league will descend on the Twin Cities to set the tone for what will be an action-packed season. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues, going from city to city as teams host home series weekends in their markets. Each home series will feature 8 pro teams facing off in a tournament bracket where the format is simple. Win 2 matches, and you move on to the single elimination bracket. Lose 2, you're going home. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues. Teams will earn CDL points for every match they win in a weekend, as well as based on their overall placement in the tournament. These CDL points will be used to determine which teams qualify for the playoffs and championship weekend. Next, there's the official Path to Pro amateur system, the Call of Duty Challenges. Here, amateur teams can compete in tournaments with settings that mirror the professional league's rule set. Players can earn Challengers points in online ladders and tournaments, as well as live open bracket competition held at the league weekends and home series events across the season. With Challengers, amateur teams will compete for dedicated prizing and jockey for position to compete at the Challengers finals during the Call of Duty League Championship weekend. And finally, the Call of Duty League City Circuit, designed to take the casual competitors to the next level. While only the most elite players will ever go pro, there are tons of Call of Duty fans looking for a chance to compete for local and global fame. Launching later this season, the City Circuit enables fans to rep their city in 2v2 competition, earn travel to the Call of Duty Championship weekend, compete for prize money, and achieve major hometown hero status. All 3 tiers of play will come to an epic conclusion at the Call of Duty League Championship weekend, where Challengers hopefuls will compete for the biggest prize pool of the year. City Circuit finalists will vie for their chance at history, and of course, the main event itself, one final tournament to crown the Call of Duty League 2020 World Champions.
Welcome back, and I mean the big thing there, we're going to go from 8 teams here down to 4 in the single elimination bracket. Will determine a winner in all of these tournaments to get us to COD champs at the end of the year. But now we are ready to go. Thank you, fans, for your patience. Into Petro, map 1, Mutineers, Ravens.
Well, you see right away the advantage you have when you spawn on the side that the Mutineers do. Those nades just coming over the top, and you do have one player right away. That's going to be Scraps. He's already thinking about hill number 2 for London, so he's going to try to flip those spawns. But Florida, they're going to take that early time. Jordan now starting to work his way down the stairs, but he's waiting for his teammates. He knows that they just got taken down.
Well, now the pinch comes in. It'll be Dylan from the backside. There's the opening. That should be the floodgates.
Should be the flip as well. It's a big flip for London.
There's the flip. Fantastic job. And yes, you get 21 points if you're Mutineers, but this could lead to a massive rally for the Ravens. But they got the flip. They need to make sure they now don't get flipped. And that number 0 will be trying to watch mid-map. Actually, he ends up dropping. So rallying across will be raided to try and deal with the pressure. You see that back spawn now coming in for Mutineers. Maybe blessed a bit, but they did have one push top street.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I mean, Florida's already committed to this. You're going to earn 30 seconds for free. So for London, just spawning on that opposite side, you're going to get that early time, and then raided. He's staying alive towards back cafe. He's able to find 2 kills. Can he find the third? No, Frosty wins that one. But everybody just trying to stay alive, and on the hill it was Skies who wins the gunfight for Florida.
Yeah, I think he just tucked away in a pocket, just waiting to pop out as soon as the hard point pops. But Now to Dylan's POV as he is snapping, flying. Dylan, look at the kill feed, all red. Waskin with 2, Dylan with 2, and Rated with the 5th as everyone falls, and that'll be early pressure and early time into the hard point. Is already a 20-point edge for Ravens. And time to chance to make it scarier here.
And look at what London is doing. They've already sent Jerd across the map with 35 seconds left. He's already back Hasman, right? I mean, they have the spawns, they have the setup. When you go 5 dead, Jerd does get taken down. A nice find by Mox, but he's already 1 step ahead.
What do you think teams watch with how much we gassed it on broadcasted hard points? If you watched anything, it might have been Envoy's rotations or Huntsman on this particular map. What do you have, 3 minutes in the hard point? He was rotating 20 to 30 seconds early, always making the play. You could have taken notes on that, so don't be shocked to see a lot of early rotations here. But now to Hazmat we go. Frosty tucked away inside, 1 with him, 2 with him. Great play from Frosty. Does he need a strong hold here from Mutineers? An early break is you're looking at a 100-point edge early from Ravens, maybe?
Yeah, but Dylan, he was alive towards the back, and he's going to come in, and he's going to find 2 kills. That buys time for Waskin, Rated, and Jerd to all find it. That should have been a nice setup for the Florida Mutineers, but now they're getting trapped towards this backside. You're going to see all those white arrows. They are just stuck back there. They're going to have to fly on out. The bad thing is, as well, is this does not set you up for that pool hall. So Florida, they need to try to get across the map.
It's been a lovely sequence from Rated, too. I think he was on 5 in a row at that time. He's out to 11 and 5, almost a minute in the hard point. So great stuff from Rated, one of the other ARs on this team as well. See an MP5. We've got multiple flexes on each squad, but lovely stuff from Rated. Our Mutineers are able to fill the gaps and at least pick up some of the time towards the tail end of that hard point, but due to the early break from Ravens, you hold the lead, and look at where they are on the map, just set up for next. They're gonna be able to soak up, 15 or so seconds before any pressure even in from Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to go top street towards that Riverside, go all the way back, but Scraps, he just picks up 2. That can't happen. I mean, we take a look at the stats right now. Everybody is positive on the side of London. It's what we talked about coming into this, where you had a few players just not playing to the best of their ability. But so far on this map number 1, they are looking comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the Florida Mutineers, I know it's not a lot of maps to go off, but
they're 3-1, yeah.
Yeah, they're in hardpoint, they have a 1.06, like as a team. That's third out of 12 squads. So they've been pretty consistent from that standpoint. Right now, though, that stat is at risk of going down massively with how they're getting smoked currently.
Well, we talked about Havoc, Pristini, and the pace that they play out. Havoc, he's already at 13 deaths, 5 and 13. Pristini, he's already at 16 deaths, 7 and 16. If those guys aren't winning their one-on-ones, and applying that pressure just makes it easier for London.
And the early setups you've had from the Ravens don't make it so difficult for players like that, right? You're always trying to break in, always at a disadvantage, and you're seeing it reflected in the statistics. But now into Restaurant we go. Lead up to 80. It's looking like a blowout in the map 1 as Ravens asserting their dominance. It's Rated yet again inside. He's 19 and 8. 3 in a row for Rated. Almost a 4th, but Frosty able to soar on through with the movement and finally shut him down. But has the damage already been done?
Yeah, it's a nice little off angle there from Rated. Just the players didn't expect it. He hops on top. He's able to find a few multi-kills. Now Waskin, it's his turn. He's gonna line 2 up. Just gonna play around time, but I mean, off this first hill, if they get the rest of this time, you're already at 160 points. And then take a look at the mini-map. Who's at the next storage? Who's at that first hard point? It's London once again. And something we talked about was London already played a tournament. Florida had that off, right? Just being able to fix all your mistakes, right? To prep yourself. Maybe we're seeing the difference here in map 1.
Waskin's got the most AR stats. He's 14 and 6. He has 6 deaths at this point. Like, we've been playing for quite some time. That's like a death a minute he's at right
Well, I think
now.
we were done with second hill and he was like 5 and 1.
Yeah, that's just nuts. But he's doing what he needs to as the lead just increases and increases. Mutineers getting obliterated in map 1 as Ravens can do no wrong. Havoc trying to surge through. 4 kills for Mutineers. But this is just, it's gotten to a point where this scoreline, you never want to call it over, but we just haven't seen it come back even close to something like this. Like, any other year, I'd say maybe. On certain maps, you can pull off those 100-point deficit comebacks.
I think this is one you can do, but
Woo.
you have to win the rotations from, both Hazmat, over to Pool Hall. It's just tough to do. London can just go so early. They know they have the 100-point lead, right? They've given up some scrap time here. They're already set up for this second hill. They know exactly what they have to do. For Florida, it's just going to be breaking those setups as early as possible.
Well, into Cafe we go. Picking up the time will be Scraps inside. His teammates layered around the map. There's a battle in pool hall, but one's still in there. I think it's Dylan just let 2 push through, and he might try to pick up the flank. So Dylan, I think, makes the play to lock down one side, tries to funnel them in towards Scraps as he's ready and waiting with ridiculous cover on that half wall. Over the 200-point mark, go Ravens. Everyone still positive, everyone still frying. This is probably one of the more dominant hardpoints we've seen in the league thus far.
Yeah, and even then, I don't think it's going to be a 100-point club. As Florida, about 25 seconds in, is able to break in. Maybe you're finally starting to warm up a bit, but you have some players just really struggling. Frosty, he's playing well. He's on 4 in a row at 20 and 15, but not much really to work with. His other SMG guys, I mean, again, Havoc, 8 and 25, triple negative. Just not what you want out of game 1.
Well, I guess the good thing for them, if you're looking at the scoreboard, you're thinking, hey, we're warming up a little bit, is the fact that if we picked them to take this series, it was going to be through Search. So you have to rebound, you have to answer in the game too, but try to make it as respectable as you can. Frosty's on a 5 spree. Perhaps that'll help them a bit, as Frosty is 21 and 15, really the only player with any semblance of positive statistics across the Mutineers side.
Yeah, I think what's been impressive for London too is not only are they getting set up, but they're also like controlling mid-map. Like Rated is so far pushed up, winning one-on-ones. As his great map 1, 30 kills, 30 and 16, double positive from him, just continues. And they're just not allowing Florida to even contest this time, to get set up towards the backside. This is just such a clean map 1 out of London.
Sensational from London. There's the W. Map 1 dominance for the Ravens. How many times, Joe, did it feel like when we were hopping to Ravens players that they were just L-triggered, waiting for Mutineers players to sprint into them? Like, I think that's why you see the Havoc stats the way they were, and why you saw Pristini struggle. It's just they were sprinting into spots of cover with ADS players that just dominated them. It looked so clean from London. Is that exactly what you needed to see from them to rebound from maybe a disappointing loss in London?
I mean, there's a lot more they have to do, right?
It's a good first map, though.
I mean, it's a great first map, right? They're really making a statement, but it's one map, right? Like, it is one map. So, yeah, they're just trying to take care of business. They're in a tough pool.
I pick London, you pick Florida. I'm feeling damn good right now.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good. But, I mean, I had to be a little bit different, right? Someone's got to be different. I'm trying to earn some points here. I didn't know we were taking standings for that, but yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the scuff play of the game. It's going to be Rated, who dominated throughout the course of that map 1, play after play. He's 15 and 8 at this point, as he was just patrolling mid-map, helping on rotations, winning his one-on-ones. This was the lovely triple he was able to get before Frosty shut him down, but we'll take a look at the overall scoreboard, doubling up their opponents, more so doubling up their opponents.
I mean, everybody's positive, right? I mean, you just had complete control for London. We don't see that. We haven't seen that very often at all throughout this year. I mean, 250 to 112. I think compared to past Call of Duties, that's like a 250 to 60. Like, it really was. It was a great map 1, and it's surprising, right, that Petra wasn't played by London.
Well, because I think when we took a look at the bans, the first ban was London. They banned Gunrunner, so this was a pick from London then, right? So that's, at least I believe so. I'm trying to look through it now, just back in our stats, if that was a pick from them. But still, I mean, it's just, that wasn't close. That was not close.
Yeah, not close at all. But here, taking a look at the bracket, the Royal Ravens, the Mutineers, they're in a tough group with FaZe and OpTic Gaming. We'll have that match later on. And then taking a look at Group B, Røkkr, they're able to win that first match over Legion. You also have Huntsmen and Toronto Ultra. That match will be up next.
I think there's a lot we're curious about this weekend, like whether it's our OpTic, are they going to come to life, or is our FaZe as good as we think they are? We know the crazy streak that they went on in scrims, how nuts they were leading into this, but I feel like people, in a way, sort of forgot about them a little bit, at least at London, just because they simply weren't there, but they've been like these lions lying in wait, just waiting to take over. And we'll see how their run goes, but now, I mean, the question, at least within this best of 5, is just going to be on the search and destroy. Can Mutineers look as good as we hope? I think is the big question.
Yeah, that is the big question right now. Can they bounce back into this one? But yeah, just take a look at the top 5 for Search and Destroy. a lot of FaZe. I mean,
they played 2 maps, but still.
Yeah, scum. I mean,
14 is not a number you're going to see very frequently when we talk about KD for Search and Destroy, and basically never are you going to see a 14 KD, but hardly just a couple maps really to work off of. But we're just waiting to enter into this Search and Destroy. I believe we're going to be loading into the map now. Is there anyone, I guess, for the Mutineers that you're really individually looking at to make a difference within the search?
Well, based off map 1, it has to be Havoc. I mean, it just has to be Havoc. You know, we talk about him being a great Search and Destroy superstar. Didn't have a great map 1. We talked about how just difficult it is. They got outplayed, but this is the time when you need him to step up.
Well, they both played it twice, right? So let's just break it down real quick. Florida are 1-1 on Gunrunner S&D. They have a 6-3 win versus Seattle, which is not an impressive win at all with Seattle Search and Destroy, and a 5-6 loss to Los Angeles Gladiators, which isn't Gorillas, which isn't a great loss either. London are 2-0 here. They have a 6-4 win versus New York and a 6-5 win versus Dallas. So those are both actually solid wins. So you would actually put this with London right now just based on how they've played this thus far. Wuskin has been a prolific sniper thus far this year, but it scraps to get the opening pick. The insta trade in from Skies at top train as George is lying in wait inside events.
Yeah, again, we just switched from 2-minute rounds to 90 seconds, so we're already down to a minute. As London looks like they're trying to go to the off-site, right? We usually don't see a lot of pressure here towards A, but after Rady gets this kill, you're immediately going to see the rotation. You have Scraps, who's already worked his way front bathroom. If he can get inside crates, he has the rotate. This is going to be a free bomb plant for London. And yeah, just a nice rotation, right? They control middle map.
It's really on Scraps, and Wuskin to make the play here. Wuskin hits the first, can't quite flick onto the second, but his brother may be there for the trade. Scraps at least able to back him up for a moment. As Mutineers look to flood, the crossfire is there from London, and that is a fantastic first round from the Ravens.
Yeah, I think right away, Scraps, he won the one-on-one against Havoc, who, again, Havoc's going to play aggressive. He's going to play for that map pressure. And as soon as that happens, where Scraps controlling middle of the map, rated pump, you know, he's able to win one. That forces the rotation out of Florida, and London can really just do whatever they want.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit different based on the timer, because I think if you had the extra 30 seconds, maybe Rady gets that kill and you play for the rotation a little bit longer, but you saw instant rotation for London. You just got to go, just because there's 45 seconds off the clock at that point.
Well, this is one of the
everything has
maps,
to be snappy.
Right? Like they know what Florida's going to do. As soon as the kill goes down at A, they have to rotate. Another first blood comes in for London. Nice job by Dylan. So 4 versus 5 for Florida as they start to work towards this B side. So nobody really pushed up too far middle of the map, so if Florida wants to, they can go for this plant. But it looks like there's going to be a big push coming from the London side out of crates. It's going to start with Jared. He knows there's one from Deanna. He plays his life, has the helper rated. It's on down now. Just Havoc and Frosty. The smoke as well. I love that for the retake, right? That's going to force them to peek. They're going to hop to defuse as well. He's not able to get it. Wuskin is able to stay alive from the grenade, and that is going to do it in round. Yeah, I was going to say, okay, well, it didn't end, but it did.
They finally get it there, but a nice smoke out. And yeah, again, they're 2-0 here, and they have 2 good wins.
Yep.
Florida 1-1, and not an impressive win, and kind of a bad loss. So this map has absolutely favored London. I think that's what makes it so frightening for Mutineers fans. If you were looking for the search to be where it's dominant, this is maybe just not the map that you would see it on. As it is just all Ravens thus far rated. That hot map 1 starts out hot map 2 as well, as he is 3-0 to start things off. But the story has been the first bloods, at least in the opening moments. Both of them going to the Ravens. Is this where Mutineers can maybe turn the tides and get the advantage in the round early? Moving up towards bomb site. It's Jared that's going for a very, very quick plan. This is going to put the pressure on Mutineers very fast within this round, but he's going to be able to get out of this in the 5v5. Now everything on Mutineers for the retake.
Yeah, he has one player watching over him towards the bomb. The smokes are down middle of the map. Dylan just trying to play his life. Jared, he is going to get taken out. But before that, he found a kill. So it's a 3 versus 4. But when you have this bomb planted, when you have Wuskin all the way in the back, is there a smoke for Florida to defuse this bomb. If not, it's gonna be so difficult to win the round, and you still have Scraps alive.
Oh, he just got beamed. It was Rossini that was able to take him out, but now, due to the quick plant, there's only 15 seconds remaining. Everyone's gonna drop. The defuse will come in, and what a retake there from Mutineers. And I think that was Pristini that beamed Wuskin in the back. I mean, that was a big one.
He pushed up middle, right? He comes from green. He's right in front of Wuskin. He knows where he's setting up, so I think he has dead silence popped. Yeah, he works all the way up towards Forest.
But takes out the twin brother duo, and those are the huge kills to get them onto the bomb. And the first blood we've seen for Mutineers turns into a round win. Lovely retake as they find all the kills. And a much needed round win.
I got a little nervous, right? When you don't see the smoke on the bomb, it's gonna be hard to defuse, but Pristini, he got so much map position, was able to find Wuskin all the way in the back.
The re-challenge from Pristini, maybe a little bit over-eager as Rated takes him down. 3 first bloods for Ravens.
You have one player inside vent room as well. That's gonna be Dylan. In a good spot, but Havoc does get traded out. Nice teamwork, and there's the one-on-one that probably will be the difference maker.
That's just an awkward fight, right? You like bump into each other mid-sprint, but Dylan connects on the hip fire. 3 versus 2 now for London. Looks like Mutineers considering a wrap back towards A, but look where Bomb is. He's all the way back in. Spawn just chilling, basically. Just thinking about where they want to try to attack this, as it's been flipped on its head.
I mean, London have a nice setup, right? You have one player watching over the B side, so the other 2 just have to focus A. Sky's just trying to watch over his teammate. Hasn't started the plan yet. Now it's going to go down.
This is winnable.
Oh, well.
Now it's not. Now it's not. As Scraps hits the edge, picks him off a bomb. No plant in for Mutineers, and a 3rd round now for Ravens. If he gets it planted and gets away with his life, maybe a chance. But you mentioned right before that you like the setup from Ravens.
Well, it's just you wait that long to plant the bomb. They're going to push you sooner or later, and they're able to find the timing. That's really the change in what we talked about, right? If he has 30 more seconds, they can sort of do what they want. Maybe they don't catch that bomb timing as well.
Yeah, it makes those clutch scenarios down a man even more difficult, right? They're opening offense to the offsite this time. Does anyone get more hit markers than Wuskin? That looks like it's neck level.
It's something with the start of the rounds, I swear.
They got spawn protection, right?
But a lot of early aggression once again from Dylan. He has Wuskin watching over him with that sniper, able to take down Mox. Mox was flying in for the trade. And well, with that positioning, he's able to take down Frosty.
And that is 4 out of 5 first bloods now for Ravens.
I mean, just all the individual one-on-ones around the map are going the way of London. Like, there's no team push from the side of Florida. There's no trades going on. It's all individual one-on-ones, right? Like, and when you're down a man, you have to play together, and that we're just not seeing that from Florida.
London just looking far more comfortable on this map.
Yeah, and again, because they have, you know, that tournament under their belt, that's what we talked about, right? You sort of fix those simple mistakes. You're all on the same page.
And that'll be the big question for, I think, for FaZe. The guys hosting this event is just they weren't at London. I think we're all hyping them up. We all know how good they are, but they don't have that weekend under their belt, right? Will there be some mistakes that maybe you don't see from potentially more refined teams? It smokes out. Dylan a chance to get that first pick. Flies on through. It ends up being 2 and just narrowly gets away with his life. 5 first bloods as Ravens enjoy the edge in basically every single round. 3 versus 2 now for them, but Mox trying to bring it back. Mox has been able to get 3. He gets away with his life as well, but it's all going to fall to Mox now in a 1 versus 2. Scraps injured up from the Ravens.
And Mox makes this round doable.
Oh, what a momentum swing this could be if he gets an ace clutch. Scraps holds it. Scraps wins it. Ravens, they need 1 more round.
Gets a little bit scary there, but it all starts with Dylan controlling that vent room. He flies on through. probably just gets the call-outs from his teammates. There's a lot of smokes down middle of the map around that water side. He just pokes out through the door. And while the timing goes his way.
Mutineers, can they do anything to bring this back? Everybody negative, not shocking when the scoreline's 5-1, but pretty reminiscent of what we saw on the first map as well. London just dominating in the respawn and in the surge.
And I've just loved what we've seen from London on their attacks, right? You had a slow A push round 1, then you had 2 very fast B pushes. They go back to A.
Here we go.
Continuously keeping Florida on their toes, but Florida is able to respond.
Well, feels like the map 1, though. They'd start to respond, but it's just too
late.
late.
Too late, yeah.
Let's see if they can get some rounds, though, under their belt. They line up for Havoc. Can't quite drop the second, but it's not going to matter, as that'll be a Mutineers round win. But still a 5-2 edge for Ravens. This is the first time you saw kind of a team push. They was Havoc pop dead silence. They get through trackside, and they win the early fights. Just haven't been able to say that the entire map, too. Scraps 10-3 right now, already into double digits with only 7 rounds played.
And one of the players we wanted to see have a better weekend, and he's doing it so far.
I remember he had a really nice gun runner search when we were watching him in London. We actually played him in this, right? When we played like that.
Well, Dylan just went through the middle of the map right away. So Dylan's already behind Florida. Plus, with Scraps getting 2 more kills, this should just be done, just due to the positioning that Dylan was able to find. He does get taken down, but he has so much information. His teams only have to worry about one side of the map, and it's all down to Skies to keep the hopes of Florida alive in map 2.
I'm telling you, I don't know what it is about Scraps on this map, but he is very, very comfortable here. As he has dominant effort, as Skies just getting toyed with right now.
Gotta watch out for those canisters. They
Ops the rat back, Scraps ready and waiting, and Scrap tacks on another kill. It's a 6-2 victory. London dominate yet again.
They just look comfortable. They're just confident right now. They're taking the map away from Florida. The guys on Florida that we thought would, do this sort of counter them, guys like Havoc, guys like Pristini, just not there. We saw 1 round from Pristini where, he was able to help them on that retake. But the aggression from guys like Dylan, from guys like Scraps really took over.
13-3 out of Scraps. It's domination coming up next. And the question, will Mutineers have some life? Are they dead? They've got to show something within this series. We'll find out after this quick break.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down! It's dragons and dragons descend.
free now.
By T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Let's take a look at the U.S. Army tactical play. It's Dylan picking up 3, just dominating top mid. And Dylan had, what, I think it was 3 first bloods over the course of that game, too. I know a lot of the talk was the scraps. He was 13 and 3. Yep. That's an absolute bomb. But in the early going, the early engagements, where I think Dylan needs to be strong in every mode, he did it there.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about that map control, controlling water, controlling that vent room, it was all Dylan. And when you have that piece of information, when you have that control, there's just so much you can do. That allows those early rotates, that allows you to retake B, and that round, a great one from Dylan.
Now we go to Dom.
And Florida's zone too, so.
Well, neither team has played. We're going to Petrograd. Neither team has played this yet so far. So that's what's interesting. But what did I say before the map 1? That London hadn't played Petro Hardpoint either, and they looked like a well-oiled machine. So I feel like this is a 3-0. Like, if London hasn't played this yet, Mutineers haven't played this yet, and the way London's looking so far in this series, like I don't know how it doesn't end here.
And we've talked about Petro sort of being one of those maps as vetoes evolve, right? It was Cave at Minnesota that everybody was playing. You realize people are better than that. Gunrunner is always going to be a favorite, but people are going to start to try to get those other maps in, maps like Petro, and that's why you're starting to see more of it.
Well, before we get into it, I do want to take a look at a funny tweet from Pristini coming into the event. I believe this is going to be about his brother, Arcides. All right, so my mom's already worried about Alec and I playing each other, LMFAO. Too early in the morning for all that. So, yeah, I think we're all kind of looking forward to that, right? They teamed together for so long. The question even last year was, are they ever going to split up? It finally happens. If you're Pristini, it's got to be a mix of, I don't know if jealousy is the right word, but like he's probably proud of his brother for winning the last tournament, but also a little bit jealous that he's not getting that W. It's going to be funny to kind of watch their 2 careers throughout the course of this. Unfortunately for Pristini, not looking good in this series, but is he the guy with a young team and not a lot of leadership? Like, is he the guy that has to bring them back when they're in this spot in an 0-2 hole?
I think so, right? He really has to set the example, and I don't know if it's sort of like a jealousy thing. Everybody's always talked about like RC's being as talented as he could be, and Pristini's just sort of flown under the radar, been on those great teams. He's a world champion, so for him, it's just sort of to prove himself as one of the best Call of Duty players in the world.
The game getting started now. We're going back to Petro for map 3. If Mutineers are going to show signs of life, it has to happen now as they try to rally back in this series. We had a couple of reverse sweeps in London, but the fear is just how dominant it's been. London haven't just won the first 2 maps. They've slapped them. They've dominated them. It has been all London so far. Does it end here, Joe?
I think it might. Again, Florida was 0-2 in Dom in Minnesota. Obviously, they had a lot of time to improve, but you just need the guns to warm up. You need them to start to win more of their gunfights. At the end of the day, we're playing Call of Duty, right? That's step 1, to win those gunfights, to make it easy on yourself, then make those right decisions, those right plays. We'll see if Florida can play now. Play better.
They have to. There's no way around it. They've got to. Thankfully for them, with the kind of GSL style brackets, it's groups. It's as many little double limbs, so they're not out of this yet. They still have a chance to win 2 or make a run within it. They're not done, but it's just not the start you would like on day 1 here in Atlanta. Rated sort of the hero of the map 1 respawn. We'll keep eyes on him throughout the map, but it's Wuskin that's tagged up and bagged up, but the Ravens, they've dominated thus far. They're looking to close it out. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listening with the London Royal Ravens.
Make sure we all see. Yeah, the back of the wall, It's climbing it,
We kill me. Backtracks, marching, back bus stop now.
We're good,
Bus stop. I
spawn it. I might be able to campaign on myself.
Bumpy one again.
I'll just head, I'm pushed up on the street, he's front down. Top blue as well, top blues, guys. Hey, you're top blue.
Front neutral blue. Top blue. I'm neutral losing, actually, top blue.
We're good.
Get off it.
I spawn P1.
Dino.
Got one. One was blue. He's nearly capped, it's a tick. One's front hazmat, it's literally touch. Nice, front hazmat. Top hazmat there, let's go see.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Bottom diner.
Be done now. Nice, 1-2,
bottom diner.
Go see.
Go see.
All right, back over to us. Only 10 points on the board so far for the Ravens. Rated, who had that hot start This time around 0-5, so they haven't been able to get much done yet, but they're working to get this C capture. Now a chance to make a rally, but it's Mox now with the sneaky play around the smoke. Takes his 2 one-on-ones. Mox with the plays, trophy out, C neutralized.
Yeah, and again, we saw it in London where teams were just focusing on this C flag time and time again. Mox right there was sort of an Envoy-esque play, right? The guy just being in towards the back, taking his time, waiting for his teammates, and now the only team with a flag right now is Florida, so that lead already up to 17 points. And remember, we took a minute off each side of domination, so it's gonna be 5-minute halves.
Mox was able to take one more off of C, but finally he will get dropped towards the back. Now to the POV of Rated around B is looking to get this locked down as it's been neutral for quite some time. He gets it, but drops almost immediately afterwards, and the scrap will fall to scraps. Not the easiest of fights, just trying to play over the block, but the smoke comes in, and Bristini takes 2 down with him. 18-point advantage for Mutineers. As for the first time in this entire series, they're in control of a map. And Bristini's doing a great job early. He's at 8-5, make it 9-5 now. Mox, you saw the plays he was doing with already 2 caps to his name. Can they keep it going over the full 10 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, with a 17-point lead, with how scrappy this is, that is a nice lead. I think that's why you're seeing them play around this B neutral so much. They're just trying to contain this lead. They know they don't have the C flag. Right in London, it is really just protecting over it. You've had Wuskin towards the back or towards that back bus street just every single time, right? He's watching this middle where maybe Florida goes all the way through the bottom side of the map, just trying to keep that C flag on theirs.
I mean, we've seen people play defensively from all the way deep in the spawn before. Like you'll put so much into trying to get that hold. Rated can't quite get the triple, but it's Dylan there to follow it up. Dylan gets caught sliding out. So that water side of the map open for a moment for Mutineers and a chance to apply pressure. I think it's Mox once again. It's going to be pushed all the way through to C. Wins his one-on-one again. And look at all those red arrows. They have to turn around and worry about this now. They already got the neutral at B if you're Mutineers. Now they have to deal with Mox. Can't quite take him out. It's Wuskin patrolling that side of the road. Gets the kill.
The other side of the map, you did have one player spawn up towards A. That Florida player was able to win the gunfight, but now you have a similar situation. So the neutral is going to be going down, but behind that, Florida's going to cap B, so you're going to have an AC hold right now. But Pristini, he's still alive. He's got Frosty with him towards the backside. Frosty, he's going to get taken down. Can Pristine win this? That's a tough gunfight to win.
You're not winning that.
No.
That's got to be one of the harder gunfights in the game. You can see the tip of his skull, basically. But Ravens have done a good job of chipping away at the lead in the final, well, the last minute or so. They went down as much as 18. They got it down to 7 or 8, I feel. Mutineers 2 cap for a moment to push it out again, and now for the final 20 seconds. Ravens might be able to keep it close or maybe lower this lead again, but it doesn't look to be the case, as Dylan was the only guy that could make a play on that central B site and couldn't quite get it done. But good stuff for Mutineers, right? Finally some life, finally something positive to talk about within this series. They control the first half. They ended, what, up 13. It's not much of a lead, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to hold a 2 cap for a minute so far, so just considering that time change, that's where it'll come in. And I think you saw what London was trying to do, trying to control C as much as possible. But now it'll be Florida's turn. They spawn up on that C side. We'll see what they can do with it, because obviously there's going to be continuous pressure towards C time and time again, but when you finally get CB, that's when you can really push towards A, right? That's when we saw Chicago go on those crazy runs in London.
These opening moments could be massive for the Mutineers to push out this lead. Havoc with his dead silence popped, I believe, at the opening. No, sorry, I thought he had it pop for a second for a push at the opening of the half, but he's just going to get all the way up water side. And right to the neutral on A he goes. Wrapping back to deal with it will be Jerd. I think he's got a bit of help, but he'll get the neutral in. On the other side, Ravens were able to push through to C. They've already got Dylan onto it. Spawns at the bottom for Mutineers. I mean, it's exactly what you want if you're Ravens, at least early in this second half. Dylan just doing everything he can to stay alive in the back.
He's trying to stay alive. I think, Pristini was able to hunt him down. But just getting that neutral, that'll allow London to push up the mat. Now it's Raided's turn. What can he do? C Secure does come down, but this will allow him to push up towards B. So you have a few London players starting to push towards B. See if they can get that 2 flag set up as that capture starts to come in.
Frosty really the last man there inside of Hazmat. He's going to wrap all the way back to B as that's where the pressure is. He goes back. Raided just still holding back there. Raiders have got to get a 2-cap at least for a minute. Nice shots by Frosty as he has just been going back and forth mid to C. Through Hazmat, continues to find picks. Nice plays from Frosty.
And it's around that time now where you have about a 16-point lead, and with only 3 minutes to go, you can start to play around neutrals if you're Florida, right? Just start to be as annoying as you can. Neutral as many flags as possible. Really waste time and see with the stacks how fast that flag finally comes
that looked
through.
a little bit different. All right, so now you get the 2-cap if you're London. You've got to hold this for, what, about 90 seconds for a lead change. 3 minutes left to go. This is probably the biggest spot of the second half, just how long can London hold on to this? As Dylan gets picked inside a restaurant, that's going to alleviate some of the pressure towards the point. It's an opening now for Mutineers to work in towards B. Nice shots from Pristini. He's going to drop 2. They haven't been able to hop on the neutral quite yet as the flank is coming in from the Ravens.
It's a big kill by Dylan. I mean, that neutral was almost there. You still have Havoc trying to cause mayhem, but
point by point, they're chipping away at this.
Yeah, I mean, you finally have a BC setup, and you have mid-map control as well. That's what they were struggling on that first half. They didn't really have cafe control, restaurant control, where they are at right now. So Florida, they were continuously neutraling B. That's why the lead was going Florida's way. But it's finally, as soon as they can get pushed up, you're seeing the change here. Pristini with some nice shots inside a restaurant. They'll get 2, so it's going to allow Florida, really, you'll see 2 players start to push towards C.
And just some of the London stats you like for this, if they're going to bring it back, as they're now only down 4. Waskin has the number 2 overall KD, and Dom with a 1.42. And Dylan, 7.2 cap average, ranks number 4 out of all players. So he's playing fast, he's neutralizing points, just being a nuisance all around the map as Mox is hitting shots at range. So close to the lead change, they get it within 1. But now you have this awkward AC setup from Mutineers. You've done enough with Ravens to get over the hump and bring it back within striking distance, but now with just over 60 seconds to go, these final moments are going to be insane, and you're spawning bottom if you're Ravens and Cargo. You just have to make a choice. But now it gets interesting. One's going to go towards A for the neutral. One pops up at C as well. There's Havoc inside of Hazmat that can maybe make the play. 50 seconds. They've got to get a second cap, and they've got to get one now.
I mean, at this point, they may have to get 2, right? I mean, you have A being cleared. Yeah, they need 2 flags as quickly as possible. They will get B. Now they have to go for a neutral as well. And you have Havoc back here, so he's going to force them back. The rest of the players, they get taken down, and it's looking like Florida's going to be able to stay alive in this series.
They did the damage in the map 1, or the round 1, and I think what was really impressive was the resilience, right? Ravens take over with that CB setup. They bring it within 1 point, but that's all the closer it'll get. The Mutineers then come alive for a late surge in the final 80 seconds to take this map 3. Maybe that's all they need. The Mutineers needed some life. They see the show they can take them. Neither team had played this coming into it, and that's going to be a W for the Mutineers. They take it. The high fives are out. Maybe now they know they can hang.
And I think what we saw, we talked about Pristini, could he lead the way, and I think he led his team in kills. So that leadership mentality starting to step on up. We're going to take a look at our scoreboard. But yeah, it was Pristini 27 and 17. Frosty right behind him with 26. But those aggressive players, those submachine guns, they finally stepped on up.
And I think Frosty really stepped it up because I think coming into this, you mentioned they were 0-2 in Dom, but he had like a 0.5 KD. Like in Dom,
Frosty did?
Yeah, he had been horrible. So he turns it around, goes double positive. I think you're going to need more performances like that if they're going to win Doms. But I mean, even though they get the win, it was close. I mean, Ravens made that rally. I thought they were going to take over. What really stood out maybe late in that second half were Mutineers were able to put it away.
I mean, you just keep that lead, right? It's just so difficult to keep that domination clean, and as soon as they're able to re-control or take control of that restaurant, that's when they can go towards B and they push up towards that C flag.
Well, this is the Atlanta FaZe home series, and if any of you joined a little bit late, we've only got one match that happened before this. It was Paris, who many considered a top 4 team coming into this, up against the Røkkr, who we haven't seen since they opened things up in Minnesota. Røkkr get a 3-1 win. Maybe say to people, hey, you might have forgot about us since we weren't in London, but we are still a top squad, and that is just a great win from them early on in this tournament.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, you look at this one, and Florida able to stay alive. We talked about how good they were at hardpoint that first weekend. Throughout this match, not so good, right? Map 1 they get stomped, but a time now where it's going to slow down. You go to Azure Cave. Now you look at guys like Skies and Mox to step up.
I think it's interesting, though, early in the year with regards to map pools. Like, I think it's a little bit tighter for teams early because you just haven't been scrimming that long. You don't have a lot of LAN matches under your belt. It's like seeing them get smoked map 1 doesn't scare me as much for map 4, maybe if it was 6 months from now, just because some teams they're weak at certain maps, they're strong at other maps. So hopefully with the map 4, this is going to be a much better one for Mutineers because, yeah, I mean, you nailed it. It was a bloodbath in map 1. They got smoked. It wasn't close. It might as well have been a 100-point club as they just got throttled, demolished. Doors kicked in. But Azure Cave. Now, this is probably the map that's the most AR heavy, slow paced. Like, you can really take over via the AR. I mean, this game's not slow really in any regards most of the time, but your ARs maybe can make the most impact because you'll have multiple on the map at times.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of it, but this is no case slow at all. I mean, everybody's gonna have like 50 to 60. It's like, this is not slow at all. Very close spawns. You'll have some very sticky spawns, right? You won't see teams flip very often. Yeah, and that's why this is usually like a 250 to 210, 220.
I guess why I think slow. I just think there's ARs not moving sometimes, at least. Like, kind of set up and posted up, but yeah,
probably the opposite
not the best word to describe it. But one of the M4s on the map, you'll see Skies with it, and that's a clean headshot to pick Rated out of yellow. Usually where the map is decided, and a lot of the ones we've cast has been the east or west side of the cave. Like, that is where you can really dominate and rack up some time, but what a wondrous job from Florida in the opening moments. That's not where Frosty wanted that to go, as it ended up going right in his own breadbasket.
Yeah, London right now, they're giving up some early time, but they're just trying to control that right side of the mini-map like they've been able to do. But this is the response you want from Florida. Get as much time as possible off this first one. And as soon as I say that, Weskin and Dylan, they're able to find some kills. Moxie's the last player alive. He knows he has to get off of it. The pressure was coming in, but he does get taken down. So now what will Florida do? What's the call? Are you going to try to flip through with this last push or just go for the time? It looks like it's going to be around this time, but you do have 2 players going towards that low side of the map.
I think that's great from Ravens, though. I mean, when you said it was, 24-0, Ravens get final 16 points and have the rotation, but the bottom has already opened up. I believe that's Havoc that was able to get through due to his win on to Dylan. Picking up the back will be Dylan basically off a spawn. So he's going to have a one-on-one with Havoc, then another one. Basically, is what it's going to come down to. So he spawns safe, gets revenge onto Havoc, holds the back. As Mutineers just try to get through this crossfire setup you have from the Ravens.
Yeah, they got to be careful here now, too. I mean, you just take so many opportunities towards the back. You're going to put no pressure towards the hill. Finally, they're going to try to push through that mid-tunnel. Skies is able to take down Rated, who was on the hill, but it's Weskin in a great position.
Even though we were watching Dylan in the back, I mean, Weskin got a triple during that. He got 1 with an 8 and 2 with the M4. Like, we saw Dylan try to hold it back, but inside it was Weskin really making the plays around the point. He's, 9 and 3, 5 spree to go. He's been a special player, Joe.
Yeah, again, when they have those early setups, he's just going to go to those power positions, and he's going to find the easy kills. And it's a lot easier to play this game when you have Dylan and Jerd and Scraps running ahead of you.
This might be one of the better starts we've seen from Dylan in a hard point as well. I think he's 9 and 3 to go with it as well, but it's over to Mox's angle. He's trying to play around top Røkkr, but he's going to get caught. Field still wide open. We'll take this side of the map if you're the Ravens. Just due to the angles you'll have towards the side. They're able to hop into the hard point for a moment. A nice win again from Weskin as his terror continues. Weskin 11 and 4 now. just getting into those power spots and dominating.
Yeah, look at Frosty, I believe, or sorry, that's Mox's
Mox.
position. He's all the way towards the right side of the cave. So what Mox is trying to do for this next hill is not only control this side of the map for that one, but also when we get to cliff. So he's just trying to flip spawns. We'll see if it'll pay off though, because it is a bit of a risk. London, they're gonna have so much early control at the hill because he flipped those spawns, went so far away from this cave west area. And with that, London's gonna get early control.
It's like you do step one, but now step two, you gotta get the break.
It's just one of those things that teams try to do later on in their setup, right? Is they'll control the hill, then try to push on through. It's almost like he just wanted to flip those spawns right away, and I don't know if it was worth it at this point. Scraps. His great match continues. He's able to find 3 more. Now it's on to Rated. He gets pushed on up, and then you take a look at the mini-map. You have Dylan all the way across the map. We'll see what sort of plays he can make. Does get taken down. But I think because of Mox's play, like, you lose a lot of time here at Cave West. We know what he's trying to do.
Well, if I was correct in saying this is going to come down to the cave fight, I mean, Ravens just dominated it. You had what? You had 25 points off the opening a hard point from Florida. After that, you've got 18 total points over the next 3 hard points. That's averaging 6 points a hard point. Like, they just got smoked over the next 3. Jordan's at 5 and 10. Like, keep it up, boys. Like, everybody's frying right now for the Ravens. Rated really standing out again, just not only due to the stats like he had in map 1, but the hill pressure as well. Minute 20 in the hard point for him. Dylan with another multi-kill, 4 in a row, 17 and 8.
And with what we've seen on this map, right, you just have to be able to trade hills, right? You have to keep that score close. So this is a big one for Florida. Can they find these final 30 seconds and make it a 30-point game? But with London with those close spawns, they're going to get those nades over. Dylan, he's going to get in the hill. He's able to finesse and stay alive.
I don't know how in the world he's up, but he's still up. I was saying, please reload that gun. It's 0 in the clip for a bit. Well, now let's get into the second set. So I think the biggest thing for me, can Mutineers clean up Cave? Can they do a better job at East and West? I'm not sure if we're going to get to West if the right side of the map and Cave goes the same way it did the first time through.
Weston, he was able to find 2 kills to sort of get them out of that back setup that they were in. They were so far pushed right now. They can test this. Dylan and Scraps, it's their turn with those MP5s. Right, this just has to be time that Florida has to earn.
If you're not going to get the right side, right?
Yep.
This might be even better from Ravens this time around, to be honest.
It just feels like from what we watched in map 1 and this map, London knows exactly what they want to do, and it just feels like on hardpoint, especially around the rotations, Florida just seems a step off. They have the right idea, they're just not executing it.
What does that fall to? Leadership, coaching, scrims?
I mean, everybody getting on the same page, but again, if you look at the scoreboard, like, you can't have players -10, right? Like, you have 2 players at -20 across the board, and that's just due to losing those rotations, setting yourself up, all just being on the same page. And, well, we're going to rotate, and it's going to be London who has KV's control one again.
They were both 2-0 on this map and mode coming into it, so London at least Florida's looked solid here, but it's wins over Seattle, which is pretty impressive in a hard point, and a win over Gorillas, which isn't a huge win, but they were both 2-0, so the reps are there. But this isn't close.
Nope, Skies and Mox, they're going to find 3 to finally get those players off the hill. But London's okay with it. They're not too worried about this scrap time. You already have a couple of fights over by field.
Mutineers trying to fight back, and they chain together a hard point here. They've got pushed out all the way to the broken side of field. They'll wrap back to get the time as somebody's got to get in. How long can they hold this? Typically a scrappier hard point, but they need time desperately. And then not only this, but back to Cave. They can chain these 2 together right back into the game. But this is where it has to happen. Every second given up at this point is such a detriment considering Ravens are so close to victory, and Ravens just surge right on through. The pressure's on the hard point nearly instantly. It's Frosty trying to keep them out if he can, but That's a team nade, unfortunately, for him that comes in. Skies was trying to nade the cross in from blue. Frosty falls right on top of it. And yeah, maybe you only get 8 or so points from Ravens, but it's not as clean as you'd like for the Mutineers. What, they get 20 or so?
Yeah, you see what Dylan was doing, though, right? Like, he knows he can fight for 10 to 15 seconds, but then you look at the top side of the minimap towards Cave West, and London's already set up. They're already inside this hill. So Florida, they're going to have to break once again. The match could be over here. London could win it 3-1. Jared, he gets some information, just plays his life, has Rated watching over him. It's exactly what he has to do. It's just, when you're this early set up in these cave hills, you're seeing that kill feed. It's just all red.
It's just so easy. The lines of sight, the angles you can hold, the smokes can make it messy, but they've got it on lockdown. Nice nades through, shots through from Scraps. 10 more points needed. Ravens have dominated the hard points. Wuskin is 29 and 13. Dylan 34 and ends, I think, on 7 in a row. What a match from Ravens. They take it 3-1 in a dominant effort.
Yeah, they dominated both of those hard points. Search and destroy, they look good. But London, this is what we wanted to see them, right out of the gates. A tough round 1 matchup against Florida, and they were able to respond. And honestly, they looked, this was some of the better performances we've seen from them. I mean, obviously they had a lot of tough matchups in London, but they looked a whole lot more comfortable.
Well, yeah, I just think this is more lopsided than we expected it to be. I mean, yes, it goes 4 games. Just purely at the 3-1 number, you'd think it's a competitive series, but 3 of those maps just weren't close. I mean, props to Mutineers for being able to take the dom, but you just got obliterated in the hard points in the search. Like, it just wasn't close. And the hard points, maybe you could have seen that happening, but the search, you expected better, I think, from Mutineers, and you just didn't get that. I mean, what? It goes 8 rounds, 6 of the first bloods, I think, go the way of London. Dylan dominated in the early going. Like, it just, Scraps 13 and 3. Like, it was insane. But Wuskin, I mean, he's been discussed as being maybe one of the top players in the game. I think he showed us exactly that within that best of 5. We've got him on stage with Rich.
Clint, for one time, I will agree with you. This man has been absolutely discussing it in his time for your instant reaction, sponsored by PlayStation. I actually want to start with that because whether it's Maven, any of the casters, I feel like we hear a different thing from all of them as to who the player that needs to go off on your squad is. And almost every game, we see it be someone else. What is it about your squad that always causes somebody to go off?
Well, if one of us slow down, all 5 of us are capable to pick somebody else's slack up. You know, we're all good enough. You've seen Dylan play. You've seen my brother play. You've seen Jared, Reese. Like, we can all keep up with everyone. So if I have a bad map, I can rely on them easy.
It sounds like the recipe for success, definitely. And I know to bring this up, last week definitely was one of the weeks that you wanted to try to find that success. You wanted to be able to do it at home. I know a lot of people on your lineup definitely very hungry for a win. Coming off of not pulling off the win in London, how do you guys feel here?
Honestly, again, like when that happens, like it's better than coming into an event without like so much pressure. Like, we come here and we know, like, because we've lost, people don't see us as at like a certain level yet. So we just say, let's come in, let's show people what we've got, and we keep improving. So that's all that matters.
Now, coming into this event, obviously it's a little bit of a different dynamic because you can't prepare for this squad as much because they didn't play in London when you guys did. Do you think that that's proving to be an advantage or a disadvantage for these teams that just came off a break?
Our team personally, we thrive off that. You know, like sometimes watching like so much back on like another team, it can mess with you, and you can start trying to counter things, and things go wrong. So we go into a series like this and just say, let's play our game and let's show up, and we just proved it. Well, we're showing it there. So yeah.
Yeah, it definitely showed up. It looked like from the very beginning that you guys were firing on all cylinders, excited to see what you're going to be able to do the rest of this tournament. We're going to be jumping to a quick break, guys. We already do have 2 series in the rearview mirror, but when we return, it's going to be Chicago up against Toronto. This one promises to be good. We'll see you very shortly.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mixam of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40 TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. The US Army. What's your warrior?
This week, Toronto Ultra heads to Atlanta, America, where we'll first play the Chicago Huntsmen, and we've got nothing to lose. So we're coming for you, Chicago. We're coming for Matt, and we're coming for Alec. We're coming for Dylan and Lance and Joey and Chandler and this whole glorified boy band of...
What?
The Chicago Huntsmen are delightful gentlemen. They are wonderful players who often smell of cinnamon and sunshine, and they have the best hair in the league. The Chicago Huntsmen get the dopest deals on auto insurance because they are great parallel parkers and good defensive drivers. Seth makes awesome pancakes. So get ready, Huntsmen, because Toronto Ultra is coming for you. If that's okay.
That might be one of my favorite pieces of content so far out of these teams.
Yeah.
Like that's just good. I saw it yesterday on Twitter. I was cracking up like that is quality.
Yeah, it just starts off like, yeah, it's kind of what we're all thinking. You really have nothing to lose. We're expecting Chicago to win it, and just a lot of compliments, which I would expect from a Canadian team.
Yeah, great pancakes.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you had some of his
That put me in the
pancakes?
mood for some pancakes.
Yeah.
You think Seth can cook anything?
Well, I lived with him for a few years, so I know he can't. Yeah,
Absolutely not. A giant child. He's not making anything. But for this matchup, it's Huntsman Ultra coming up next. I would love to sit here and say that I think this is going to be some hotly competitive series. I'm not a liar. I don't know.
There's Maven stats. You've lied before.
Yes, I have lied many times on broadcast, so I just lied again. Yeah. But I just don't know how I talk myself into thinking Ultra can win this series.
Yeah, I mean, we even sort of talked about like maybe being a trap match, but sort of when you talk about trap matches, right, it's the first match, it's against a solid team, maybe a team that's improving. I don't know, like, maybe there's a way they can steal 2 searches, but that was like when we talked about like former OpTic rosters where that was an obvious weakness. What we just saw from Chicago and London was that they may be the best search and destroy team. So where do they win this? I have no idea, so I don't think so either.
Well, before we get into this, I do want to talk about the hype battle's going to be going down this weekend, and this is actually insane because this is like the most, I feel like the most FaZe people we've had in a building, and as long as I can remember when you talk about a Call of Duty event. You've got Timper and the crew here, and you'll see it's going to be basically like a FaZe tournament. A bracket is they're going to battle it down till the grand final, which I believe then we're going to be commentating tomorrow, but it should be interesting. If you're a fan of gunfight and these FaZe guys, it should be interesting to follow. But we've got Pomage here. He's one of my favorite kind of Call of Duty personalities. He's a great guy that we've hung out with and followed for quite some time. Do you have a favorite looking at it quickly to take this whole thing?
I think Pomage and Noisy Butters. I mean, I really do. I mean, Butters plays a lot of Call of Duty, and I think she's great. And Pomage, he loves competition. So I'm going with those 2 to win it.
Yeah, I think that's a safe pick. But more focus on the match to come up next. Huntsmen, I think we were all so impressed with from London. We knew they were the favorite going in. I said on our podcast that it was determined they had to win. They were the favorites. FaZe wasn't there. They needed to win it, and they did. Were there some close matches, some close maps? Yes, without question, but they were clearly, unequivocally, the best team there. The Huntsmen need to come out hot just to show they're still on top.
I mean, I think they will to prove a point, but it's at this point, no matter what we look at throughout these tournaments with how good teams are, there's going to be bumps in the road. But the fact that they were able to win it just like we expected, that was a big deal, and they look darn good.
All right, well, it's Huntsmen Ultra coming up next. We'll be right back after this quick break. Who's going to take it? Can Ultra somehow show up and dominate the Huntsmen? We'll find out shortly.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
the United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com.
PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Grubhub, restaurants you love, delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We're here at the Atlanta home series. We've had 2 series down today, and we've got quick maths, 4 to go. No? Wait.
No,
6.
Miles, come
6.
on.
I was leaning on you for that one, mate. Right, we're ready to get back into this one. We've got a very, very exciting series coming up later on. I mean, okay. How many? You've done 8, you've done 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
8
My bad.
2 is not 4.
9. After this little interlude here, we'll be rolling into the Chicago Huntsmen going up against the Toronto Ultra. And we know you saw that Toronto Ultra video, that pre.
Amazing.
Every single tournament now. I mean, that's one of the highlights for me. I'm like, what are they going to do next? It's been great to see what these different teams can put forward content-wise, and this one is going to be no different. We cannot wait to get into this one. Phil, it's going to be a banger.
It is, and I think this is the first series we go into with a very, very heavy favorite. I mean, even the last series, it was quite one-sided, but I think going into it, people were saying you can't underestimate the Mutineers. I was one of those people, and London just came out, smashed it. But coming into this one, I think there is a heavy favorite, and I think for Toronto, they have to go into this and know that there's no pressure on them. They're meant to lose this game, you know. Everyone is watching the Huntsmen. That's where the pressure is, on that side of the main stage. So you've got to go in with a positive attitude, but I think, yes, everyone is looking at the Huntsmen. For me, it should be a clean sweep.
Well, there's one way they can get it done, and hopefully with a little bit of help from our Game Fuel keys to victory that Nameless has provided us with for the Chicago Huntsmen. Well, I mean, after a big win in London, what have they got to do? And he thinks they've got to continue to be slay heavy, keep the kills coming. They don't switch up anything. It ain't broke. You don't have to fix anything just yet, friends. And again, they had a good run of the launch weekend. They won London. The only series that was even close for them was the match against Paris, and Paris were playing out their minds. So don't change up too much. Keep doing what you're doing. It's looking good for Chicago.
On the flip side of things, though, we have, of course, Toronto Ultra and the Game Fuel keys to victory, of course, done by none other than Nameless himself. Methods and Looney to be stars. I think these are the names that everyone kind of sees instantly, but it's whether, you know, they can prevail. These guys have played against the likes of the Huntsmen individually, but step-up performance from London, I think that goes without saying. The one thing I will say in London, they had a brand new team. They tried their best, obviously, with as little time as they had. But the one thing I think as well with these guys is they have so much footage of Huntsmen to watch. Huntsmen, they stream all their scrims, they stream so much information, and Toronto, they don't really do as much. You know, I'm not sure whether Huntsmen would be kind of watching Toronto, but I think Toronto, if anything, they have a lot to watch. Whether that's you're watching Huntsmen do so well, it's probably not promising, but you can do your research, search and destroy everything.
You certainly can. We've got our quick scope now, brought to you by the US Air Force. Again, some fun little stats, pieces of information before we roll into this matchup. And the CDL points certainly have, there's a big difference here between both teams, actually across all 3 of those stats.
Yeah, I think it's very one-sided. Chicago Huntsmen, they're the team to beat at the moment. It seems 70 points leading in the CDL points ranking. Of course, their respawn KD. It does trump Toronto's, but not by a large margin. The search and destroy for me is the big one. But of course, Toronto, they need to go big because, again, I don't think they're playing at the next home series. But overall, Chicago Huntsmen, look at those stats.
There we go, the US Air Force maps and modes now. We'll see what the series will be looking like. It's going to be a Hackney Yard hardpoint, a Piccadilly search and destroy, and then we leave London and we fly across the pond to mainland Europe, or Russia. We're going to have a domination there on St. Petrograd, a double dose of Gunrunner to finish out the series should we need it. However, the Huntsmen will be looking to close this one out in 3. A massive turn of events has to happen now for Toronto to get their first big win on the board, and against the Huntsmen nonetheless would be amazing for them, but it's got to be plus ultra for Toronto if they're really going to be doing that one. Still, friends, I think it's about time. You've seen the stage, you've had your quick scope, you've had your maps and modes. Now it's time to bring out the players. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands and feet together for the Toronto Ultra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, he is flying! Pressure, Looney spots him. Looney going for the 1v2!
4 go down medals. Lucky. 3 in a row. Oh my goodness!
The Toronto Ultra there on your screen, looking to find their first big win here against the Chicago Huntsmen.
Yeah, on the other side of the stage, you love him, you know him, it's Chicago Huntsmen.
He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scup, and Scup, the king! This is dangerous. 10 in a row. Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Formal hits the shot. Octane doesn't have to move. He goes, oh my lord!
The Chicago Huntsmen, arguably the fan favorite in the COD League thus far, but hey, anything can change. It's going to be a long season here. Quick talk about one of the star players on this roster, and a roster that's so heavily studded with world champions and champions of their own right. Envoy, the newcomer somewhat to the stage there, and again, he's got Scum, you've got Formal with world championship rings, RCTs as well, Gunless with many accolades to his name, but Envoy, he's yet to lift a big trophy, he's yet to really have that limelight, and he's doing everything he possibly can so far to make that dream a reality. He had a brilliant tournament in London, he's a star-studded player, and in my eyes, possibly the glue that keeps this squad of absolute champions together.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this weekend he will get the chance to lift a trophy. Of course, the MVP, a lot of people kind of dubbed him. He's very confident going into this one. He's got the right people around him. I think he finds himself very comfortable in this team, and rightly so. You've got some legends sat around you, world champions, but his stats are really kind of showing for themselves. You know, he's the one that people are looking at, and I think that comes as a surprise to some people. You know, you've got some star-studded players, some A-list celebrities, if you like, on either side of him. But Chicago Huntsmen, certainly one to watch. First game of the tournament, we're going to be going into Hardpoint, and it's going to be Hackney Yard. It's going to be exciting, and I am so ready to see this unfold. The question is, have Toronto got what it takes to take on such a powerhouse?
Yeah, we'll find out. Hackney Yard Hardpoint up first. We are ready to rock and roll into this one, friends. Scum, Formal, RCTs, Envoy, and Gunless of the Chicago Huntsmen going up against Classic, Methods, Looney, Bans, and Cammy of the Toronto Ultra. Tomatoes, Chicago's, whatever you want to call them, as we roll into this series, it is going to be a humdinger. Let's get into it, friends. Right off the rip, into the hardpoint we go. Watch for control of spawns at top and side of your minimap. A 3-man push for the Toronto Ultra, looking to battle their way through, and it is going to work out. Formal can only take so many of those players down, and now the break happens. Watch those top right-hand side minimap. Those arrows are going to be dictating the pace of this match and the start of the next hardpoint as well. So without further ado, the Toronto Ultra straight onto the point. They're trying to overwhelm the backside now, but again, the spawns have just come out for the Chicago Huntsmen, and Formal, Scump, and Envoy have answered back.
Well, going into this one straight away, Hardpoint Hackney is not the best for either team. 0-1 for Chicago, they lost it to Paris, but even worse for Toronto, 0-2, they lost that one to Minnesota and Paris themselves. So again, interesting to see how this one's come around with, of course, the picks and the bans, but 21 points to the good for Toronto Ultra as Methods finds Scum, but the rest may fall here as Formal in there swimwear with his M4, and it's looking good.
So far, so good. RCT's up top on the outside there by scaffolding, taken down by a nice nade. Envoy on point with cut down. Methods finds a whole load in there on the point, including a teammate. Immediate rotation now. 10 seconds to the next hard point opens up. And then the Huntsmen, they have control of the right-hand side of the map. They have control of the tire shop. That's going to be your next hard point. And on the flip, RCTs will get the first few seconds. A solid start for Toronto Ultra. But this hard point is going to be very, very difficult to break into.
Yeah, and this is RCT's kind of home turf. You know, give him an assault rifle, give him some range between you and the enemy, and he is going to go to work. Formal's found himself a nice little car bomb there. He's going to have to hit that respawn, but Cammy trying to take some names. Give us a wave, Cammy. He's going good. He's going well. 4 kills as he finds himself now pushing in. The Huntsman, though, on the defense. And Envoy, you sick man. Taking down Methods' his head like that. My goodness, give the man a break.
Keeps the kills are coming. Formal now on top of the wall there. He's going to be making sure that no one makes their way out of that middle B position. Can't get the kill there on the Classic. A little bit of help from Bance, and now the push from the back end of the map. Again, the next hard point after this one will be Smokestacks. Right in the center there, a little bit towards the left-hand side. Very open area. But this has been a good hold from the Huntsmen. They've got themselves that 40 points, looking for another 15 more, as Toronto have given this one up, and they're going to set up in that mid-map position.
Yeah, we saw obviously the keys to victory. One of the things was Looney, Methods to go big, be the stars that they are already. Looney, 10 kills to his name, leading the pack right now for Toronto Ultra. He's trying to find number 11. He will do, and there it is. Envoy will go down. He's going to have to reload, though. Another bullet in the chamber here as 55 seconds remain. Cammy's going to be tucked away and getting some points on the board. But so far, so good as we kind of get our way, tippy-toe our way into the middle of the map here. We don't see Toronto trying to fight back, and 4 kills to good. Formal and Gunless have other ideas, though. 35 seconds left on Smokestack, and this is where you're going to start to see Chicago kind of set up around those offices. And we are actually seeing Toronto not only get all this hill time, but they're rotating well. Methods is on fire, and now, finally, we see Cammy get taken down.
This is Method's 5th kill in a row right there. He's going to keep this play going, and that's a nice bit of time in the bag now for Toronto Ultra. They're also doing what they can. This position Methods is in now. This is the next hard point. So he's setting up with those kills, allowing his teammates to find as much time as possible. And here we go. A big play from Envoy in through the bottom end of the shot, but he can't get it done. Methods taking care of business there in the office. He's going to keep that play going as he finds kill number 7. And we talked about him being a superstar. He's doing just that now as he's starting to catch up Looney. At the 13 kills of Looney, it's 12 to Methods.
Yeah, you might think right time, right place, but it ain't the case for Methods. This man is calm, calculated, and he's ready to put Chicago Huntsmen on the back foot here. He's got himself an MP5. He's a bit of a flex player himself. He can do it all, and now he's got to find another. Methods going big before taken down, but Methods and Looney now combining for 27 and 12. Incredible stuff. Looney with a double just extends that here, and Gunless and company here, they're trying to break on in. There's only 30 seconds left. Toronto looking kind of spicy.
It's a little spicy indeed. Scump here on the outside of the car park trying to find an entry here. Again, aware of the next hard point, which is going to be right in front of them. You know, the bottom side of the docks building there. In full control right now is going to be Toronto Ultra. Envoy trying to infiltrate his way through. He's snuffed out by Methods. Classic takes care of Scump on the old hard point. Formal now upstairs, unable to do too much except for hopefully find those kills. Ripped apart in a hail of gunfire there by Bance, and Toronto have certainly come to play. Next hard point is about to flip straight into the hands of the Canadians. Can Chicago find those infiltration kills? Can they make the pinch? We have to see something out of them sooner rather than later, as this lead is only getting bigger. As Arcites trying now to find those kills. Nice bit of work as Gunless gets a 3-piece. That's huge. Formal now is going to be able to set up, take care of these players now on the spawn, and it's a complete and total flip. The only player left alive on the point there was Looney. He's now taken care of. They're going to be spawning the other side of the map.
Yeah, and we're actually going to see a spawn flip here as we do see Toronto push both angles. And honestly, that hard point within the first 30 seconds flipped twice. Incredible stuff. I was about to talk about how Toronto, so typically Canadian, just welcomed them into their home, gave it to them almost. Very polite, but they took it right back, and with 20 seconds left, they're looking to steal them as well. 150 could be the marker here after this, and Toronto Ultra going to the second rotation with an amazing amount of time here. You look at Envoy, 8 and 16. What's going on, buddy? Not a second of hill time either. He's having a struggle, as well as Scump, 7 and 16. Those are 2 players you want to keep your eyes out for.
Yeah, Envoy manages to turn that around with an insane 3-piece there. The last kill there was going to be Looney, and now we've got a little bit of control going their way. Gunless holds down the right-hand side of the map. Again, we want to see that brick wall line you're looking at on your screen. That will have to become the line that the Huntsmen want to hold. Don't let Toronto cross that. Don't let them get control of the tire shop. Do what they can to keep them in place. Gunless once again, great position. Bance finally able to find the kill. And now Classic punching his way through the front of the hard point. The one battle has been won now for the positions on the hard point. Here comes the flood. It's going to be 2 for Arcites. It's the 3rd there from Scumpy. And this is a good look for the Huntsmen. Back in on the point, back in the time. 30 seconds left on this first hard point. They're able to make a little bit more out of this one. They're going to keep on charging straight into Arcites. He's going to keep getting these kills all day long. That's a good bit of work. They all have spawns as well. This is a great look for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, the Huntsmen have controlled both P1 and P2 here, as they will rotate over, and that is for the second time as well. This is where they've got all their time. They struggled on the next 3 hills, but Arcites just finally will be taken down. Classic will find the MP5 going straight through to Arcites. But with what, 5 seconds left? It's simply not good enough. We will say, Toronto, they're still in the lead right now, but the tire shop is a dangerous place to be here. And as we start to see Scum heat up, it was him and Envoy that we were kind of highlighting, having a bit slow games. Their stunts heat up themselves. Envoy now 16 and 20. And it's interestingly enough, I don't know whether Chicago have kind of changed their playstyle or it's this map and mode particular. Envoy not a second of hill time, and he has ranked 7 on average hill time across the board. So it looks like Arcites is really taking that job.
He certainly is at 25 to 11. He's on a 5 spree now. Better make it a 6. There we go. Great bit of work from Arcites. The kills keep on coming. In the first set of hard points, it was certainly the Huntsmen. They were burning rubber in the tire shop in the second hard point. Now we roll across once again to mid-map. map. We're going to be looking at smokestacks next, and it is so far so good. This was where Toronto managed to find their first batch of time. This was where they managed to pull the lead back. But right now, with the Huntsmen in the lead, they will have a lot of work to do for them.
But Envoy is the player to watch right now. He's actually just waiting for this hard point to pop, and no one's going to expect him here. All of Toronto are going to be sat here, waiting, looking forward, but Cammy, he smells something different, and Envoy, he's going to get taken down. You didn't see it, but that was a disgusting shot coming in from Cammy, and a very clutch moment maybe to get Ultra back into this game here. They're only down by 40 points, but a multi-kill for Bant will set himself apart. The MP5 not good enough at that range, especially not against RCT's M4 right now.
Bant's prime position to be in to cover his teammates. Sadly does take care of Classic there on the point. No points at the moment there for the players of the Ultra. Now on the point goes Envoy. Finally able to get himself some time. The smoke covering the advance perfectly there from the Huntsman. Bant still on your screen. Now has to get down and dirty with the MP5. Make a play in on point. Looney will take that position in top office as he's doing what he can now to keep the pressure mounting as Chicago. 210 points now, 40 for the win, as Toronto Ultra have just gone quiet here on the second set of rotations.
Yeah, Envoy's really changed this game. He's turned it around for himself. He was sat nearly double negative, nearly neutral now. RCT's, though, the shining star for the Huntsmen, 31-15, dropping over a 2.0 with 2 minutes of hill time. Disgusting stuff for RCT's himself now, pushing forward. We are going to see a rotation, and this is where Ultra really kind of came into their own. They don't have that same control anymore, Miles. They're 20 points from being sent home. Not sent home, my goodness. This is early on, my goodness.
Just the first map, my friend. Methods, though, with a 3-piece on point. Is that enough to flip? No. Formal and Scum locking down the back end of the office there. Now, Methods with that multi-kill. He's managed to get his boys in on the point. Now he's going to take care of both doors. He's going to find one. Scumping the other side. The pre-fire gets it done. Gunless, though. Looking for the swift retribution. He finds two. Classic answers back. And once again, it is back and forth between these two teams. There's 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. The rotation has to go down soon for Toronto. They have to battle through this wave of Huntsman players if they want to stand a chance in the map number one.
And Huntsman right now, they're thinking kind of 2-3 steps ahead. They don't want to go too big, but RCT's put an MP5 in his hands and he's still good to go. I don't think he can end it right here because the contest's going to come in, so we are going to see a rotation. Quick check of the minimap, and this is where we see those purple arrows pushing, pressuring over to the next rotation, but it's not going to be there in time. Huntsmen are set up and they are looking fine and dandy with only 8 points needed. Huntsmen are lighting up this kill feed. One push, one pressure from Methods, but it ain't going to happen. 250 is going to come in, and Chicago take number 1 of 5 here, looking strong. It wasn't all fine and dandy, though. Those first couple of minutes, Miles, the pressure was on. But a bounce back sees map number 1 go to Chicago.
Well, it ain't all roses and fine candies for Chicago, as Toronto certainly gave them a run for their money there. A surprise performance, I think, from everyone, but 250 to 203, there's your scoreboards, friends. And if anything, the man of the moment was RCT's 34 and 16. Absolutely disgusting stuff. Could be an 18. Your old man eyes over here, mate. I can't count. We know that already.
Incredible stuff. And again, we can't really kind of talk about anyone else. RCT's here, the scuff player of the game. It has to go to him. You could make a highlight reel of the plays, but here is a little bit of what was going on. It was RCT's and his M4. And you know what? That man just doesn't stop. We saw 5-kill streaks, 6-kill streaks, and we even saw him there at the MP5 at the end. The man can do it all.
He can certainly do it all. I wonder if he runs extended mags on his M4. If you just sit there in the point.
No, Miles, that's just you.
I would love to see that. Just holding down that lane in the first hard point. Kill after kill after kill. Brilliant stuff from RCT's there. A world champion in his own right. Looking very, very comfortable in the squad. However, that's it. CDL hardpoint done. The first map, Hackney Yard, it's over. It's finished. We don't go too far, though. We'll just go sort of 10, 15 minutes down the road to Piccadilly for the Search and Destroy coming up in just a moment. Here's some respawn stats coming into Atlanta, and again, Waskins sitting at top point alongside Sim at 1.50, and again, a little bit more time to play with as Waskins. He did have that London tournament as well, but that is very impressive stuff nonetheless. No one here from Toronto, and no one here from the Huntsmen.
Yeah, which is interesting, again, because we saw just a couple of weeks ago, Huntsmen take that victory, but of course to get there, they had to play a lot of games. Yes, Waskins was the shining star, and honestly, FaZe were just fantastic. We're going to see more of them a little later on, I believe, actually after this map. But moving forward, obviously we're going to be going into Search and Destroy. I believe we are going to be heading to Piccadilly, but some of those players, incredible stuff. I mean, for me, going to Search and Destroy, this is where Toronto maybe they have to take this. I feel like they go 0-2 here, they go into domination, they go into a very, very tough game. I just don't see kind of a reverse sweep happening. Toronto, for me, they've got to take them out.
It's going to be an interesting series nonetheless. Before we get into that one, we have a quick video to show you about the Spanish side of the Call of Duty League. Of course, it is a worldwide league. Very, very excited to explain to you a little bit more about what's going on the other side of the world. Players from Australia, players from mainland Europe, and of course, players from the North American region, and from Canada. And from Canada, of course, the Spanish COD feature coming up in just a moment, friends. Very, very excited to get into that one. And of course, Phil, it's a worldwide affair, my friends. It really, really is. Well, here we are, friends. This is our Spanish COD feature here at the COD League.
To be honest, in Spain, it's like the people...
Sorry, this one is in Spanish.
In Spanish?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, okay. Vale.
La verdad que estoy muy emocionado por la nueva temporada que viene.
Ya que es una experiencia nueva para mí como jugador, salgo un poquito de la zona de confort.
Yo creo que dejamos el listón bastante alto el año pasado, hicimos un muy buen papel al ser el primer equipo español que ya compite contra los mejores del mundo.
Fue un evento muy especial para todos nosotros porque ningún equipo español había llegado a estos niveles.
Nos abre como un mercado a los jugadores y los demás equipos, como por ejemplo ahora Toronto, pueda haberse fijado en nosotros.
Gracias a ello hemos podido posicionar a España en un lugar bastante bonito en el tema del Call of Duty.
Somehow, Lucky, he's at it again.
No creo que tengamos un estilo de juego único, pero diría que sí que nos tomamos todo lo que hacemos muy en serio.
Tengo muchísima pasión a la hora de jugar. Voy con muchas más ganas al enfrentamiento.
Que soy muy agresivo a la hora de jugar. Soy el que trae la agresividad al juego y que trae la rapidez.
Hailing from Barcelona, the Spaniard, medals!
Es mucho más complicado ser jugador profesional en España. No hay tantas organizaciones que apuesten por Call of Duty como apuestan aquí en Estados Unidos.
Los jugadores que se toman esto como un trabajo y en España aún yo creo que es más grabado como un hobby.
Pero la gente española yo creo que realmente lo vive más.
Eso es lo que nos hace tan especiales a la hora de competir.
Lucky's still alive, and you just never know when he has a sniper in his hand.
Yo a las nuevas generaciones de Call of Duty les diría que sobre todo no se rindan con la nueva Franchise League y con los Challengers. Vienen muchas cosas muy buenas para ellos.
Que persigan sus sueños y si tienen talento sobre todo van a llegar sobrados.
Que le echen muchas horas, que esto es cuestión de tiempo. Es cuestión de tiempo, solo cuestión de tiempo.
Metals with one jump tap finds number 2.
Mi meta esta temporada con Call of Duty sería llegar a los playoffs y hacer el mejor papel posible con Toronto.
Yo quiero conseguir mi primer torneo, todavía no he logrado ganar ningún torneo.
Este año pues intentaré dejar a mi gente española en lo más alto.
Truly is a worldly affair here at the COD League. You love to see it, and they want to win. Again, of course, Journey representing FaZe Atlanta here, one of the homegrown heroes. And here we have it, straight into the search and destroy. We ain't wasting no time. We've got a lot of games to get through today, friends. Here we go. Into map number 2. The Huntsmen win the first one by a solid, 49 points, 50 points. We ain't doing the maths no more. But now, search and destroy. Toronto Ultra a chance to bite back. But it's going to be a tough one against the Huntsmen. We've seen what they can do on Piccadilly already. This is going to be a mountain for them to climb.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about a search and destroy Piccadilly. Chicago have played it twice. They've won it twice. They took out OGLA and Dallas. And again, the Dallas was around 11, but OGLA was a little bit of a blowout at 6-2. Toronto have played it once. They've actually lost it once, and that was against London here. So again, stats don't bode well, but anything can happen. There has, of course, been time between these games. A lot of VOD to review, a lot of time to practice. Smokes are going down, pretty standard stuff as we see the snipers come out. Nothing going down just yet, though. Envoy straight through the middle of the map, looking to get into the party. And he's going to be met by an M4, and that's classic.
I think he's 21 as he, so that party was short-lived. He was turned away there. There's a sniper in the hands of Formal. We also have a sniper in the hands of Looney. As Classic and Bant find the first 2 kills here. If Looney can find a third, that'd be ideal. Again, Gunless carrying the bomb. Ooh, there he was. That gunfire just tells you to back off, brother. I know you're in there. Vance is trying to find something mid-map. Arstee's again on an offensive play, trying to find these openings as they can make their way forward. And Looney actually takes care of the sniper of Chicago. That goes down. Formal's out. And now it falls down to Arstee's and Gunless. Gunless still has the bomb. He's still making his way in towards the middle of the map. Classic has just made it a 4 versus 1. Gunless. A cornered Gunless is a dangerous thing, but the silver bullet there was Looney's. 1-0 to the Huntsmen. To Ultra, sorry. I'm showing off to a camera up here, I'm sorry, it's just...
One thing I will say, shout out to all our challenger teams as well. I believe we've got the pink wall right in front of us. Legion is
You can hear him.
I don't even want to get... He's probably losing at this point. Pamaji's trying his best to carry him through the tournament, of course, but he's more than likely losing, dropping a donut. Anyway.
There is so much happening here in this, the Atlanta FaZe home series. There's so much going on.
Always fun.
It's so much fun so far, and there's tons of stuff happening all over the place. Really, the Challengers bracket is taking place right next to us. We've got great games all day long. Either way, in round 2, Miles refocused as Envoy finds the first blood. Formal puts the sniper away, but Looney did not. 2 players go down now for the Ultra. Envoy will take an early nap as well. It's Classic trying to find something there, bomb in hand as he gets ever so close to B, but there are 2 members of the Huntsmen within extreme proximity of him. Formal's right there, Scump at the very end of the map. Nice stun over the top. It will get the kill. Wonderful assist there from Methods. Formal's up next. If he can find something in this position, that'd be ideal.
Bombs in the hands of Classic, and Looney just found Arstes. Arstes was actually watching the whole cross, and now it enables so much, but Gunless back against the wall here as his teammates will fall. Last alive once again for the Huntsmen. Can Gunless go big once again? Unfortunately, wasn't successful in round number 1, but with Methods having the bomb, Gunless just got tapped. Was that just like a... he just got tapped on the side of the head. He was like, whoa, did I just get shot? I don't know.
It might have been the car exploding nearby him, or just a stray grenade as they were hoping to find some information. But
what you do in a public, just put one bullet in, run away, troll for a little bit.
Spray your team logo on his body.
Yeah, always fun.
Well, a second round to Toronto Ultra as Chicago have slowed down the pace after that big win in the hardpoint. Now an offensive round for the Huntsmen. Formal 0-2, Arstes 0-2. He can take a nap, I think, after that spectacular performance in map 1. Snipes back out for Formal now. Looney still running the AX50.
Yeah, one thing we talked about, were obviously the keys to the victory, was Methods and Looney like being the stars that they are, and they started off the hardpoint so well. But again, both 3-0 right now in the Search and Destroy, kind of leading here for Toronto. These guys have had so much footage to watch. Maybe Search and Destroy not so much, but Toronto definitely making this a game. Vance with the first blood, Classic with the second, and suddenly the Huntsmen, they're in a bit of trouble here, as we do see the bomb currently being carried at the very back of the map. That's going to be Gunless. He's got a few kills to his name, but he's the only player of the Huntsmen with more than one.
Yeah, they're really struggling to find these kills. Gunless again. They're going to find those real long shots, but just not enough. Bad positioning there, and Methods is going to immediately cut him down. So the communication, the teamwork is certainly on point so far for the Ultra, and at this stage, you have to be feeling themselves. Scump, snipe in hand, picks up Formals after he takes a dip there, and Envoy is still trying to battle forward. He does manage to secure the bomb. Now with the bomb in hand, trying to make a play happen there. Big shots, able to get the assist, not just yet. Smokes up on the cross. Here comes the play from the Huntsmen as they desperately try to turn this 2v5. Now a 1v5 around. It all comes down to Envoy. Mid-map, he slipped through. It was not a dead silence play, and he will be cut down again. And Toronto Ultra, 3 rounds in a row.
Cammy with the 2 at the end there. You're going to be treated to it as he waves goodbye to the competition. 3-0 so far for Ultra. Did not expect this coming into this one again. Chicago played this twice, and they've won it twice. One which was pretty convincing. Formal and Arstes yet to get off the mark here, but I'm sure that'll change. Methods and Looney, 7-0 combined.
You know, Chicago just been lulled into a false sense of security, all those nice things that Toronto Ultra said about them. But it wasn't quite enough. I wonder if you can hear that back home.
Legion, please sit down. We have a game on the main stage going on. We're trying to commentate over.
I think his team won a round of search, so he's a happy bunny. Speaking of bunnies and hopping and whatnot, Bance there, the Bouncy Castle doing what you can to stay alive here as Toronto on the offensive round. Now pinned somewhat there in the side. Formal managed to get himself off the donut straight into the kills. We will find the first blood on there to Methods. Now, Snipe still in hand for Looney, yet to go down as the Snipe's actually been working out quite well. Formal once again sitting there mid by the tube exit. Piccadilly Circus, an exciting place to be if you've ever been to London. Tourists up. Scump though, he's in the wrong part of town. That's bad tourism right there as he gets cleaned up by Bance. Straight onto the B site now. We have a chance to get the bomb down for Toronto. Classic finds another kill in a Formal. Brilliant awareness once again. A 4 versus 2 now as Arstes and Gunless with their backs against the wall.
I mean, just watching this map unfold, I'm getting vibes of when I first watched New York City play this map and they kind of look lost. I mean, Chicago have played this. They've done very well at it, but Ultra, they're getting full map control. They're getting in positions and just making it very easy for them. It's not like they're winning spectacular gunfights or clutching up 1v2. These guys are just winning. These guys are pushing forward, getting those first bloods. I think that was the first round that Chicago got the first blood, and it still doesn't go their way. Cammy closing things out once again, and I mean, even judging by the cams here, nothing too exciting, but we might have to see something pretty special from the Huntsmen to get back into this one.
Yeah. Arsty's still sitting on the donut, not where he wants to be.
He just dropped 31 kills.
And he can't get one.
Can't get one. It's a different game mode. You know, you've got to be great at all of them.
Well, here we go. A hope and a prayer and a grenade over the top. Doesn't find a single thing. Gunless, though, slowing down the pace somewhat as Envoy charges through. Looney set up already into the bookshop. He didn't catch that player on the cross. He does not know that player is next to him, so we could see a nice kill here for the Huntsmen if they can get a little closer. And there's Envoy. Oh, my! No! What was that from Looney? Instant replay if we can, that'd be ideal. But Scump now is going to make his way forward, and Looney, the superstar, we made the call, he needed to do it. Scump baited out there as Bance gets the cleanup kill, and now it's a 3v2 formal on Arcetes. Desperately trying to find a play here. 50 seconds to go.
Bance has been fantastic in these later rounds here. Availability for the dead silence for Arcetes. Does he use it? No. Methods takes him down, and it's all up to Formal. Formal finds one. 2 more to go. Bance Methods ain't gonna happen. Ultra looking so strong with the search and destroy here. And it's first blood after first blood after first blood for these guys. They're positioning. These guys, they're surprising me,
Toronto,
for sure.
Dude, Toronto, they've just got full control of Piccadilly right now. We saw the mini-map. We watched the way as soon as we had Arcetes and Formal left in the 2v4 there. They enveloped the remainder of the map. They set up around buses. They give Formal no chance whatsoever in a 1v3 situation like that. And now we're on map point. Toronto Ultra potential here to go 6-0 on the search and destroy. They can close it out now in an offensive round. Envoy on the defense now. The bomb has made its way in towards A. What's Envoy got in the tank? Arcetes gets off the donut with a nice nade.
Envoy's going to chuck one as well. And that's going to be a grenade kill too. 5v3. Oh my. Scump finally finds the kill there. I think it was just something in front of him that took him down, but 2 back for Ultra. And suddenly the 5v3 is down to a 3v2 now. Availability for Bance and that dead silence. Keep your eyes on him. He's number 9 there on the minimap, right next to one player. He's going to find himself pushing up onto B, but
yeah, Envoy was running his dead silence play there as well, as has Bance. They both activated that straight away, so they're going to be looking to move fast across the map, garner information, hopefully find a player sitting out, watching a line of sight. Methods, though, in the back end, he hasn't activated dead silence, doesn't have his ready to play yet, so he's looking to find a power position now. Try to provide some Overwatch to Bance. That's big news. He found Gunless. The shot's out, gives him his position away, but now he has a little bit of help for his teammates.
And this is where Bance needs to make the play, because he's the one who used the dead silence, got in and behind, and maybe he can do, but it looks like Huntsmen, they're setting up pretty strong here with only 20 seconds left, though. They need to make a move. Methods go down. 1v3 for Bance. 1v2, 1v1 for Bance. The MVP of Envoy up against Bance for the clean sweep, the 6-0.
It's 10 seconds on the clock.
He's just used his dead silence.
He's just trying to hunt him down. Round. 4, 3, hunt him down, try to find something. No, mate, the tube's closed. That's going to be a round to the Huntsmen. Honestly, that could not have been any closer to becoming a 6-0 there. So that is that's a big win for the Huntsmen. I think Ultra are kind of kicking themselves there. They could have had 6-0.
Yeah, that would have been a 1v3 for the 6-0. It would have been a naughty finish for Ultra. However, they've got plenty of time to still finish this one. A couple of kills going either way, though. Bance, double digits so far.
Here we go. Right off the rip, it's an aggressive start on the defense there for Toronto Ultra. Huntsman looking to hold that line back a little bit. The break through the buses from Envoy. He's managed to clear his way over towards B. The gunfights come down. Envoy, he makes the first blood. He managed to find the one. Now Looney finds Scump. Answers back straight away. Looney, heavy tags. We're not able to get the kill. And there we go. Cammy comes through with a brilliant bit of teamwork. Once again, the comms from Toronto have been brilliant. Bance, that was his 10th kill in a row. And now he's put to bed finally. And this is it. Gunless. Last player left alive in a 1 versus 3. This is to tie up the series. All you've got to do is kill Gunless. It sounds easier than it really is. And Toronto Ultra, they take the search and they tie up the series.
And a round of applause here for Ultra. You hear that? That was just a very, very impressive showing in Search and Destroy. A very happy Marky B welcoming his team and, of course, tying up against Huntsmen. That's going to be a shock for the Huntsmen. Again, yes, of course, going into this, I was saying it was a must-win for Toronto in the Search and Destroy. Did I expect Bance to go 11-2, go on a 10-kill streak? Absolutely not. It was a very, very slow start for the Huntsmen, and now, going into domination, it really does open a lot of doors up for both teams.
Well, there we go, friends. When we come back after this quick break, we do have a domination matchup. And, oh, yes, you think you're enjoying it at home. We're enjoying it here when we come back after the break. More COD League action.
like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending it. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Welcome back, friends. Our US Army tactical play from the Search and Destroy was going to be the final moments of round 7 here in this brilliant 6-1 victory the Toronto Ultra had over Chicago Huntsmen.
I think the important thing as well was every player from Toronto, as soon as they went down, another player just slid in and took that kill. You see that from Cammy trades one out, Methods trades it out there as RCs finds one, and the numbers were always in their favor. Gunless, poor thing, I think he was last alive 4 times during that Search and Destroy, but with 45 seconds, it was tag from the left, tag from the right, and it was Cammy, I believe, to finalize the Search and Destroy once again. I think he picked up 3-4 Final Bloods. Is that a thing? I don't know. It is now. But Search and Destroy for Ultra. Big thumbs up.
That's one for the stats guys. Final Bloods. I'm sure we have a better name for it, but I like Final Bloods.
Final Kills.
Cool. There we go.
Yeah, whatever.
When we come into the next match, though, friends, it is, of course, going to be a domination. You know how it works here in the COD League. We do hardpoint, we do search, we do domination. That's how it goes. After this one, though, I think we may be looking at a very, very exciting finish because, again, hardpoint after this, if we have to go the distance, we will have to see a minimum of 1 more map. Again, what a way to do this. Tying things up 1-1. Toronto Ultra. They may be the jokers of the league, but after this, there might be the jokers and the thieves. They've stolen our hearts after that great run. Here's the domination KD so far, and I will say, Methods, we touched upon him, having to be a superstar, having to be the player that really stands out for his squad, and it's looking good, but right below him, Phil, is Max. It's formal, it's the beast, it's the machine, it's the Piper.
It is indeed. I think the one thing, the common trend is those assault rifles are very good for putting up the slaying side of things. BZ though, missed the do-it-all 1.22, but definitely keep your eyes out for the ARs coming into this one. Just to check up on our bracket though, we saw our first game of the day, Røkkr take out Legion 3-1 as Legion now go down into the loser bracket again. 1 more loss, and that's a very poor weekend. Royal Ravens move past Mutineers with a convincing 3-1 victory. I think they, what was the map they lost? I think it was Domination.
It was Domination Petrograd,
yeah. They went 2-0 up.
Yeah, Domination Petrograd, they managed to keep it alive, keep it together. That's what we'll be seeing on this map as well. It will be a Domination Petrograd coming up next. Again, we've left London. Everyone's had to hand over their passports to border control. They managed to slip into Russia. And now we sit on a Petrograd Dom. And again, for Ultra, a must-win. What it will do for their confidence, what it will do for their entire game, just to transform the performance they've had. It's not been great at launch weekend. It wasn't great in London, but so far, so good against the Huntsmen. Phil, quick predictions?
I'm going to go with the Huntsmen on this one. I think it's hard not to on the respawns. I definitely didn't see, I mean, touching on when I say respawn, didn't see the Search and Destroy being that convincing. I didn't even see it going that way myself. But we see a series. We see another game which will be pushed to 4 minimum. Do not rule Ultra out. The confidence that must be oozing through this team right now must be a fun feeling for Ultra. But Huntsmen, they have a lot of firepower. You start looking at Arsteez, the way that he started map number 1, but for me, again, Envoy started slow map number 1. We know what he can bring to the team, that presence as well. The King Scum, let's see what he can do as we get into domination on Petro. And we jump on board with Methods.
Petrograd Domination is one of the most incredibly fast-paced domination maps we will play here in the COD League. It's so deadly. We watch these players immediately overextending, trying to find those players at B, trying to find the home flag grabs. B closely contested, Looney taken down there, and we're going to see the Huntsmen slowly build that progress. Methods, I mean, that stun could not have hit him any more in the face if it tried. With that, he's going to be held back as his teammates fall around him. Arsteez line up to find the kill. Scump trying to hit the flank here. And Methods, oh, he finds 2 there from the steps. Just peeks up, finds a couple. Now he's going to back down. Try to find that mid-map presence once again. Look for these players now on the Huntsman, trying to make the wrap. It's going to be Envoy, looking to find the damage there towards the A flag, and he actually will. On the other side of the map, Toronto now trying to go towards C flag, trying to attack the home flag of the Chicago Huntsmen. Where will we go from here? As Envoy neutralizes A, takes care of the points for Ultra, and gives his team the advantage.
And now he's going to hit a quick rotate, or try to, before getting taken down. That's going to be Cammy. But for a brief moment, that's a 2-0 flag count, and we see Huntsman 17 and 8. These points can get a little out of hand. We've seen domination already. We've seen it already today. Keep your eyes out on the top middle. Of course, you'll see those field upgrades, the dead sounds, the trophy systems, and when they're available, one thing to take into consideration, no longer a 6-minute round, is a 5-minute round. We'll guide you through all the action as Methods takes out Formal, Methods takes out Gunless, and Methods plants a trophy system as well.
It does, and he's about to neutralize C, give it to the hands of the Toronto Ultra, but Envoy on the flank, cut down immediately by Cammy there. You can see that right-hand side of the map by tracks. That's where they're trying to make the play. Cammy from up high here. That rooftop position, there's one mirroring it on the other side of the map there on Cafe. It's a power position to be in, if ever we've seen one. Scump slides on out of spawn and straight into... Oh, what was that? Cammy hit the shots, man. Scump just obliterates him, gives him a short back and sides. Now Methods, pressure is mounting towards C, tries to find something. His teammates have dropped all around him, and C is going to go back to Chicago.
Disgusting stuff we've seen already. I think that tree got in his way there. A few branches getting in the way, but Scump finds another. That's going to be onto Looney. 7-1 for Methods. The kills are certainly there for Methods. They need to translate that into points, and from flags, you'll get points right now. B is getting changed hands. He's been neutralized for a second, so both home flags are in the hands of their team. Envoy finds 2, Envoy finds 3, and now it's OBJ as he finds himself on the point. Can he find 4? Not going to happen. He's going to dip out. He's going to keep himself alive, and I like this. It's a smart play. And he's going to be rewarded with the...
Almost.
I tried. I really tried to drag that one out.
At this point in time, though, it's very, very tough scenes for the Toronto Ultra. They are being hammered here. This is a real pummeling, a pounding, and a push back towards whatever spawn they can find at this stage, and it seems to be the bottom of the map. A, B, and C in their control for so long was the Huntsmen. They've managed to now get out. They've slipped out of the iron grip of the Chicago Huntsmen and managed to get themselves back onto A. Now is a chance for them to desperately pull this one back because the lead's starting to get a bit ugly. 20-odd points will be the lead for Chicago as they battle their way through the map. And again, up top, above the restaurant is Cammy, cooking up a storm as he's desperate to try to make the way in towards B. Checks left, checks right, there's no one there. There's Formal, up and above, great shots to get rid of him. All the way over to A, or to C he goes, but he's about to run into a few members of the Huntsmen on the defense there.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this game, we've actually not seen Toronto play this map and mode combination. Chicago, though, we've seen it played twice, and both have been a very convincing victory. Again, Paris, Dallas, it was 215 to 110 against Paris, and a 40-point lead against Dallas themselves. But I mean, this is, again, so far so good. But again, we're going to see lower points with those shorter rounds. But so far, for the Huntsman, it's looking like another strong showing. Methods, 4-kill streak for him, 13 kills to his name. I know there's a lot of Call of Duty going down. Here, there, and everywhere, it seems. But we've got all the stats for you, and we'll keep on shoving them down your neck.
Here we go. Methods. Kill number 14. That's his 5th in a row. Runs out in a Formal to end the streak there. That was a lovely bit of work, but not enough to get C flag. B, though, still sitting in the hands of the Huntsman. Looney doesn't have any backup here at mid-map. He's all alone, waiting for the cavalry to show up. Takes care of Formal. Doing what he can to stay on point. 10mm rounds there in the MP5 ringing out. The crossfire, though, the positioning there from the Chicago Huntsmen, just unstoppable as they make sure that mid-map and Lion is well and truly still purring their way. Ooh, bounce, that was cheeky. Takes care of Arsteez. Is that enough to get mid-map? Is that enough to buy them the space? They're not willing to capture B just yet. They want to make sure they make hazmat building more theirs. That's where they want to be pushing forward. The gate is such a difficult position to make kills from for Scumpy, but he makes it look easy. And now you're just charging forward. You have to see something from Toronto. You have to see them take more control of mid. And it just ain't happening.
It really isn't. And as we come to the final 10 seconds here, the one player that really has stood out is Envoy. 14 kills, only 8 deaths. He's really been a shining star. 1,800 damage in just one round. And Toronto, they're down by nearly 50 points here. You go into the second side, they've got to be strong, they've got to be dominant, they've got to replicate exactly what Huntsmen did. They've got to go for those neutralizations, they've got to go for that triple cap eventually, potentially. But I don't think it's going to be easy, not the way that Envoy's playing right now. Highlighted a beautiful triple there.
Yeah, he didn't have the greatest hard point on Hackney Yard, he did not have the greatest search and destroy on Piccadilly, but he's looking all right here on Petrograd in the domination. Now, if we do have to go, well, we will. We go to the next hard point. It's interesting to see if Toronto can keep it close with the momentum that Huntsmen are building right now. But again, we go into the second round, another 5 minutes on the clock, and a chance for Toronto to get back into this.
Smoke's going down, grenades will fall, MP5 at the hand. So within the first 3.5 seconds, Envoy has utilized 3 different things. He's made a 4th kill and is suddenly across the map. And my goodness, he is like a magician, it seems, but methods, he's been the one person really slaying and putting himself in those preferable positions. A nice double kill, but again, we've seen the kills before, Miles. We need the flags. That's the point right now. Kills, it only gets you so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of caps on the side of Ultra. There's 8 in total. I mean, that's not enough. You need to be capturing more flags. And we talked about Petrograd can be so fast. You want to be hitting the enemy flags as much as you possibly can, but it's just testament to how strong the defensive lines from Huntsmen are. They're so good at watching their flank. They're so good at making sure that no one gets through and causes any problems. Over towards Seaside, we have for the Ultra. Now, Bance up top, trying to find something here. He's just going to find a lot of gunshots in the back. His teammates will find the kills are on the play at the gate. So again, mid-map, still in the hands of the Huntsmen. There's nothing decisive enough yet from Toronto to break that hold on mid and actually capture the B flag. Try again they will as they beat their heads against the brick wall at this point in time, but Classic has managed to slip through towards A. A solid bit of time on the board now, and that's going to be bad timing as Formal and Envoy. They clean up those players there on the point, but they will capture A for now.
Yeah, and that will give him a couple of points. We see Formal on a 5-kill streak. Strong stuff from him so far. But C will change hands, and we talk about when we go into the half exactly what Toronto needs to do, or the losing team need to do to come back. As that doesn't happen and the time ticks away, it's like a double-edged sword. It really just goes from bad to worse, and this is what we start to see because Toronto get more and more desperate, and Huntsmen get more and more comfortable right now as they start to rip and shred apart Toronto. 127 and counting. They're going for a neutralization on the home flag. Not going to get it as a clutch grenade comes in from Bance, but the kill feed will still be in favor of Chicago. This has been a very strong showing here on domination. 3 minutes left and a very strong lead.
Very, very strong lead indeed. I mean, Arcities is continuing to perform those respawn dominance. 14 and 12 right now, 22 and 14 for Envoy, though. He has certainly sprung to life. He desperately needed something special on the hard point, and he's got it here in the Dawn. Better late than never, I say. And B, we're looking like a little bit of Toronto love here on towards the B flag. Cammy trying to clean out the back end of blue. And again, just trying to buy some space here on mid-map, but the Toronto offensive stopped in its tracks there by the Huntsman defense. Classic finds his 8th kill of the map, slow for him, but again, doing what he can on the flag work, as is Cammy, 4 caps each. 6 for Arsties, however, and a 5 for Envoy and Gunless. It's just more mobile for the Chicago Huntsmen. They're able to make the plays, able to dictate the pace as and when they want it. And it doesn't seem to be a problem for them winning the fight for mid.
It really isn't. You said 6 caps there for Arsties. It's actually on a 7-kill streak as well. So objective, slaying power, 17 and 12 as he continues his dominance here. Scump's on a nice little triple. He's looking to make it 4. Dead Silence in the bag as well as he does find another Formal. Finds 2. Scump finds a double. And again, the headshot coming in. So deadly. 90 to 161, and with less than 2 minutes on the clock here, the Huntsmen, they've got the heels dug in, and they are not going anywhere. They're looking so strong on this domination, and like I said before, I mean, going into this one, they look strong. They had all the stats coming into it. They've already beat Paris. They've already beat Dallas on this map and mode combination already. It looks like Toronto will be added to the list.
That's all right. It's the first time Toronto we've seen them play this in a tournament setting, or at least in the COD League, and now it just seems to be all about formality, running through, padding the stats, climbing up that domination kills leaderboard, and certainly leading the charge for the Huntsmen. It is going to be Envoy. 25 and 16. He has been an absolute force to be reckoned with here on the map. A 77-point difference between these two teams. I mean, you got to hold a trip cap for what, 2 minutes to get like 70 points? I think it's over. I think it may be done, Phil.
About a minute ago it's over. But
it's okay. Minute ago?
It's okay, because one thing we can talk about is how well Huntsmen have shown what they're capable of. Arsties actually went on a 9-kill streak there, finally got ended. But Envoy, in the hard point, he did start slow, as did Scum. In the domination, not the case. Scum currently 20 and 15, Envoy 27 and 17, with a combined plus 15 between them. I mean, look at the kill feed. It's the two men we're talking about right now, and the MP5s are glowing. Methods might have the one-up on that one with his assault rifle, but at this point, 30 seconds left, it's a done deal, and we talked about it in our first series. This is where you just like, you're hyped, you're motivated, and you are just going to town, and you're trying to pad those stats, you're trying to put that confidence through your teammates, and also put the doubt through those enemies as well. You know, you guys want to absolutely bury the competition.
This is the time to start shooting bodies. This is a warm-up for the hard point now. I mean, this is really, if it was over, what, 2.5 minutes ago? 200 points now passed for the Chicago Huntsmen. Kills are plenty for them, and an absolute dominant display here in Map 3 domination for them. They will take the lead in the series 2-1. And we roll into a hard point next.
And it might have been the third time that they played that, but that was actually the most convicting victory that we've seen them on that map and mode. So the more they play it, it seems like the better they get. Of course, the search and destroy, that's the big question right now. That was a very big shock to me, Miles. I don't know about you, but I did not expect the Huntsmen, who have just won London, to come here and kind of get bodied in that search and destroy. If we were to see a second search and destroy in this series, I'd expect better from them. But are we going to see that second search and destroy? Judging by their respawns, it's looking so strong. But here's the scoreboard and all the stats to go with it.
24 and 15 for Scum, 20 and 14 for Formal, 21 and 15 for Arcites. Disgusting stuff coming out of the Huntsmen there, and certainly had a tremendous advantage going into that domination game, and they really showed it all the way through. Now they're a hard point, and I believe we got a gun runner. I'm probably making that one up.
I think it is gun runner.
I think we got a gun runner now for the hard point, and that's going to be a very interesting run altogether. We have seen the Huntsmen on that map as well. We have seen Toronto Ultra on that map, I believe, and it is going to be a real bout. This is match point for the Chicago Huntsmen. For Toronto, backs are certainly against the walls now. This is it. They've got to dig deep. They've got to go all the way, because if they can force the Game 5 search and destroy after what we saw on Piccadilly, that's a pretty good look for Toronto, eh?
I just think we've got a warmed-up Scump now. We've got a warmed-up Envoy, and these guys, I think, are going to go to town. I think a point to prove after map 1. If we're going by the theme of today, it seems like map 4s are just where it's at. We've not had Ben and Chance cast. Of course, that is guaranteed Game 5, as always. That's coming up next. But for these guys, Chicago, I think the heavy favorites going into the series. When you talk about hard points, certainly the heavy favorites going up against Toronto. But we saw what they could do on that first hard point. We saw a very close game. For a large majority of that game, Ultra actually led there. Good rotations, very well played from the likes of Methods, Looney. I need to see the same from Ultra and those two individuals.
No, we do indeed. On the other side of the board, though, we have a big tweet from Arcites' brother, Pristini, who's been talking about his brother online. He says, Mum's already worried about Alec and I playing each other LMFAO. What does that mean? Too early in the morning for all that, as of course, the twins have been separated. It's been a kind of continuing theme here in the COD League of twins playing together, being brilliant, finding success, and then separating and maybe being reunited a bit later on in the season. Who knows? We saw Waskins and Scraps get separated for a while, but Arcites, he's managed to get himself onto a solid roster. Difficult scenes for Pristini, obviously, today. But Arcites got no esports because of a football concussion. I didn't know that.
Learning stuff every day. I thought I knew everything there was to know about Arcites, but here I am. Learning why he got into esports. Love to see it. Anyway, game is getting ready. We're about to jump into map number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have missed any of the games, we're 2-1 up for Chicago. We are seeing Ultra try and push this to a game number 5. It is going to be Gun Runner Miles. You guessed right here. And we're going to see some hot-headed MP5s. I want to see rotations on point. I want to see timing down to perfection. I do need to see maybe some of the other Ultra players kind of step it up. The likes of Classic, Cammy. We saw Bance be great in the S&D. I'm looking at the two Cs, Classic and Cam. Give me something special.
Here we go. Into the hard point. Match point for Chicago. Toronto now have to dig deep. It's time to go plus ultra, boys. Onto the point we go, right in through middle. Arcites is going to be hitting the right flank. Here comes the concussions. The stuns up over the top. He's going to find a little bit of information there and a kill to open the bow up. Arcites and L-Boy. It's an absolute ripper of a start here for the Huntsmen, and Arcites really leading the charge. Formal finds 2 on the other side of the map, and that's it. Mid-map purchased. However, solid spawn position now for the players of Ultra. They spawned on that side of the map. They started things off there. It's an inherent advantage to begin with.
Oh, it certainly is. And again, going into this, I'd like to outline what we've seen from both teams already on the map and mode. And we've actually seen both teams play this, be successful, and take defeat on this one. Chicago Huntsmen currently sit 3-1, as Gunrunner Hardpoint is the map and mode. And Ultra currently 1-1, significantly less, but again, that's what happens when you reach a final and you go all the way. You're certainly going to get more time on LAN. On that main stage here, as crazy enough, look at the amount of points that's been collected, just 3 miles. Make it 4, 5, oh my goodness.
It keeps on going up. There we go. With the Huntsmen now starting to take the reins, looking to battle towards the back there for spawns. Let's have a quick Astro listen in with the Chicago Huntsmen.
No, he got me from the front door. He ran away, He's
gonna come back.
Smoke mid tracks. I went water.
It's not rock. I'm going top again.
I jumped in the smoke. I got one. I'm one shot.
Bathroom, Nick, weak.
I just left him. Back left. Spawn, fuck. Back left. He's water tower.
So, fuck him dead.
Yeah, water tower.
I'm staying alive at the back, guys. I'm staying alive at the back.
Everyone,
back right now, Looney. One shot back right now, Looney. One shot here, Looney. Back left, one shot, or back right.
Pop up. He's going front door.
Yeah, he got me top.
Slow down and work it together.
Yeah, I'm hitting left.
I'm flashing back right.
Mid tracks Nick, one shot.
Huntsman comms clear. They hold the line there for the time being. As Classic just finds 4 kills in a row. That was absolutely disgusting, sitting at 7 and 5 right now. And I must admit, Toronto, they've held the early advantage they were given by spawning on that side of the map. And now the rotation is underway with 20 seconds remaining. The Huntsmen gearing up for the minecart.
Well, Classic and Cammy were the two that I said we needed more from right now. They're doing great. 6 and 7 for both of them. Not much time on the hill, but when you're picking up the kills, the other teammates can do that, right? As we see rotation go down, this is going to favor the Huntsmen, but we are seeing 3 players push through. Oh, that's a team grenade potential. Bada bing, bada boom. See you later, Classic. Cammy goes down as well. And Huntsman, they'll be looking comfortable now going into Cole. Holding tight. Arstees with an MP5 in his hand. Mr. Do It All. A flex player in his own right. So we saw him already. Be great with the MP5. He's going to find himself 2, though. He's going to be in trouble. And I'll tell you what, sliding behind those cars. Very good positioning, very good cover.
I mean, you just look at these perfect pieces of cover set up in front of you. Those minecars full of coal, just absolutely brick wall of defense right now. And Gunless is going to find 3, Scump on 1. That's brilliant work from the Chicago Huntsmen. It does not get better than that, my friends. They just keep the kills coming. Gunless is watching inside of pipes. Scumpy's taking care of the players in the front line. Again, the angles that the Chicago Huntsmen have right now are great. And not only that, with 20 seconds remaining on this hard point, they've already made their way across map, and they're already getting ready for the next one. This is looking fantastic for Chicago.
Yeah, and you're talking about that rotation already. Arstee's not only rotating early, but picking up kills early as well, so this is favoring them. However, scrap time looks like it's going to Ultra. Envoy is just going to take 2 players down. That's Bance and Cammy, and leave those 5 points going to absolutely nobody. But as we head to the crates here, we are going to see Huntsman with the favorable spawn.
I said it was going to be fantastic, and it wasn't quite just that, as Toronto Ultra have bitten back. Here we go. A mid push coming out of the way of Chicago. They're going to have 2 players make their way through mid. The forest is about to get real dark and deep and ugly, and the kills come through. Bance immediate trades, but Gunless, he stays alive for long enough to get rid of the players on the point. It forces Methods now to relocate forward. He has to bring the AR to the gunfight. Looney holds down the side of the boxes. Cammy now reinforces, and Toronto have just absolutely dived this one forward. Great bit of work as Methods and Classic keep the run going. 3 in a row now for Methods. And the clock keeps on ticking for Toronto.
And this is the perfect timing. With 25 seconds left, you want to not only collect the points, but push forward. And Huntsman are spawning out. The kill feed's purple. And there is going to be some important gunfights going down. Look at this player. It's none other than Bance here as he tries to trickle his way around. If he can stay alive, this will be crucial. But he's going to make some noise dropping down. The doors are opening, and he's thinking, did I do that? Who did that? I don't know. But Ultra, they're going to be rotated early. They're going to have the power positions. And again, this is another strong start in hardpoint. The question is, can they keep it up? They weren't able to do so on Hackney. Is it going to be a different story here on Gunrunner?
Where they're lining up. The shipping warehouse is now Toronto's. A nice kill from Scump opens it up. Classic gets taken care of at the back end of the doggy door. Looney's up next. Pushed back by the ferocity of Chicago as they surge forward. In from behind, that's going to be it. Gunless. The numbers are dwindling on point now for Chicago. It comes down to Bance. He can't get any more than 1 so far. He's on the back foot. He almost gets 3 there as Formal makes his way in from behind. But Classic, he keeps the dream alive. Solid hold from Toronto. Big work from them. And you have to see the play from Chicago keep developing. They've got to keep going, but Classic's heating up.
16 and 9 for Bance, make it 17 as he finally gets taken down, dropping a 1.7 as it stands. But with a 50-point lead right now, Ultra, they need to keep this momentum going. They need to push this to a search and destroy. If not, it could be a very sad affair. Methods, though, as you see on your screen, already thinking, not 1, not 2, but maybe 3 or 4 steps ahead here. Just tucking himself in a nice little corner. And we're going to soon see this unfold. I just want to tell you, the hard point's in the middle. That's okay. We're going to jump back to someone in the action. I'll like that. But highlighted one thing I will say. Like I said, it's not 1 or 2 steps ahead. He's thinking so far ahead, another 60 seconds ahead, Miles. And look at the spawns. Toronto are going to be rewarded with this. Now, can Methods get in the action, pick up some kills? The answer, absolutely.
Yeah, the most important thing there for Methods being at the back, once he saw his teammates spawn close to him, he was like, we got this, baby. This is good time for us. Okay, you got to finish the kills in. You got to figure, you know, one of the funniest players in the league, but you got to bring the thunder when it matters, brother friend. Oh, what a nade that was on a gunless right over the top. And look at the kill feed. The kills is just all Toronto. They've not stopped. 20 seconds left. Now, they have to be careful, though. Envoy, the sneaky is RC's actually. He's made his way through mid. He got cut down. Bant's upstairs. He's going to clean out the top of the crates. He's gunning for a few more. Gunless will get him. But this is great work from Toronto. They're holding the middle of the map. When they respawn, they're respawning in the next hard point. None of this is bad news, as Classic finds 2. Gunless is still driving the spear forward, but Bant's buying as much time as possible for his team, and every single kill counts. This is all great news for Toronto.
And let's not forget, Bance was the player that was brought off that subs bench, and he's making a huge impact right now. Plus 6 for him, 21 and 15, as he starts to go big. And again, this rotation. You look at the spawns, you might think it favors Huntsmen. A flood coming through from Ultra. Is it going to be enough? You can spawn them right at the back, but Ultra, they're going to be pressured, they're going to be pushed back, and the kill feed's going to change hands. Huntsmen now, with 30 seconds left, they'll be looking to take every single second here. Get this a little closer. Methods, though, trying to push forward, waiting for his teammates. The M4, of course, not the best up close and personal. He's going to send Cammy in with the MP5 to see what he can do.
Cammy trying to find an opening in the back. Looney's going to get 2 on point. That's RC's in the back end. Great win from Cammy. Straight through he goes. Gunless, though, up next. Perfect timing on Gunless to stand up. Oh! Cammy takes the top of his head clean off. And that's going to be the final 10 going the way of Toronto. And that nade from Classic, we're about to say the rotation's all good. It looks like the Huntsmen have got it.
Look where the Huntsmen are spawning. They're getting split spawns because we're not seeing him get any scrap. We're not seeing him control the spawns. There's one player flanking right round, and that's going to be Envoy, currently sat at 16 and 20. And that one push has given them the favorable spawns. Now they have to break on it. It's all well and good getting the spawns, Miles, but the other team sets up on these minecarts, and it's not easy. However, Huntsmen do break through, and with 45 seconds left, this is the time for them to get back into the game. They need to lock it down. They need to do it now.
It's got to happen. RC's, that was almost a massive 2-piece to take care of those players on point. Scump throws a Hail Mary up over the top, doesn't find much, but the shots are there. Can he find the 3rd kill? Scumpy! He gets 3! Methods is up next. He will go down in the end, but Scumpy's disgusting 3-piece there is keeping Chicago in this. They're keeping them on the point. 20 seconds now remain. Got to think towards the next hard point. Once again, spawns for Chicago are solid. The back warehouse there. Now they're going to make their way in onto the point. Try and find as much time as possible. No one going for new just yet. And it is Gunless on the point now, still contesting, doing what he can to prevent Toronto getting as much time as possible.
I mean, crossing that 200 mark is a little bit of a mess with the brain, if you like. 201 to 128. New hard point is up, but no one's there. We're going to see Toronto start to push from the train tracks. Huntsmen from the forest. We see Gunless slide on in. Grenades are going down. The trophies will surely follow. But a kill feed that lights up white. It's going to be the Huntsmen to open things up. Methods, you can't rule him out. 17 and 60, make it 18 on a 3-kill streak over a minute at hill time. Methods trying to lead the charge with a multi-kill now.
Trophies in place there on the point. It's going to slow this down somewhat, but it's not going to stop Methods. He's still up top. The Huntsman in the forest. It's formal. He's going to be taking care of Snow White as he gets him from up top, and this is it from Gunless, pushing his way forward. A little bit of backup as Formal slowed down by Bance. This is it. This is the beginnings of some magic here from Toronto. They managed to hold them back in forest. They've held them back in mid. 15 seconds remain on the point, and you have to give it to Toronto. They keep on holding.
They really are. Classic and Cammy. These were 2 players that really needed to make an impact. Classic currently leading in the damage, 3,200, 27 and 23 for him. He's doing incredible so far. They need 18 points. Rotation favors Huntsmen, but I will say they need 120 points to take this, whereas Ultra, they need maybe 1 break, a nice clean sweep, and they're good to go.
And they get the 1 break though. Bance once again looking for those heroics from the back end of the warehouse.
Dead Silence popped.
He's got Dead Silence. He's going in. Is he going to choose the window? He's going to have a 1v1 against Gunless. Gunless gets the kill. He may have just saved his team for the time being. There's no one at the front end. Brilliant stuff from Gunless. He loses that fight. The map is done. Looney, though, he has picked up the pieces where Bance was just a moment ago. Going for the top play. Peeking in through the window. What's he got? No eyes on anyone yet. Once again, creeps through. No Dead Silence. He finds 1 kill in the play at the front. Bance is on point. Is this it? Is this going to be it for Toronto? No, they've been slowed again.
It's been broken. 18 seconds. They can technically finish it right here if no break comes through. Cammy, Classic, they both combine for 2. This is where we start to see a desperate Huntsmen try and push through. Rotation's already been set through from Looney. He's thinking ahead, but with 4 seconds left, I think we might see a rotation, but is he going to be enough? We're going to the middle. We don't even need it. Ultra take the hard point, and we're going to see a game 5, 250 to 162. A convincing victory. No wonder Bans is giving him. Don't know whether he's giving himself a round of applause. He's giving Cammy and Classic a round of applause. What a team effort. My goodness.
Gotta love it. Toronto. Is there a chance? What a series this is. Is there a chance for Toronto to take it? Game 5, and we come back after the break. This is the COD League.
Download free now.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't choose sides, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending end. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
It's Game 5 time here at the FaZe Atlanta home series. We have one hell of a series still underway and now about to finish in a very climactic way. We've got the Toronto Ultra 2-2 against the Chicago Huntsmen. Ooh, it's a good one. No one had anyone picked Toronto winning this, or even coming close to winning this. We thought it was going to be a 3-0 from top to bottom. It is not, my friends. Take a look at those stats. It was not a good look for the Chicago Huntsmen there on Gun Runner Hardpoint in map number 4. And here we go into the 5th. Ooh, give it to me.
I'm ready. Bans, though, 33 and 26 for me. Bans is playing out his mind. He was fantastic in the first Search and Destroy. I'm hoping for great things as well. And one of the things kind of going back, and we were lucky enough to kind of check social media, one of the things Bans apparently did during that hard point was he let 3 players run straight past him just to win spawns. Not about the kills. He's got 33. He's got plenty of them already, but Bans is playing out of his mind. But checking the bracket so far, Royal Ravens, of course, won the first against Mutineers. Røkkr, of course, advanced. We're in game number 3 already. It seems to be flying. We've got plenty more ahead of us. But winner of this will take on the Minnesota Røkkr. If it's Ultra Miles, are we getting the Battle of the North again?
We get a rematch for the Battle of the North. Currently, the Røkkr are holding the crown, the sort of the title, if you will. But after this one, for a place in the semi-finals, what a way to do it that would be. Huntsmen, though, I mean, this is a time, we saw the faces after the matchup. These guys have been here time and time again. These are world champions. They've been at the absolute highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows. Where does this sit for them? An expectation for them to go into this map and absolutely destroy Toronto. It is not working out. How quickly do those toys go out of the pram? Can they get them back in there? Can they get back on the wagon? We go back into Gun Runner for map 5.
I've been so impressed by the individuals of Ultra and the way that they're playing. And again, I must highlight this. Bance was brought off of the bench. This was not a starter for the CDL. This was a player that was put on the bench, has now been transitioned into a starting lineup, and now he's kind of excelling in that. You know, I did say when Ultra picked up 10 players, that's so much competition. Like, you've never got a safe spot. You've always got to be performing.
But the best thing was having 10 players like that. I mean, you can scrim, search, and destroy against yourself.
Yeah.
You can improve that squad so much. Either way, here we go. Into the search, friends, right off the rip.
No, we don't need to watch Gunless.
It's going to be a Huntsman. It's going to be a Huntsman offensive round. Arstees tags out Few with that stun. He goes from a concussion in football to concussions to the other team. Great timing on the peak there. Using the door to his advantage, but Cammy's going to get the kill, and Scumpy answers back immediately. A possibility for a second. Gets out with his life. Scumpy so nimble. Scumpy so quick. He stays alive for the time being. Now it's a 4v2. Toronto have not looked as dominant as they have done on Piccadilly so far, but Gunless, again, has not left his spawn. He has been here since the start of the round.
It's the miner himself. Oh, Envoy's wrong player, but we'll let you off right now. I think it was a team shot onto Looney. Scump will fall after finding that kill. 45 seconds left. We are seeing a number advantage, heavily favoring Huntsman right now. He's going to be sat back, and he's going to level the playing field a little bit now in a 1v2. Availability for the Dead Silence onto Envoy, and you see that quick rotation straight away. When you know Methods is the last alive, you know he's got an assault rifle. He's sat top vents, you're like, I'm out of here. I'm planting this bomb, I'm using the map to our advantage. But with 45 seconds left, Methods needs to do it all.
He saw something there.
He's got information.
He knows they've backed on so far up. And, you know, these remaining two players, you can see where they're holding from. And Methods may just do this now. He knows right up top. Perfect position to be in. He's been here before. A kill would be great. But watch that other arrow now. Go for it. As soon as the shots are out, Envoy's going to come in and try and finish the kill. Now Methods has to guess correctly. Can't get it done against two players.
He makes that first kill there on the top house of the back. That's a very different story, and we could have been for something special. But unfortunately for him, it was a nice little jiggle peek of Methods. Will be shut down. Round number 1 to the Huntsmen. A much better start than on Piccadilly.
Oh, much better start. Plan really worked out for them there. Hook, line, and sinker again. Watching Gunless just sit and spawn by minecart there for the whole round. He managed to find a kill, I think, before being taken down by a teammate. Round 2 we go. No snipers for either side as we charge right on through mid. Envoy, he's tweaking, man. Makes his way past B. Trophies go down, stops the smoke's approach. Scumpy now by water. This position here, he's able to jump up through, find the computer room, take care of those players in middle as he did last time round. And it's an early plant for Toronto.
Yeah, bomb's going down, and we're going to see, oh, what?
Trophy.
Okay.
Yay.
Trophy system will take down Envoy. I think he was dead anyway, no matter what it was. Formal's going to answer back, and it's going to be a 4v4 as Cammy will fall. Scump trying to find one on the flank, and he didn't even have to open that door. It was open for him. Finds one, finds two. Scump, you disgust me.
That's nice. That's what you want to see. And that's going to be a 4 versus 2 now on point. Arstees goes down. And now makes it all down to Methods. Once again, Scumpy, can he get it done with a nade? He's going to push him back. Formal's already on the defuse, so either way, Methods has got to do something incredible to get that kill. He'd have to get the kill and run across map and just get the angle there where Formal was defusing. Whoa, nice round.
Madness. Absolute madness. That second kill from Scump, I want to see that again. I'm sure we will. But right now, Scump's feeling himself. And what a time to do it. Game 5 here. It might be the first map of the tournament for themselves, but a long way to go. And a long way for us as well. Game number 3 of 8 today.
Ooh, it's making my eyes water. Scump's got 5 kills in a row. Good round for the King. 2 straight for the Huntsmen. Were they sandbagging to put on a show for us? No. Is it scripted? God, no. It'd be good though, wouldn't it? Imagine if we could script this. How fun we could have. All right, Looney snipes her up. As he looks over towards the B site, 3 members of the Huntsmen encroaching slowly on his territory. But Looney's a hunter right now. If he can find one of the Huntsmen, there's a little head right there. So close, but so far. That'd have been a great way to get it done. Still, Formal's managed to make his way forward. The nade's going to be there. Strong position to be in, though. Gunless, he will be taking care of the mine there. No Canary to save his life in that situation. And now we have a 4 versus 5. Arstees answer is back immediately. Chicago now in a tough spot. What do they do? Make their way in towards the B site.
Gunfire goes down. Oh, Looney ran away. I think he thought Methods had his back, but poor angle there as Formal takes full advantage. Bomb goes down, and now it's a 4v3. Number advantage favors Huntsman. Formal just rotating around there, making sure he's checking it. The smoke will be called out by Arstees. He's going to back off. Formal goes down off screen, and now a 3v3. Classics actually popped the Dead Silence as well.
He made through. He made it all the way through. He could possibly find something here on Envoy there. Great work from Scumpy, just watching his back. That's brilliant stuff. Cammy can't get it done either, and that's 3 back-to-back right now for the Huntsmen.
A few extra shots, I see. A few extra shots.
Just got to make sure, mate. You never know. Yeah, we are in Atlanta, the home of the Walking Dead.
I think this is where you know he's dead. Yep, definitely dead. Yep, definitely dead.
You got to make sure they don't get back up again.
I'm looking forward to, I know the twins' mums aren't, but if we see the twins play against each other.
We have to. It has to happen. And that's where favorites are decided.
3-0 for the Huntsmen. It's very much the opposite in the first search and destroy, as Scump's 5-0, Envoy's 3-0. A lot of gunfire going down, and Bance is going to be the first to draw that blood. Envoy will drop.
It's a good start for Toronto on the offensive now. What will they do with that first blood advantage? Top shots from Classic. Just keeps Formal out of
I don't know how he survived that.
I know, it was one shot away from taking care of him, but this is a very slow push towards A. You don't see too much A pushes. Oh, Scumpy. He's going to peek. What's behind door number 1? It's going to be Cammy, and it's going to be another one. Can he find the kill? Scumpy backs on up. The hipfire is going to be there. 9 bullets left to work with, and it's going to be enough to get the kill. 5 kills in a row. That's his 7th thus far in the map without dying. Scump is on an absolute tear. However, his teammates are in trouble.
7-0. Arcetes finds the head of Methods, will be traded out now. With 30 seconds left, Scump's still alive. Anything can happen. Scump's still alive. Anything can happen. Scump still alive, and anything can happen! I think I nearly broke the stage there. I stopped a little bit.
4 rounds in a row for the Huntsmen. Toronto, scratching chins, back to the drawing board. Where do we go from here? Faced with this kind of adversity, they don't really know what to do at this stage. And it's an offensive round for Chicago once again. Scumpy hasn't died yet.
9-0.
Here we go. Nades are up right through mid-map. It's a push towards B. Very, very aggressive. Scumpy, how many more can we get? There's number 10. Keeping an eye on middle. There, oh, Bance.
10 in a row. He finally falls. The king has been taken care of. But is it too late? Ultra need a round so badly. Looney yet to pick up a kill. Unfortunate things from Looney. However, a round is better than a kill. Ultra, I don't know where that round just went, I'll be honest, but Ultra, well done. That was what you needed.
Especially after an explosive round like that from Scump.
Yeah.
A huge round like that, that's a momentum change. That's a confidence builder, and all of a sudden you go, okay, they're not all that. You know, we're sitting at 4-1, it's okay. We can pull this one back. Toronto have definitely got the chops and search and destroy to do this. But they've got to play their game. They cannot let that star power phase them. They've got to keep an eye out for Scump. We've got to keep an eye out for Arcetes and Envoy on those flanks. It's Gunnison and Formal a little bit more static. They're the guys you can rely on to be in certain places. It's the other 3. They're the slippery ones.
And it really has been Scump kind of around mid-map, around Boiler Room, U. It's been him just kind of controlling the map and giving so much map control towards Huntsman. Oh, Classic's found himself in a nice position. Can't finish the kill. Trophy system will save him as well. Both players still alive, and an early bomb plant will go down. 65 seconds cut down to 45 now. Ultra will probably want to invest those field upgrades as soon as they get them. We're talking dead silence, we're talking trophy systems. Uh-oh, bank grenade, but it wasn't cooked here from Envoy. He's going to barge on through. Bance is going to find himself with a kill. I don't know how there. Formal just couldn't hit those shots. Classic and Bance combined for a triple. And now we really have a round on our hands here as Arcetes, last alive, will be shut down. Back-to-back rounds for Ultra.
We're not out of the woods yet, Huntsman.
Okay.
We're not out of the woods yet.
Can't rule anything out in this game.
You cannot. It is never over. It is never over until it's over. In Toronto now, just a moment of reprieve. They're 2 rounds in a row. Where the Huntsmen, where do they go from here? Slow this one down again. Looney's yet to get a kill, man. Like, once Looney gets kills, those round counts, they're going to change. He hasn't been running snipes. He's running an MP5 at this point in time, so maybe that's what you want to see, the difference maker.
I like this from Huntsman.
It's so aggressive.
Heavy A.
It's so aggressive, heavy A, but look, the read is there from Toronto. They've got the nades through as well. That's big information. What a read. Bance is going to try and hold Formal back.
Here comes the poke. Classic makes his way through. He only gets one, but that's good enough for the time being. Cammy picks up the trade. Straight away, a solid hold here from Toronto on the defense.
Yeah, it's actually a perfect read. You said it yourself, Miles, and it was almost like they saw the playbook coming. The door has been closed, and it's like, nope, good night, we'll see you tomorrow.
They closed the door on the play. They closed the door on the door. I will show myself out.
Yeah, please do. Thank you. Where's Looney? What's he up to? Number 8. He's just holding mid-map.
Oh, but Formal.
Just below.
Wait, Formal's keeping the... He's trying to catch those players on the rotate out of A. He's crept through. There's a chance he could get Looney here and keep him on the donut. He's right above him.
He just popped dead silence. He just popped dead silence at the perfect time.
Looney heard nothing. He's managed to make his way through. Cammy saves the day.
We do love a little bit of Cammy. Welcome to the COD League. Formal shut down here. Another round favouring Ultra. RST's popping dead silence as well. Finds himself in a strong position. Looney, there you go, baby. He's off the mark. Not 1, but 2 for Looney there. And suddenly, we're going into round number 8 with just 1 round between the 2 teams. I thought this was all done at 4-0. I was like, oh, that's an anticlimax, but here we are.
Toronto are back from the dead after being 4-0 down. We're getting there slowly but surely, one shambling footstep at a time. 3 rounds in a row. Looney found 2 kills that round, so here comes the confidence. Here comes the adaptation. Will they hit A? Will the Huntsmen make a read on that one? We haven't seen much A hits from the side of Toronto, and this could well be it. Looney's making his way in, but his whole team is going the other direction. So there's going to be a large gunfight circulating around the B site.
It's a bait. It's a smoke. It's a very loud open door, and he's like, I'm coming, guys. Don't die. Trades go out. However, 2 have fallen. Long shots coming in from Methods. Has been star-studded with that AR. Looney finds his 3rd kill of the game. He's starting to heat up. Can't be too late. They're still in with a chance here. 3v3. Scump, Formal, Arstys up against Methods, Looney, and Bant here.
The read is now perfect for the side. Oh no, the dead silence play. Looney, he's just timed that one so unfortunately. Arstys gifted the kill. The bomb carrier goes down. That's the package out there by the pipes. And now Arstys can just look over the train tracks, make sure no one else makes their way through. That is absolute dire scenes for Toronto. Bad luck if ever I've seen it.
I thought Arstys made a lot of noise and it wasn't heard there by the Ultra player. But the bomb's been recovered by Bant. He popped his dead silence to do so. And now he's off out and he's rekindled with the Methods.
Yeah, you see Methods watching mid-map, making sure no one's there to take care of that play. Now, Bant has to be careful. There's no one in pipes that he saw, but at the same time, something could have worked out here. 3 players for the Huntsmen towards A, rotating now in through the pipe side of the map with a bomb down. There's 45 seconds on the clock. Formal. Surging through mid. There's going to be a nice pinch developing here, but he and Scump, T2P, up over the top. Shots from Methods. Perfect nade as well goes out just to slow down the push from Formal, and that's a great shot from Arstys. What a kill that was. 25 seconds now left on the clock. Bant's all alone.
That had to be a team shot for sure. Bant's, though, like you said, all alone. He's being pinched, pushed. And that was beautifully done. I was thinking for a second, you know, you've got the bomb down, you can set up well, but I honestly think 2, maybe all 3 of them put damage into that one Ultra player. Arstys was just the one to deliver the final bullet to the head. 5-3 now. A much-needed round for Huntsmen. Yes, you're in the lead, but if you've lost 3 back-to-back, it's demoralizing. It's worrying. Your heart starts to beat a little bit faster.
This is match point for the Chicago Huntsmen. An embarrassing loss for them if they go down to Toronto. Again, with all the analysts, all the fans, the expectations on themselves, this is exactly what they don't want. 1 more round is all they need. Toronto need 3. If they want that rematch against Minnesota.
And I think, I might be wrong in saying this, I think Paris are only the team to actually push Chicago to a Game 5. I mean, Ultra have actually surprised me already, whether win or lose. However, I'm sure they wanted to take the victory. However, very quick bomb plant, very quick engagement. Arstys trades out 4v4 here. Looney finds another as well. 4th kill of the game. The bomb planted, only 35 seconds remain. Gunless watching the flank. He's not had the best search and destroy. He's only 1 and 7. Looney finds a double. Cammy finds 1 as well. And surely this is in the bag. Scump finally will fall as everyone from Ultra just collapses on them. That was very, very odd but convincing round, Miles.
So decisive. So decisive. We saw from Gunless POV, he's expecting the push from the rear. He doesn't expect Looney to literally be flying at him from the back end of the warehouse there. And that's going to be an easy defuse. 1 round. 5-4. Toronto need 2 more. The Huntsmen still on match point. Here we go. Back into it once again. What a good search.
I mean, Scump was 10-0 at the start of things. I mean, 11-4 now. Still a fantastic score, but it's just the pace of it all just slowed down. And credit to Ultra to slow that down. It's very hard when you get such a prolific player like that on fire. It's very hard to kind of nullify. Envoy trying to find himself in a dangerous position. You see a lot of players just kind of took themselves into that.
Oh, Envoy heard him. He heard him. Envoy heard him on the point. He's going to get the... Oh, Classic saves him.
Save by Classic.
The bomb is not armed. The bomb is only a slight harmed as Classic finds a second kill on a Formal. Bance takes care of Gunless. We could be going around 11. Gonna get the bomb down as Arsty's the late game heroics now as he tries to make something happen here. No one on the bomb, and he just gets caught out from behind. Bance will do what he can. Now Scumpy, the shots are there, but it's not enough. Round 11.
Game 5, round 11. Huntsmen versus Ultra is decided by this. No respawning, no next round. It's do or die. Everything that has happened in the last hour in this series, it doesn't matter. Ultra have the chance to upset hugely and send these guys down. 1 kill for Gunless, we've got 12 for Arsty's. It's kind of crazy, but here we go. 90 seconds on the clock, and Ultra are on the defense. Cammy's getting aggressive.
Classic's getting aggressive. He's gone right through mid. He may be able to catch
kidding me?
My God, he could honestly catch these players out. Dead Silence is almost finished for him. Scump there, sitting right next to him in green. Gunless finally opens the one up. Envoy gets a second kill as well, so that's great news already for the Huntsmen. Now you got to slow down. The opening pace was set so quickly, but wait, Scump, if he just checks above him, there is a Classic and wait! He goes down, there's a player right above him, as he gets just enough of information there, as Bance has still got their Dead Silence running. If he goes up and checks right, it's over. Bance could get an amazing kill here. They can sense something up.
And this is where Huntsmen stick together. You've got 5v3. You push together, you trade things out, you make it simple. Methods, though, has other ideas. Bance is tucked in a nook and cranny. And as we see Formal and Gunless start to push forward, the smoke arises. The tension starts to build.
Envoy's on the bomb, but Bance has just crept out of his position in green. He's going to find one from Looney. Now Bance is still on the left-hand side. Gunless now desperately trying to make his way forward. 3v3. Neither team is able to make a bad step wrong here, but Bance is crept round the back. Benjamin Bance finds one.
And not greedy, finds one, dips out, it's down to a 2v2. The substitute, can he go well? It's all up to Bance, they know the positioning, and Formal is out of there. He's thinking he knows where Bance is, he's pushing straight through, but Bance has read it with 10 seconds. All he needs to do is make the kill. He's popped the Dead Silence. Can he get the player off the bomb? Yes, he's done it! My goodness!
Whoa, they killed him! They killed him, they got the round!
Saved!
He couldn't get it done at the end! Bance was traded in the dying seconds. You came so close, Toronto. They could not have been any closer.
And I tell you what, that 1 kill, that was like 3 seconds left. You stop him planting, you've almost won the round. I think it was Arsty's who it was left with Formal. I think Formal was planting the bomb, but Arsty's was the one to make the kill. You see him stand up there, almost hold his chest and think, oh my goodness, that was too close. It might be smiles for Envoy, but it is not a happy victory.
That face says it all for Bance. He came so close. The closest he could have possibly come to take that entire series. It all fell on him. He made the right choice, but with 8 seconds to spare, Arsty's gets the kill and closes out the round win.
And Huntsman read it perfectly. When it was 2v1, they knew where Bance was. He was the one to play the flank. And again, when Huntsman made that rotation, Formal had to go for the bomb plan. With that time, you can't risk it. And it was Arsty's just waiting. He made that kill, but wow. Oh my word, what an incredible series.
What an incredible series indeed. The Huntsmen get it done 3-2 in the end. But that's all from Miles and Momo up here. Rich, take it away.
Wow. Okay, so it's time for Instant Reaction brought to you by PlayStation. I got Seth with me right now. I don't think we'll ever have a closer series actually get played out. Talk about those final moments.
Oh, that was a tough one. I don't know. We just came out super flat. I mean, first map we played well, but Alec kind of dragged us through it. I think we kind of underestimated their team a little bit because our minds are so set on like playing FaZe. But they came out, they played well. Thankfully, we clutched up there at the end because that's too close.
I want to talk about Search in general, too. You talk about maybe you underestimate this team a lot. When we were over in London, you guys looked phenomenal in Search. All of a sudden, we start saying maybe Search isn't going to be a game mode that they necessarily do struggle with. Do you feel like that is still a potential weakness for your squad?
Oh, no, I don't think we have a weakness, really. We're really well-rounded. I think that Piccadilly, they did their homework. They countered us really, really well. They kept just hitting B, and we couldn't really get any map control. So, I mean, hats off to them. They played that map well. And then Gunrunner, I think that's the first time we played it. So I was a little nervous going into that last map, but thankfully we pulled it out.
All right, now you already mentioned you're thinking about FaZe. It's something that we knew was going to happen. We talked about the last tournament. You guys were obviously looking at Dallas. Now you're looking at FaZe. How do you feel this matchup's actually going to go for you?
If we play like that, not very well. I'll say that much. But no, I think it's going to be a good match. We got to get to them first, and they got to get to us. So I think we need to take that series as a lesson and not underestimate and just get through each match and then inevitably play them at the end.
Yeah, I definitely think those are big things. Now, I hate to do this, but my mom asked me to do it. Could you sign this? My mom's a huge fan. She really loves you. Yeah, my mom loves you. And there's plenty of Call of Duty to love as well. We're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we do come back, we are going to be getting into the next one. It's going to be the home team. It's going to be Atlanta against OpTic. All of that when we return.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Well, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty League. We're here at Atlanta FaZe. It's their home series, of course, here. I'm your host, Lottie Van Prague, and I must say, it really is good to be here in the ATL. But we, of course, live on YouTube right now. Hello, everybody watching. We will actually be streaming live and be available on demand on YouTube, of course. So just tune in to all of the Call of Duty action. We'll be here at youtube.com/COD League.
We've got tons of action in store for all of you all weekend long. But before we get back into it, I have to welcome, of course, my colleagues here on the desk. We've got former pro player and analyst extraordinaire, Nameless, and Rich Campbell. Welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome.
Feeling good, man. I'm ready to get this going. My heart is actually still racing from that round 11. That was unbelievable.
Oh, it was insane. And, you know, I'm actually quite proud of Chicago Huntsmen because we do know S&D isn't their strongest point. They've been working hard on it. I was a little bit worried seeing that first S&D map being played out, but towards the end there, Rich, you got to give it to them. They really started to get into their stride.
Well, you heard Seth in the interview as well. He says he doesn't actually believe that game mode's necessarily going to be their weakness. We saw them look good in London, but overall, when you're trying to assess weakness, that was a very weak series from them all around. And you heard it from Seth. He doesn't think that they're going to be able to do the harder tasks if they're playing like that.
Yeah, and I got to give a big shout out to the Ultra as well. Like, if you look at those guys from the last 2 weekends we saw them, they weren't very good. They switch a player out, they bring Banson, and I think he was their best player throughout that series. So just sticking with this roster has done a ton of improvement for these guys, and going forward, you expect better things.
Yeah, I think stick with it.
Without a doubt. I mean, Toronto, you've got to give it to them. That was an insane series for them. Let's actually take a look at the bracket right now and see where all of our teams are laying their leagues out here, because, of course, we do have an extremely long way to go before we do see the finals of this amazing home series at Atlanta FaZe. But Royal Ravens waiting the wings there for round 2. London, right at the start of the day. How are we feeling about that London and how they turned up here? 3-1.
Yeah, I think that 3-1 doesn't even say how well the Ravens actually played. They kind of tore them apart like soft bread. I think that they're very hungry for the win. I think that we saw them not able to take it in their own homestand, and it has just given them that much more wind beneath their little Raven wings.
Absolutely. And here's the CDL points presented by Game Fuel, of course. And another thing, you know, Røkkr really rocking the boat there as well today so far. Incredible stuff, taking down Paris Legion. But of course, Chicago Huntsmen right at the top of the leaderboard. And then we've got to talk about OpTic Gaming right at the bottom with 0 points so far. Can they get points this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, possibly, right? Like, they need it. They can't fall behind. And talking about Røkkr, I believe they actually have 10 more points, so they're sitting at 30. And that team is looking pretty good. Like, they haven't lost a match throughout the season so far. They're about to play a Huntsman team who just went Game 5. That's probably the series I'm looking out for most today, actually.
Not to talk about it too much either, but there have been 2 players that I've gassed up for a very long time. Obviously, last year wasn't on the desk, but I came every now and then to do different things, see different things in the open bracket. And before that, that was something I was very involved with. GodRx and Pander. Duo for a long time. They were both fantastic. I always kept saying that I expected them to make it out of open, maybe make some waves actually up on the main stage. Now they're both finding themselves in these rosters. I think GodRx sometimes looks like one of the best players already, and I think we're going to see the same thing from Pander once he actually gets here. If you haven't heard of him, he's one of Octane's buddies from high school.
It's crazy.
No, that's not true.
That's
Reddit. That's Reddit.
We all know you're one of Octane's buddies. You always talk about Sam up here on the desk. You're a little bit of a fanboy over here as well, aren't we, Rich?
Not at all.
Not at all. Of course, we've got the US Army scheduled for you. Of course, we've had a few series already underway today, but we have plenty more for you, don't worry. Saturday is filled with action all day long. We're coming up here with the Game Fuel marquee match next. It's going to be FaZe taking on the OGLA. Are they going to come up to the table? What are they bringing us here against Atlanta FaZe? We all know FaZe are really coming in hot. It's their home turf as well. They got their home crowd here, and we all know what that can do to a team. We've seen it in Minnesota. We've seen it in London. But Atlanta FaZe already being right at the top there. What's that going to do for these guys?
I don't know if these guys have been a fan favorite, any of these players on this team. So, like, if the crowd is going for them, they're going to be insane. Like, this is a team full of 5 players who are extremely confident in themselves, extremely talented, and extremely disciplined. This is a team that can go out and just dominate teams 3-0, and I expect nothing less.
I mean, to go big picture here as well, one of the reasons this is so exciting to me is we're finally starting to get to the point in the year where we're going to see how the schedule actually affects teams. When I was doing the interviews earlier today, it was like, okay, so you got to prep for the team that you were playing against, or you're going to be a little bit warmer because you were at the last tournament. Now we're actually going to see what a team can do when they have that time to say, okay, we know this is what our first matchup is. This is what we need to be bringing to the table. It's a very different dynamic. I actually saw Clayster tweet out, I think it was 2 days ago, something like, this is the first event I haven't been to since 2011. Very different than what we're used to in the past with Call of Duty.
Indeed, and we do know that they do have a clean S&D game on them, so I'm excited to be seeing that one next. But
Chris Lair, better known as Simp of course, took the league by storm in his rookie season. The 18-year-old, not only did he win champs, right, but he won MVP, sending the league a message that youth can be an asset and that his domination might just be starting.
Scene Simp, take 1, CD mark.
Simp's disgusting.
He's going to be a superstar. No one can stop Simp.
He's going to be considered one of the best to ever play Call of Duty once he's done.
Do it! Blow him out of the map! What a play from Simp!
Simp is a god among men right now.
My name is Chris Lair, aka Simp. I'm from Long Island, New York, and I'm a part of Atlanta FaZe. I originally started in Variant before the age rule. When I decided to finally take it serious in Black Ops 3, that's when the 18+ rule finally came out, and so I was kind of forced to streaming in S&D.
Everyone sort of knew he was the next big thing. It was just a matter of waiting till he was 18.
Even when he was like 15 years old competing, I noticed him almost immediately.
I've had so much time to be able to perfect certain things that I just stand out a little more than everyone else.
Simp making the plays.
Simp got really fortunate that he was picked up by United and he was taken in by these great veteran leaders.
I convinced United to put him on their academy team for a year. We were able to like plug him into the roster, and then we saw immediate success from there.
United are your 2019 Pro League champs.
It was always a dream of mine to compete and to win champs is something insane. When United broke up, I think a lot of emotions went through my head. But at the same time, it was like, okay, I'm ready for like a new team and a new experience. So I was kind of excited to move on.
He has a composure of a veteran, somebody who's been around the block forever. He never lets anything rattle him. He never lets anything get to him. And normally those aren't things you attribute to such a young player.
I have my own moments of popping off, and then I have my moments of where I'll help other teammates do, and I'll set them all up.
I don't think anyone thought he would come in and be not only the Rookie of the Year, but you could debate the best player of the year.
He's not an 18-year-old. He's very experienced. He wanted to be the best in the game, and pretty much his goal set.
I knew this guy was going to be a force.
To an extent, there's a target on my back, so I think, yeah, a couple players want to take me down. If I was 18 again, oh, I'd be putting him in the dirt.
You don't leave me and expect to beat me later on. You're getting smoked, buddy.
Simp with the shot.
Hearing the fans and the players say that I'm one of the best of all time is something crazy. I've only competed for a year, and I still think that I get to prove that I'm one of the best, but I plan on doing it with time.
He's a humble young man, Simp. I'm very impressed so far with how he's come up and how he's taken it into his stride with his career so far at professional Call of Duty. But this guy, is he even stoppable?
I don't know. I think one of the things I will say, though, is he's definitely becoming very prolific. Even outside of Call of Duty, like, his name has become somewhat of a compliment. People have been calling me a simp all the time,
up, Rich.
really realizing my skills.
What?
Yeah. So it's becoming a huge compliment.
Yeah, definitely can see that. Maybe the glasses, I would say, but the rest of you, fashion, talent.
That is a
maybe
shocking shirt.
Guys, I tell you what, I don't want to rip into Rich too much, but we're gonna go on the positive things. Let's talk about the game fuel keys to victory, of course. Let's start with Atlanta. Your boy Nameless got you over here.
Yeah, these guys got to keep applying that pressure, right? Like, they have players who can play it at a hyper speed, and it's going to put that pressure on players like Dashy, like Slasher, who are typically those AR guys. So if they just keep applying that pressure, they should be fine to respawn, and we know how good they are in search and destroy. We saw them 6-0ing teams during launch weekend, and I don't think that's going to change. This is a team full of search and destroy all-stars.
Indeed, and you say that keeping creativity flowing in S&D, that can be hard to do. You start to become readable. Do you think these guys are gonna stay a closed book?
No, I think they're going to be creative. I think they're going to figure it out as it goes on. If something doesn't work, they're going to be able to change it up mid-map.
Absolutely. Game fuel keys to victory for OGLA.
Yeah, Cap needs to step up, let's be honest. Even if you talk to the guys, it's Cap needs to be around that 1.0 mark in the KD. He needs to be the guy, the glue for this team, performing. If he can be a star, if he can be solid, this is a team that can go very far and win a championship. We said it before the season started. This roster was the best on paper, but it's going to have to start with Cap performing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have mentioned that they've seen some improvement in scrims, and then you hear other people say, oh, it's just scrims, it's just scrims. But that goes back to another phrase that we hear all the time, the phrase, it's just a game. It's such a weak mindset. If you're okay with might happen, losing, imperfection of a craft, when you stop getting angry after a loss, you've lost twice. There's always something to learn and always improvement, never settle. That's going to be one of the key things here. I definitely think that scrims are important.
Absolutely, and of course we've got the quick scope presented by the US Air Force on your screens. Our team's back to back right now, and as we can see, it is a major difference between these two guys. Atlanta FaZe looking fantastic on the left here, and OGLA just leaving us wanting more right now.
Hold on, Rich, do you want to give credit for that quote?
What?
Okay, yeah, let's move on to
I came up with that one myself.
Sure you did, buddy.
And we've got, of course, our maps and modes presented by US Air Force 2. Gents, of course, we have talked about this in the past, but we have our different maps here, and that is, of course, the veto system. This is what becomes of these two teams picking and choosing and banning. Game 1, Hardpoint, Azir Cave, starting strong here. I've got to say, Atlanta FaZe, that they really, I can't seem to find anything wrong with their gameplay on any of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, they're just solid across the board, but in terms of maps, for that map number 1, that's a map that, OGLA can actually take. They said that was their favorite map in Hardpoint going into it, and they got it for map number 1 with Dashy and Slasher being able to use that M4 and take over. It could be a map where they can start off with some momentum and possibly cause an upset. It's going to be difficult, but that's the perfect map for them to start off on.
It just feels very exciting going into this one as well, though, because both of the teams, we feel like we have less information on them than the teams that were at London. So we already saw Toronto come very close to pulling off an upset. We know that these things can happen. It's time to see if FaZe is going to be able to bleed and if LA is going to be able to step it up.
Indeed. Well, do you know what? We're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have our Game Fuel marquee match coming your way very shortly here at the home of FaZe Atlanta. We will be back right after this.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Download free now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
All right, everyone, coming into this one, we have two teams in a very different place. We have one squad that has a lot to prove. We heard some people say that they have the potential to be one of the best teams in the league. We haven't seen it yet. But then we have the home squad who have already looked like they may be a force to be reckoned with in this league. And we're going to have to see, is it even possible to make this squad bleed? Or will they be able to take the victory here where it means the most? At their home arena. Folks, I hope that you're ready to welcome your home team. Are you guys ready to welcome Atlanta? The first player we get to bring out right now ranks #1 in the CDL and S&D. It's Major Maniac! 1, 2, 3 for Major Maniac.
Lightning strikes twice. Beezy. He bites one. He bites two. What an individual play from Priest.
You've got to see the faces of the whole squad, and now it's time to welcome him to the stage, Major Maniac. Now, I said that Major Maniac was #1 in S&D. We got to bring out #1 in overall hardpoint KD, the back-to-back MVP. It's Simp. Just one of the Tiny Terrors. Now we got to welcome the other one. It's a BZ. Hungry to grab his first championship, it's Celium. And one of the most versatile players in the world taking the stage, it's Priesta. Now it's time to welcome the brains of the team. He's like a little Jimmy Neutron, the gluiest brain player in the world. It's their coach, Crowder. And now it's time to meet their opponents. Let's take a look at LA.
Sensational from OpTic. In through the front line, Dashi! And it's Slasher! And suddenly the sweep comes in from OpTic!
You have to deal with TJ, and TJ shuts the door!
Marquee matchup presented by G Fuel. We finally get to see Atlanta FaZe home here in Atlanta. Their opponents, of course, OpTic Gaming LA, which were met by the crowd with a couple of boos there, Chance.
No, Ben, it was Bruce.
Was it Bruce? Was it Bruce?
Yeah, we've heard these cheers before. We know what they're going to be.
I'm not sure about that.
Everyone loves the OpTic team. Been fan favorites for years. It was the Bruce chant, Ben.
Okay, fair enough. One thing that we do want to talk about before we get into the game is Simp. The guy, Chance, has been phenomenal. Yes, the amount of times we've seen FaZe play, of course, hasn't been a lot. It's only been 2 series, but either way, Simp has been incredible.
I mean, it's scary. So, like, the overall hardpoint kill averages in the league, like, Bruce Dashi is actually #3 right now with an average of 32 kills per hardpoint. Celium is a step above him at 35. Simp is casually hanging with his feet up at 40. He's averaging a 40 bomb in hardpoint, which, admittedly, Ben, small sample size. They've only played 3 hardpoint maps, but let's make it crazier. Before Atlanta, there had been 42 hardpoint maps played throughout the entire league. There's been 6 total 40 40 bombs. Simp has 2 of them, like 2 out of 6 total, and then Selim has the 3rd. And then just to talk about Selim a bit more, he also has the kill record in hardpoint at 42, but it has been slaying domination from FaZe so far in Respawn.
We're expecting Atlanta FaZe to come out hot here in this series for OpTic Gaming LA. The question still remains, have they finally caught up? Of course, we've heard the rumors online that, yes, they're playing better. They seem to be kind of clicking, getting the gist of the game, if you will. And, well, they have to click relatively soon because this is a very, very hard first game.
An incredibly difficult first game, and I'm just going to say it again because it's weird to say it out loud. You average like a 40 bomb.
Yeah, it's nuts.
You average a 40 bomb. Like, we'll see if the man can keep it up. We'll see what he can do off the rip. And, well, he's at least taking some nades because you got to have something to slow him down.
I mean, it makes sense to watch Simp straight off the rip. And, of course, FaZe with the unfavorable spawn, they're going to try and just push straight up the map, try and take control, ready for P2. Meanwhile, Selim, of course, is inside the hill. He'll find one. Team kill comes through. Atlanta FaZe, so far, so good. Again, keep your eye on the minimap. Those red arrows, they want to push as far to the right as they possibly can to make sure they lock in that spawn for the second hill.
Sometimes it's about a lot of kills. Sometimes about just getting the importance. Was Sip is behind enemy lines right now. He's trying to get the spawns for his teammates. Unfortunately for him, right now, OpTic Gaming actually winning the slaying category, so he's forced to push up, but now his position is given away. All those OpTic Gaming arrows have turned around. They're trying to hunt the man down.
I mean, it's a fantastic start so far. Simp scrambles away to stay alive. I want to send it now to an Astro Gaming listening with Atlanta FaZe.
P5. Oh, you got him. Nice. But no, oh, yeah, he is. I did it. Okay, back. I spawned lights. One's lights. Go whoever's hill. Go whoever's hill. I got one. I'm stunned. I have time.
Keep pushing. The guys are fucking ass. Let's go.
That's 3. I got that one nade. I'm dead. I'm hopping back. Look over me.
On the truck dashy. One dead. Truck dashy.
I'm in the back.
Fuck, go, see?
Truck. One shot. Truck.
Oh my god!
One hill.
Lights cap. What the fuck? I just want to be 5, I think.
I got one. Lights in hill. Lights, one shot. Let's go. Stay lights, baby. One more hill. Help me lights. Good shit. Help me lights. I'll help you lights. Yeah, no, you gotta look down on hill. Help me.
Priester popping off, and it's so interesting, Tess, because that's the one player, really, we haven't spoken too much about when it comes to Atlanta FaZe. You look at the effect he had last season, coming into a new squad. I mean, the guy is just so talented. 9-4 so far, a 2 spree, and he's picking up the important kills as well. It's worth mentioning, Jets.
He's picking up all the kills. It's not the important ones. Just hand him a kill. He's going to take it off the map, but that's a fantastic thing for FaZe, Ben. If you're not talking about a guy like Priester, that means everyone else is doing even better, and that means you're going to have a nice lead. That means you're going to be undefeated in a hard point. Things are going swell.
And the key is keep your eye on number 5 on that minimap. That's Priester. A very good rotation, keeping control of the spawns for the next hill when it will, of course, pop up in 60 seconds time. As things stand, though, it's 60-17 is the lead. Atlanta FaZe have been able to get themselves, and so far, the slaying category, it's just all Atlanta.
Well, it is JCap, though, in the feed, able to pick up 2 kills. And Nameless kind of hints at it. JCap does need to step it up, but for me, I don't need to see him at a 1.0. I need to see him being the guy that's making those smart plays. He's not going to drop big numbers. It's been years since we've really seen that. So he's got to be the man on the map that's locking down spawns, making those sneaky plays.
Leave the big numbers to the likes of Dashy, to the likes of Slasher, even Quavo, Kenny. They're the players you want to see racking up those big numbers. And, well, for as much as OpTic Gaming was able to do on this hill specifically, Atlanta FaZe do break through. Again, this is the key fight for spawns, and it's Quavo that wins it. That's going to give LA a little bit of a chance here to come back into this game in terms of points.
It is a bit of a breather, but it's been a very chippy game back and forth. Whoever's been rotating first hasn't been able to really stack up a ton of time, but OpTic Gaming, the good news for them, they are going to be the first team here once again, and they have all 5 players in the position that they want. 3 guys focused on the front side of the hill. They got 2 guys that are responsible for the flank, and that means Quavo, he gets to sit and wait for them to jump in his line of sight.
The one key thing to note when the scoreboard comes up, TJ Helly, 3-12. It's been a miserable first rotation from him. Look for him to try and turn things around, as OpTic Gaming did have control, but only briefly. In-fly Atlanta FaZe once again, trying to build that bigger lead.
It was the perfect setup from OpTic, and it was the perfect break from FaZe. It happens instantaneously, but of course for FaZe, they're going to need to get, well, not need, but want to get this final 30 seconds. That way it helps for the rotation. And look at the feed, nothing but red. Selim with a couple to his name, and Priester on a 7 streak.
The man just hasn't stopped streaking. It's a 7 streak right now, 18-5. We talked about Simp's ability to get 40. Well, here's Major Maniac on the other side of the map. He shuts down Slasher. A key gunfight, of course, for that rotation, but he will be hunted down by Quavo. So as we rotate, it is a sizable lead now in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And again, all the kills.
Hey, I gotta know what Priest is doing as well. Finally, he gets shot down. That is the caster cursed, if you will. But again, every single life, he's able to pick up a few. Now, though, the M4s for OpTic maybe stepping up just a little bit. Slasher and Dashy able to pick up a few.
Definitely need to step things up, and it could start here on this hard point. Of course, a full hold will bring them back into this game, and it will really mitigate the damage that has been done by Atlanta FaZe. Dashy, of course, inside the hill for now. Still 35 seconds to go, as Atlanta FaZe still looking to go on the pinch, and that pinch will be led by Major Maniac at the very back, but Quavo hunts him down, and again, still a good hold here from OpTic Gaming. You can see what a full 60 does. It just brings you straight back into the game.
Still, though, about a 50-point difference between the teams, and it's not quite the full 60 because FaZe are able to break through. We saw earlier the damage Dashy was taken through the wall, and you back the players off, you get that scrap time, and it's another hill where OpTic Gaming, they start out with a really good setup in FaZe. They don't really waste much time. They just storm on through, just massively outslaying their opponent.
Seems a little tough, and of course, FaZe will keep pushing this just to try and see if they can flip the spawns, getting ready for the second hill in our new rotation. As the first hill pops, FaZe ready and waiting. They should get a couple of time as Major Maniac just destroys JCap there, and again, the hill time good for FaZe, but that isn't what they're worried about right now, Chance. It's about pushing through, and that's the start. Major Maniac, that's 3 in a row, 6 streak overall. He's at 16-9. Atlanta putting on a show.
Complete clinic right now in terms of slaying. Priest right now, positive 16, like by himself, outslaying pretty much everyone from the side of OpTic, and he called out TJ earlier. He's got, what, 5-6 kills to his name? Everyone else in the lobby at double digits, he gets nothing going.
Chance, it's 5 and 23. 5 and 24 from TJ. That is not numbers you're used to seeing a player of that caliber put up, and Atlanta are scarily in touch of running away with this game.
And how many times have we seen OpTic get the full setup on whatever hill they're rotating to, and it gets broken immediately? This might be one of the first times we've seen FaZe get the early rotation to a hill, and now we get the opportunity to see how well they do on just holding the position.
Well, the hill's going to rotate now, and as you can see on that minimap, the red arrow set up so well. One player in hill. Of course, you have a couple of players watching that flank, as well as 2 more watching the front. Selling will be first to the party as Easy gets himself a double. Team kill comes through, but I don't even think that's going to matter, because FaZe still in the driving seat, and now almost a 100-point lead. And without a question, to me, it's going to go over 100 points, and that's when the game is going to end.
And they're also just running it up right now as well. They are well above 35 in slaying. Simp, a big reason why. He gets the 3 times multi-kill, and he gets cut down. But you talked about the rotation. FaZe, they get there first. Ben, they're holding it for the full 60.
No, obviously, we talked about the kill average in hardpoint for Simp, and it was a 40, but I don't think there's going to be enough time in this hardpoint for him to get there. He's currently halfway, just over halfway, 23 and 18. Meanwhile, Abizi, he's watching the cuts. That's a double for him, 205 to 97. FaZe are just having their way with OpTic Gaming.
At this rate, I think this is going to be the biggest blowout we've seen the entire year. I don't know if we've seen a 100-point club, and it's not likely that we're going to see one here, but I mean, you win by about 100 points. That's a phenomenal game. They're up by more than 100 right now, just running it up, Ben, as far as possible.
I mean, TJ still single-digit kills, 9 and 29. He sits at. He'll find his 10th as Abizi busy trying to find the kills around the hard point, but for now at least, OpTic Gaming may be able to get a little bit of control, but for how long it takes 3 kills to come through in quick succession, and they're still not inside the hill. Priesta drops in, he finds one. Finally, the trade comes through. OpTic Gaming with control, and also, for now at least, control over the new spawns for the new hill.
New spawns for the new hill, but they have so much work cut out for them right here. And again, it's about that production in terms of kills. It's not just JCap, it's TJ, it's the entire lobby for OpTic. They really need to step things up and turn things around, and if not in this game, get momentum for map number 2.
Right. The one key thing for me here has been, yes, Priest has been putting up the numbers at 30 and 13, but it's the plays he's actually making on the map, the rotations, consistently being a nuisance for OpTic Gaming to deal with. He's been sensational. If you just have a quick glance at that minimap again, that number 5, keep your eye on him, because he really has been putting in a shift here for Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, if anything, like, he's been great, but he's also kind of slowed down. Like, you had such a meteoric start that it's hard to get that kind of finish, but really it's about FaZe just doing their due diligence.
Everybody has a minute 49 in hill as well, so he's been really
he's done his job. He's done his job, then. He's done okay.
He's done more than his job, that's for sure. 2-minute hill time from him, and this should be where game 1 will come to a close. Atlanta FaZe have blown OpTic Gaming out of the water. An incredible, incredible game 1. If you're a fan of Atlanta FaZe, that is exactly what you want to see in their first series here.
And I tell you, Ben, we've seen some maps from this FaZe team already this year that have been the most dominant we have seen. It's been a couple in Search and Destroy. That might have been the most dominant hardpoint performance we have seen from a team this year. They just outslayed them by 40 kills combined, something completely insane. Beat them by 130. That was a slobber knocker.
Of course, this is our Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. Let's take a look at our featured player of this series, aBeZy. One thing to note, of course, Chance is coming in here, all eyes really on Simp. But aBeZy, he's been putting up numbers as well. Maybe not massive numbers that dominate the scoreboards, but he does his job. He, of course, 50% of the Tiny Terrors.
Okay, so I mean, when we watch performances like that, it's really just hard to pick who the best player on this FaZe team is. But aBeZy has been getting a ton of love from a lot of different pro players around the league, saying he's actually the best player on this team, and he's the guy that opens up the map. And it's your entry man that randomly just goes and gets 2 and 3 kills. Like, he's popping 2 and 3 pieces when he should be the first one to die every time. When he's the one that's even having a positive KD at all, that's impressive. Like, he's playing by far the most difficult role on the team, and he's a massive factor on why Priesta can sit inside the hill and just rack up kills like there's nothing else going on.
I want to take a look as well at our Scuff Gaming play of the game. There was quite a fair amount to choose from, to be completely honest with you, Chance, but it was the AR players of FaZe. They were dominant in the Scuff Gaming play of the game.
I mean, this is another one of those performances, how difficult it is to pick just like one single play as well. But Priest in the back, watching players spawn in front of him, and TJ, well, looking for a second kill there, did not find it, and Priest just let it ride. He finished on, what, an 8 spree this time, died, came back, went on a 9 the next time. It was just an absolute clinic, and, well, Major Maniac and Selim are doing it too.
Yeah, they're pretty good, that's for sure. A great game number 1, and I feel if you know an OpTic Gaming LA fan, you may think, all right, well, that was hardpoint, right? Things are going to get a little bit better in Search.
No, they get worse.
Yeah, they definitely do. So far, admittedly, again, just 2 series of data to show for Atlanta FaZe, but they haven't even lost a round in Search and Destroy yet this season.
And again, like, it's very small sample size, but even with the small sample size that we've had, it's just incredible. They've been doing absurd things. Like, there's a lot of teams, and I think OpTic Gaming included, that some part of them absolutely thinks coming into the series that they can take down FaZe. And that very well may be true, but how tough of a first map is that going to be to bounce back from when any confidence you build over the past month since the last event, be like, guys, we can do it, and you get smacked around like that.
You may be looking at that thinking that's surely a typo, right? That has to be a graphical mistake. It's not. It's not. Major Maniac, a 14.0 Search and Destroy KD. Simp, a 6.5. Selim, a 5.0. Priesta, a 2.5. This is a top 5, by the way, in the league.
Yes,
that tends to happen when you don't lose a round of Search and Destroy.
I mean, it's completely absurd. Again, I'll keep saying small sample size, but the note for the hard point was even with the small sample size, the stats were even more ridiculous with that in the back pocket. Now we go to Arclob. We've seen him 6-0 on this map before. Of course, for OpTic, this is their only Search and Destroy win. I think they beat a team 6-1 on it, so they were decent there as well.
But there is one important thing to note, of course, with Arclob Peak. It's one of the bigger Search and Destroy maps. With the recent time change of minute 30 per round, I'm curious to see how that's going to affect things. Because when we talk about FaZe, we talk about how fast they are, how quick they are. For OpTic Gaming, it's about slowing down that pace, trying to get that first blood, whether it's a sniper, for example, but you have to out-snipe Simp, which isn't going to be easy. But whatever the case, you have to slow them down.
And I'm hoping at least this might be a Simp versus Dashy in terms of the sniper battle as well. Fingers crossed at least, but keep an eye on the kill feed Simp to make something flashy happen. Potentially the walking highlight reel, looking over A off the rip, and if someone crosses, you gotta do it quick.
Let's get the first blood relatively quickly. Simp has spotted one crossing. Yes, he doesn't get the kill, but he gets the information, which will be important for FaZe, and that now allows FaZe to throw out the utility. Major Maniac, the hit marker, with his nade. All the information in their favor. And again, with that time change, it's going to be very, very hard now for OpTic Gaming to maybe try and rotate over towards B, simply because of the control number 9 on your minimap that Selim has of that B site. First blood for FaZe. It's aBeZy that gets it.
Now, of course, these players trying to push up mid are a bit pitched out. Major Maniac is sitting here waiting for it, guns him down. JCap, you want to take your turn. He wins the gunfight on Priesta. Makes it a 4v5.
This is the sniper player you wanted to see in terms of Dashy, but he hasn't been able to do much just yet. Easy, trying to hit the pinch. Well, Simp does actually find the sniper kill. That was on Dashy, so OpTic Gaming sniper down. JCap has found his second in the round. Not going to find the third, though. It's Atlanta FaZe win round 1.
And again, it was mentioned that each of these teams have played this map once. I think we saw a bit of the home cooking for information. We saw Major Maniac. How many players like to wide peek that angle just to see what's going on trenches? He never does, because we saw Dashy sitting there waiting for him with the sniper. You don't peek, you hang out, wait for the push.
Good discipline.
TJ just gets killed in that situation, and JCap gave it the old college try. Wasn't able to clutch up. That was just another dominant round from FaZe. 13-0 on the year.
JCap, the only player there for OpTic Gaming LA that was able to find kills in round number 1. He got 2 to his name. And it's now FaZe. They're not going to show over towards A, as traditionally you see on this map. Instead, it looks like they're going to dedicate a lot of resources over towards B. There was a smoke mid-map as well. How quick can OpTic Gaming get that information? And of course, rotate. Well, the shots mid-map from the BZ should surely now be enough for OpTic Gaming to say, well, there's nothing at A. We have to push through, but there's one player watching the flank. That's going to be Priester. This could be a huge gunfight. Priester shuts down Slasher. Now they want to rotate. Priester has completely opened up that lane. However, when you're winning gunfights everywhere on the map, you might not even need to rotate, gents.
Rotate, kill everything. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but Quavo, wins a nice gunfight to even things up just a little bit. And keep in mind, time is ticking. 45 seconds left in the bomb in Sim's hands. You got to start making moves.
Priester really is in such a good spot, and it seems like the rotation is going to come through. But again, Priester really will have to maybe find one more kill here just to allow Simp to get a little closer up towards the site. Dashy and TJ up. Make that just Dashy a 1v3. He has at least a little bit of information, and Priester gets the work, but it doesn't matter. The trades are there. Atlanta FaZe 2-0.
And that's a big round, and that answers a pretty important question about Arclov as well. It's how difficult is it going to be to wrap these bombs? FaZe handled it about as well as you possibly could.
It was pretty much perfectly, right? But begs the question, well, what if you play maybe a little more passively, defensively towards that site, and then Priester doesn't get that first blood, doesn't get full site control? It would make that retake a little more difficult.
Got to figure something out, but either way, 14-0 in round count. I'm going to keep counting until they finally lose a single round, 14 in a row on the year. But of course, OpTic Gaming back on the attack. Maybe want to try a little bit of that B push out themselves.
They're going to have to be careful, because we'll see Celium will be the one FaZe player watching the outskirts of B. Meanwhile, mid-map, this is where the push is going to try and come through. The smokes as well should give away a little bit of information. Although thinking about it, maybe pushing through. He hasn't got Dead Sounds yet. You can see that in the bottom right, the player card. He's earning it as the Dead Sounds logo starts to fill up. Meanwhile, Simp has put himself in a fantastic little spot. He's going to get at least one, maybe even two. TJ and Quavo just escape, but TJ does fall into BZ that finds the first. There's the second for a BZ as well. And that leaves just Quavo and Slasher. Just Slasher now alive in a 1 versus 3. Atlanta FaZe, you're flawless. Absolutely flawless at search and destroy so far.
15 in a row, Ben, and I'll tell you, that was a perfect round as well. I don't know whose job it was for OpTic to watch the flank. We saw Priest do it from a perfect spot the round before. No one does it for Simp. He's behind 4 players calling everything out, and as soon as he starts to take that gunfight, you see Celium start to swarm in. Major Maniac starts to swarm in. They collapse on the players for OpTic and just make it so difficult to win those gunfights. Now, of course, Celium, well, he's 5-0. The team is 15-0. Only good things to say.
Of course, everyone wanted to see that FaZe Huntsmen potential grand final here. Huntsmen were already tested by Toronto, a game 5 for Atlanta FaZe. This just seems easy. It seems like it's business as usual. However, this round, Dashy gets a first blood. It's Priester that falls, and that is a hell of a way to follow up a first blood. TJ shuts down Celium, Slasher with the nade. Chance we might finally see it. I think Atlanta FaZe may lose a round. They are human beings after all.
Finally a little bit of life, but you still have to make sure you convert. It's never over until it's over, but an incredibly difficult spot for FaZe to be, and you got Dashy watching over the sniper, and well, that player's just in a tough corner. He's got Slasher looking at him too.
I'm having nightmares. I feel like Sim might style on him. There's no style, but he gets the pick, and that's all that matters. Dashy down. You don't have to worry about the sniper now for OpTic Gaming. However, you still do have to clutch a 2v4. It was a 2v5. If Simp can find one more pick relatively for free, then you can start to worry. However, time is against Atlanta FaZe. 27 seconds. If you're going to go, you're going to have to go now, and Simp is leading the charge. All of a sudden, it's turned to a 2 versus 3. Slasher drops. Simp stays alive, and Quavo could be in danger as well, but he jumps out, finds himself a double, and OpTic Gaming LA win the round.
Nobody lets FaZe win 16 rounds in a row, Ben. OpTic is not about that life, but Again, very nice bounce back round. It's just Dashy gets that opening pick with a sniper. You had a player on the flip, complete other side. I think it might have been TJ that finds another kill as well, just so he can even open up the flank. And FaZe, you just get stuck when you're trying to push that side on Arklov. And credit to Simp, he tried. They tried to make some plays, but nothing cooking. And OpTic Gaming working on the slow climb up to try to reclaim the lead.
Quick glance at the stats for OpTic Gaming. Slasher 2-4, JCap is 2-3, TJ 1-3. Really not much to get too excited about, really, other than Quavo at 4-3. On the other side, I mean, you have a 5-1 Selim, a 4-2 Abizi, 4-2 Simp. Unfortunately, it's Priesta who was so good last round at 1-4. A quick glance, though, overhead at the A site. You see JCap get himself a first blood. TJ will spot the sniper scope of Simp, and that's a great nade. Find the pick, and now, of course, the man advantage as well.
And now you have the battle. TJ and Major Maniac, they both know exactly where the other person is. It's about who needs to make the play, but smoke's out. That's going to create confusion, but a FaZe player might be taking advantage to get on the bomb.
This is good push from JCap. Through the smoke, he'll shut down Priesta. Does he want to go for the plant just yet? The answer, yes. Now, not really going to have much choice as the nade comes down. TJ will find the trade, so Selim 1v3. Good luck, have fun. 30 seconds remain.
Dashy has bomb and Selim can feel it, but again, a lot of work cut out for him. He's going to have to gun at least 2 players in this situation, and by the time he thinks about it, he gets caught out. Another nice round coming in from OpTic Gaming, and honestly, for that one, nice round from both the teams, right? Obviously, the couple picks come in, great nade placement coming in from TJ, but my favorite part of that was the smoke. TJ throws out the smoke, JCap doesn't get baited, doesn't feel rushed, no pressure. He lets Priesta try to make that sneaky play, and Priesta, 100% the right thing to do. JCap makes the read, gets the kill, and that basically solidifies the round for you. So nice nade placement, nice and patient play with the smokes.
Just good discipline, as you kind of mentioned there for JCap to
gotta make the smart plays.
Calm. Yeah, it was exactly what you were kind of hinting at the very start of this series. You look at JCap to make those veteran plays, make the intelligent decisions. And that was definitely what we saw last round. As now Atlanta FaZe back on the attack. Can Simp find an opening? Doesn't look like he's going to have anything just yet. It's going to be Priesta that flies forward. It's more likely to get in the action here. Easy cutting through mid-map. Major Maniac already with the first blood, and there's TJ. Watching Priesta, has to be careful. This is a tricky gunfight to try and take, and Selim is not going to let him escape.
Yeah, I think TJ learned something about that corner. Very tough to hide in, but now with Abizi mid-map, he's just keeping a couple of these OpTic players at bay so his teammates can get in towards this B site, and well, now decides to make his move, but a 2v4 right now for the OpTic boys. And Abizi, he'll shoot at anything that moves.
Dashy tagged up heavily. The peak, he gets the hit marker. And unfortunately, he will fall. Leaves Slasher by himself as he tries to mantle over the fence. He will drop as well. Atlanta FaZe back on track. Now a 4-2 lead.
Pretty unfortunate hit marker as well, because if he gets that kill, Slasher would have had a 1v2 situation in the end. But either way, you do the job of getting the man advantage from the rip. And I'll say FaZe is a tricky team because of how well and how effectively they hit this B site. Like we saw OpTic try it, they get shut down immediately. So many teams, when they make the attempt, just can't find ways to convert. But FaZe, again, incredibly successful at it. Still, though, only a 2-round game.
OpTic Gaming LA back on the attack now. We've seen a couple of B attempts. Is this going to be another one? And Dashy going top blue. He potentially try and find that first blood, that pick. Smokes go out mid-map to try and nullify Simp's angle and Simp's cross. Quavo a little far forward here. This is feeling the pressure. Is he just going to try and escape, or maybe even cherry pick a first blood here from Atlanta FaZe? For now, the answer no. 57 seconds on the clock. There's the first blood from TJ. JCap with the crispy shots. He'll shut down Priesta. OpTic Gaming LA, despite the slow start, coming back into this search and destroy.
Move is here. They're in the room. They're checking every single corner. Simp up top, trying to make a play, and he's able to take down the bomb planter, but gets dropped in the process, leaving his teammates in a 2 versus 4, and that's Selim, other side of the bomb.
No, now. Maybe you should check back, but this is surely a win for Dashy. In fact, it's not. Selim won that gunfight before we switched. Slasher, though, will trade it out. 1v3. Time ticking. 25 seconds left. I think he knows there's realistically not much chance he will fall. OpTic Gaming LA win the round, down 4-3.
And that's another great round just off the utility. We saw a couple rounds before that on offense where they used the nades, used the smokes just to get that pressure over towards A. Now they do that exact same thing towards B. Use the smokes to get the map control work up mid-map. But last time they had players in the window, players on the flank that were causing problems, use the nades to back those players down, get that map control. And once you're in a good spot, once you clear out every single corner on B site, your job does get quite a bit easier. So a lot of great search and destroy play coming out of OpTic Gaming.
And credit to TJ as well, turning around a slow start for him specifically. He's now 5-4. However, Slasher leading the way for OpTic Gaming LA, 6-5. Can OpTic tie it up? Atlanta FaZe. Looks like it's going to be a fast A push. Here's a look at how the nades and the utility will be used early. Of course, you can see Abeezy's pretty far forward here. Jacob's going to spot him. Abeezy finds a first blood. Abeezy should be traded out with ease, but no one picks him off, and he tried to find 3. Finally, the nade was able to slow him down, but still, the advantage for Atlanta FaZe, a big one. As just 2 players from OpTic remain.
And Kenny failed at his first job. He's got to make up for the second. He's able to find 2 kills, but now he's going to have to get a couple more picks, trying to get the gunfight on Priesta, but not enough, and he's going to get dropped.
And that's such an awkward round. Abeezy gets so far forward, he finds the first, and then just shoots Slasher basically in the back, because Slasher's assuming that his teammate, who was top mount, is going to turn around and trade that out quickly. Not the case. Abeezy being a nuisance.
And you see the good setup from OpTic, right? Like Kenny's responsibility was to watch that deep push, but that's the favorability of just playing as cracked as possible, as fast as you can. No one expects Abeezy just to immediately fly out and challenge and make that cross and just take the gunfight when he's one shot, so you're not prepared for that kind of speed. It is so difficult to play against, and now FaZe just 1 round away from, well, remaining undefeated in search. Admittedly, you know, 3-0 if they get there.
A couple of rounds though. Perfect record, no more. Made out from Simp, and this could be trouble for OpTic Gaming. There's 1, there's 2. JCap will trade, but damage done early in this round. What could be the last round here of game 2. Easy on sight, needs to just dance and stay alive as Dashy Snipe looks down upon him. JCap trying to push forward, but with players basically surrounding him. He's in a tricky little spot here with just 45 seconds left, and Priest is thinking about the flank.
Thinking about the flank and has plenty of time to work with while he's doing that. JCap is going to get traded. Dashy and Slasher for the 2 versus 3. Priesta making a move with the door. Not sure if those players are quite near enough to hear him, and now it's actually Dashy trying to make that dead silence play. Working his way up through the trenches, and, well, Priest is effectively behind him.
Should be an easy one. Priesta wins it. Slasher falls. Atlanta FaZe remain perfect in search and destroy. They do show they are human beings, though. Dropped 3 rounds, but either way, chance 2-0 up in the series.
I'm a bit disappointed, Ben. You were on a 15-0 run. How do you not just run it up and get another 6-0? But only good things to say from FaZe, like OpTic Gaming. They had quite a few good rounds, but you have to be perfect effectively the entire game. Just dominance on one side of the board.
Of course, our Game Fuel marquee match of the day, Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Gaming LA. It's Atlanta that lead the series 2-0. We'll be back after this.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Download free now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Georgia. Under your peach-hued skies and through your weeping willows, a slowness can be felt. A quiet, a calm, as if sifting through molasses. If things move slow in the South, Atlanta certainly didn't get the memo. Because this is the ATL. Born out of the ashes, and things are only getting hotter. In this vibrant city, a percussive beat drives it further. Impossible to get trapped if you're not standing still. Home to hip-hop and birthplace of kings, where youth doesn't make you an outcast, it makes you a legend. Here, it's quite simple.
What a play from Sip!
We're unfazed by the heat. We thrive in it. This is Atlanta. This is Week 3 of the Call of Duty League.
FaZe, of course, playing at home here in Atlanta. Their first game of the tournament versus OpTic Gaming LA. And Chance, so far, it's business as usual.
Pretty good stuff so far. I mean, the hardpoint, I think, was like the third most dominant hardpoint game. We got the answer. There's a couple teams that a little bit more dominant, but about as good as you could possibly ask for. Search and Troy, bit of the same. They had 6 of the 9 first bloods. They won 6 of the 9 rounds. Clean S&D game from both the teams. FaZe, just as expected at this point, just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, so far in the series, it's 2-0 Atlanta. And I guess it begs the question for me, how do they turn things around in terms of OpTic Gaming? Let's take a actual quick look at some of the hype battle qualifiers currently going on. You'll see the grand final of that tomorrow. But in terms of big picture here for OpTic Gaming LA, Chance, how do they turn this series around?
Ooh. God, I mean, every bone in my body just kind of says, they don't. I mean, that's like the default answer.
Okay.
Because I genuinely just think FaZe is a little bit too strong. The good news, though, if you want to start turning things around, domination, I suppose, would be the place to make it happen. It's the only map that FaZe has lost so far this year. Was on a domination against the New York Subliners. But that was on Hackney Yard. Now we're going to St. Petro. In my mind, you don't. In my mind, you try to get confidence going forward. But if they pull off the reverse sweep, that'll give you all the confidence you could possibly need. So just, you know, pull something together. But I don't have an answer for you. If I was Pac-Man, I don't know what I'd tell my team in between, but it's a tough situation to be in. It really is.
Pac-Man, the OpTic Gaming LA coach, he's been trying his absolute best. And we did hear rumblings that OpTic have improved, and they've shown a couple of signs, that's for sure, but a tough first game against Atlanta FaZe. And I want to take a look at our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army of that Search and Destroy. And it was that fantastic round from FaZe where BZ just pushes straight through.
And again, that's the key to aggression. You see the shots are coming in as he's trying to get across, and even if he's weak, it's just that sort of speed you're not used to dealing with. It makes plays like Slasher. They don't have enough time to react, and of course, Major Maniac gets the final stamp. But it's a level of aggression that you think when the time switch happens in Search and Destroy, it's going to benefit a team like FaZe in my mind.
Right. It just makes their quick pushes, it just makes it just end quicker, if nothing else. As we head now to Domination Game 3. As you mentioned, we have seen Atlanta FaZe slip up in Domination as a game mode against the New York Subliners. Can OpTic Gaming LA start to find a rhythm in this series? Does the potential comeback start here? St. Petrograd domination, or is this just going to be a very comfortable first series for Atlanta FaZe?
And maybe to try to sell the series a little bit or sell the comeback story from OpTic Gaming. We did see TJ have an uncharacteristic, very poor hardpoint in the first map where he was triple, quad, negative, whatever it was. Did begin to turn things around in the Search and Destroy, so he's going to have to turn that around even further, and then some. Massive turnaround in the slaying department from OpTic, and then there's hope.
Well, push coming in over towards B already. It's OpTic Gaming LA. Have a little bit of control so far, and they should be good to potentially try and cap that up. And Easy looking for the trade. The collapse comes through on towards B. It still hasn't been fully capped as Abizi gets his second in quick succession.
Very systematic stuff as well. I mean, we saw Abizi get into a good spot. He's sitting there waiting for his teammates, make sure you get the baits out onto the B flag. And now if he can stay in that top window position and live, he's going to be a nuisance. He's finding kills. And now Simp behind enemy lines. If you can hover around this C flag, that's when you start to force the spawn out. That's exactly what's happening right now. So Simp just looking for the kills.
So Smart finds the angle against Slasher and also find a kill. Røkkr trying to cap that C flag up as quick as possible, as now Simp can push forward towards that B hill. Will still be one play from OpTic Gaming there. It's Quavo who finds one. OpTic Gaming will lose control of C, but in turn, we'll have to cap up A.
And OpTic, of course, now actually putting a lot of pressure on the C flag as well. So FaZe is going to be right there back, but they're going to have to get quite a few of these kills. Meanwhile, OpTic Gaming, well, able to secure that B flag. And you got Slasher, well, trying to cover over his teammates. Or actually, they haven't capped it, but are very close to it. But they can't quite throw bodies on the hill because, well, Abizi finds 3. They have the flag surrounded.
And so far, this is a great start for OpTic Gaming. Able to just hold into that 2-1 hill advantage. B is being capped up. There's a trophy there, and that actually will kill Simp. And Dashi's done well just to stay alive up top in such a dangerous position. B is now neutral. There's another player from FaZe jump straight back on the hill. That's going to be Selim, so I think they may have to concede the B hill. There's now Major Maniac in the power position here to just rain down from above on the B hill.
This is a 2-minute-long battle just to try to actually cap and secure that B flag. Finally, someone gets it. FaZe is going to be that first team to strike, and now it's about how many kills can you get, how annoying can you be, and that's why Simp trying to do his job behind enemy lines. If they start to hop on this B flag, just shoot the players in the back. They're aware, though, and they shut them down.
It's Atlanta FaZe now with the lead as the fight at B continues. I want to send it over to an Astro Gaming listening with Atlanta FaZe.
There, dude. I'm decapping. Top bar. I'm getting tracks.
Yeah, look tracks. I'm getting bottom rush shot, right side.
Mid tracks, guys. Next one.
Nice, big win.
Top. Mid tracks, Teach.
Top rush shot, tracks. Top rush shot,
beat on right now, guys.
Oh,
yeah, one dead.
Oh my, nice shot.
Or beat on.
I'm nading left. I have one street.
Top restaurant.
Look, core dead. I'm pending left side.
I have all tracks.
Our street's open.
Top restaurant and mid tracks.
Water street, Kenny.
Track TJ, I think.
Water street, Kenny. To your left, Tyler.
Left side tracks. Tower spawn back, see? I'm helping you, B&D.
Yeah, I'm going mid.
In out.
I think we
tracks. They keep smoking.
Top blue to kitchen. One top kitchen.
Atlanta FaZe now starting to pull away with this game. Still 2-1 hill advantage in their favor. The lead just 11 points. Again, OpTic Gaming started this round so well as TJ springs into life on towards B. But the one key statistic that really jumps out to me is JCap 1-9 so far with over 3 minutes played.
Well, they have secured the B flag, even with the 1-9 performance, but once you get B, you're going to have to start to slay out. So this is where he needs to get kills. There's another one on the board, doubling up his JCap. But of course, as he's doing that, FaZe, they're able to get the neutral. Cap gets cut down, and, well, OpTic Gaming, it looks like no one else is anywhere near the flag, and FaZe are going to take it right back.
Pressure should come in the form of Dashi. Slasher is in support, but they have to worry about top stairs. That's where Selim is going to be, as Dashi slides out, does at least trade that. More teammates arriving at the B hill, but you still have to deal with Abizi, who's up top, causing problems. Again, this is such an important power position when you're playing Dom on this map, and Dashi again finds an important kill, throws out the trophy. B should be decapped, and if OpTic Gaming can hold this for the final minute, they might put themselves in a decent spot heading into the second half.
Nice little 4 down. They're able to get it back, still down by 16, but they're going to start to chip away at it. You still have to keep that control, though, and Slasher gets cut down immediately. The feed immediately just FaZe with that surge. JCap, though, might be the guy. You watch him get shot in the back, and, well, TJ, last one, he's going to fall too. You get the B flag for all but 5 seconds, and FaZe immediately right back on the spot.
It's so tough for OpTic Gaming LA, because as soon as they get control, as soon as they get a setup, you're thinking, all right, well, yes, this is where they're going to chip away at the Atlanta lead, and Atlanta's just going to walk straight into the hill and just retake full control as Simp finds himself a triple. And with 18 seconds left in the round, it's been relatively close by some of the games we've seen this year, and the standard that has been set is finally the neutral over towards A. No more points for OpTic Gaming in the final few seconds. And C's neutral as well. Just around about a 20-point lead, maybe if it ticks, heading into the second half.
I'm a silver lining kind of guy, though.
Okay.
It's a nice round win for FaZe. 20 points, not a massive advantage, but certainly a nice one. But at the same time, if I'm OpTic, I'm like, hey, guys, we just got outslayed by 20 kills and a half, and we're only only down by 20. Maybe let's not all be double negative. Maybe let's help Slasher out a little bit and see if we can get some progress. But realistically, that entire half was just FaZe constantly in the building of their opponent. They're constantly past that 50-yard line, just being annoying, shooting, what, 20% of those kills, just shooting players in the back.
And just to kind of touch on one of the stats you had in Hardpoint, the kill average. Looking at the domination kill average, it's BZ that's number 2 in the COD league, 31. And Quavo is actually number 3, 29.5. Simp's 5th with 29. So it's a lot closer. There's no massive disparity that we saw, of course, in the Hardpoint. And overall, in terms of just this map, neither team have played it this year either. So we're getting a ton of information.
And this is a beautiful opening break as well. They have just now gotten the C flag. That is FaZe. Meanwhile, OpTic had the A and B. So they started out down by about 20 points. They've already cut that down just a little bit more. Still, though, they have to actually hold on to the flag. That's where their struggle has been. And you actually see Simp, the player for FaZe, instead of trying to cat beat, get past it, get inside the building, be annoying as possible, and let your teammates make some plays. And of course, plays on the map. Someone for OpTic has snuck past C. He's drawing attention on one end. Meanwhile, Simp is just trying to kill everything in sight on the other. It is pandemonium on the map. But FaZe right now, at least very controlled, very calm. They know they can take their time to try to get this flag back.
And the game very, very close. The game have done so well to keep it as close as they possibly have. TJ, who's had a relatively bad series overall. Actually, in terms of statistics, dom kills and deaths, it's TJ with 31 death average. That's the worst in the entire league, by the way. So for me, TJ really needs to try and turn things around. Not only just in that kind of concerning stat for him, but also just in terms of the series as well.
It is worth pointing out, though, if you're dying a lot, that better mean your teammates are at least picking up some of those kills. So you need production from the remaining crew, which we've seen hasn't really started kicking in as JCap is still triple negative. And again, any time that the B flag is taken, it sometimes takes FaZe a little bit longer, but they eventually get it right back. They have just done everything in the world to keep the pressure on OpTic Gaming, keep them spawning back in that little corner, that little pocket on the bottom right corner of the minimap. That way it takes them 20 seconds just to go and get to that B flag.
And there's going to come a time, only in the next minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. It could be too late, though. Or OpTic Gaming need to say, all right, we don't want A. We have to push through. We have to put pressure on C. Whether someone can sneak and almost start playing like Blitz, of course. Former Call of Duty Ghost game mode, but at some point, someone has to make a sneaky play. It has to be one of those where maybe you let a player even run by. You have to just try and get out of this trap that you're essentially in.
But here's the thing about the sneaky plays. Look at number 1 on the minimap. That's Major Maniac. He has been there effectively the entire game. Anytime they've had the BC set up, he's always playing in the back of the map. He's always watching the OE, and you don't really have anywhere to sneak from. So like, Quavo's going to try, Quavo's going to die. Now you got him watching over mid-map. They just have a good setup. And again, it's not a dominant lead, but in terms of kills, it is beyond dominant. A very controlled game. FaZe has a game plan. They've stuck to it.
Well, here's the problem, because OpTic Gaming LA now spawning a little closer towards Major Maniac, but again, he deals with the pressure. However, unfortunately for Atlanta FaZe, that far right side of the map has now allowed one player to sneak through. It is Quavo, so the pressure will come through, and Atlanta FaZe will know that just based off where they're spawning. How long at the back of the map? And well, now they'll know because Quavo has actually picked up a kill. This is OpTic Gaming LA's chance. This is the moment where they could maybe turn this game around.
And Quavo's job right here is just to be annoying, live as long as possible. While he's doing that, what kind of production can his teammates get on the map? You look at the feed, nothing, because FaZe, they don't panic. They send a few guys back, but they keep that mid-map pressure. They think about the B flag.
Here's the problem. Priesta, as soon as he realized what Quavo did, he did exactly that back. He put pressure on OpTic Gaming LA. As soon as the players were coming off spawn, instantly met by him. A great play, and now you can, of course, see number 1 on your minimap, Major Maniac. He's spawned over towards A. So for him, a decap here, and then maybe just roam away with a minute 30 to play could be the play which seals the deal.
OpTic Gaming gonna have to do something big, gonna have to get a triple, and then they gotta deal with Celium, who, by the way, leading the lobby with 24 kills, and Priesta not too far behind him at 23. FaZe, again, just dominant. At this point, don't even want the B flag. They'll just take A and C if they can. And of course, while TJ's trying to neutral it, Priesta just comes soaring on in to take him on down.
And Chance, we've seen a lot of chaotic domination games so far this season. A lot of ones where you look and you're trying to follow the minimap and there's just utter chaos. The way FaZe has managed that chaos in this game and just managed to lock in a setup, just a beautiful setup at that. Yes, the game is close, but it never really felt close.
Not at all. And if we had like a heat map, let's say, for example, if you go back and rewatch this entire game, 70% of it is going to be Major Maniac with somewhere on the bottom left just watching the tracks, watching that overextend, and there's the remainder of the team, 70% was basically in OpTic Gaming's building. Whatever is past the B flag, it's just annoying to deal with. It's just a pressure game. The pressure game from FaZe here on St. Petra was just too much, so as close as the game might look, that was effectively, in my mind, another blowout and respawn for the Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe will close this one out. 8 seconds before it's made a formality. They will take the series against OpTic Gaming LA 3-0. And if you're a fan here of FaZe, yeah, you should be doing your homework on that squad. That's for sure, because they are just so good.
Take some notes and find your game plan. You got a lot of work cut out for you, but just one series in the tournament, Ben. It's only one. It's still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played.
A ton. Massive amount of Call of Duty still to be played, but for OpTic Gaming LA, for them, they will now have a pretty difficult job of trying to stay alive here in Atlanta. And of course, for the Atlanta FaZe boys, they're going to be happy winning at home. Could they maybe be the first team to win the home or their home event, essentially?
That'd be a cool storyline as well. That would be interesting, but it's
First
not just
team to win at home.
You like the positive storylines, I like the negative ones. Like we've talked about OpTic Gaming, and obviously that's the most difficult match you could really have right out of the gate. But at the same time, still have 0 points in the league. They're the only team that has yet to get some points on the board. And if you start out slow in a year like this, it is going to be at some point an insurmountable mountain to climb. So they got to get the ball rolling. They have to win their next series and get that bounce back fast.
And that's the scary point. At what point in the league do you say, well, now it's not even about winning series, it's about winning events. For OpTic Gaming LA, we all expect them to get better, we all expect them to improve, but you are essentially playing against time, against the clock. It's very, very tough, but that's going to be everything from myself and Chance. We'll send it now down to Miles on the main stage with a BZ.
Thank you very, very much, chaps. I'm, of course, here with a BZ. It kind of feels like take your son to work day. That's what it feels like right now. Mate, well done. Congratulations. Be honest with me. Can anyone beat you in respawns? Anyone in the league?
If we're playing at this level like we did against OpTic, no one's going to beat us.
We like that. We like that a lot. Mate, congratulations again. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Now, you had a historic run in scrims online coming into the league. There's a lot of people out there that don't think practice means anything. They were writing you off to a degree coming into these matches. What would you say to those people now?
I mean, everyone was saying that we're better online, but we proved ourselves on LAN. Even last year on United, we won the last 2 events, so there's nothing they can really say.
I like that as well. Mate, the crowd here have been fantastic. This is the very first home series for Atlanta. Is there anything you want to say to these beautiful people?
You guys have been amazing so far. I hope we can continue putting on a show for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, mate. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. That was the instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. When we come back after this, we've got the Minnesota Røkkr versus Chicago Huntsmen. Don't go anywhere.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sides, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You can see we are in the beautiful Atlanta, of course, and it's the home of Atlanta FaZe. Who else? We've just seen these guys dominate on main stage, of course. We've got an amazing audience here as well, obviously turning up here for the FaZe roster, and they sure have put on one hell of a performance so far right now. But joining me on the desk, I do have a special guest here who was on that main stage earlier on. You guys are smashing it so far this season, and to bring it to Atlanta, to your home right now, how does it feel to keep going with this amazing crowd in front of you?
Yeah, no, it's amazing. We hear you guys while we're playing, so I appreciate that, and we're just going to keep putting on a show for you guys and just try to get to the end and win this thing.
Priest, I got to ask you, because there's not many things that we could really nitpick about your team right now. You guys are really, really good, of course, and you're going strength by strength. But I've got to ask you about your S&D game, because really right now in the league, you guys are the top of your game here. And for most people, it's actually an Achilles heel. It's something they're not too good on and have to work on. What is the key to your guys' S&D game, without giving away too much to the other teams, of course?
No, honestly, we've all came from S&D. So we've had that chemistry in like Black Ops 3. We all played together. So kind of just like, I don't know, we just kind of clicked in S&D in this game, and we just like, in the moment, we're just calling out exactly what we're doing, and it just all just like, it just flows. It's a constant flow.
So we all know last year on 100 Thieves, you were sort of the player that flipped that team upside down. You were the star player going off on multiple maps to win series. What's it feel like to kind of be a role player and play along these guys who are super talented that you can kind of just let do their thing?
Yeah, I mean, they're all so good that like, I don't even care. I'm just gonna do what it takes to win at this point. And I kind of just, I mean, I use a smoke and a trophy, and it allows them just to run around and fry everything. So it's easy. They make my job easy.
It is really crazy, though, just to see you able to do so many different things on a team and just fill different roles. It's really impressive. But when we talk about differences, I kind of want to go back big picture for a second, because I've been having a lot of people asking how much the changes that we actually have coming into this week, whether it's in Search and Dom, how much it's actually affecting teams like yours.
I mean, Dom changed a little bit, but it didn't really affect our gameplay. Like, you can stack flags now, so that's a little bit different. I honestly think the old Domination, like, fit us better, but we're kind of learning how to play it. Domination was, like, the biggest thing for us. But that's really the only thing that's changed for us. I'd say on Cave, too, I run an AR. I run a third AR. A lot of teams are running 3 subs on the map, and I think it kind of throws certain teams off.
Do you actually think there's anybody in the league that poses a considerable threat to you to win this title?
I mean, if it's anyone, it's going to be Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Have you been impressed?
They just went to Game 5 with Ultra, so that kind of showed me that they're still weak. So we're just going to come out and try to just do our thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this next matchup definitely looks harder, at least on paper, for them as well. I think in the interview, Scump mentioned he didn't feel like the team was playing up to their full ability. But if they do play like that, do you think that Minnesota might be able to pull off the upset?
I mean, Minnesota's a strong team right now. Every time I scrim with them, I'm like, yo, they're actually disgusting. Like, we were scrimming them in the back before the match, and they were doing their thing. Asen was absolutely disgusting. GodRx is nasty. So I think they're going to put up a fight, and I think they could win that for sure.
Priest, I've got to ask you, before you do go, while we've got you up here, of course, you're representing FaZe Clan here. Atlanta is the home turf right now. What does it mean to you to play for FaZe and to play alongside your other teammates here at home?
I mean, it's awesome being back on FaZe. Obviously, I was on FaZe in World War II. And then I went to 100 Thieves, and now I'm back. So it's good to see just all the FaZe players and just the FaZe members out here supporting us. And I'm super glad that I'm in the position to be back on FaZe and just, you know, just start frying for you guys and just start winning championships for everyone.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. We will be back, and I'm so excited to follow this FaZe Clan journey as they go through our season. But when we get back, we have Røkkr versus Chicago Huntsmen. We'll see you after this.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Where else would you be on your Saturday, of course? We're here live from Atlanta, the home of Atlanta FaZe. We've just seen these guys take it by storm on the stage. The crowd was going wild. We were going wild at the back as well. And I'm sure you guys at home on YouTube were also going wild. But I've got to bring up the opposition. We talked a lot about Atlanta, of course. It's necessary, but it's also important to talk about who they were facing against. OpTic Gaming LA. Are these guys done right now? There's 0 points on the board. Nameless, you know, we talked about this before we came into the weekend.
Yep.
OpTic really needed to show up here and show what they're made of.
Yeah.
What are they made of?
I'm definitely concerned, just as concerned as I was after they lost that launch weekend. But they did just play FaZe, and FaZe is the best team in the game. So maybe cut them a little bit of slack there. But got to talk about TJ. He got body slammed on that first map. He has to be the player that's going off. I thought it was Cap. It's TJ as well.
I mean, it's very, very difficult to watch because we do know what these guys can do. We have seen that before. There's no doubt that these players are an incredible potential on that stage every time they do go up there. And yes, sure, they have had a really hard start here, especially going against Atlanta. But really, they've had numerous chances right now to kind of show up on a main stage, and they haven't yet.
Yeah, I think going back to what Nameless said, though, definitely is important. You think about the matchup a little bit. Maybe we will see some more life from them. I mean, when we had Priesta up here on the desk, it was actually longer than the entire series. They made light work of them. It did not look good. But I keep going back to Clint saying they have the potential to be the best team in the league, period. I think we might finally be at the point that we're seeing him lose his marbles.
He might be there. Who knows yet? Maybe it's all the yelling he does, but
finally get to put him in the home.
I still think that there's some hope for OpTic LA. Like I said, they did just play FaZe, who is that dominant team who makes everybody kind of look bad. So I think we need to see a little bit more, right? Like if this weekend they don't pick up any points, then clearly something needs to go down in the OpTic camp. But right now, let's just be calm.
Indeed. Well, we're going to talk about our next game, of course, which is the Chicago Huntsmen, once again on the main stage, taking on the Røkkr. Now, we have seen both of these teams play today already. Chicago Huntsmen really narrowly actually winning that one on the main stage there. They really need to step it up now against this Røkkr team. We're going to talk about the game fuel keys to victory, though, as we always do, and Nameless has got you guys yet again. Talk to me about this Chicago team.
Yeah, they can't rely on Scump and S&D, right? Like, they got smoked in that first search, and in that Game 5, he had to go absolutely off for them to win it. And when you look over towards the side of Minnesota, those guys need GodRx to keep performing. He had a 1.36 in that series that they just played, where they won 3-1 versus a Paris team that has looked pretty solid.
We'll have a look at Minnesota right now as well. Game fuel keys to victory for these guys. Trying to steal domination, hey?
Yeah, they're 3-0, I think, on Hackney Dom. So if they can win that Dom, remain strong in search, where, you know, Huntsmen haven't looked that great at times. You know, last week they looked fantastic, but just there they got 6-0'd in one of the search and destroys. So this is a Røkkr team that's pretty good in search. If they can win both searches and steal that Dom, they can take this series.
We're going to have a look at these two teams side by side in just a moment. We're going to take a look at the US Army quickscope, because obviously these two teams are comparable right now. I think we're actually in for quite a close game if both of these teams come and bring it to the main stage like we do know that they can. We're going to take a look at the quickscope here presented by the US Army. Both of these teams right now are really at the top of their game so far in this season, but as you can see, the points kind of speak for themselves here. Respawn KD, not too much of a difference there as well, but when we're looking at this side by side, Rich, what are you seeing for the bigger picture? I know you love the big pictures here.
Well, I'm going to go back to the points. Obviously, we didn't see Minnesota at London, and I think that that's one of the reasons that maybe this team's being slept on just a little bit. I know when I'm talking to a lot of the players as well about what their power rankings would be, this is a squad that's up there with potentially Dallas, with Paris, with London. It's really those 4 squads that you look at and say, okay, are they in the A tier? Obviously, the Chicago Huntsmen have been up in that S tier with FaZe, trying to prove that they're somewhat immortal teams. The question is, will we see Chicago bleed when they go up against Minnesota? GodRx has been an absolute freak of nature.
That will be the question. It's the US Air Force maps and modes that you're seeing on your screen right now. The one I'm looking at so far is Game 2 Search and Destroy. Here, Gunrunner, what is that outcome going to be? Can Røkkr kind of take this one against Chicago? We've already seen Chicago may need a few games to warm up a little bit when it comes to S&D.
Yeah, I mean, if Røkkr can win those searches, they're fine. And if you see game number 3, that's the map that they've been dominating on, that Hackney Dom.
Indeed it is. Well, gentlemen, I think it's about time that we talk about this incredible match that we got on the main stage in just a moment. It's going to be pretty amazing. I just want to know from the crowd right now, you guys ready for another main stage game? Okay, Atlanta, I think we could do better than that when we get through the weekend. I'll come back to you.
I think we could do better than Maven too, but this is all we got.
That's true. You're stuck with me forever.
Thank
you, Rich.
Gentlemen, take this one away.
We just need to get his wardrobe handled. He looks like an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know if we're stuck with you. We're stuck with him.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
Very true. But I have a question for you before we hop into this. There's a lot of talk about that very close series between Huntsmen, between Ultra to start things off. Do you view that a negative in the sense you saw some weakness from them, or do you view it as a positive? Is that like a wake-up call they needed to take this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can look at it both ways of, oh, crap, like we went to Game 5 round 11 with the Toronto Ultra, but on the other side, it's, all right, we survived. It's only winners round 1. We were able to get through that, and yeah, now the adrenaline might be flowing for Chicago.
Well, I think tight series, you know, if you're talking about power rankings, like close series, tight series with maybe lesser teams is a big deal, but at a tournament, who cares? Get the win, move on, you get more maps, you get more reps, and you can improve throughout the course of the weekend. But Røkkr were our biggest surprise, maybe to start. They come in and upset Paris in a big way. Now, do they have what it takes to go up against Huntsmen? Now, we're starting off with Envoy for a couple reasons. One, he's the #2 overall KD on Petro Hardpoint. 2, we saw one of the most impressive performances all year long from him. 30 and 12, 3 minutes in the hardpoint. It is really what started our hype around Envoy to start this year off for us. He's insane here.
Yeah, he is very solid at this map. And I mean, I'm sure teams watch the VOD. They're trying to copy what he does, how he moves on the map. But Minnesota, they're going to start on that preferred side. You saw Chicago, they had to wait for those nades to come in. And as those nades come in, you're going to earn 13 seconds. But Chicago now starting to break on through. As Minnesota, they want to control that right side of the map. That's where they spawn. That's where we're rotating for that second hill.
Well, I think for Røkkr, we were really impressed with, like, GodRx had a great performance to get them through that first series. Huntsmen got through, but it was a little bit slower than we expected. Was there someone that maybe need to pick it up for you on Huntsmen if they're going to get things cleaner going forward?
Arcades is great. I mean, Arcades has just been so good for this team all year long. Like, the guy's outstanding in every role. But if you're looking at someone to improve, I think a guy like Gunless, I mean, we know at times he could be the best player in the world, but we need him to be more consistent. For Minnesota, GodRx has to be great, but I think you need everyone. When you're playing a team to this caliber, Chicago, you're champions, like, you need a 5-man performance.
Yeah. Well, right now it is all Røkkr. It is 56-0 as they are dominating the early going. It does not get cleaner than this. You haven't seen a scoreline like this to start many games, especially a map like Petro. This is brilliant from them in the early going as they still have Cafe locked down, and Huntsmen looking to pounce with 35 seconds remaining. On the slaying side of things, really for Røkkr, I mean, Assault's the standout. He's 8-4 to kick it off. GodRx 6-4, make it 7-4, 4 in a row from him. Ends on a 5 spree. Well, are Huntsmen going to get a point? Well, there you go, yes!
It's what we talk about a lot with these hard points, right? You have that strong side, and the opposite team has to make the decision. Do we want to try to rotate for second? Do we just want to earn some time and try to break through? and nothing was working for Chicago. So it's perfect as a start you can get here for Minnesota. Now, though, it has been that third hill. Chicago have the setup to get back into the game.
And you said, do you think Gunless is someone maybe step it up a little bit within this series? He's averaging 29.7 kills in hardpoint. That is 5th amongst all players in the CDL. So when you're just talking about overall kills, just dropping bombs in the map, Gunless is one of the all-time leaders so far this year. So in this mode, he's got to go big.
Yeah, this has to be a big hill, and I don't know if it's going to be Scump, the last member alive, as 4 of his teammates get taken down outside of Hazmat. As now Minnesota, they have the Chicago team spawn towards the back. Silly and Asim, they're going to find 4 kills, and man, this is just a perfect start for Minnesota.
And I think the one question I didn't ask you is, if Huntsmen played like they did against Ultra, do you see them beating Røkkr? You probably would have said no.
Yes,
no. And they're coming out a little bit slow, and the scoreline is reflecting it, nearly up 100. But now they're able to get into Hazmat. The problem, there's only 10 seconds remaining. Inside a restaurant already, I believe, is Assault, who's on a tear so far. 12 and 7 for him. Set up inside, trying to get 3 snap, but not quite able to do it. Arcity's on the Huntsman side, gets a few kills, but if you take a look at the scoreboard right now, that is not something you're going to see very often from Huntsman. Every single player negative in a respawn. It
just comes from the scoreboard, right? I mean, it's just when you don't have the hill setups, the game is difficult, right? Just trying to break some of these hills is so difficult. How did they get into pool hall without dying 2 to 3 times before they even get there? Finally, a contest may come through, but you have Alex, you have Godorex watching the back. He's ready for Envoy, who we pointed out. He's able to snap onto the second with that hip fire, and now trying to stay alive. And he's doing such a good job. Has to pull the knife out, but does get taken down.
Yeah, I think Rich said on the desk that maybe people forgot about Røkkr a little bit, but heck, when we did hard points and we talked to Crowder about stuff, he said he felt like Minnesota had a chance to be like a top 4 team, and he's the opinion of someone I trust quite a bit.
So here's the thing, when we looked at the Røkkr, it was similar to like a Florida. When you look at the teams that they beat Gorillas in a controversial series, and they beat Toronto Ultra. So it's like, now that that's over and we look at those 2 wins, it's like, how good are they? Because we don't know. Because we know those 2 teams are at the bottom of the league.
But if you at least go to the preseason, like the 2-month lead up with regards to scrims, like Minnesota were doing really well. Like they were doing great. They looked like they had potential to break into that upper echelon of teams, and maybe just reminded people right now that they are capable of going deep into a tournament. But Gunless trying to come alive as he gets to 13 and 13.
Yeah, and for me, this is just a map you want to close out as soon as possible, right? Don't allow the momentum to go back onto the Chicago side. You don't want them to come back on a crazy, game 1 victory, where after that point we would probably say like the series could potentially be done. So for Minnesota, continue to play your game, get this map one done with, run away with it.
Formal with the M4 doing a good job there inside a restaurant, chains together several kills, as they'll get just over the 80-point mark, but still getting doubling up. Like they've chipped away at the lead a little bit, but just not enough to really put Røkkr in danger yet. Remember, the first set of hills between Cargo and then over to Cafe, it was a 60-0 advantage. It was dominated by Røkkr, but this time a little bit different. You don't have the advantage with the opening break, but you are set up early. They've got the rotation here. Now, how much damage can they do with the opening moments?
It's a big pinch here by Scump and Formal. Gunless is able to dive alive up top. Godorex, well, he's able to lock down the hill. The pinch was there for Chicago. They just couldn't execute.
It's like they got to kill on one side of it, but then everybody else ends up dropping. RC is the guy that's got to pick it up here. He's 8 and 15, and Envoy, who has been so good on this particular map, struggling. 10 and 16, hasn't left the impact that we expected from him or we'd like to see from him. Maybe the homework really done by Røkkr.
Yeah, and again, it's just obviously the scoreboard is going to be very one-sided with this score. Minnesota, they're going to give up this scrap time, but they're going to rotate towards Cafe. RC's trying to work his way through pool hall right now. He knows the spawns are going to be there for the Røkkr, just waiting for his teammates to get pushed on up, and now it's Scump who's trying to work through blue courtyard.
But it's wild to think of a team that we praised in Huntsmen on this map for being so ahead of the rotation. It's been Røkkr what feels like every time. Like they've just been ahead of it so often. It's been impressive to witness. Like, can they hold on this opening wave? Gunless doing everything he can to try and get the push on through, but the Simtek's going to trade him out. It's a very close spawn from Huntsman to keep on flooding, but the time continues to tick for Røkkr. Now just 35 more points needed from... They got a chance for what, the first 100-point club that we've seen?
Yeah, they got a chance. as you're going to see all these guys just sort of run away. And I think because they gave up the rest of that time to rotate to Hazmat, it's not going to happen. But Minnesota, they know exactly what they want. They want to rotate towards that third hill. They're trying to flip the spawns, and it looks like the map is going to be flipped. Some nice shots from Formal on the COD RX.
But Røkkr's just a step ahead. It feels like every hard point.
And they're going to be because, I mean, with such long rotations, Chicago would, at this point, have to play like perfect, right? And Minnesota know this.
Nice win by Alex mid-map. 15 more points needed. One of the more dominant hard points you are going to see from start to finish. I mean, it's a 60-0 lead from Minnesota to kick off the game against one of the top teams in the world. Røkkr just came in and gave them the old uppercut. They looked to close it out there, and they do it. Røkkr with the map 1 win.
See the boys getting pumped up there. I see him bringing the energy to the stage. And that's big because I think for a lot of people, if Minnesota was going to win this one, I mean, you would think like trying to steal a respawn and winning search and destroy.
That wasn't a steal.
Yeah, no,
that was a thumping.
They dominated, and we talked about it when we looked at the maps. Hackney yard domination has been something they've been undefeated on, but we're going to take a look at the stats. I mean, yeah, with such a slow start, everybody did so well for the Minnesota side. Gunless is 21 and 21. Formal, he's positive, but yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a lot from your subs when you're behind those rotations.
Well, GodRx had another amazing map, and I want to take a look at the scuff play of the game. It's going to be GodRx with a lovely double. I'm wondering, guys, probably when he ran out of ammo, right? Had to pull out the knife. I think he ends up getting 3 in this situation. The hip-fire headshot there, just ludicrous. The third gets tallied on, and now it's like, please, can I go in for the knife? Because he ran out of ammo and tried to make the play, but a big moment from GodRx inside a full hall to continue racking up the time, but that just, what a hot start it was. And you talk about a map like this, or maybe like Hackney, like there are times where you can get out to that big lead early just due to which side you spawn on, but you never want to look up at F0 midway through the second hard point.
Yeah, and this is just like, I think Chicago has been tested. They were tested at London. They had a lot of tough matches, but it just feels like a different energy today, right? Like, that's something we talked about. When things are going well with this team, they're going to go really, really well. It's when things go bad that they're going to be tested. There's a lot of strong personalities on this roster.
Well, I kind of wondered how they come out in the sense of like, you knew at London they wanted to go prove they were the best. They wanted to win that tournament. They wanted to show they were the #1 squad because I think everyone had like a Dallas or a FaZe ahead of them coming in just in the preseason online scrims. But now they won London. I was curious like what that demeanor would be because like they got past Dallas, but they have to hear the comments. People talk about FaZe, whether it's coming from us or certain fans. I think FaZe is still the top dog. Like I almost thought there'd be more of a passion kind of coming into this. Are you surprised to maybe see some of those slow starts out of them?
Not necessarily, right? Because I don't think they probably thought like Toronto was going to be the toughest match. Even like Minnesota, like, we've talked about how well Minnesota is, but they haven't played yet. So I don't know. It's almost like one of those things where you talk about it so much that maybe it doesn't happen, right? Like every single time we want to see that FaZe versus Chicago series, maybe we never see it.
True. Well, before we get into map 2, I do want to take a look at the U.S. Air Force quick scope before we lead into the search and destroy. And the one thing the Huntsmen have, I mean, win or loss, whatever ends up being the result, they've got such a nice lead right now in the points department that, yeah, you're rooting for them to do well if you're a fan, obviously, but you're sitting comfortable. Like, you got so many points in London that you're feeling good about that. But all across the board, I mean, what stood out for them is, from a KD standpoint, you kind of saw it there, it's been very balanced, right? Like, everyone is putting on. Everyone was above a 1.0. Like, they were all very, very solid across the board. I know, bro. And that happens when you have a team as stacked and talented as you have with the Huntsmen.
Yeah, and I mean, for Chicago, we just saw them win this map, but one of the keys to victory that Nameless was talking about is the 2 Game 5s that they went to versus Paris. In just last series, it was on Scump. He had to go on 2 10 sprees. Like, as much as you love to see that, because everybody wants to watch a king go to work, you can't rely on him to do that every single search and destroy.
And there's going to be a team they haven't got to look at in this particular map. And they don't have a lot of VOD to really go out with Minnesota because they weren't at London, so not as much film to talk about in search. So they just have to do their thing.
What's going to be
Envoy
player audio, I'm not sure if we're supposed to.
gets the first blood. They've got the 5v3 advantage, but Silly peeking into Cargo that is at least able to take one with him. Silly gets another kill. The bomb's going to be planted. Gunless should get caught immediately. So what was a 5v3 advantage for Huntsmen, suddenly going to be a 2-on-2. Arcees. Wins one.
Chat time.
20 seconds now on the clock to work with.
I like this. He's making Assault think. He knows he has to play the clock, but that silence is there, and Arcee's able to win the 1-on-2.
Are you kidding me? What a reaction. And snap from RCDs, and around the it got scary. Like, you have the 5v3 and things seemingly fall apart, but the team gets on RCD's back and he's able to get the 1v2 clutch. What a play from Alec.
A lot of people just chatting about how, like, he's been a leader, right? Just in game and out of game for them, keeping them calm, and you love to see him have big plays like that to get these guys back into this match.
He's a guy just root for. He's just fun. Like, RC's just the man. Silly, I think, had the angle for just a moment. Does he peek again? He sure does, but can't quite hit the shot as Formal's able to pepper him. Envoy looking for an opening, maybe up through mid, as he's already found the one kill.
Look at the mini-map right now. Like, mid-map control is dominated by Chicago.
He had the first blood in round one, too, didn't he?
You have players peeking out of crates. You have a player in vent room. Minnesota does not have a lot to work with. If you're looking at something, maybe it's a silly snipe to open up a site. Chump trying to stay alive. He's going to have to back on up. Well, Formal, he peeks, but does get taken down. So now down to a 4 versus 4. 35 seconds to work with. A nice shot from Asim.
Yeah, that was a quick reaction and snap, and Envoy will get caught, but it's RCDs again stepping up in the clutch. Strings together 2 in a row. Now it's going to be all on GodRx to try and make the play, and it's RCDs with the beams again. I think it's back-to-back rounds where Envoy gets the first blood and 5-0 start from RCDs.
Yeah, 5-0 from him. He finds 3 kills towards that tail end of the round.
It's Envoy early, opening up the map. RCD's late, shutting it down. See if Minnesota can get something cohesive going. It's going to need to happen this time on the defensive end. But I like the Envoy watch because he's been the first blood machine early. Does he get aggressive for a pick again?
Let's try again. Definitely heard that, yeah. Player right on the other side of the crates. Arcees, though, his perfect game is still up. He's 6-0. He finds the first blood. Asim, I would say he had to have hurt him. And here comes the push through crates for Minnesota. Start to get very aggressive, trying to find the player on the bomb.
Still one more here in Assault. But there's the trade now from Formal. All 5 go down. 3-0 Huntsmen as they continue rolling.
Just taking the map away from Minnesota. We're going to have to see what Minnesota does to try to combat it. Guys like Asim and Alex, they're going to have to get aggressive. Challenge Envoy. Challenge RCDs in those one-on-ones. You know, it's similar to what we saw with, like, Florida and London earlier today. London, like Dylan and Scraps, they were just taking the map away from them. This is a map you have to fight for mid-map control.
I think just the S&D improvements in general, though, for Huntsmen is a reason them losing map 1 isn't as scary as it might have been a couple months ago. Like, the fact that they improved heading into London, maybe not the best search team in the world, but good enough that they can battle back in series. Envoy's going to get caught this time around. Big advantage now behind GodRx. 2 kills for him. 4 versus 2 now for Røkkr. Asim works to get the plant down. Who's that inside of bathrooms? That's going to be Scump that might be able to make the play. And think of remember all the clutches he had, Scump and RCDs? In those 2-man clutch scenarios, but
he's got to open the door. Yeah, in a tough spot. I mean, they try to get a little bit creative there. There's smoke down in the middle of the map. Envoy tries pushing through Forest. You have Gunless at that rock. I mean, when Envoy goes down, Gunless is just open to 2-3 angles and ends up getting caught. You know, you have a 3-round advantage, take a risk, right? You can do that.
And for Minnesota, you desperately needed a round. You got the win. Alex still sitting on a goose egg. Let's start off on Rocker's POV on defense and see how they opt to play. This looks very aggressive towards B.
Here's that aggression I was talking about. You have one player who's all the way up towards the left. It's going to be Silly. Alex Assault, they find 2 first kills, and then they can just go. They can use their numbers at this point.
Formal isolated in the back.
You have one player going around. You have one player going around. I think that's RC's right now. He could get behind him. Can he stay alive?
Thought for a second in my lineup where he got multiple kills, but here comes the re-peek. Alex, I like that. Little off angle, prone around the barrel. Nice round here from Alex. 4 versus 2. Now Formal and Enable, or Formal and Envoy. See if they can bring it back in this 2 versus 4. Envoy, great job. Gets into green. Only 30 seconds in the round, and now it's all going to be on Envoy. His shot is on point.
He's going to reset his dead silence as well, so he has some time to work with, dead silence to work with, but the double peaks there for Minnesota. Just the numbers early on.
Alex, I think when he had the first blood, he was able to pick up Arcades on the flank. He then shuts down Envoy, who's in a clutch position. That was a wondrous round there from Alex.
Yeah, and he was doing it all. He was zone 4 at that point.
Oh, that's right. The guy said had the goose egg coming in, and then he has that incredible round. I mean, just doing it on all sides of that site. From 0-4 to 4-4. That's one way to turn it around.
Good couple of rounds for Minnesota. See if anyone's going to start to go towards the safe side. A lot of B hits early on. See if anyone's going to get it creative. But Minnesota, that's what I'm talking about. They're starting to get very aggressive middle of the map.
It's exactly what you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something you have to do. I think a lot of the times you may try to play a little creative on Gunrunner, and if the team just takes the map away from you the way Chicago was early on, you have to respond, and they're doing that right here. That's why they may find themselves with 3 round wins in a row. And they will.
Another brilliant round there from Minnesota, and another good round from Alex. I think he gets 2 more, so 0-4 to now 5 straight. And you saw his shot was on point. Like whoever that was, he snapped on in the back. Like it's
one of those
crispy.
days. It's like, you know what? This isn't working. Let's just throw some smokes and duel in the middle of the map. Let's just use
Make
our
it messy.
guns. Yeah,
Make it
let's
messy.
go.
Oh, sorry, it's 6 in a row now for Alex. Well, now you saw the answer from Røkkr. It's Huntsman's turn. They've given up 3 straight rounds. And it's similar to what happened with Toronto, right? They went up 4-0, then I think lost 3 or 4 in a row to make that more interesting. Just haven't been able to close out these search and destroys cleanly when they get that hot start.
Silly pops Deddy right off the start. He's able to work his way through vent, finds a first blood. Thing for Minnesota, they don't have a lot of control. Formal's going to find that nade, gunless with a kill. So it's just like that. That first blood means absolutely nothing.
See if anyone finds a weird opening with this smoke down mid. Trade back and forth. Number still to Huntsman. Silly's been spotted but gets away. Huntsmen still have to work on this bomb planted with 30 less seconds. They have to start making a move now. 30 on the clock.
But they know as well that they have to peek the bomb plant, right? Like they have to push up by the crates. So they know Goderice and Silly, they have to get a bit aggressive. They just got to watch over these players. Smoke goes down. Envoy, he's just going to use Deddy. And, well, he's going to use that smoke, finds the final 2 kills. They played their numbers. They played together.
Envoy made that look easy. If you're a diehard fan, you probably saw the clip that people were laughing about. Slasher tweeted out. It was pretty ludicrous hipfire kill for Envoy. What was it? It was on Azir Cave. It was like 40 yards, just hipfired somebody.
Really good.
Oh, even there, hipfire looked pretty clean. It was funny because he got it. He had no reaction. He just goes, "Oh, he's dead." And RC's in the background just giggling.
Yeah, something they're just used to,
yeah.
I guess, by now.
MP40 is very good. Aggression, again, this time. Over towards the A site. But Scump and Envoy, they're ready and waiting. There will be no opening. Looking to chain together 2 rounds after the big flood from Røkkr. Just going to be on assault now, and he's getting chased. That should be the round. Nice answer from Huntsman. I don't mind the gamble from Røkkr. Get a little aggressive towards the offsite, but unfortunately for them, Envoy and Scump shut it down with the quickness.
I'm just laughing because you called the MP5 and MP40.
Oh, MP5? Oh, that's from the blackout.
Yeah. I know your love-hate relationship with that.
Oh, it is. It is. That's what I get for using that darn gun every day. They're both very good. One more round for Huntsman to tie up the series at 1 apiece. The last time they did this push towards B, Alex found the opening pick and they were able to put Huntsmen on their back foot early. This time will not be the case. RC's gets the first blood. The aggressor, Nassim, is cut down. Nice shots from RC's yet again mid-map. He is 12 and 4. You said you maybe Scump, you want somebody other to step up and have a monster game, and RC's has done it.
And you saw Minnesota, what they were trying to do. They were trying to get, you see where those skulls are aggressive towards B. The only problem is you don't have someone vent room or someone who can take down RC. Just watching that cross. They're just going to use those teammates and take that player down. You would love someone water or trying to work vent in that situation. And now, yeah, Alex checks the bomb, doesn't want the plant to go down, but the trade is there. Arcides
going to the
trying
ace.
to find for the ace, but a 14-kill performance from Arcides. Chicago, they win the search and destroy. They tie the series up 1-1.
Arcides, just an incredible map. After, Huntsmen come out a little bit flat. They answer back. They had to answer back even within that game too, right? They're up 3-0. It's 3 straight. And they're able to bring it back and close out the game. But it's 1-1, a series that maybe has the potential to go the distance. It's going to be map 3 domination coming up next. What a performance from Arcides. You see our reaction, we're loving it. Map 3 up next.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Let's go!
I know.
How awesome is that? I think what convinced me that I love the localization, the franchising was the first event in Minnesota, hearing the fans all get behind him, and now seeing that like in their local market, wherever they're at, a bar, restaurant, watching it, I eat that up.
Yeah, I love it. It looked great. They're probably cheering him on right now.
Yeah.
They're probably pretty pumped after map 1, not pretty pumped after map 2.
Probably very true, but let's take a look at the Army tactical play before we get into the domination series, all tied up at 1 apiece. Looks like we're in to round 7. It's Envoy making the plays while they're on the defuse. Envoy and RC's going huge throughout the course of that, but that was him just chasing the kill down mid-tracks. But that was that big retake, right? When it was the early plant came in from Minnesota, and they were able to bring it back in.
Yeah, that gave them the 2-round cushion, right? It was back and forth, 3 rounds in a row, 3 rounds in a row, but that was the round that I think that really solidified it. Minnesota tried
I would have picked one of
up.
Arseny's plays probably, because he had,
Yeah,
he had
I'm
a
saying
bunch
round
of
1,
monster
but it's
plays.
fine. It's fine.
He
We'll
had some
figure it
W
out.
rounds. What did he end with, 14?
A lot, yeah, 14. Almost, yeah, almost had the ace for the last round as well.
But that has been a staple of some of their search wins. Like, whether it is Scump, whether it is Gunless, whether it is RC, somebody has this monster double-digit map that just goes insane for them. Even to some of the respawns, like someone just takes over. It's funny because when it all evens out, like their stats are all pretty darn similar, but they have these guys that just have these takeover maps, and that's what Røkkr is going to have to deal with. Do you have any thoughts about this particular matchup when it comes to the Doms? I think one of the keys to victory from Minnesota on the desk was come in and take the Dom.
Yeah, I mean, they're undefeated on this map, and we saw it early today. They dominated one of the better domination teams that we have in the league in Paris.
Well, I think I saw, I believe Brian Saint did an interview where he said, I'm surprised that they played us on this. Like, I'm sorry Paris wanted to. We haven't lost on it yet. Yep. So I guess maybe the same thing here. I'm surprised they're going to end up playing them on it.
Well, I think it's just Chicago believes when it comes down to it, Hackney, where it's just lots of gunfights. We're more confident, right? We have the edge.
We'll see. We will see. The countdown in, map loading up. Who will take the series lead after this domination? The favored spawn to kick off this first half will go to the Huntsmen on A. So expect them to have an early lead on the opening and see how long they can hold this side of the map. They got B about halfway before I think Assault picked them off the site.
And they weren't able to get B right away, but Envoy, he's trying to control inside of B. Gunless is securing that home flag, just making sure. Well, actually, he's putting pressure towards C. So what RC's is doing right now, just making sure that Minnesota can't get a flag.
Well, they're battling over B. We know the Røkkr are undefeated on this map in mode. We'll see if they can keep it rocking. Let's go to an Astro Gaming Listen-In with Røkkr.
Work for a flag as well. Work for a flag. Top guys, top.
Top ladder again, guys. Top ladder again. B. Adam, drop down. Was no one top L? No one top L. Gotta get him up, B.
Stun me. Yeah, you're good.
2v2 by B. Top, next to you, directly next to you. P3, Envoy, one shot, P3.
Oh my god, one shot B, bro. 4 more in B, and P1, P1.
McCree,
I think there's 2. There's 2 in B right now. 2 in B. Take us out.
I'm trying to go left,
Yeah, I come left, just in behind.
Good job. One shot left, Envoy, bro. Here's bottom real quick. Bottom L.
Envoy's back fire car. Back fire car. There's 3 dead. One's back fire car.
Actually, there's only one more B, so.
Go B.
Trying to hit bottom L.
Go on. Envoy. Look for Envoy.
No, we didn't kill. They spoke. Is that yours? No.
Yo, they went back to me.
Alright, one's around B. He's around B. Bottom L.
Well, Huntsman had that AB setup. Things have got flipped a bit as Minnesota were able to break through to B. Now an AC hold for Huntsman.
It's actually interesting what Chicago has been doing. They've almost been allowing Minnesota to go towards B and neutralize it, and then off of that through the middle of the map, they're just going to their home flag, and it's almost like they're trapping them inside of B, and that's why they have this 14-point lead. The only thing that happens that gets a little bit scary when you go for that setup is you allow them to get B and maybe go for a run at your home flag at A. That's what you don't want. You don't want to give up A. You don't want to be spawning C.
And I just think the spawns get a little bit wonky sometimes when you have like that AC hold.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, where are they going to pop?
I mean, if they can get that trap and set it up where they have 2 flags, as Scump, he finds 3 kills, it's going to work out great. It is just a risk at times.
Just tries to find some ammo. I think he found him. Maybe not sure he can reload. Now he can. As he is just piecing right now. Scump frying all over the map. It's going to be a seam that finally cuts him short, but what a play there from Scump, and a big part of why they've got this 16-point advantage.
And again, the same thing. They're on C. They're neutraling C right now. Every single time Minnesota goes for this B flag, someone's pushing through green and just neutraling their home.
It was like, Røkkr, if you're going to get progress on B, fine, but you're losing something as a result.
Now it's a 3 cap.
Now, how long can they hold this 3-cap? Because this is where the game could get very, very scary. But quickly on to A and B will be Røkkr. Able to neutral A, but there's still 2 more players there from Huntsmen. The one-on-one goes to Minnesota towards the B site, so they're at least able to lock that down. Huntsmen should regain control of A. They still got C's. It's madness all across the map. As Assault tries to go off the top rope, looks to take the one-on-one, but Envoy, he's got the headshot, he's got the snapper. It's Assault and Alex both get put in the dirt. Envoy makes the play at the home flag.
Yeah, and when it does get a little bit scary for them, it's Envoy who goes big. 11-5 starties. Can he find 2 more? He can. Just finessing around the tire shot. 5, 6, 7 in a row for Envoy.
We've seen him do it all year long, but a reminder what an unreal talent he is in this title. 14-5. Can we get right back over to him? Thank you. He's got 7 in a row. We got to see how far he can take this. As not only is he getting the kills, he's securing the sites. He's able to get B, and now can he do it on defense? Here comes the flood from Minnesota. 8th down, 9th down. The 10th is lining up. The challenge is out, but Assault finally able to cut him down. But over that sequence, now look at the scoreboard. 32 points up are the Huntsmen.
He's so good in those situations where he has to finesse, just play his life, right? Just time and time again in the final of London when he was just playing Petro Dom. He was being so annoying at C. It's a similar situation at what he was doing at that A flag. He knows exactly when he has to be on the flag, when he has to get off of it, go for those kills. And, well, to end this, you're going to have another potential 3-cap for Chicago.
Well, Envoy's biggest game of domination was 33 kills on Hackney against the Gorillas. He's got potential to maybe surpass that. He's sitting at 17-7 right now.
That's with 2 less minutes.
That's actually insane.
He's got 2 less minutes.
That's a good point. So he might set his kill record with 2 less minutes to work with. But that sequence was something special. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, he knows he's alone. He knows that Minnesota wants that flag. And he's just so good at just staying alive.
Wow, it just, geez. I mean, when you said they started to get control, it was like a 10, 12-point game. Now 40 points up. Go Huntsmen. Unbelievable stuff. But Røkkr, they find themselves in a big hole, but the good thing for them, they have this A-side spawn. So how do they opt to play this? Can they get that early A-B control and chip away at this? Because they have to chip away at it early. In these first couple minutes, I mean, they need to get that down to, what, 20 or so points?
I mean, even with 5-minute halves now, like, it's just so hard. You know you're not going to have a 2-flag cap for 4 minutes. Like, you're going to have to put some pressure on Chicago. You're going to have to go for a few neutrals.
Which Chicago did so well from their strong side in the first half. Over to a seam. They at least able to call them out on the cross. That's going to be a lot of pressure to GodRx, who's just sitting top shot, trying to hold this side of the map. Formal, incinerated inside of green window. 4 go down for Huntsmen. 2-cap currently in with the neutral. I mean, this is exactly what, oh, sorry, it's 1-cap and 2 neutrals, I think. They confused me a little bit when it's white.
I have no clue. I was honestly thinking the same thing, because like the A is bold, the B isn't. I don't know. I'm not sure.
That was the first time I looked at it. I was like, I'm not entirely sure. Well, there's a lot of white there, so it's looking great for
Yeah, I think it's a 3-cap. I think it's a 3-cap, which is what we just talked about. And now it's already cut down to 20. They did exactly what they needed. Gunless is peeking through those doors for some reason, so he's not going to get the neutral on B. There is a neutral at A.
GodRx just went nuts during that sequence, and we said a couple minutes, get it down to 20. We're 90 seconds in, the lead down to 14.
But here's
so
the
Røkkr
problem.
Want to start.
They go for the 3-cap, they go for the neutral and capture at C, and look what happens. Chicago, they focus A, and now they're going to have the A-B setup that you prefer on this side. So we know that when you have to play risky, it's a giant risk.
Do you still take that though? You chipped away 30, 40 points. I think you have to take that.
You have to take it.
Now you need to be able to battle back, but you take that gamble when you chip away to lead that much, I think.
Yeah, you need to execute.
It's all about execution now down the stretch with 3 minutes to go. But this is the position Røkkr found themselves in for most of that first half, or at least the second half of that first half. That was so difficult to get out of, but they're going to get into B, they're going to get the secure, and they're going to get the challenge now out of Assault. He's got the world in front of him, but he gets some help from Alex in the seam. Still one player here. There's some lovely hip fire from the MP5.
Okay, so you had Gunless go all the way through green. One player actually spawned up there with him. So getting some weird spawns now, but you need to just protect A. They're going to get this C flag. And, well, this is exactly the man you want to protect it. Envoy, he was able to win one on a Azim, and that buys time. So now you have this AC set up again. In Minnesota, they know they have to go. It's desperation time. They need a home flag. And while doing so, can they defend B?
Huntsmen just winning it on both sides of the map right now. You're still going to have Gunless at C.
Now this is
which
bad.
We'll keep an eye on, but
this
yeah,
is not good.
Not
good for Minnesota.
Could look so different in 10 to 20 seconds. But they might just put this game out of reach here in the next few moments.
They're able to find 4, so looks like things are going to calm down for a minute. With 20 points, it's going to be close.
If you hold the 2 cap, you need like what, a neutral for a little bit?
Yep.
That's what we're looking at right now. Hold the 2 cap, get a neutral. But we've
not going to hold the 2 cap.
They've been good at holding A, and maybe even better at putting that pressure towards B. The neutral already in at B. The cap might be in. We might have a 3 cap coming through in a second here. Envoy making the play again towards C. His teammates a lovely job at B. Envoy's got a one-on-one that he'll actually lose to Azim, but it's not going to matter. 21-point advantage, 60 seconds to go. 3 cap and a miracle, the only thing that could be any difference.
And I just love what we've seen from Chicago on this map. Like, we thought going into this, like, the way you had to play it was all around A. You wanted A, B. You hardly ever wanted to touch C. And they just said, we're going to play this differently. We'll give you B. We're going to focus all of our attention on A, but then we're going to send 1 or 2 on a long route just to neutral your home or to take it away from you and make you react off that. And then when you have to react, that's when we get the setup we want.
Because they came down a couple moments. Obviously, that Envoy stretch at A to defend it. That was huge. And then Minnesota, when they had a chance to really take the lead, to evaporate that, like you said, they took a little risk. They did a gamble. They brought it back, but the spawns got out of control. They couldn't hold everything down, and ultimately,
well, can they
Huntsman just able to hold on. Lester's at the 3 cap, but even then, just not enough time. That was one of the closer doms you're going to see, though.
Yeah, both teams, I think, played that well. GodRx, I mean, he 30 and 15 for the loss. He dropped 30 kills, double positive, but it's Chicago with some brilliant teamwork, couple of clutch moments, and that's what domination is between 2 tough teams.
Well, we'll take a look at the stats here momentarily, just update you how it broke down. You mentioned GodRx had that monster game, but unfortunately it doesn't turn into the W. But after Minnesota strike first with a convincing and dominant Game 1 win, from there, it's been all Huntsmen. I would say all Huntsmen. I mean, there were some back and forth moments in that Game 3 for sure, but, well, even in the Search and Destroy, I mean, they were very, very close maps, but the final scoreline's 2 map wins for Huntsmen to now take control of this series. Now let's take a look at the stats, see if there are any other big outliers or standouts for you, Joe.
I mean, Envoy 29 and 16. We knew he had such a big game. Scump right there with him. The side of Minnesota, Silly and Alex, you would like to see maybe a little bit more from them, but it was so back and forth, right? It just comes down to a few little things, and that's really the difference maker.
Well, let's take a look at another graphic here and sort of talk through it. This is going to be RC's and GodRx, and I guess this is when we're talking about them with a loadout switch with regards to when they're a flex, right? Because they're more known for their AR play. When we see them with an SG in their hands, I'm wondering, when is this RC's KD from? Now, the 11 and 22 is what surprises me, because for the most part, I think we've seen him go big. I mean, GodRx has been great, but it's just weird because yes, there's a switch, but they switch so much. Like, it's just half the time they're a sub. So that's the Game 1 hard point that we're talking about. Okay, so that's what it was.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was all Røkkr. That makes a lot of sense. But I think RC's has been one of the guys. I mean, we see that's one of the guys we see that stat is 11 and 22, but I think we've gassed him quite a bit, though, when he has the P5. Like, he's been so
well,
good.
Yeah, I think with the 4 sub-meta that we've had throughout, Modern Warfare, one of the big question marks was who's going to be the flex player, right? And I think looking at Chicago, I think Formal could do it, but RC's has been doing it at such a high level.
And it's a big deal because I'm trying to think of a team that struggles because all right, like an OpTic. If this was a 2 AR every map,
probably in a better situation.
They'd be disgusting. Like, well, much quicker, I think. But the fact that it is 4-1, it's a little bit trickier for them.
Even look at the end of last year, right? When it did switch to like 2 subs with, you know, 2 SOGs, that 2-SOG meta, that's when it united. When it got the buff, that's when they just really started to pick it up.
Well, it's difficult because, you know, you build teams, but you're not sure what you're building teams for sometimes. Like, you don't know where the meta is going to be 1 month to the next at times. So people, I mean, I think if you say anything that stands out about Call of Duty esports, it's adapting. Like if you think of title to title each year, if you think of the meta evolving over the course of the year, what roles players have to play, I mean, it's the adaptability, something that stands out massively, not just with individuals, but just with your overall roster.
But Gunrunner hardpoint loading up now. Minnesota, they looked great in game 1. They're able to take that hardpoint away from Chicago. And I mean, for Chicago, they've had series where they've dropped both hardpoints. We'll see what'll happen this one. So we hop on board with RCDs, who we were just talking about. And off the start, he's going to have that M4.
Sure, we'll see that changing quite a bit over the course of this, but M4 in hand for now. And the shots will be on point. No one yet able to get to the hard points. Scum just gets cambered. I feel like Scott Rex comes around the corner and smokes him. Now, Røkkr will get set up. We'll see if they can get this time in the next 20 or so seconds, maybe push through and flip these. You know how hard it is to do for this next point. But they're trying to do that now. It's Silly working up towards mid, able to hit the shots.
Yeah, with these kills, you can obviously see the close spawns. Even with 5 dead, they're still just trying to flip Chicago. Is it ever going to happen? Is it ever going to happen? I don't think so. But behind it, they're getting a lot of time. Assault Heat continues.
He's still up, and they're still just spawning right there. They're still just right there. Sometimes it feels like there's not enough you can do to try and break some of these, and we know how sticky they are. It's hard to do. It's almost you have to get a perfect 5 down to break the back on some of these points, but Huntsman will be able to hold on. To be clear, yes, 5 down like within a second or two is basically what you need to do if you're going to get them to spawn out.
But I don't know what else you could have done. I'm like upset for them. He's like, can we flip spawns? I'm thinking we should flip those.
But for Huntsman, it works out. The Røkkr do get 40 points through the first. Now, how did Huntsman answer? It's early pressure. The Røkkr got all those kills. That at least alleviated mid-map, right? They didn't have to do it in 2 steps. They had pressure on the hard point almost instantaneously, and now they get the spawn flip in a sense. You're still spawning close top for Huntsman with the parallel spawn, but you got in if you're Røkkr.
And they just earned so much time off Hill 1, right? Already up to 50 seconds. There's 20 seconds left. Scump, his eyes on this 3rd hill, trying to stay alive, but Minnesota's here. They're trying to control that back warehouse towards Railroad. They're going to spawn near that B domination flag. They're going to get set up. So I think Minnesota did exactly what they wanted. You know, obviously they would have liked more time maybe in this depot, but they didn't give them a full 60. They were able to get some early time, and now they have control of Railroad.
Yeah, I think you'll take that.
Yeah.
100%. This being kind of one of those money hills, though, especially if you get early setup. They can get a ton of time on what looks like it should be scrappier than sometimes it is. Assault from that power position at the cart, though, will drop. Silly will be the next man up. Gunless is just picking them off as they try to cross, so they'll be able to hold it from warehouse side. Spawning out towards the A bomb side. Røkkr will now have to rally across those tracks and just funnel in as everybody's set up. And it is not easy to do.
I think what we saw from Chicago, you know, one thing they were so good at was hills 3 and 4. I mean, they were great at minecart. They earned so much time at crates where even when it got to that fourth hill towards warehouse, where a lot of teams put so much emphasis on, it didn't matter if they lost 50 points there. And already they have early control of crates where we're starting to rotate.
Gunless will be first in. He has a teammate lurking inside of bathrooms to help him on the cross as well. Now he's got to avoid the nades. They come through. Nice win over towards top train. Assault will get his number, but the help in from RCD's almost instantaneously. Now going to be a Huntsman lead. Let's see how much of an advantage they can get. On the flanking comes Invoice. He was lurking in bathroom, but Can't do too much damage, but he's able at least to turn some heads. It turns into kills for his teammate. It turns into more time for Huntsmen. They continue to secure that left side for next warehouse.
This is a little bit worrisome. They've gotten so much time here, plus the fact they control the left side of the map. Like, if you're in Minnesota, you at least want to get 20 to 30 seconds here if you're not going to control that fourth hard point. Sorry, that fifth hard point. Pressure starting to mount up a little bit towards those mine carts.
Who's pinching though? I think it's Envoy that's pinching. He should have a couple free kills in front of him. His teammates will hold it inside. Envoy takes one down on the pinch.
Minnesota's here.
They're in for now, but now rallying the troops as Envoy gets in to the action. Where's the spawn come in? All right, so it's mine carts for Røkkr, the parallel spawn, bottom spawn for Huntsmen. It's good early aggression from Røkkr to get in and contest some time, but looks like Huntsmen have rallied for now. Now from Arcades to make the play. 5 in a row from him before he dropped with Alex and Asim. They've tacked together. It's 4 kills combined. Yep. I mean, it's a great rebound considering how Crates went, right?
Yeah, but Envoy's still here. Of course it's Envoy. In a sneaky situation, he's going to pounce on out. He's going to find maybe the final 15 seconds. They do come back, but he's just always that player you have to worry about. But taking a look at the scoreboard as we go to our next rotation on the side of Chicago, 21 kills for Arcades, 15 for Envoy. On the other side, it's a pretty even distribution. Assault leading the way at 17.
This has been a very good series for Arcades for the most part. Between the search and destroy and now first half of this hard point here, but it's still a tight one. 20-point lead to Huntsmen. The man of the hour holding the front. Takes 2 down with him. Can't quite snap onto the third that comes in from behind, but Scump or Formal will likely have the trade. It goes to Formal and Scump cleans up the scraps. A solid hold now at mid-map. As Scump looks to push the action in. 5 spree for him. I think we have, what, a 5 in a row for Formal, then Arcades, then Scump, but they're finding the kills and flurries.
Arcades just for now. Trying to just stay alive as they continue to earn time. Minnesota, a big important hill for them. As we rotate towards this depot, they're going to have early control, even some mid-map control. Chicago's going to have to get a first set of kills before they can even get there. Alex Asim assault, that's going to be 5 down for Chicago. Ball just posted up with this AR.
It's not shocking to see Arcades doing this, though. He had a 40-23 game against Dallas on this map. It's the #1, most impressive game of hardpoint so far this year. So it's not shocking to see him comfortable here because he's done it several times and has the best single performance in hardpoint. A 40 bomb with the MP5 and your flex player, you'll take that. Still, just hovering around that 20-point advantage as Røkkr keep it close. Looks like Chicago will lock down these final 20 seconds. But you can see in the minimap, everyone is off to the races to get down mid-map, try and vie for control of minecarts coming up next. Top part controlled by Røkkr, so they'll be set up early. Huntsmen did a good job in the opening 5 to 10 seconds last time of getting in, contesting time. Inside of vent room, I think it's Arcades who's trying to go through, but Alex is ready and waiting for that.
Yeah, last time it was almost a little bit too easy. If you have this early setup, you at least want to get those first 20 seconds or so before you allow Chicago to contest, and there's 5 dead. That's just too easy from Chicago, and an opportunity to tie the game up. Chicago get all the kills they need, and now they have the setup. Is Scump trying to get a little pushed up inside a vent room. Right behind him, those gunless, but God, Rex just snaps right onto him.
Yeah, this is back-to-back time zone, this hard point, right? Where Huntsmen just get in, maybe too easily.
Yep.
And that 20-point advantage that they held for what felt like several minutes now has been blown wide open. Lead approaching 60. Another 5 in a row from Formal as he's 17-15. And looking for more action. I thought he had decent shots across, but maybe got split between 2 players there with the aim assist, and Asim will punish him. But Røkkr now, they're running out of time to make this rally as Huntsmen inching closer to closing out this map 4, closing out this series, and qualifying for the playoff bracket. That's a big thing we haven't even talked about yet. This is a qualification match, right? This gets you into tomorrow, gets you into that single elimination playoff bracket. Huntsmen a chance for another championship. Røkkr their first shot.
And it's almost like, yeah, Chicago maybe dropped a few maps, you go to a game 5, but it's like, you get to tomorrow in the semi, what's it matter? It doesn't matter at all.
Not at all. Who's that working all the way around the flank from Røkkr? I think it's GodRx that's trying to work on mine cards. See if maybe he can disrupt from warehouse, because it might all come down to this hard point. It is GodRx. He's going to get read like a book. He will drop.
It's a two-prong attack, and they don't want to win either. Finally, they're going to get the final 10 seconds. But Chicago with a chance to close this game out here at Warehouse. Minnesota were able to get in pretty early last time.
Silly with that dead silence pop, maybe the chance to make the play, but there's one more in deep behind him. It's RCDs, I think, that was playing in that deep pocket and shuts it down. Kill feed lights up green. One's going to be a team kill for Huntsmen, but they're still holding. Formal killing anyone and everything inside the point, through walls, through teammates, just shutting it all down. 12 more points needed, they can close it out. Envoy's POV inside as he's looking to plant the dagger firmly into the back of Røkkr. Formal another 5 spree during this stretch as his M4 continues to go. Spawning out is Røkkr. Moving on is Huntsmen. They close it out in 4.
A much better hard point, I think, from Chicago right there. They're just so good at hills 3 and 4. Like, mine cart and cargo containers, it just feels like they earn so much time. When there's a 20-30 point lead for them, that's when they're bumping it to 70-80 points.
But I think you nailed it, though. Was it as clean as it could have been? No. Was it a little bit sloppy at times? Sure. But they're to Sunday.
Yeah, they're in the semifinal.
You're done playing for the day. You got to the semifinal. You did what you needed to do. Is the competition going to get better tomorrow? More than likely. But you got there. Well, I mean, honestly, your semifinal is going to be against a team likely like a Minnesota, unless FaZe falls short and somehow that ends up being a semifinal. I doubt it, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they might have, like, there's some very good teams in that other group, but I think we all think, you know, FaZe takes on London next. The way FaZe played, we imagine both those teams are going to be away from each other, setting up that potential final.
Well, Arcides was a beast all series long, especially that 14-kill search and destroy to dominate and get them back into the series, and we've got him on stage with Rich.
It's time for your instant reaction, brought to you by PlayStation. And just like Clint said, whether it was in the search or almost dropping 40 in the last one, you've definitely been showing up today. But overall, I think it's looked a lot harder for you guys, not just in this game, but throughout the entirety of the day. What's going on?
I think it's a lack of practice, and we're just lackluster all over the maps, especially hardpoint. S&D is okay, but the first map on Piccadilly, we got smoked. But I don't know, we're just going to go to the back and scrim a little more after today, but nothing we could do about it.
Do you think that's complacency at all? I mean, you looked so far ahead of everybody else to start things off, or is it maybe just the fact that people are starting to prepare for you?
I think it's frustration with us because we're not doing as good as we should, and we're just all getting frustrated and just kind of losing full, but like I said, just tomorrow's a new day and we'll start over.
And I want to say with you as well, I've always said this about you, like if I had to pick one player, I'd pick you first because I think you can play with anybody, right? And are you kind of the guy on this squad that needs to keep everybody level? Are you the guy that needs to bring it back when people start to tilt?
Yeah, I like to be that guy on the team just because it makes me feel comfortable, and I hope to make other people feel comfortable on the team just so everything's easy for us. But I tried to last series. I don't know if it was listening, but I told everyone to calm down and relax, but we just got to do our thing.
FaZe definitely the target for you. Do you think right now, with the way you're playing, you'll be able to take down FaZe?
Not right now, but we'll get better.
All right, they got a little bit of time. We're going to be jumping to a break as well. When we return, we are going to be getting ready for the next series. Don't go anywhere.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive?
against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't you sense feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is your Saturday and we're here live from Atlanta, the home of Atlanta FaZe, of course. And before the break, we did just see Chicago Huntsmen take a victory, take a dub on that main stage behind us. But I do have a very special guest joining me. Envoy, lovely to have you on the desk with me. I just want to talk about your brand new team that you've come in with this season, Chicago Huntsmen. Talk to me about how you're fitting in. How are the boys doing? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, thanks for having me first off, and we've been doing really well. Obviously today we played a bit sloppy, and we're obviously got to fix those kinks for tomorrow. But happy we made bracket for tomorrow, and I'm ready to play some more COD.
You guys actually do have quite a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You do actually have a good fan base coming into this season. A lot of people behind you, a lot of people rooting. We know on Twitter, there gets a lot of jib out there if you do start to criticize your team in any respect. Talk to me about the big changes that you think you guys need to make now as a roster, coming up against the likes of Atlanta FaZe possibly tomorrow. What do you guys need to work on overall?
I think our biggest problem right now is our teamwork and trusting each other for trades and just breaking hills and holding hills. So we're gonna scrim a bit and hopefully we can iron that out and be better for when we play FaZe or whoever next.
Just to bounce off that a little bit, I feel like one of the biggest critiques, I guess you would call it, that some of the other casters and analysts were saying was the idea that if you guys maybe start to lose, that would be when we could see you guys have that chemistry break. Obviously some big personalities on that team. Alec mentioned that it did seem a little bit rough in the comms, maybe starting to tilt a little bit. Do you think that actually might be coming to fruition?
I think we'll figure it all out. I think us having strong opinions is actually really good, and it fixes a lot of our problems. Although it sometimes creates an argument or whatever. But at the end of the day, when we go through those little arguments, we all know it's just for the better of the team and to get better. So we're gonna stick what we're doing.
Do you think the pressure to be that best team and the comparisons to FaZe and when they go out there and they win 3-0 is getting to you guys a little bit in these series, and maybe that's why you guys are starting slow because you're trying to dominate these teams and get those 3-0 commanding victories?
I don't think so. I think it's just like I said, it's just us playing really sloppy and having a sloppy day of COD. We're definitely going to come back tomorrow and be a lot better than today.
So I feel like one of the other things, too, is we keep talking about you and FaZe being those top 2 teams almost in a league of your own. When we are starting to see some of these other squads now, do you think anyone's stock has maybe gone up a little bit when you look at some of the teams like Minnesota, like Toronto?
Yeah, I think this game just plays really close in general. So a lot of the matches, even though if you think you have the edge on a team, it's just going to be a close match no matter what, and just comes down to those clutch moments. And we just got to get a lot better at playing those more consistent.
And, you know, numbers do not lie, and it's, you know, without a doubt that you guys are really crushing it so far this season. You're doing a phenomenal job up there, and I just want to see you guys get better and better. I've got to ask you, though, S&D has always been a little bit of a problem for you guys so far this season anyway. How are you guys doing trying to work out some of those kinks maybe in your game?
I think it just comes down to being a little too chaotic. In our comms and those S&Ds, it was way too chaotic, and it almost felt like we were playing a respawn. So we got to work on that a bunch, and hopefully it'll fix a lot of our problems.
Amazing stuff. Well, Envoy, you've been an absolute pleasure to have on the desk. Please come again soon when you win. I'm sure tomorrow. I'm going to actually bet on that one. But we're going to head to a quick break right now. And when we come back, boy, do we have some main stage action for you guys. We have Paris Legion taking on Toronto Ultra.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now. Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live from Atlanta, of course, but more importantly, we're live and we're into our next matchup, which is happening on the main stage. You can see you guys getting ready up here. We've got Toronto Ultra versus Paris Legion, and we're going to just jump straight in, guys. Game fuel, keys to victory, Toronto Ultra, and who better to take you through it than my boy Nameless.
Yeah, Bance and Methods need to keep up their performance from the last series. We saw Methods with some great performances in the respawns. Bance throughout the series was incredible. You got to remember this guy was subbed into the roster last weekend, and he's starting to really become that player that we know and love. A 10-0 search and destroy, going off in the last one as well. They just come up one round short from upsetting your most recent champions.
Let's take a look right now. The game fuel keys to victory for the Paris Legion boys right now. They're out for blood, Nameless, I am sure.
Oh, absolutely. They need to start winning S&D. We saw them, when they were playing the Huntsmen at the last tournament. If they were able to win a search, they would have won the series. In their last series, they lose the search and destroy. So it seems to be the bane of this team's existence. If they can start winning search and destroy, they'll show more life and go further in these tournaments.
And if you remember, they also said at the last tournament that they were the best Dom team. I believe it was Zed who actually said that. I want to see that as well.
They did say that. They have a lot to live up to right now. We've got the US Air Force quick scope just to have a look at these teams side by side, a direct comparison here. Obviously, we see the CDL points right now as they stand, and the match record speaks bundles here for Paris Legion. Is that kind of going to be reflecting on the main stage today?
Yeah, it's tough to call this one because we saw Ultra play so well in their last match and Legion didn't look so hot. But what we've seen out of Legion, at least last weekend, is how great they were. They were taking hard points off of the Huntsmen, who looked like one of the best hard point teams in the game. And we saw that today as well. Legion also won a hard point today. So maybe their strengths have moved over to hardpoint.
And we've got the US Air Force maps and modes here. Rich, talk to me about these two teams side by side, of course, because we are going to be needing to see Toronto Ultra, as we saw them earlier on today, if they want to take this one from Paris Legion, I think.
Yeah, so I think my big thing was when I actually got to this tournament, I was looking at teams like Paris to say, okay, are these the squads that are going to potentially crack into the top teams? I feel like a lot of squads are playing for that #3 spot, potentially behind Chicago, behind FaZe, and I wanted to see a solidified third. Ultra was not in that conversation. It was actually on hard points. Joe said, yeah, we have 7 incredible teams coming to this tournament and Ultra. I think they've already shown that they deserve to be in the conversation as a very high-level team. If we can see them have a strong performance here as well, especially when you're looking at guys like Methods who have turned up in the past, maybe we will start hearing some of the other commentators talk a little bit more highly of this team.
I think we will. Well, gentlemen, we're going to have to find all of that out in just a moment because we're going to head over right now to the 2 UK chaps that are up in the caster booth. Miles, Momo, let's take this one away.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, indeed, we are the 2 British chaps up here in the casters booth. We're in a bit of a perch right now. If you can see us in the arena, we're up here. Give us a wave, guys. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're loving it. And so far, so good if you're a big old fan of the Huntsmen or the FaZe, because they're going great. However, we do have a lovely matchup for you today. This is going to be an elimination match. The loser goes home. The winner advances on to the semi-finals, Toronto versus Paris. It is going to be a humdinger. It's going to be a fun one. Both teams have put up very exciting matches today. And I will say, I think Toronto is probably the biggest upset we've seen today, Phil.
Yeah, it's been an interesting couple of games because obviously Toronto against Huntsmen, they had a real kind of hard first game. It was tough for them, but they pushed them. They really did. They showed us what they can do. They can come back from a very resilient team. But again, no one likes to wake up, jump on a plane, travel across the country to play a couple of games and go home with 0 CDL points. So a lot to play for here. You want to be playing tomorrow. Paris versus Toronto, kicking things off as we get into this one.
Yeah, indeed, we're going to have a gun runner on the hard point with the first one. Search and Destroy will also be a gun runner, and then we'll be going to Dom on Petrograd. Here we go. Straight off to the races. Toronto Ultra vying towards that right-hand side of the map. As we see, both teams will be looking for control of containers. Oh, that's a nice start as well for Fancy. He finds himself 2. Looney can't quite get the second there as that player charges, shoulders blazing straight into the front of his gun. Won't be able to get the kill. Now we roll straight into the hard point. Neither team yet to really get the sweet taste. And again, more than anything, both teams looking to find control of containers, looking to find control of the back right-hand side of the map. Luke on your screen, do what he can. There in showers, being cut down. A nice trade comes through from the Ultra. And again, with 30 seconds on this hard point, no one has really touched it.
No one at all. We're at 0 to 0 right now, Miles. 30 seconds left. But of course, you kind of look at which team is edging it. And we've already seen kind of Toronto play well on Gun Runner previously. The rotation seems strong, and that's what I'm looking for. Methods was really that assault rifle dominance for the team that he needed to be. Unfortunate shots there. The hip fire does not connect, but Cammy's going to shut down shots before getting eliminated by Kismet. Toronto, though, it looks like they're pretty well set up. They're going to have to guard the right-hand side of those train tracks, and it's going to be Luca who's pushing this one. Can he sneak through? Nah, not today. Classic Cammy already set up here, as well as Looney there. Double headshot comes through. And a nice hold here for Toronto. This is for a time now of 55 seconds, potentially a full 60 if they can really lock this down. So Bance has been, for me, the most impressive player for Toronto so far today.
Yep, he has been indeed doing a lot of work. He sadly couldn't close out the series versus the Huntsmen in that spectacular 1v2 finish. Whoa, Cammy, what was that, my friend? Takes care of shocks. Now we're trying to see the punch through the right-hand side. Cammy, once again, perfect timing. 3 kills in a row for him. This is looking better and better by the second. The fourth is there. It's there. That's 5 in a row. He finds the 4 players trying to make the win of the point. Slows it down the whole time. There's your lead change for Toronto.
Yeah, naughty still from Cammy there. 5 kills in a row. Finds himself at 9 for the lobby itself, though. So far, so good. 20 to 26. Nice contest will come through with 15 seconds left. You want to give it up. You want to rotate. We see Toronto spawning by those miners. And we see down by the boxes is going to be Paris Legion. Smoke's going down. No trophies yet. So this equipment, these grenades, very, very good and very useful to have as well. Sliding in the back. It's going to be Dens, though. The assault rifle can be utilized up close and personal. Still no trophies, interestingly enough, yet. We'll see Ultra probably popping those down shortly. Keep your eyes on that. Cammy, Bounce, Dead Silence available. Not going to need it just yet here, as the M4 in the hands of Cammy is showing his versatility on the main stage.
Yeah, just holding this one down again. This is a solid bit of work from Toronto. Grenades, though, again, you brought up the fact that you don't have any trophies out. Methods gets there a little late. His teammates already eaten those Semtex cross-map there from Røkkr. Still, he's on position now. Now you're seeing the trophies come to work. Now you're seeing the clock start to tick in favor of Toronto Ultra. Shox creeping through the side, finds the first kill, the second, and waiting for him, not able to get it done. Caught out of position somewhat there. If he'd maybe been able to get the kill faster, it would have been better, but it has allowed Kismet and Co to push on up to the front. 20 seconds remain. They have to start thinking about the next hard point. But so far, not a terrible start for the Paris Legion, as Ultra with a sort of a lead to begin with, but again, it's very, very closely contested here in this elimination match.
Yeah, and again, with 5 seconds left here, you start to see Paris almost try and set up some type of a spawn trap where you want them spawning at the back of that building, and then you can, of course, rotate round and get the scrap time. It's working quite well. We pan over towards the forest, and you can start to see these players really try and be a nuisance. Not going to work out for Røkkr. Kismet, though, a player who, for me, was incredible at Minnesota, really kind of stood out. But again, he hasn't been that shining star so far, only obviously playing one series so far, but I expect him to step things up. 14 kills for Dens, though. Pushing forward, it's a pretty close game, Miles, just separated by the 1 point. No one on the hill.
Yeah, it's what we expect to see from Dens again. This is time and time again, the man, the myth, the gunrunner legend, as he's doing what he can for his team. The rest of the squad, though, struggling somewhat. We talked about Røkkr earlier, 5 and 13 for him. 7 and 12 for Bans on the other side of the board. These players who are trying to hit the wraps, trying to hit those rotations, not really working out if the other team's ARs are up, preventing those plays happening. Still, Kismet on your screen doing what he can to stay alive. As we see Paris in control of the containers, they will have to rotate to the far left-hand side of the map now, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Toronto have built a wall, my friends, and there's no way anyone's getting through that one without a little bit of help from some utility. Check that top side of the map. Zed leading the charge. It's a 3-2 split, as Paris is going to try and send 3 players through crates, and the 2 of them through the containers on the bottom right-hand side of the map. And it's somewhat working out for Paris right now. There's still Zed isn't in. He's got in, and he's getting a little closer to the hard point. Unable to make anything happen there. It's continually cut down, but the remainder of the squad, they've managed to get it on point. They've met Looney, they've met Bans, they've met Classic, and it was not a nice encounter.
Yeah, the kill feed is all purple, and it looks like it's going to remain that for the next 10 or 15, to say the least. But as we start to see another push potential come through from Paris, they're going to be met by Methods. That assault rifle, very, very hard to get past, especially in this close quarters, these doorways, choke points if you like. Stuns going out, trying to change something. But again, the kill feed a little bit split this time, but it is still points to Toronto. A 10-point difference now with 15 seconds left before we start to see this rotation. And Toronto already thinking about that next hard point. We start to see the spawns coming in from Paris, in and around the boiler room, and they're going to try and change this by taking control of this bathroom. Dens on your screen, he's going to be locking things down, but he might be met by a Classic as he slides it, checks the corners. It's what you've got to do, and he's going to be rewarded with a second kill.
He's completely surrounded there, sadly, but the second kill helps out quite a bit. Zed managing to find a nice 2 from that difficult situation. Methods now answers back immediately. Top high position to be in here by Crates. And again from up high, Looney now watching the far right-hand side. So again, set up for next so far is going to be Toronto. Paris now trying to vie for control of that first hard point. 37 seconds remaining there. They are going to do what they can to just grab as much of that as possible. It's essentially scrap time. It's very difficult to manage to get a lot of time off that central position. It's a bit of a contest fest, but still, they're making this one look pretty good. The possibility to tie things up here and even take the lead, but again, the fight for the next hard point is really where their minds are set. Røkkr knows that, though. A little bit of time won't go his way. Bans pulls the plug on that one. No points for you now. They have to make the play. They have to make the rotate. Work out sooner rather than later.
5 seconds left here, and again, it's the same story as first rotation with Toronto, just kind of jumping into that rotation a little bit easier. Cammy and Bans finding 2. Røkkr and Dens. Talking about Røkkr, I think Røkkr's having a bit of a struggle here. 7 and 19, not the best game from him. He's, of course, rocking that trophy smoke combo. Sorry, trophy stun combo, but it doesn't seem to be working out for him. Cammy and Classic with 3 as well. Classic finally gets taken down, and that's going to be Dens once more, but with 40 seconds still to play for here. Ultra, they have the lead, and they're making it even bigger.
Yeah, Kismet, this is a nice opening kill. His teammates are backing him up now as well. This could be a solid break from Paris. They get the front kills perfectly. He's not anymore there as Looney's going to crack through that front door, find those kills. No one there on the back to pick up too much. Zed gets flushed out. Once again, Toronto with a solid hold. Also hitting the rotate as well. Great position to be in right now for the Canadians as they hit that wrap. Now they're getting set up. We will be looking out for those trophies once again. It was the bane of their existence last time round, but we do have one in place for Ultra. They should be able to hold this for a while. Paris have to make a solid break, and again, the lead is starting to get a little further away from them. The front foot certainly belonging to Toronto now. They push forward, they drive forward. The next hard point falls right into their hands, and Paris have been absolutely silenced since that first series loss.
Yeah, it really has. 50 seconds, and this is all Toronto right now. They're looking strong here. And they're pushing out, and the one thing I do like with Ultra here is once they've got control, they're not just kind of sitting back, setting up with those trophies. They're trying to take control of that boiler room, trying to push down the coal as well, and it's working out for them so nicely. Looney on your screen, he's going to tag a couple players up, not going to find anything. The smoke hinders that shot a little bit here as Paris find themselves breaking in, and will Paris be able to do what they did last time? Get in, push them back, and potentially set up a little bit of a spawn trap trophy system coming through. And I tell you what, I bet Methods didn't think it'd pick up a kill as well.
He really didn't. That was a great run from Methods. We talked about him being a superstar in the first series of the day. So far, it is not bad whatsoever. It's classic though, 27 and 22. He's the player popping off for Toronto now. He's the player leading the charge. He's the player on your screen there, trying to find the backside of the hard point. Still on the other side of the map, Cammy, he's the one player who's taking control of the containers here. As Shox and Kismet and Røkkr, they now try to charge forward. A dead silence play for him is going to keep him alive for the time being, wait for his teammates to sharp. But again, this is all good time, slowing down Paris, not letting them get any points, and doing everything you possibly can to give your team the advantage.
Yeah, just a side note as well, the assists for Røkkr. He might not be having the best game at 13 and 25, he's got 15 assists, so he's putting that damage in. Same goes for Methods at 14 as well, so keep your eyes, of course, on those scoreboards in the middle right now. It is a 50-point lead here for Toronto. Starting to extend. And Looney finds himself 3. It's easy. They're in the back, but it all counts as the multi-kill will come through. 200 has been broken, and they're looking strong to finish.
He gets himself a trophy almost immediately. It's a 3-man push right through crates now. Looney can't get down through dens. Røkkr, he will take care of Bance on the immediate trade through. Now we've got 15 seconds of hardpoint time for Paris. Once again, though, it is going to be Canada. Toronto Ultra in the lead, on the push, on the rotate, in the scoreboard, you name it. They've got the front end of this game by the scruff of the neck. 5 of them on the far left-hand side of the map now. They built a wall in the first rotation. They're boosting something a little bit different this time, and I like that. A slight adaptation to the way they're holding this hardpoint now. And once again, Paris have got to adapt on the fly. The comms have got to be perfect. And here we go. Kismet breaks through the door. No idea how he wound up facing the other direction there as he gets destroyed. Zed from behind finds his first, immediately cut down once again by the comms of Toronto Ultra, and nor can Røkkr do anything. Brilliant hold as Classic and Cammy find the kills. Toronto are looking to take game 1.
It just seems like time and time again, Toronto have the rotation, Toronto have the setup, and it's Paris trying to break through, and this is not the Paris we know and love from their halfpoint, their respawn. Usually they're the team to hold it down. The double doors are shut straight in the face of Toronto. The contest will come through. For Toronto, they're finding themselves so strong here. Quick grenade will go out from Kismet, just trying to block all the entrances, but the one he doesn't check is the one that Cammy comes through. And with 10 seconds left, this is going to put Toronto within touching distance of a victory.
It's not over yet. Methods setting up now for the next hard point. Nice throw over the top, takes care of dens and pipes, but again, the stun's going through as well, just slowing down the push. Try to keep Paris off the point as much as you possibly can. Here comes the reinforcements. Vance is there to help out. Lovely shots up close to the M4. Shots on the other side of the containers. Hunting him down, looking for the kill, but no Methods. He finds his 5th in a row. Almost gets another one there from the hip fire, and Zed, he's finally able to make safe that central platform, but Cammy now, he's answering back immediately. It's such veracity, it's such pace from Toronto. They're just not letting anything get through whatsoever. Paris have not touched this hard point in quite some time. Finally on the point, finally able to get something, but again, Toronto are just one step ahead.
Yeah, and again, it feels like it's been ages since I've been able to kind of sing the praises of Classic. He kind of is that player which will put the necessary kills on the board, but this map and mode, he's been the shining star. 68 interactions to his name. The man's put up 4,400 damage, finding 38 kills. It's not over yet, and Classic's having a fantastic hardpoint to start things off. However, with the middle, it has been just held by Paris. The problem is that perfect rotation once more is Toronto. They need it. 9 points.
Like Classic's doing all this work without the rampart. Can you even imagine, Phil? As he keeps the kills coming. Classic! What a double that was. Right on a point, keeps the clock ticking, and Toronto Ultra take map number 1.
Yeah, and it's a pretty convincing one, and again, you can see kind of the vibes flowing around. His Classic standing, Bance is hyping him up. The guy just dropped a 40 bomb for you, and rightly so. Classic there, I'm sure the play of the game or whatever it is, it's probably a highlight reel of that man. The amount of times we saw 2, 3 piece, 4 pieces come, I think one of the biggest plays for him was actually in in the back box room, finding those all-important kills. Quick look at those stats, of course. Not only 40 kills, but 12 assists to his name. Nearly a minute of hill time, 4,600 damage. Incredible stuff from Classic himself.
Classic, classic, classic. A player we've been talking about incessantly, but the other player for me, and he will be the recipient of our Scuff Play of the Game, it was going to be Cammy. He had a fantastic map as well. And this
He did.
Beautiful, beautiful three-piece from him, I believe. It's the first, the second just rips Kismet. We could not believe that kill. And again, just cutting out the reinforcements arriving there from Paris Legion. Lovely stuff from Cammy. Great positioning, great timing. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it actually ended up being 5 in a row before being taken out, and he was only due to a quick reload, but nice stuff from Cammy. And again, he's been such an incredible player, someone who has got some of the limelight from Toronto. We were talking about Classic, who maybe doesn't get as much, but Cammy, obviously, first year for me that I'm saying Cammy a lot. You know, he's in this pro league. You know, this guy is a player to watch.
Well, we have a lot of Call of Duty still to come today, friends. We're not quite complete yet. And we also have our hype battle that will be coming up, I believe, tomorrow. Little Yachty's here. Nameless was walking around backstage. He was like, I just bumped into Little Yachty. This is the weirdest day of my life. He's been playing so far today. It's very, very exciting. Again, the Atlanta FaZe Home Series event has been fantastic so far. You should have come. If you're sitting at home now, you should be here now. You should be in the crowd somewhere. Little Yachty's playing COD next door. It's just, what is happening? The COD League is delivering in ways I never imagined.
I tried to get to the Scuff booth, and I was like, I'm turning around. I can't get through this crowd. It's actually insane over there. Of course, we've got the Atlanta FaZe Home Series 2v2 Gunfight Hype Battle Tournament going on all weekend long. And as you can see, all the competitors going down. And again, we talked, well, I think it was Merc and Maven kind of talking about their favorites. They were looking Pomage and Noisy Butters. These were the pick, if you like. But keep your eyes out for all the players. It's going to be an interesting one as well. Always fun to get some 2v2 on the go.
Oh, so fun. I mean, the hype battles we had in London was incredible. It was extremely exciting, like way more fun than we expected. And it will be very, very different, if not the same, in some ways here
same,
in Atlanta.
Different.
Same, but different.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm not going to go there. Okay. Toronto, Ultra take the first map, and Paris Legion, of course, have to lick the wounds. But a tough wound to lick right now is there's a bit of salt on its way, and that salt fill is Search and Destroy. Paris have struggled somewhat. We've seen Ultra do wonderful things in Search. Sadly, again, not able to win that matchup against the Chicago Huntsmen. Again, I keep saying sadly because it would have been such an incredible upset, such an exciting thing to see. Am I bias caster? Yeah, to the team who I want to win. That's the way it works, dude. I'm not sure if you've read it. Gunrunner Search coming up next. This is going to be a fun one. Any predictions for this, Phil?
I'd like to think Paris can bounce back from the Search and Destroy, but the one thing I will say is Toronto, they put up a really good showing against the Huntsmen. Now, I feel like even though they lost that Game 5 round 11, I think they took a lot from that, and I think that's Toronto as a team. I think they can handle the losses very, very well. They can kind of speak about it straight away after. Again, I think these guys are fresh off playing the Huntsmen on this map. I might be edging towards Toronto. I think going into this series, and you know, my predictions, I did have these guys going down, sadly, but it was towards Paris, and now I find myself almost looking at Toronto in a different way, Miles.
It's exactly what Rich said on the desk at the start of this event. We would not have been considering Toronto in our questions for top teams. Right now, they're turning heads. They're winning hearts and minds in their campaign across Atlanta. Cammy on your screen has made an incredibly aggressive play across mid-map. He's overshot the A site. Luca wins his battle in the backside, so that's going to be a nice 5 versus 2 situation right now for Paris with a slight advantage. Cammy once again trying to catch these players out. He can hear them moving around. That's where he knows exactly where they are. Cammy, oh, he does manage to get the kill on the Kismet. Nice bit of work, again, trying to play this one slowly. Nearly has acquired his dead silence, that small right-hand side, that little face icon. It builds up from going to gray to fully white. Once it's ready to go, it eliminates the sound he makes as a player.
Jumping on up, we'll tag him, should be a kill, will be a kill. Closer than he probably wanted it to be, but taking out Luca does mean that this is now a 3v3. Cammy's been the difference maker so far. 45 seconds on the bomb there. Den's right at the back of the map.
It's like the most extreme back of the map he could have possibly been.
He's still there too. He ain't moving.
35 seconds left on the bomb. Gonna get the defuse come through Zed. I mean, everyone's died from somebody sitting in a corner. Everyone's been in a corner at some point. Denz, he pops out of the corner. It now Shox is on the defuse. Methods has got to make this play. There's no way he can get it done. The defuse will continue, and Paris will take the first round. We saw, what, 3, maybe 4 kills of somebody sitting in a corner, letting someone else walk past them. I mean, you move and you die sometimes in these matches.
The problem is you move and you make a sound, rather a large sound, and of course, the players, as a player, you kind of know sound is just as important as what you can see. Your visuals, You've got to listen out for what is going around, the communication between you and your team, the footsteps, and everything in between here as we get into round number 2. Paris and Dens actually starts so strong with 3 kills to his name. Of course, a couple of them right at the back of the map, but, you know, doing what he needs to do. Trophy system going out early for Dens. Stopping any early grenades here, but oh boy. Trophy system might stop the grenades. It's not going to stop the players.
Shox is so close to these other players. Kismet finds first blood on the Bants. And Shox still just waiting for that player on the outside of the map. Classic lane prone right in the middle of the map. Kismet catches him. Oh, the shot, the snap from Classic. Able to get the second no. The shot through smoke's not really going to find much. Cut down a nice halo fire there as Toronto. They go down 2, but as to Paris. Cammy on the flank once again. We've talked him up so much in this series so far. Hop round the corner. Dens gets the shot, but not quite able to get the kill. And now you know that Cammy's in the back. 1v3 situation for Dens. Not enough to get it done. Pre-aim's low when he should have gone high.
Noticed, of course, Cammy making full use of that little bunny hop. His movement seems to be very, very strong. We saw it in the play of the game last map. And the way that he picked up those 5, it was always kind of jumping around, hopping, skipping, and finding those kills. 1-1, though, as a quick round comes through for Toronto.
It's a movement technique we talk about quite a lot in the game, the bunny hops. It's just another hop after you leap around a corner. You get one little hop in just before being able to pre-aim, or just while pre-aiming. Something that all aspiring COD players should absolutely learn how to do. It gives you a nice advantage in those quick gunfights. Slow and steady push through mid for that bomb. One member of Toronto making his way onto A on the offense. And again, so close in these situations.
If you look at Shox, I don't know if Shox has actually seen Methods. I was looking at the minimap, and this was the engagement that I was looking at. Methods has got through that door, and he's shut that door.
Closed it, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's fully aware of what's going on. That's unfortunate there. The bomb, of course, being sometimes the best cover in the game. Cammy and Methods do find it. Shox is not going to find the kill that he wanted there and was waiting for. And now he's going to be in a 2v3. Number advantage towards Toronto. Classic picking up the bomb, and it looks like he's going to try and put it down. Cammy, I think, just saw the head of Kismet, and it's going to be all up to Shox.
Great position to be in as well. Shox, though, slowly now, creeping his way forward. Has popped dead silence, hoping to find a little more out of this one. There's the first. 2 more to work through. They're very, very close by. 1 more to work through. Shox is trying to turn this around. He has 30 seconds to play with now.
He's got so much time. In a 1v3, you don't necessarily get yourself down to a 1v1, but with 20 seconds, that dead silence is going to run out. You start to see it deplete, and now it's run out. This is where we see, oh, you've gone around the wrong corner at the wrong pace. First 2 kills were great, but...
So unlucky.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean, he finds those kills, he resets his dead silence because it's still while they're running, and in the end, that's how you go down. He could have stunned it, and it's interesting, we're talking about the bunny hop. He didn't jump that corner, he didn't check that corner aggressively. With dead silence, he could have made that work out, but hey, man. We're not the ones on the sticks. We're not the ones in the ring.
I think he was looking at his dead silence like it's running out, so I'm going to crouch. And I'm going to try and make it as little sound as possible, but...
At that point, he's already thrown the nade, though. You know, he's already made so much sound. Anyway, around to Toronto, a very, very promising comeback from Shox, but not able to get it closed out. Still on the offensive now are the Parisians. It looks like they're making their way in towards B as a strong, oh boy, there is a very aggressive play now developing on the top side of the map. Toronto are all in. They're going to make their way right through pipes. There's 3 of them. It looks like somebody actually spotted them. Lucas saw them and he backed on up. And now they're pushed right through middle. Bance finds the first kill.
Nicely done there from Bance, and he's got himself map control with this. And this is not good news for Paris here. You've lost a man, you've got no map control. Cammy isn't going to finalize that kill. Zed's going to just take a back foot on this, and rightly so, because that MP5 is good. But is it as good as Cammy's M4 right now? I'm not too sure.
Paris are getting pushed further and further back towards the left-hand side of the map. 2 members on top of the B site. The 3 who have pushed through showers now, or through pipes rather, are rotating back through, coming towards showers. The maneuvering here from Toronto. This is such confidence with 5 man up. They know they're still watching every possible avenue that Paris can take with Shox. That's a nice return to the opening loss there. Kismet and Shox is still trying to find more. Luka gets 1. Looney on the quick trade. He finds 2 immediately before being dropped there by Dens. Now Methods hitting that high ground as fast as he possibly can. Dens trying to catch somebody out here. He knows he's up top, but the timing on this one's got to be absolutely perfect. Here comes the push. Dens, he's just twinking, trying to find anything there. He knows his teammates are dropping all around, and Toronto, another good round, 3-1.
Yeah, time was just against them right there. And Toronto utilizing that time, baiting and switching perfectly. You saw Methods drop down one way, Bance turned around and challenged the other. Worst that happens there is you lose 1 player. For them, though, a nice team shot comes in and they take another round here. 3-1 Toronto. Really showing us what they're made of, even after the loss. The Game 5, Round 11 loss to Huntsmen. They're looking to bounce back. Of course, it can be a long weekend ahead.
It's real confidence build of that kind of game. We're seeing them play this 1 minute 30 round time very, very well. Not letting Paris do anything, making them burn the clock down, and then forcing a play towards the end of the timer. Same could be said now of Paris. Cammy waiting for that move forward. Nice nade goes out. Must get a tag on Kismet. And meanwhile, the other side of the map, push through pipes down through minecarts for Paris as they look to replicate the move from Toronto in that previous round. There it is. Luka finds Looney. First blood.
Looking for that second. Quick reload for Luka. Finds the second, but you see Classic there. As soon as he saw that grenade coming in, he was out of there. We are going to lose Zed. We're also going to lose Dens.
It's a nice answer back. They made it a 3v3 once again. Or, sorry, a 3v4. Toronto with the advantage. Still slow push for the bomb. 30 seconds now remain. Going to be on towards B, but there's still 2 Paris players there. Bance is in a tough position. Luka finds that kill. Bance could make a play here. Bance could make a play here. He can't. Shox is going to stave him. Brilliant stuff. 20 seconds now remaining. The bomb's gone down. The players are dropping like flies. Methods manages to find one, so that's going to be Methods all on his own against Kismet and Luka. He's going to make something special happen here. He's just about got enough time to get the bomb down, but here comes the flood. The members of Paris, they're going to sniff this play out, read him like a book. 3-2, Paris bite back.
Yeah, nicely done as well. Paris, a much needed round. You don't want to be going down 4-1. But a perfect push coming in from Kismet, and again, just well timed. That's where you see Luka kind of just make sure he's staying alive just in case he loses that gunfight. Round number 6, 3-2, currently in favor of Toronto. Everyone playing their part here, except Zed. 0-5 are looking to change that, and I'm sure he will do.
It's amazing how long this search has been going for. It feels like we've almost had the minute 30 round every time. It's longer than the Irishman. There we go. Smoke's going to be going through mid. Quite an aggressive start here from Paris. Not really exposing themselves too much. They managed to get a player in the pipes and a player through the L on the far top side of the map. Cammy's watching out towards Turbine here. Oh, wait a minute. No, Dens did die. Wow, that would have been horrible.
That would have been disgusting.
Oh, that would have been horrible, horrible from Cammy, but no, it's all good. Bance does get a kill as well. Slight exchange now with a minute remaining on the clock. It's going to be an aggressive push towards A, but I think Toronto may have read this one. They do have a player on the site, and it's going to be Classic. He's going to be watching that cross. There's no way. There's no way Bance finds another. There's again just Paris walking into the guns of Toronto, just feeding him these kills. Classic got Shox on the push through to the bomb site. An amazing read there from Toronto. An easy round for them now. There's no way they lose this.
Well, Paris have been picking up these first bloods, currently 4-2 in this map alone, but it looks like they're about to be trailing 4-2, so really not capitalizing on those first kills. Zed, we pointed out, hadn't got a kill, still hasn't, but that's going to change. Just needs to find, 3 more, no big deal.
No, it's not a
15 seconds, no big deal.
Look, Classic could get caught here. No, there's the shot. Charge him. Charge him, Zed. Just do it, Zed. Charge him, Zed. Get one more kill. He goes straight for the plant. The tag's there. Ooh, I like it. If he moves hot, I'd love to see the kill cam here. If he moves a tiny bit forward, he may have been able to block the line of sight from Bance. Oh, no, it was great. Smashed right through the door. Yeah, he was coming through computers. Still, solid work. I like the vigor. I like the gusto. That certain, what's the va-va-voom that Zed just had there?
Interesting motions you're doing there off camera too, man.
Do you remember va-va-voom? Remember Thierry Henry?
I do.
Yeah, mate.
Do I remember Thierry? Okay, let's move on from that comment.
Hey,
4-2 as round number 7 is upon us.
That's one for the English fans. That really, I don't think anyone in the venue understood that. Right, 4-2.
And Paris fans.
And Paris fans. We love Thierry Henry. Here we go. Nice trades either way. Cammy gets the first blood, immediately answered back. Shox 8-5. Again, we've been giving him the love, and rightfully so. He's been brilliant thus far in the map. We need a little bit more brilliance out of him, and there it was. It was Shox. He got seen first. He died. Well, he didn't die. Classic went down. Brilliant stuff from him. 86 for Cammy as well. Oh, wow. Looney. That is an astonishing gunfight. He almost won. Preposterous level of skill. Inconceivable if he managed to win that one, but still. 4 versus 2 right now. Paris with the advantage.
Nice shots there coming from Bance. 2v3. Methods and Bance last alive here. Bance 7 and 4, currently with 4 assists in the search and destroy as well. So really be putting bullets in absolutely everybody here. Methods starting to edge his way forward, looking to maybe get this bomb down. 25 seconds. Pants has that bomb, and he's got to find his way towards the bomb site, maybe do something with it, but Method, surely not. He's right below you. Pants has just helped you out, and suddenly a 2v4 is down to a 2v1. All up to Shox with an MP5. The long range isn't going to do it, and Ultra, that's a round really they shouldn't have won.
Well, it's incredible stuff from Ultra. Again, the teamwork, the comms are so on point, the timing, is so great. And this last kill from Methods, I mean, this is the least impressive thing we could have possibly seen there. I mean, he hit up top, Bance manages to find the kill on the player at the bottom of the containers there, and immediately answers back. I mean, match point, what more can we say? 5-2, Paris have dropped off. We needed Paris to win the hard points, and it wasn't going to happen against Toronto the way they're playing today. The Search always looked like a favorable game mode for them. Everything's going to plan for Ultra.
So far, so good. Big B push here coming in from Paris. Information should be gathered from Methods as he looks down this line of sight. Smokes go down, and for a second here, this is all a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, the smokes really don't do much here. It's just a distraction play, waiting for something to happen. Kismet, dead silence play right on top of the bomb as he does go down. Looney's got one guess here. He's got to make his way in. Methods opens up the kill. Kismet walks right into Looney. The tags are there, but not the kills as Shox and Røkkr answer back straight away. 3v2. Dens and Shox now go up against classic Methods and Looney. Looney's hopped the bomb immediately. He's jumped straight on top of it. Shox, he could potentially get two here. There's one straight onto the bomb. The check, he gets the second as well. And now it all comes down to classic.
Perfect from Shox. Dens goes down and a 1v1. 11 seconds left. Surely Shox plays the time. Surely Shox plays the time. He will do, and just like that, Shox will find the kill, and Paris will pick up the round.
What was that slide? Classic was like, I can hear something.
Here we go. Are you going to be treated to the slide?
He was way up in the grill of Classic there. He was...
More of a groin, but...
Whoa, way up in the groin of, yes. Match point still for Toronto Ultra, though. This is still do or die for Paris. Another round like that would be great. 13-6 for Shox again. True heroics from the back of the container there to pick up the kills and stop the bomb defuse. How much more has Paris got in the tank to pull this back? No more mistakes.
What would be heartbreaking for Toronto is to lose another search and destroy on Gunrunner 6-5. Of course, we're 3 rounds away from that, so touch wood. Let's not jinx anything as Kismet finds that first blood. Looney will drop here. Shox 13 kills. Can he extend on that? Zed just 3, but what matters is what happens from here.
Paris on the first blood. Brand's just trying to find something here. Slow and steady push. Purchase of real estate. They make their way in towards that B site. But again, solid work from Paris here. That's great work. Zed gets his 4th kill. Methods picks up that place immediately. Classic also now moving forward. If they can get that Classic into that contesting range with his MP5, and it's going to work out as he does find one before being traded out, and this is looking like a round win for Paris.
That was such beautiful shots, long-range shots from Dens, and that's what he's really specialized in Modern Warfare ever since it kind of came out. Cammy trying to find something. Going to struggle to do that, and that's another round to Paris.
They were sitting at 5-3. Got to remember that one. It was 5.
I did touch wood, I promise.
Yeah. Sitting at 5-3 as Paris makes the slow and steady comeback. Here we go. Still sitting at match point for Toronto. If you're new to COD, there's no way they can lose these rounds. It's once you've got them, you've got them. 5-4, here we go. Straight back into it. It's an offensive round for Paris. Right off the rip. And we're staying on board with Looney. Trophies up, and the defense at B will now sit. And again, slow push for Paris through mid. One player watching that far extreme left-hand side of the map, that forest side with the AR. No snipes for either team. We've not seen that once come through for anyone. Looney has not opted to use it here on Gunrunner. Something we see other teams use quite frequently, quite liberally. Kismet is so close to that bomb site. Looney will find the first blood on the shot there. Right over the top goes Kismet. Big tags. Not able to get the kill, though, as Bance will get away with his life. Got to watch out for that one. Looney, he actually goes down. There's another trade there as Kismet falls. But again, back and forth we go. 3v2.
And this surely is a round where Toronto are looking to close this one out. You've got the numbers. You're on the defense. The pressure is off. But it's Røkkr and Dens, the Aussie boys. Dens making his way up.
Toronto makes the read. There's 3 players right on the site. They could potentially just overwhelm it. Stuns are out. Here comes the overwhelm. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my
They did
goodness! What just happened?
Round 11. They stacked up.
What
they
the
were
hell
excited.
just happened?
The 3 of them just... 2 players ran through the crate on the right. Classic gets gunned there. Oh, boy. That's a 3v2 they should have never lost. They managed to hit the stun. That was a 3-man dead silence push. That could bite them now as we go into round 11.
I don't even disagree with the play. Toronto all pushed together. 1 through the crate, 1 through the middle, and 1 through the other side. It's like, oh, of course we're going to win this.
Hold hands flooded.
No one was planning the bomb. That was the real bait, because that stun there. Oh, my goodness. Round 11. A touch wood, I promise. 90 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Last time Toronto went all out against the Huntsmen, and it didn't work out for them.
They've gone all out. There's 2 players already extended over the front. You may be touching wood, but I think we're all touching cloth right now as we see the play start to work out. 2 players now on the right-hand side through Forest. Shox, he makes the play. Pops the door wide open, goes for a shot or 2. Is Classic going to take the bait? He knows Shox is watching him. He knows full well. The defensive hold at B is a little deeper back. Back on up, Shox. Just chill for a moment. Kismet's here watching the outside as well. Let Toronto make the first mistake.
Bomb's been pushed across here, and the bomb's actually going to be put down. You've got 1 player watching the flank. That's going to be Cammy. And now it's going to be your turn in the game of chess here as Paris are going to have to push forward. They're trying to delete that trophy system, which they will. 2 through crates, 2 through the middle. And where will the first blood be drawn? Classic is back against the wall. He needs help, and he's not going to get it. Looney's going to go down as well. They were 5-3 up. Toronto now in a 3v5, making a 3v4 as Cammy does find Kismet. Methods finds Zen. Long-range shots there. It's the MP5. It all comes down to just 2. It's Dens, it's Shox, and Paris Legion pull it out of the bag with a 5-3 comeback. Toronto. What the hell was that?
So close again. So close again for the Toronto
I see you
Ultra.
smirking, Kismet. I see that. That's just frustrating at this point for Ultra because, again, they looked so good at the start of this. And off the back of what just happened in Game 5, Round 11, to then come into this.
It's nothing but head shakes. It's nothing but disappointment. Again, Span, such an emotive player. He's just telling you exactly what you're thinking right now. If you're a Toronto fan, you're thinking we have this. We destroyed the hard point. Now we've got the search and destroy by the scruff of the neck. And what happens? It does not quite work out. Brilliant stuff there.
Frustrating stuff. Let's have a quick look at the stats, though, and exactly what went down. Double digits for Cammy, both on kills and deaths. The interactions level there was all them. But 14 and 7 for Shox, 12 and 7 for Dens. The Aussie boys still continuing to dominate in Search and Destroy. Dens has been incredible. I think across all 3 game modes, he was like in the top 4 KDs. Coming into this weekend, of course, I'm sure that has changed. But putting a show on for us, and this means we're guaranteed to see that Game 4. I think we've seen, what, 1-3-0? Well, not today, not on this one. Ultra and Paris going head-to-head. It is not over, but after the break, we are going to be going to domination. Guys, we'll see you soon.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crush down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.
Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
The Grubhub delivery of the day. Get $10 off your first order of $15 or more. Use code Atlanta. Terms and conditions apply. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're now at map number 3 of this series between the Toronto Ultra and, of course, the Paris Legion. Let's have a look at our US Army tactical play. Momo, take it away, my friend.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, there was a couple that we could have chose from in that Search and Destroy in particular, but I believe it was Røkkr who pushed this to a round 11. And you start to see him to go to the right-hand side here, and Dens deals with it. But I will say, if Røkkr doesn't make that kill, that player pushes forward to a concussed Dens and takes him out. I'll give it to both of them, I'll be honest, Miles. That was a duo effort from the Aussies.
You could give that to the whole squad at that point. What a comeback from the Paris Legion. They were down 5-3. They end up winning it 6-5. Love to see it. Exciting stuff. But now we're going to a domination on St. Petrograd. And of course, they were tied up 1-1 thus far in the series. Toronto Ultra, if you've just joined us, they really had their way with Paris Legion on the first hard point. It wasn't too pretty. Also on Gunrunner. Now we go to St. Petrograd. I mean, domination has been an interesting game, to say the least. We've actually seen some, I want to say, horrible blowouts at the competition so far. Domination has not been kind to a couple of teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those
these games have been over in the first minute and a half. It's like, well, you can put your controllers down, kids. It's done.
We've obviously cast a couple already today, and both dominations have been one-sided. Again, we've already seen what it can be. Again, when it does go down to the nail, it's very exciting, but sometimes you will see a little bit of a blowout. But on St. Petro, watch out for those neutralization on the home flags. Watch out for the fast smoke plays. Don't worry, if you miss it, Miles and Momo guiding you through all the action here as we count down, and we're going to be jumping on board with Zed here. Got a bit of a slow start in that Search and Destroy, but for me, Zed has always been that electric respawn player, so keep your eyes out for him to bounce back right here.
Zed on your screen, making his way towards B. An interesting position to be in early on. Again, got to watch those windows. There's a lot of windows on Petrograd. You guess wrong, you go down. Zed still upstairs as two players now for Toronto make their way forward. Fans down low, they're just propped by the tables. Stuns, concussions, you name it, everything's being thrown there towards the B flag. Shots opens up the first. Vance, and again, a quick trade, very fast from both squads. There's Kismet on point. Looney, sneaky Looney. Oh, he gets taken care of by Zed there. Zed comes back to bite him, and there we go. B now in the hands of Paris. Have A, they've got B. Dens is already looking towards C.
Get that trophy system down, because those grenades, those throwables are very, very dangerous. Up top is going to be Classic. It's going to be taken down. Classic had a phenomenal hard point. If you missed it, it was one to go watch back. Best I've seen him play in a very long time here, but as he gets his dead silence, he'll be looking to go once again. We've actually got one player on the flank. It is going to be Classic himself. Apart from that, so far so good.
That's what they were Nick here. Yeah, we can't see, me Nick will play.
He didn't want to street.
Yeah.
I'm back up.
It came back blue.
Got one.
On the flag, on the flag.
Pads?
I'm back, absolute.
I'm back, T-back.
Absolute on A.
Pads, one shot. Two has.
Small P1.
One shot.
On C now. That's
one more has. It was shocked. Shocked is the C. I small P1, I'm coming to help you.
Back C. Okay, yes, help.
Coming to help me. Push me.
Go.
He's on me. He got me. To the right in there, right corner.
All right, one's deep back C. He says deep C. Behind the building.
Come back for him. Are you two playing him?
I spawn P1, I spawn P1.
No more P1.
Playing Ambi. No, he's I think he's gone has.
Go bottom blue.
Kismet went has.
Holding P1 corner, he's outside P1 Dens.
Oh.
Is outside P1, they're on C. Out C. Back C, bro. And on C.
Dance.
That was your Astro listening there with Toronto Ultra. And again, you heard the comms getting a little frustrated, Phil, getting a little annoyed at the plays from behind. It looks like Paris are starting to wiggle into those hard-to-reach areas of Toronto, and they're doing what they can to be as annoying as possible. Speaking of annoying, here comes Classic.
Yeah, I'd be frustrated if I was getting 3 caps after a minute and a half. But Røkkr, he's going to find himself just almost rotating around this flag. And you can see it's very hard for him just to, oh my mother of Mary, what just happened? Cammy, good night, respawn, we'll see it in a little bit. And again, Røkkr is just trying to be as helpful to his team as possible. And I tell you what, helpful is the key word there. Kills, trophies, equipment. Throw a grenade out, he's probably going to connect at this point. He's going to grab himself a flag as well.
Yeah, he is indeed. Shox will go down from behind, but that's not a problem right now against C-Flag. Still being grabbed. Røkkr. Oh, g'day, mate! As he finds another one. Zed backs up 2 more. That's Røkkr's 5th kill in a row. You love to see it. A's going to be made safe as possible for Toronto as they flip now, but at the same time, I mean, the scoreline is just starting to do what it does in domination, and that's get ridiculously unwinnable right now for one of these teams.
It just gets a little out of hand, and it's very hard, again, with domination. If you're getting 2 capped, you're the one that has to put the move forward. You're the guys that have got to put the pressure on, and sometimes, as the winning team, you can just kind of sit back and let them make a 2nd mistake and a 3rd mistake, the domino effect, snowball effect, whatever you want to call it. It all just kind of starts to crumble here, but...
Well, it's starting to crumble, brother. I had a fantastic peach cobbler. Speaking of crumbles, kind of like
I was going to say, talking about dominoes and crumbles, I'm getting hungry here.
Getting hungry here, bro. There we go. Zed, all that Grubhub. I'm thinking about looking at some food after this, my friend. Zed, he's dead, baby. His A is neutralized once again. Paris doing what they can to just be so annoying. I don't know the French word for annoying, but I'm sure we can rip that one out after this. And Shox finds a nice kill on the Classic. Methods does what he can to get back on the board, but this is starting to look a little bit difficult for Toronto. They have to bite back. 5 and 10 for Bans, 8 and 11 for Cammy. Tough scenes for them. 4 and 5 for Dens. Not a whole lot of interactions, but 2 caps to his name. It's the caps that we're really interested in. That's the stat that matters right now in domination.
Outslaying here for Paris, and they're certainly winning in the point department. 50 points ahead with 45 seconds left. It's kind of crazy to think it's even possible so early on, but Bans is on a 5-kill streak. He's on a bit of a spree himself. He was 3 and 10, now only 8 and 10. He's going to be taken from the side. That's going to be Shox to put that one to bed, as we do see A cleared off, and it is looking to change hands. So in the last 30 seconds there, something nice from Toronto. If you're going to take anything, take that. As we do see the home flags go either way for Paris and Toronto, as the last 20 seconds do tick down. We start to see something promising coming from Ultra, but it's a little too late.
It's too late. 12 seconds left in the round. We're going to go into the second half of our domination matchup. Nice 3 for Methods in the last moments, but again, a little too late. However, as we go into the second half, it's not mathematically impossible for them to win this. Right now, Paris have set themselves up for a solid win here going into the next hard point, which they do need, as let's face it. But that's a solid round for Paris.
Of course, the round's a little bit shorter. Keep things closer, in some cases. Not in this one. 97 to 55. 42-point lead.
Oh, good. Could see another one, Phil. Paris spawning Seaside now. Let's see how we go. This could be ugly. Paris, what have you got? Can they go all the way here?
And this is where Paris can play a little different. Again, this is where Ultra are pressured to kind of go for B first. They're like, we have to get it. Paris can sit back and be like, okay, well, if you're jumping on it, we'll take you off of it, but it might not work that way. Dens does find a nice kill as he finds himself a wild Benjamin Bans.
Oh, the timing. Oh, no, the timing was so unfortunate there. Could have stopped the push. Still, teammates are there. Can't get the wild Benjamin Bans, but he does catch the wrong end of the wild method. Known for its memes and humorous tweets. Zed upstairs, making his way in towards A, and this is what you're going to see. You saw a shadow pass there. He's like, cool, nobody's home. I'm raiding the fridge. He's going to neutralize A once again, and then still no one's spawning behind him. The spawns now for the members of Toronto, they've flipped over to C side. That's going to grab A. Kismet's going to deal what damage he can in mid-map, but they are going to do what they can to overextend and hit those players towards C, but it's not going to work out. Toronto have held.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Kismet maybe neutralize that and just dip and just, again, just hold them off of that. We are going to see B finally go to Ultra. So with 4 minutes left, a 2-cap finally comes in for Ultra, and potentially a comeback is on the cards. They need something pretty special to go off now, but again, you start to look at players like Zed who will continuously hit that flank, try and neutralize those home flags as well. Classic M4 in hand, trying to pick up some kills, will be rewarded with one. Headshot on Shox. Second isn't going to come in though. Røkkr too quick, too nimble, as he jumps and dips and dives and finds himself a B flag.
There we go. Two-man cap there on B as they're going to neutralize it quickly. Vance, if he's able to find another kill here, it helps. The squad's just coming from behind, coming in there off of the train tracks. Luka upstairs now in Hazmat building, looking to make a play towards C. He's waiting for reinforcements to arrive. That's going to be in the form of Dens. Oh, Vance just bounced off the walls, man. He was like a rubber ball in that corridor, just crushed it. Mid-press is still being felt now as Zed. They're still holding the line here towards C. They're waiting for enough numbers to make the play, but on the other side of the map, A's being captured now. It's going to be Looney in there just to create enough of a diversion. He has got backup, actually. The former Vance is going to be there to help out. Nice Looney, what an adaptation. Jumps in on A, gets straight through to mid, deals some damage there. Now you're looking at an almost open middle field, a chance to capture B for Toronto.
Yeah, and with A neutral as well, this could be really big for Toronto here. If they can get a 2-cap and just hold this, it'd be nice, but we are going to see A go back in the hands of Paris, and with 3 minutes shortly down to 2.5 here, Paris looking strong to finish this one. They need to hold on. They need to make some plays themselves, though, as we do see B still neutral. So right now, obviously, B neutral. You guys at home, nothing's changing right now. As time ticks away, this is just favoring Paris all day long. Every 5 seconds, you're going to get a point per flag. You do the maths.
I don't think I shall. I think what we'll do is instead count these chickens possibly before they hatch right now. It looks like Paris may well truly have this map right now. The writing is very much almost on the wall, and all the slick kills in the world aren't going to get it done. Toronto have not quite had what it takes to decisively break Paris and pin them on one side of the map. The slippy Parisians have managed to weasel their way into the middle of the map. They managed to slip through all those cracks in Petrograd. There's so many ways to navigate through this map. Up, down, in through the restaurant, up over the tables. You can run the top of the cable cars, whatever you want. B now. Starting to feel a little bit of Paris love. And Vance, not having it, mate. Shuts it down, slows it down for now. This is a solid bit of work. 1:30 now on the clock. 1:42 to 1:01. Come on, Toronto. Can you get back into this?
Well, Toronto, they need to go big here. What would help is if they stop that partial capture. However, with Kismet sliding on straight away, just like that, the neutral comes in. It wasn't depleted, and now the secure will go for Paris. Legion 147 to 107, a 40-point lead with a minute on the clock. Not looking good here as Cammy finds himself a double, but really this is where frustration's going to set in for Toronto, because you start to see flashbacks to that search and destroy. They let it get away from them. They put up a valiant effort here, but as time ticks away, it just ain't happening. And Paris now, they're going to be going into the hard point with the lead. And again, with all the momentum, with the hype, we saw that Toronto had after map number 1. It's just been stripped away, Miles.
And again, imagine a Game 5 situation. That's what Toronto want. They desperately need to find the win here in a big way. But again, that momentum, that pace that Paris have set, they can charge this through. Oh boy, with kills like that, Zed's looking fired up, ready to get into the hard point. He was so excited, he didn't let his health regen, he just charged out in the methods. He did not care, it did not matter. 30 seconds remaining here in map number 3, and Paris Legion have certainly taken this one. The hard point coming up next is gonna be an absolute decider. Paris have to win that one. They do not want to force the search and destroy. That is not a good look for them. They've got to take it then and there. Toronto have put themselves in a dangerous, dangerous position now. The final 5 seconds of this St. Petrograd hardpoint. And that's it. Paris Legion take the lead in the series 2-1.
Yeah, and again, kind of going forward, we look at predictions, everyone was kind of talking, which is the team, and there's always going to be 2 of them, Miles, that lose and lose. And you go home with nothing. No CDL points. Nope. No prize pool.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nothing.
And for me, Toronto, I think, in my predictions, they were one of them. And the reason being, yes, very, very tough game in the Huntsmen first off, but I actually had this matchup in the lower bracket too. In fact, it might have been Minnesota. Either way, it doesn't really matter, but I had these guys at 2 very, very tough games. They need to prove people wrong. Cammy put on a strong showing of 24 and 9 with 7 assists, but it just wasn't enough. You start to look at Paris, and it really was just a level playing field. These guys really putting in a shift, all 5 of them, you know, turning up, making their move, making their mark, and sending it to hardpoint with a lead.
Yeah, they really do. Kismet, I mean, again, across the kills for everyone on Paris Legion, nothing particularly impressive. Zed 22 and 18, 19 and 23 for Kismet, 16 and 15 for Dens, 21 and 22 for Shocks, and 19 and 14 for Luka. Nothing really impressive. It's like they were just they pick up those kills, they play decisively, and they do what they can to cap the flags.
Yeah.
You know, they're pulling the attention of Toronto. They're doing everything possible to annoy them, keep them off balance, keep them off kill. And with that, An easy peasy map win for them. Now the hard point, boys and girls. This is going to be a tough one, and again, a must-win for Paris. That just sees them advance on to the semi-finals, but more than anything, it means they don't have to play another Search and Destroy, which was tough scenes, man. You don't want to have to get to that stage again where you have to win another round 11.
Yeah, and again, it means that they can just securely go back to their hotel room knowing that they're playing tomorrow. I think that's the worst thing is you come here and your Sunday is turning up and watching.
Yeah.
You know, it's frustrating as a player. You hate to do that. You hate to kind of put all this time of practice in. Of course, you have money on the line for sure, the CDL points, the bigger picture, if you like, but you want to be playing, you want to be competing, and that's the frustrating thing for, you know, some of these players. You know, that won't be the case, and there's two teams that have got to unfortunately face that. Toronto, though, they're on the brink of that. They need to obviously bite back. They showed how strong they could be in the first hard point. Maybe we see the same.
Well, friends, we're now going to jump onto the social soundboard presented by Astro. This is something I've not seen before, and I'm very, very excited to do. Again, the Cold League, we're full of tricks, full of surprises, full of fun things to throw your way and have a nice time. The social soundboard presented by Astro. We'll roll that one just shortly, friends. Here it is. And this is going to be I'm Stallion TV.
Stallion.
I'm Stallion TV says this weekend is going to be sick. Looking forward to seeing FaZe back in action too. Can he be disappointed whatsoever? Can they be disappointed?
So far, so good. I mean, for a home crowd, these guys have got to be absolutely ecstatic with what FaZe put on. I think it was Abizi and yourself actually on that main stage, and Abizi was saying, I just want to put on a show for you guys, and I think they are doing. So credit to FaZe, they're looking good so far.
Yeah, they are looking fantastic so far. Another team looking very, very solid. Again, the Huntsmen a little shaky when it comes to the closing those games out. They had a rough run there against the Toronto Ultra, and they're potentially looking to find a historic semi or grand final, if you will, here at the Atlanta home FaZe. That would be great. Still, we go into Azir Cave now in our hardpoint matchup. We've seen Paris put up the goods here against the very Chicago Huntsmen we keep talking about on this map. Azir Cave again, this is a must-win for Paris. They can move on to the semi-finals. A lose, we'll see that Game 5 go the way. And Toronto, they want that. They want another chance at redemption. Again, the loser will be going out of the tournament. The winner advances to the semi-finals.
If I remember correctly, I was just trying to, I don't know if I was getting confused, but last time I saw Paris on this, or I've seen them play this, they're very well set up. And again, it comes down to their assault rifles. I think Den's just... he really enjoys this. He really enjoys kind of having a map which just favors his type of play style. But kicking things off, we are going to see Ultra on a more preferable side, if you like, and they're going to be trying to control that yellow building, control the cave, and not letting any flanks go through. But as we start to see things come around, the smokes are going to go down, the hard point is going to be unlocked. And I think Vance is sniffing out. Oh, one player, maybe two. It is going to be two, but it's going to be Røkkr who does trade things out there. Vance nearly stopped shooting. Always frustrating.
That's a really heavy investment from Paris, and then off the rip to push those players through to try to cap spawns. And actually has not quite worked out yet. Shox is still in a little bit of trouble. He's turned his back. He's running for it. He managed to make it through. No, there's another player chasing him down. So hard point time now going towards Toronto, and he did get taken down. So Shox will not be winning spawns. Still in a difficult situation. Paris, they've got to get back onto the drawing board, right back in and trying to fight for that right-hand side of the map, the east side of the map. It's Kismet. Finds himself a sale on the rug shot, gets himself a classic. Methods. Ooh, sorry, Kismet now shooting there towards that top side of the map. Again, trying to push those players out of the east side of the cave. His teammates are working through beds as well, so there's a war on three fronts right now being fought hard by Paris Legion. But again, the defense from Toronto is looking great. It's going to be Looney wrapping through bottom of the map. The three players now on the new hardpoint in Cave East. Again, if you're Røkkr, you want to slow this down, try and make the push happen with your teammates. Watch out for the trophy system. Save your utility maybe, but just have to win those gunfights. Very, very difficult to do. You got to march into the aim, march into the sights there of Toronto while they get that hardpoint time.
Yeah, they're just hard gunfights to win as well, because every Toronto player is sat behind or stood behind some level of cover. And again, Looney going on a kill spree there of 5 so far, so good. And I think Toronto have played this map so far so good. I think it's been pretty perfect. They've watched the flanks, they've rotated it early, and we are going to see them head over to the soccer field shortly. 25 seconds left, and you start to see those purple arrows not only collect the hardpoint time, but actually rotate over to the field pretty quickly too. Shox is going to be the one player from Paris who's in and amongst the action, but he's actually not in the most favorable position either.
Great play there on the Cammy. Cammy had popped that silence as well, so that's a nice bit of an investment taken care of there by Paris. 3 seconds, the hardpoint's going to flip. Shox doing great work again. Heavy tags, but at the same time, still good. Now we see the break. Can Paris find the lead? The hardpoint flips. Let's have a quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Paris Legion.
Wait, can you watch my way, Zach? Yeah, I got it, bro. Like, top broken dead.
They can
only go to bridge. They can only go to bridge. I'm gonna push Astro.
I got one you.
Top shot. Nice, good job. Nice. More top. Nice, good job, guys.
Still on this hill.
That's one Brock. Some Brock.
Okay,
Could be behind you. Could be.
Dead.
Okay, one's gonna small crash on you, Conrad. Yeah.
Two on.
I'm hitting.
Two on, guys. Push up, broken.
Yeah, I'm just leaving.
Broken dead.
Top short, dead. One on hill.
I got time.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. They might hit this.
Coming.
Got. I'm watching you.
There we go. Relatively calm comms, and again coming through there from the Paris Legion, and they've done what they can to get back into this one. Rotation now underway. Watch out for those Toronto players make their way on the point. Again, the trophies have been absolutely paramount for them. Sadly, Methods takes care of his teammate there. Cave West now pops. Zed in a great spot here to try to take care of the reinforcements. Classic, not phased whatsoever. Methods goes down in the back, Looney goes down in the front. The hard point looking very, very much like Paris is right now. They've got one player left on it, then he can jump on, start to set up for the push, but Methods, nice timing. Just able to get those players out of there before Paris gets any time. Dens may have a 5 spree, but Methods just taken down there, only just. Dens will go as well. Here we go. Paris with a hard point time on Cave West.
Yeah, and they're looking strong as well. It was a bit of a mess there. So many smokes going down. Trophies just weren't around. Luca finding himself a nice shot there onto Methods. Of course, the headshot with the M4 puts himself in a very favorable position. Now, with Paris leading 2-1, of course, it has been very back and forth, and I expect it to keep on going that way. But rotating round the back is going to be Dens. Trophy down. He's going to help him set up, and he's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at his opposing team. Smokes, though, are in before that trophy lands. Dens, he's going to try and find the long-range shots. He's got his teammate Zed at the back. The M4s are coming through. Zed and Dens combined for the 4. Isn't going to be the 5th, but I will expect a clean-up kill, and there it is. Paris now have the lead, 60, 70-point lead. Win this map. Secure a spot in the semis here. Dens finds another 2. And again, when I think of Dens, I don't know why, but this very position, the back of Cave just suits him and his team so well. Those M4s are lightning.
Still doing the work. Shox still on your screen as he's finding the kills. Can we get a kill now from Bance? Nice bit of work as he takes care of Shox through the smoke now. 25 seconds remaining on the hard point. And they are going to do what they can to take care of this final bout. Set up for the next one. Just want to get some time through mid. Bance in a nice position, trying to catch these players, make their way through underpass. Dens is going to get him. Will bring him down. Cammy on the point now, but is it too little too late? You still have Zed in the back there, still locking down spawns. You've still got Paris spawning now in Cave East. Wolf is going to creep forward. Looney trying to find those kills. Again, you have to be very decisive. You have to wipe the team, essentially, and not let them spawn near each other. That's one. The second, not quite there. The trades keep coming through, but the trades don't help Toronto right now, as the spawns are still in favor for Paris.
Yeah, and again, this is where Toronto, what they've tried to do is kind of pin them back in that spawn trap so they can get the majority of this middle hard point time. Whether they can do that, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like we're going to see a break here come from Paris. Shox in particular, finding 3. And one player as well, just highlight Kismet. It's not that I feel he's struggling, but he's just not putting in that same performance that we saw in Minnesota. He was kind of the shining star of this squad. I think he dropped to 1.15. Finds himself just a little negative overall, but I feel like it's not necessarily him playing bad, but his teammates just stepping up. There's only so many kills on the map, and right now they're leading by 50.
Yeah, leading by 50 right now, once again. A couple more moments there going the way of Paris for a decisive nade from Bance. Cleaned that one up. Cammy desperately trying to find the players in the back, and it's actually an open field for now. So if his teammates can get kills in this situation, it might give him a solid position to take spawns for the back. But here we go. 2 players watching the back. In over the top goes Cammy. What a kill that was on a Kismet. Now he's going to try to take care of these players who push him. Watch the spawns there. It's going to be right in front of him. Kismet's back, and Kimmy's going to get him again. Cammy, keep these kills going. Keep your team close by. Try to break the hard point. There's 50 seconds left on this one, and Zed's going to close it out. And with that kill, we will see a ton more time roll towards Paris. That's a huge win.
Yeah, and with that kill as well, it kind of puts the spawns back in favor of Paris. That was actually a break in spawns. You started to see Paris spawn in Cave, and it was very well done by Toronto from Cammy in particular, but it just wasn't enough. Again, it's so difficult. We've said it time and time again, to break these spawns, it is so difficult, and it's not going to be successful here for Toronto. However, plenty of time still to go, 25 seconds though. We are starting to see Toronto heat up. Cammy on a 5 spree. Is it going to be enough? The field is coming up next, and they should have the preferable position, but they are going to be down by about 60, 70 points, Miles. I don't know if they have what it takes right now to bring this back.
Yeah, it's a tough fight to win now as you have to battle out of Cave. It's difficult lines of sight to work with. Shox not able to make his way through cliff face. The path there is going to be locked down, and Dens is locked down in mid-map, so this is a solid looking hold from Toronto. That's what you want to be seeing. A nice kill from Zed there with the nade just to try to even things up, but there are very few members of the Paris Legion in a position to even contest the hard point right now with shots from below. That one kill helps, but his teammates are now trying to flood through mid-map. He needs some assistance. They need to get on the point here. We could be seeing a much closer game if Toronto can hold this hard point further.
Yeah, Kismet again, maybe I spoke too soon, I'm not sure. 14 and 24, not what you want to see, but when you're in the lead, does it really matter? It feels like Lucas started to step it up. Zed, for me, again, a player who struggled in the previous respawn, now finds himself leading the limelight. 23 and 17, 2-kill streak for him. Rocking the GI mini reflex here as he finds himself pushing forward. 21 bullets in the chamber, doesn't need it as his teammates are going to push forward. And one thing that I will say is just the amount of M4s that we're seeing on Paris Legion. We're seeing literally one MP5 in the hands of these guys, and that was Kismet. Shox, I feel, might have changed to that too. But the assault rifle dominance, this is what we talked about going into this. Paris, they just seem to favor Azir Cave.
They really do. Not able to get the trophy down was Røkkr. Den's down, makes his way forward. Does have a trophy to work with of his own, but he has to win those gunfights first, make it a little safer. Can't get the trophy into a more sort of premium spot to allow for more coverage there. Here we go. One more solid break's going to help. Shox get it started. That's the opening he needed. One kill there. Looney's going to slow down the front line, though, and this is a very, very difficult hard point to break once again, as Paris are doing what they possibly can, but it just might be a time to let this one slip. Get as much time as you possibly can, focus towards the next one.
It's a hard one to break, but if you get in and get those trophies down, these smokes might be able to come forward first of all, but right away, tucked in the corner. Banty going to find two, not going to find the third as Kismet does find one before Fallen. With 20 seconds left, this is looking like it's Ultras, and we start to see Paris back off. They think about the next one. We, of course, know it's going to the little shack, as you can see on your screens, and they only need 44 points. They can close it out here. We've seen how strong they can be at the very back of this. This is where you got to keep your eyes on Dens.
Massive map control right now for Paris. They gave that hard point up with only one player left, I think, fighting in the hard point for the longest time.
Oh, he's so comfortable, man.
Den's so comfortable. Cammy will bring him down eventually, but if he wasn't comfortable enough, now you've got Røkkr backing on up, allow those players to push right on through smoke by the underpass. Classic desperately trying now. Creep in from behind, not able to get it done. Den's back in his comfy boy C as 2:23 and rising now, as the Paris Legion are looking to close this out. This will not get them a spot on the ground in the semi-finals. It will be an elimination match regardless. Thank you very much, Kingdom Soldier. And we will be keeping this going as Looney tries to battle through, but it's just a fortress right now. The Paris Legion are not letting anything get through. Zed on a 5 spree. Den's putting up numbers at 28 and 18. We talk about him enough, and with good reason. 17 seconds left on the hard point. It will not be won here, but has the game been won overall, let's say, by Paris? They're absolutely slaying this one out. The decision-making's been premium. They cannot win it here. One more rotation is all we got left.
Yeah, Zed on a 6-kill streak as well. He's just been phenomenal this whole hard point. 243 to 180 as we rotate back to the middle. Ultra have to play literally perfect Call of Duty right now. We saw the smokes come down last time. We saw how Paris broke on through. It could be the same right now. Zed dropping a 1.5, 30 kills to his name. Denz is dropped to 30 as well. Shox is about to drop a 30 with this kill. And he won't find it. Never mind.
There it is. However, we do have the hard point in the hands of Toronto. Up into the rug shop. It's going to be one. He goes down. Zed trying to go to the point. The trades are there. And we don't have anyone in the hard point just yet. Again, a solid play from Toronto right now to hold that time is good. But you keep Paris out. That's just as good for the time being. They don't have the right side of the map, though, for the next one. That's another point that they have to really contend with. So Classic's got to go big. They've got to overextend and find the time. But this is it. The contest coming through. A couple more gunfights go in the way of Toronto. Denz once again firing through the smoke. Bats answering back. It's back and forth. It's like ping pong or tennis more than Call of Duty right now, as these teams are just hammering at each other.
And this is beautiful stuff from Ultra. It is great. However, now they need a break that is beyond belief, and they need to do it now. With 5 points, they slide on in. Shox, all he needs to do is sit down, have fun, and collect the 250. Paris Legion. They get the spawns and the rotations. And after map number 1, I didn't think it would end like this, but Paris, they come back in the search and destroy. They take over in the domination, and they close things out in map number 4. Ultra, it's been such a tough weekend, from going game 5, round 11 against Huntsmen, to then going out like that. It's just not nice to see.
Absolute tragedy. Again, that round 11 on Gunrunner here against Paris. Tragedy for Toronto, but still tremendous improvement.
Yeah.
We've turned heads nonetheless. They've actually
and
transformed the team and the perception of the team, you know, in the fans' eyes and the analyst eyes. It's a few problems here or there, and that's an amazing thing to say. you know, Bance has only just joined the roster. We talked about a squad that was going to have to play catch-up because you make a roster change, you're essentially, you know, you bring somebody off the bench, you're essentially having to rebuild the team again. So they played catch-up, but they're catching up far quicker than I think any of us expected. So still, props to Toronto.
Individually, we saw Methods doing incredible stuff in domination. Cameo was screaming left, right, and center. Classic had one of the best maps I've seen him play in a long time, that not being one of them. But overall, yeah, Bance joining the team. I feel every player did play their part, but just maybe not on the same page. Unfortunately, Ultra do go down, but Paris will continue in the tournament.
Paris will continue in the tournament. And a man that just went 34 and 21. Rich is on stage with a man whose cheekbones are as sharp as his aim. It's Dennis.
Very excited for this one. This is, of course, your PlayStation Instant Reaction. Let's actually talk about what happened. Before we jump into everything with your squad, because we have a lot to talk about, I do want to talk about Toronto. You guys just got to play against them. How do you feel that they have come out this weekend? I feel like they've thrown some of the squads that they've played against for a loop.
Yeah, no, the squad they've got at the moment are pretty good. Against Chicago, they play very well. Probably should have won the map 5. But we're pretty much confident in any lineup we come up against. But yeah, they're always improving, so you can never take them lightly.
Yeah, you bring up Chicago. I feel like you're one of the squads right now that's trying to move up and actually prove that you can hang with teams like that. You can be one of the best teams in the league. Yeah. Do you think that there's anything that you're looking at right now that you want to change as a squad to actually achieve that goal?
I just think like the basic fundamentals, sometimes we like let it get to our heads kind of thing, and we're screaming call-outs and we're trying to like just pretty much headbutt hills instead of taking our time, and just making sure that we're all on the same page kind of thing, and we've been going over that since London.
You know, one thing that's looked pretty consistent so far, of course, is Dom, and also we did hear that from an interview in Zed, I believe it was in London, where he said you guys are the best domination team. Do you think that that's something we're going to continue seeing?
I wouldn't say we're the best. Dom's been a bit iffy lately, but we looked at our vetoes and looked at our strengths and weaknesses, and we're trying to make sure that our game 3 is always going to swing our favor.
Okay, a very important thing as well in these series. This is a squad that's been showing us quite a bit, trying to prove that they can be one of these top teams. We're going to get to see some more of them, but coming up next, we got one more series. We're going to be jumping into that right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Well, hello there, YouTube. I have missed you guys. It's been a little bit of a while there where we had our incredible action happening behind us. We had Toronto Ultra taking on Paris Legion. And Toronto really are proving themselves a little bit this season as well. But you may notice, actually, I do have a new guest on my desk. We've been having a few guests here, but I've got to say, I'm very excited about this. Crowder, welcome. Lovely to have you here. I just want to quickly ask you off the bat, former champion, going into now a coach here of probably arguably one of the best teams that we actually see here this season so far. Talk to me about your personal transition from, being a player and then going into the coaching role.
Honestly, it was pretty easy just because when I was a player, I was always like the in-game leader kind of player as well. So honestly, I just got the role with 100 Thieves and then I moved it over here and it was just a pretty easy transition, just having some fun, helping them be the best players they can be.
Absolutely, and I've got to ask you real quick as well, Huntsmen versus FaZe, this is the kind of clash of the Titans matches I think a lot of fans are really excited to see. What do you actually, as the coach of FaZe, make of Huntsmen? What makes them so special to maybe some of the fans at home?
I mean, they're just a special team. They have so much talent on their team. They're all good people. They're all good players. And honestly, everything meshes well with them. So, I mean, I'm excited to see that series if we get there. But honestly, I have nothing but love for those guys. They're all great people.
I feel like we never talk about coaches enough, like ever. I want to say right now, if you're talking about coaches, you're one of the coaches that very quickly has seen the most success. Is there any other coach that you look at and go, okay, this guy's a total nerd, I'm terrified of him, and they're actually able to come up with strategies that freak you out?
I mean, there's a lot of coaches like that, to be honest. RJ, who was the head coach of the FaZe clan last year, he was probably one of the people I hated going against, but all of them, you have the New York coach, the Minnesota coach, all those guys, Revin, Brian Sane, I can go down a list. They're all really good people, and they're all doing their job really well. So honestly, they're all great.
What's it like coaching these guys? Because they have like an immense amount of talent. So when you go in and you're trying to help these guys out, it's really just like the strategy portion of it. So how do you come in there?
I memean, coaching these guys is great. They're really, really easygoing, right? And that's probably the biggest thing, is not having any backlash when I tell them like what to do or how to do it. But it's easy, just making sure they're going the right ways. They have the talent, which is usually the harder part to coach. And honestly, they're just doing everything that we kind of work together. They coach me sometimes too,
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
I have one follow-up to that. So all these other talented rosters that are out there, right? And they're struggling, and obviously yours is not. Why do you think some of these other teams like New York, like Seattle, like OpTic LA are struggling to catch up to teams like you guys who have, their talent is on par?
I mean, honestly, right now it's probably just getting the system of Call of Duty of like which route they have to take and where they have to go at the right time. I mean, once they get that down, I think all those teams will be fine. It's just right now they just really need to get that system that works for them, right? I don't think there's anything that really works for every team. I think it's more just like what you have, the talent you have, and how to make it work.
There's some players, though, that I feel like would almost work for every team. Priest is one of them as well. I think about him, and even when with 100 Thieves, all of a sudden he comes in for Pharaoh, it changes the entirety of the team. What is it about a player like Priest that just seems to be a recipe for success, even if he switches his role?
His personality. It's so easy. When I teamed with him, when I coached him, it's just he will do anything that the team wants with no argument, whether it makes him look like the worst player in the league or the best player in the league. Like for us, he's running our trophy smokes, he will do anything, whether it gives him a 0.8 KD or a 1.5, he's going to do it, and he's going to do it with confidence, and everyone knows around him how talented he is, so they trust him.
Now, Crowder, of course, these guys, the guys that you're coaching, heading up there on the main stage, they look disciplined, hungry. Of course, they're young, but they're certainly not under-talented whatsoever. But talk to me about how it is coaching them to victory, and do you see them taking a championship? How special are these guys?
They're all special. Some of them are champions already, right? You have the world champions on the team and everything, but I think they can definitely do it. I'm confident that they can. It's just coming out and doing and executing the game, to be honest. I think so highly of these guys, and I'm so almost grateful to be coaching them. So I'm just excited to see how they can, and hopefully we can bring multiple champions home this year.
Amazing stuff, Paul Crowder. Thank you so much for joining me on the desk. It's so lovely to have you in your hometown here. Of course, Atlanta, we're here, the home of FaZe, but we're going to head to a quick break right now. But we will be back, so don't worry about it. We have plenty of action left for your Saturday. I hope you're enjoying it here at the Call of Duty League. We'll be back right after this break.
Trying to get hype. trying to get hype. We trying to get hype.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're very much now into our Saturday, and boy what a day it is. And I tell you what, it is actually time right now for our game fuel keys to victory of our next matchup. Atlanta FaZe taking on London Royal Ravens. Nameless, of course, you're my man to go to here. You've been writing up what these guys here need to do, or really, is there anything that they need to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple for FaZe. They just got to keep doing what they're doing. Going up against London, you know, they're definitely the favorite. This is a team that's lost, what, one map so far? So Atlanta FaZe, they're comfortable. They know what they're doing. Just keep it up.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing. They need to be comfortable up there, and they certainly look like it. We're going to go to the game fuel keys to victory now for London Royal Ravens. What did these guys need to do to step it up?
So we saw in that last match where FaZe played OpTic, where OpTic just lost composure. You saw in that hard point where they were getting out-rotated when Major Maniac was inside a cave just destroying them. So for the Royal Ravens, they need to stay composed, right? Like if something like that's happening where a player goes like a 5 or 6 free, just give it up, play for new, and then they need Scraps and Dylan to go off. We know how much pressure can be applied on the side of FaZe. If Scraps and Dylan can keep up with those guys, they stand a chance.
I will say, I might not even put all the pressure on Scraps and Dylan. They just need to have this thing that keeps happening with them where no matter what the game is, no matter who's receiving more pressure, somebody goes off. I think Absolutely. If they can have that, it'll be big.
Let's jump right now to our US Air Force quick scope. Let's have a look at these two teams back to back. You know, someone that I do actually want to talk about as well is Wuskins. He was going off the last time we saw him in London town, and I'm really excited to see how he keeps that going, that momentum, because right now, for me, he's one of the stars in London.
Well, and that kind of goes with what I was just saying with Nameless as well, Lottie. I feel like you can pretty much look at all of their players, and they have had a series where they look like an absolute god, and I think that's the strength of the Ravens. They gel so well together that somebody's going to go off, and this is one of the few teams that I really do think can potentially hang with FaZe.
Indeed. US Air Force maps and modes right now for you guys at home. Game 1. We got hardpoint, gentlemen. Okay, interesting stuff here. Looking at the veto system, I just want to remind you guys who are viewing at home that these guys have actually picked and banned these maps and modes here. We've got a gun runner to end as well, gents, on S&D. If we do go the way, do we see it going to a game 5?
It's really tough to call. Like, we haven't seen FaZe pretty much look sloppy in anything, so I gotta say that they're gonna win this pretty easily. But London isn't that weak in any single game mode, so if there is a team that's gonna, push them to a limit, it could be London.
Well, now, you did mention looking sloppy, and I don't want to be rude whatsoever up here, but I do just want to talk right now about Surge and about some of the things that we've seen coming in, and subs, of course, coming in too. So Enable's actually on the bench right now. First of all, I got to ask you, Rich, do you think that that's worthy of him being on the bench and having Panda coming in?
I'm excited to talk about this. One thing I will say about Enable is if you give this man enough time, no matter what the title is, he is liable to pop off. This guy is a champion for a reason. He's one of the best players to play the game. But I think when you talk about making substitutions, look at what happened with Priesta. We were just talking about it with Crowder. For 100 Thieves, he actually ended up being the person that got subbed in, and it brought a lot of new life to the team, and then all of a sudden, they looked like a new squad. I think Pander is also a player who's slept on.
He definitely is, but it's a bit different, right? Like, Priesta is a different level of talent than a player like Pander, and I think with Enable subbing him, I don't agree with that move. I think you give him more time to get better at the game, and subbing a player like Enable, right? Like, they're not going to keep Panda in the starting lineup by the end of the season. I can call that now. And subbing Enable in and putting him in at this very point, he's not going to be able to practice at home. Like, he's trying to practice and get better. He can't play against pro teams at the moment. So if you know that he's going to end up being back in the starting roster at some point, you should probably keep him in there. That's just the decision I would make.
It's a risky Let's bring up a few of the ideas, though. I think Reddit said it very well. One of the alternate theories is that Joey just absolutely hates Spacely, and that Pander was actually going to be playing with Spacely. This has happened a few times already.
Conspiracy happening.
Nubsy just hates. I think Reddit might be right on this one. Also, Pander, obviously one of Octane's high school friends. That's another thing that I learned on Reddit. I think there are a lot of things that I'm excited for next week to actually talk about Casey. And
it's a bad decision.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad decision.
Absolutely. There is a lot to talk about, and of course, you wonder what it does to a player mentally as well to be put on the bench and then potentially have to come in a little bit later in the season as well. But we do have a game on our hands on main stage. I'm going to throw over right now to two amazing commentators.
One amazing.
I got Maven, I got Merk, and Merk, are you even wearing a shirt up there, pal?
No, nope, I'm just a floating head, actually. Yeah, I got some camouflage. You can't see it. No.
I like that they talked about substitutes because I would love to sub out Rich for Teep. I think that would be a great trade.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we should all hope for, right? I know Reddit definitely wants that to happen.
Do it. All right, let's get into the game now. And no, this is going to be great because actually this is the first time you and I have really commentated FaZe. And what's interesting is when you and I really started to dive into scrims and watch them daily. One of the first teams we went on with, because you and I game with Crowder every day. He really broke us through kind of what went down with FaZe. And we were impressed almost immediately because it seemed like a lot of teams were struggling to adapt to the new play style, how Hardpoint plays. They got it very, very quickly, and they were the favorite team coming into this year. They've been lights out. They've only dropped one map, but they missed London, and now this is their chance, their home series, to come in and dominate. This is the next step in the ladder.
Yeah, but I kind of like this pick from London, right? Like, I don't know, we saw Cave earlier from FaZe, a map that requires a lot of rotation. They're making the game simple. Like, to me, London is making it simple. We're just saying, you know what, let's just play gun-to-gun with these guys. It's a risk, but it's like, if FaZe is a better team and they know how to play the game better, let's just play Hackney Yard.
But look at what side of the map. You get the spawn for FaZe, and then what was the other thing? When we talked to Crowder about a lot of people probably aren't going to play Hackney due to the favorite spawn, he said, we'll play it. They were one of the teams that weren't scared to do it, but we'll see what they can do behind the strong side on tires. If you're London, you're hoping to get as much time as you can this first hard point. If you can somehow flip, which is so difficult to do, you want to push it through. But they are eating up good time inside so far. As FaZe look for any kind of opening.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to do, right? I feel like we talk about it a lot of the maps. If you're not going to start on the stronger side, for that second hill, get as much time as you can on first. Force the opposite team to try to hold those spawns. But Priesta, he's going to find 2 kills. He's going to start earning some time. Now London, maybe starting to worse the middle of the map, but you just see the talent on the FaZe side.
I think you saw the movement there. The slide hops coming in from a BZ just looks so difficult to deal with that mid-map.
If I ever had to play against this like roster, I'd probably retire. I'd retire again.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play this.
No, they are the definition of twisted when they get onto the map. It's a 5 spree from Priesta. As he's slicing and dicing in around the opening hard point. They've got spawns for next. Soaking up the time and next, Major Maniac. He'll be the one to put in the time around the objective as the spawn comes in close for the teammates. That's going to be 4 down, though, and a chance to maybe make a play. But when you have this close spawn, look at that. You're still spawning 10 feet from the hard point. There was one guy left up. It was just Major Maniac inside the hard point, and they were still able to do it.
Yeah, it was about 10 inches away from that hard point as well. They're locking this one down. Major Maniac still inside this hill in London with about 25 seconds left. It's going to be time really to focus to set up on that third hill. But as we rotate over now to Smokestack, and what London's trying to do is control that depot, right? That warehouse where the first hill was. Is stay pushed out with green, and it's one of the scrappier hills, but you can earn some good time.
And if you were London, I think this is the exact number you and I said when we casted this in London about this map. So you spawn on tire side, you look at about an 80 to 20 advantage. That's going to happen more often than not. That's exactly what FaZe are going to have, right around that ballpark. You expect that if you're London. So now is when you need to come alive, and now is when you need to rally, to chaining together 3 and 4. So what can they do at Smokestack? As Dylan will be inside the hard point. We'll be on BZ's POV for now as he's looking for the opening through first, just checking every corner, see if he can find anything, because he's looking to get the angle from bottom L, and now he's got it.
Yeah, they're trying to get L control. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, at green, at the Scraps who's locking that down. The nades do come in, but 4 go down for FaZe, and Simp, he's now just trying to stay alive. It's a nice kill from Jordan. You've already cut that sort of 60-point lead down to 30.
That's where you have to answer.
Great hold here. Yeah.
That's where you have to answer. They did exactly that. This is the perfect hold at smokestack, and suddenly that big advantage will disappear. But in 10 seconds, we'll rotate to next and see if Royal Ravens can maybe take the lead, make any kind of big run.
And now what London's doing is trying to set up for green. Scrapsy will get taken down. Now on board with Dylan, trying to do what he can. The new hill pops. And really what FaZe is trying to do, they're trying to rotate for that final hill when we go there. So they're happy with the spawns, but now can they get hill control? Celium, he's on a 5 streak.
Still a ton of time here that they can pick up. But Royal Ravens have done what they need to do to get back into the mix. The BZ tries to finesse. The pre-fire comes in around the edge. Another one challenges. A BZ cuts him down as well. Aim to the hard point. Go FaZe behind a BZ's big play. And he's looking for more. Simp drops. A BZ still up. The streak will continue. But now for the rotation. They had that left side of the map, but London was able to get through, bust through, and set up for that backside docks building.
Yeah, BZ's just trying to eat this time. He knows he has another one-on-one, able to win it. Now just waiting for his teammates. Here comes the first push. London, they have docks control. You have Rated up top. Rated, when we watched them earlier, Rated had such a great series against Florida. And you need all 5 players to play at a high level against a team like Atlanta FaZe. So far, so good, as they're able to find 3 kills, stop this first push. Major Maniac with that AR. He's going to be the last one left. Simp, though, finds his way. He's able to get through the door. They let it slip. Almost makes the play. But that buys enough time for Major Maniac to get pushed up, and the rest of FaZe are here now. They get a close spawn.
And you mentioned what you want from Rated. It's Wuskin, though, that's at 20 and 10. He's going off, but what was one of the keys to victory, right? For Dylan to have a big game. He's 6 and 14. In a map like Hackney Yard, how in the world? I guess if I knew he was going to be 6 and 14, I would not think the scoreline's as close as it is. Like that actually impresses me.
Yeah, but again, it's Wuskin who continues to play at such a high level. FaZe learning at the rest of scrap time. It's going to be it for the first rotation. 40-point lead for FaZe, and kind of what we talked about. I mean, I think you're in a solid position if you are London. Just
100%.
Yeah, off that start, and they were able to respond in a solid way.
See, now they have a chance to do a much better job from first to tire shop. They've already got tire shop control. Any kind of time they can get here and still maintain that is gravy. This is where you have a big chance for the lead change. In the next 60 to 90 seconds is where Ravens can maybe take over the game for the first time on this map 1.
And we saw it, right? When we looked at the quick scope, it was funny. Obviously, they have more matches played, but even just maps, like, London has so many more maps played.
Was it 24 versus 10 or something?
Yeah, 24
like
versus 10. Like, they have gone deep in the series. These guys are battle tested. Well, like you talked about, they have tire shot control for next. Raded's going to try to earn this scrap time. That's perfect. With 5 down, they have all the map control in the world.
This should be a Ravens lead. Over the next 60 seconds of this tire shop hardpoint, we should have the first Ravens lead. Unless there is some insane break, and this is one of the harder hardpoints to break in the rotation. But here goes FaZe. It's going to be a 5-man hit towards the bottom side of the map as they're trying to break on through. The pressure is there. 3 are going to drop for Ravens. Is it going to be enough? There's still 1 player inside of the hardpoint, but they do get the spawn out. The close spawn comes in for FaZe, and the break is there. You're not going to see it all that often, but it is rather clean. With about 35 seconds left, they get in. There will be no Ravens lead.
We'll obviously have to see where this game goes and what the end score is, but that could be a huge moment. It's about a 50-point swing in favor of FaZe. As we're going to head back to smokestack, but this is where London did a great job on the first rotation.
Yeah, and there was no pinch. They just like 5-man hit it from the front, right? Like right from first, just bullied their way on through. Nice stun comes in, which will cost Simp his life. But now, just 50 more points needed for FaZe. Celium leading the way at 22 and 15. Honestly, they're basically all negative. Like the slang has gone the way of Ravens. I know it's a close game, but FaZe, even when they're not blowing people out, they had, what, a plus 51 map 1 earlier today?
That's what I'm saying. On a map like game, which is so structured, which is so focused on those rotations, like when you're playing better, when you know the game more, you're going to get your setups that you want. Here on Hackney, it is more just around those floods, around winning gunfights, and that's why I think that, you know, London was happy picking this map.
We'll hop right back into Smokestack. 20 or so left. They can get it close to a tie game if they can get the remainder of the time. All stacked up around green. Abizi, Celium, Priesta. Set up for next. Rated just able to get across. Well, take that back. His head comes off as Celium hits the shot. Celium's been the guy really lighting it up over the last 2 minutes or so. He's up to 27 and 16, leading all players in the lobby outside of Wuskin. I mean, really, Celium and Wuskin just going toe for toe with who can just put up the stats. But now down 20. Ravens maybe a chance here as we focus on the fight in green. Just remember that top left side of the map. You see London spawning there now. That's going to be the next hot spot.
But will it matter? I mean, will it matter? I mean, FaZe can win here, and they have a great setup. You see number 1 at the bottom of the map, Major Maniac is making sure they're not going through the middle. And FaZe, they're running a double AR setup, where I think on the other side with London, you have 4 subs. So, yeah, they're using Celium, they're using Major Maniac, they're setting them up in power positions with those ARs, and it's starting to pay off.
And you nailed it. Is it going to matter, right? You have those spawns of your Ravens, but who cares if the map is going to get closed out here? Just 5 more points needed for FaZe, and Celium and company will close it out with a vengeance. They just need to win one more fight. It won't happen there, but they have to put everything into it, and look what happens. The spawn ends up flipping. So over to Dockside they go for FaZe. We might see one more hard point pop. We will, but as Abizi wins that one-on-one, he also wins the map. FaZe dominate the late game, take map 1.
Yeah, Celium, I mean, just really started to step up, but that was really the key difference, right? That when we saw in those setup, 2 ARs on the side of FaZe, but we talked about that break it tire shop. It ends up being about, what, a 50-point swing, and that's the difference in the scoreboard as we take a look at our stats here. Celium going huge.
He's the only player positive. He's the only player positive on FaZe. You saw them outslay by 51 earlier to blow him out. Now they do it the dirty way, right? Like, it's not the prettiest statistically, but they still get the map 1 win.
And London, I mean, they were right there. They were playing well. They were playing them tough. Just one little slip up, right? One little slip up. That's really the difference maker in hardpoint and Modern Warfare.
Well, now I do want to take a look at the scuff play of the game. It's going to be a multi-kill from Abizi. I mean, you saw the movement, you saw the shots, but he was locking down bottom green in this clip as he was just melting him. Second challenges, third challenges, and Abizi shuts it all down as he gets rocking and rolling in that hard point. But yeah, I think the moment of the game, maybe not like the highlight play, but the moment is, yeah, I think he nailed it. That break in a tire shop. Because that's the chance. I mean, you saw how clean it was for FaZe the first time through, right? When they go out to, what was about 90 to 20 advantage the first time through, they're dominating it. That was the big moment. I alluded to it for 60 straight seconds. Like, this is where Ravens should take the lead. This is where they should take the lead. Yeah. They get bro.
Yeah, they had the 1-2 setup. It's just got to be a little bit tighter, a little bit better on their side. But FaZe, they take map 1. Here's just a look at the bracket. Huntsmen, they get through. We'll see them tomorrow in a semifinal. The winner of Røkkr and Legion, we'll see them tomorrow in a semifinal.
Yeah, so we're looking to get our second semifinal team, right? Push into that elimination Sunday. And the format, for those of you at home, we're in attendance, is a little bit different than we had last time in London. We had, what, 6 matches on Saturday, a little bit more stacked with 7 matches on Sunday. But, you know, you ran into issues where you saw, like, the Huntsman players talking about they're waiting like 8 hours to play on Sunday. So a little bit of a change here. We've got 8 today, 5 tomorrow. Kind of more put into Sunday and those big matchups.
It'll pump up Sunday a little bit more, right?
100%.
We'll really focus on those semifinal matchups, which were there. I mean, those were 2 Game 5s in London.
Yeah,
so
great matches.
Should be a lot of fun tomorrow, but we still have a few more matches tonight. This one, and then following this, you have Florida and OpTic in that knockout match.
Well, I think I picked OpTic to come out of the group. Did you pick Florida to come out of the group?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to be different, yeah.
Did you pick, no, you picked them to win round 1. Did you pick them to come out of the group too?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, remember, on hardpoints, we were attacking those picks.
Yeah.
There's going to be a total. And you do not want to be worse than I am.
I probably will be. What's it, Matt? Usually it's you who does the dumb stuff, right?
You're right. I usually do.
Maybe after this, I won't, because I know it's a scoreboard.
Because I'll remind you every episode. But we're getting ready to hop into the search and destroy. Arklov Peak, and this is the map I think you and I had the most questions about when it went from 2 minutes to a 90-second round count. This is the map that we wondered how offense would shake out the most. And one player that I saw immediately react to it positively, it was just simply, all right, less camping. Like, he loved it. Like, if these are the team that want to play fast, so you think it would favor them. And Search, it's going to be hard to find a weakness in a team like FaZe on Surge side.
That's what's just like so scary, right? Like in dynasties of the past, like we've talked about, I'm not saying FaZe, they could be a dynasty, right? They aren't yet,
yeah,
but
not close yet.
With stacked rosters in the past, we've never been like, S&D is going to be their best. It's usually the respawns. Like the fact that we're like, this is such a strong
your complexities, your optics, yeah, it was always the respawn, right? But yeah, too early. We'll have that combo at the end of the year, though, maybe. Offense first for Ravens with the time change. You can see it's immediate pressure up mid. aBeZy does get the first pick, but then 2 will drop for FaZe. Numbers. Quickly to Ravens and sight control of B as well.
And I like that from Dylan. I thought he was going to jump out of the window. I got a little bit worried. It's like you have bomb control, you have map control. Don't go too far. Just get that bomb down, and it has started Sip now with that sniper. We know what he can do with it. Cilium and Major Maniac able to make this a 2-on-2.
Nice shots. Major Maniac with both. Ooh, that was clean, especially off the mid statue, but then to tally on the next one. He got the pick inside the sight as well. That's a moment for Major Maniac.
And I'd like to see just a little bit faster, I think, from London. Like, you have Dylan inside the bomb. Let's get this bomb down, right? Like, let's, that's what that strategy's for. Let's plant the bomb. It doesn't happen. They don't group up inside the site. Then they try to rotate off of it, and, well, Major Maniac's there.
Round 1 to FaZe. Now to offense they go. Let's see how they opt to play this one out. Looks like they're thinking mid-map and B pressure as well. There was so many slow builds to A at London, right? Like the slow push behind smokes and nades. You know the map is going to change a bit. So far, though, passive and looking for an opening.
Yeah, Simp trying to find something, but they're not giving him anything. Already on 40 seconds off the clock, Scraps. I don't know if that player saw him or what, but they know he's in this position. Simp trying to hit the snipe. That is a tough one. Scraps is in a power position.
Well, now you just got 40 seconds.
Yeah, they got to choose.
Make up your mind.
Dylan, I don't know if he spotted anything, but you have a double sniper setup out of London. Wuskin's able to find a fake. Dylan, can he connect? Nope. Simp does, though, on the other side of the map. That's going to be Scraps down. He's going to be working mid. I thought it was a collab.
He hit it, though.
I thought it was a collab.
He hit it, though. So close to being a collab, but he does take one down with them. So to a 3 versus 3 we go. aBeZy picks up another kill. The bomb will get planted. It's going to be on Jerd and Dylan. Now just Jerd to make the play. In the 1 versus 3. Takes one down. Finds the sniper, but the angle there for FaZe as they take the round. That had to have been very close to being a collab show.
Yeah, he might have hit him. I don't know.
Yeah,
I really have no idea. But once again, I mean, 45 seconds are off the clock. London, you get the first blood. You have to have an idea of where they're going. And, you know, they allow FaZe to just get back in the round. Obviously, some ridiculous snipes from Simp.
He's quite good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see that play on Arsenal from Black Ops 4,
dude, you hit the 4th one?
Yeah. All right, maybe back to a more standard A push. Wuskin holding, Wuskin hitting the slow peek. From Simp gets punished and they go. I like the aggression behind it. They get the pick, they go quickly. There's still one more in that deep popping. It's Major Maniac. Again with a chance to make the play. Trophy out, it's Goblin. Up all the nades coming his way. He's 5-1 to kick this off, but he's now been smoked out.
They can get bombed down. You obviously still have Dylan trying to make the play. Can he get one? Oh, well, Cilium does it for him, but you have the sniper here.
Nice shot, Wuskin.
And Wuskin hits it. Now on the side of FaZe, do you have a smoke to retake this? It's going to be so hard. You're going to have to hit some beautiful M4 shots. And he's got a player watching over him. So Raiden and Wuskin, and a great setup. Raiden's able to find that, and well, they're going to spot the second one. This should be a round for London. It is. It gets a little bit scary, but Dylan gets the bomb down. And that's the important play.
That fight, it's so funny. That fight was so chaotic around the bomb side. Of course, it just ends to like selling him nade, which takes out both of them. But really, I mean, you're picking some spots as Wuskin is a sniper, right? You guess right.
Yep.
You get the slow peek from Simp. That's the easiest snipe he is going to hit ever. And it was nice to see him not get a hit marker, which we've seen so many from Wuskin recently.
Yeah, poor guy. I think he tweeted out, like, please, just help me game, like, please. It's like they don't want me to snipe.
I think he saw the flash right at the end of that as well.
Again, a very slow round on offense from FaZe, where the first 30 seconds are just taking some in-map control, trying to spot where London are set up.
So a bit of a... How about they still have the 2 sniper setup? Did they have a 3 sniper setup, or they just swapped Dylan and Scraps this time? Or did he pick it up off Scraps last time?
He might have just picked it up. Right now, yeah, it's just Wuskin and Scraps. FaZe. Their time, yeah, looks like they're going towards B. You have a player inside, you have one player out back. It's going to be Jerd who's going to have the tough gunfights. If go to Jerd's point of view, he's up top right now. When you play well, Simp's going to spot him, and now he kind of knows he has to go. Doesn't want the bomb to get planted, can't win the first gunfight.
I think he should have won that one. Honestly, shot was just a little bit off, but I think he had the edge there. With the MP5, Wuskin's going to get picked. Dylan, last man up, and he will get caught as well. Nice round from FaZe.
I just, on defense, I think London, they're obviously very spread out early round, and maybe it's due to the 2 sniper setup, but that's been 2 defensive rounds where it's almost telegraphed by FaZe, right? Because they only have 30 seconds. You know where they're going. It's like you just have to be a little bit more reactive on the London side.
Well, Jerd wins that gunfight and gets back up top with his life. That goes very differently. I know he got called out, obviously.
But even still, like, someone maybe should be going through the back door, right, to move that player's aim. The pushes aren't together on the side of London.
Priest is 0-1 through 4 rounds. The weird stat line.
Well, London, if they go, they will have an open B site. I don't think they know it yet, but they may soon.
Well, they know now. They've gotten into the site. Did they get it down this time? Because you were frustrated round 1, right?
Yeah.
This time they're going to get the plant down. Celium's going to get caught. He was playing so patiently, but rated just a little bit more patient. Abizi does finish that kill, though. He gets the headshot onto Wuskin.
And that's another
4v4
for Wuskin. And that's important because Wuskin up there is watching the bomb as it's being defused with the sniper. You can put an M4 up there, but will it matter? Rated still controlling that middle staircase.
He gets dropped, though, but he was huge in the opening of this round. Now 20 seconds to go.
It's just time now. They're fighting the clock. Dylan, he's still alive inside. He's going to find a kill, just try to finesse around. That's going to be a free one, and there we go. London with a nice offensive round win.
Yeah, really the patience from Rated to win. Well, not even win a fight, just shoot Celium in the back outskirts. Then he gets that mid-step control, which you know how mean of a bit of cover that can be. Takes down a second. By time Rated dropped, like there was what, like 25, 30 seconds on the clock. Remember, winner of this will be our 2nd team into the semifinal. The single elimination bracket that you'll see tomorrow. The loser not done yet. They still have a chance to get in.
FaZe has been very slow on offense, maybe picking up the pace a little bit. See a lot of aggression towards middle, and Priest is going to find a first blood. The smokes go down. Dylan, his immediate response is to try to full flank, but he's going to get some unfortunate timing. His Simp is all the way back there with the deagle. He's going to find a kill. And now with that, you can even rotate back to A, right? You know that was a player towards A. See what FaZe does. They're just taking their time. They're waiting for London to make a move.
Exactly. I thought maybe they're just waiting on the opposite, waiting for Ravens to make the rotation. But now they almost both end up rotating at the same time. He gets some information with that stun check. But here we go again. It's like, right, 30 seconds left. Like they have to make a decision, but they've executed so well in these spots. Can they do it one more time? Can't quite finish it. Just gets away, but Simp with another deagle kill within this round. Bomb planted. They're more patient. They bait out the rotation. They get positioned. They get the round win. Every single offensive round for FaZe, it feels like it's those 30 seconds.
Yeah, but even on, well, this one it's a little bit different because you have man advantage.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. That's true.
And what defensive teams are trying to do when you're down a man is try to even it up.
And you get spread thin. You get spread thin.
You get spread thin. You're trying to rotate. You're trying to even it out. The first 2 defensive rounds for London, they had first blood. That's why it was a little bit weird why they weren't grouping up and winning those rounds.
It's true. Different scenario. And Scraps, who we saw on a map like Gunrunner, just be dominant, right? Seems so comfortable, 13-3, was like taking over. Hasn't found that same tempo here. And that's a quick run from Simp. First blood in. Oh, you want to peek me as well? I dare you.
He's crawling. Oh, he's just picking it up.
You got eyes on it. Ah! Jurd, his brains are gone, and Simp still up. He's got Major Maniac watching his low push as well. They've taken out 3 of the London players.
Priest is going through middle as well.
Pushing it out. Just pushing it out. He knew the trade was there. Dominant defensive round from FaZe. All opened up by Simp Sniper.
Yeah, he gets those 2 opening kills, and even I like the way Major Maniac's playing, you know, around the trench with the trophy, right? Because typically what we see is a team, they'll smoke out deep trench that allows them to push up, and that sort of leaves that player on an island because the smoke timings come through, they can hop up on the hill, get to the bomb, but with that trophy there, that just stops that push, and he only has to worry about that.
Well, a couple rounds ago, we saw it eat what looked like 3 nades of some kind, whether it was smoke, tactical, Simtex, like it ate a bunch of stuff, so he's getting his value out of it for sure, but triple positive is Simp, 9-3. As the young phenom keeps it going. Just the waiting game for FaZe once again. It's like the calm before the storm. Well, the storm comes in the form of Waskin. As he hits the shot, and Priest will fall.
You have a 2-man push towards the top side. Celium is going to be the one making the first move for FaZe.
Oh, well, that was loud.
Yeah, Tillin definitely hears that.
And
so
there's
he's
the
going to
peek.
peek off of it.
Yep. He heard him back up. Free kill for Dylan. 5v3 for London.
That's a nice stun check as well from London. They know there's a player towards B. This player is just going to back up, play his life. Now it's just a time thing. I mean, 3 versus 5 is a big deal, but also with 25 seconds left, that's going to be bombed down. That should be round done. So London stay alive.
They got to rip off, what, 4 straight. Ooh, well, that timing. Not that it would have mattered, but first, yeah. Oh, there goes Simp's body. As it is blown to bits. Three in a row now needed for the Ravens. The Ravens want to take it towards B this time.
Yeah, at least through mid-map. That's, I mean, they've gotten into B, right? Like they've been able to get the bomb down.
Similar to
Planet.
FaZe too.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe isn't playing in sight. What's going to get him with the first blood onto a Beezy. But the nades are there. Dylan's going to get taken down.
A little bit different though this time. You don't have raided lurking outskirts to get a free pick and get the steps.
The bomb's being planted, but yeah, raided. Maybe just trying to lurk once again, but ends up getting caught. To me, it's on what can the players inside the site do? Can they win gunfights? Major Maniac finds Jurd, and now it's all on the Wuskin with the sniper. In a tough situation, the M4 shots are coming through. The pressure is here from Simp. The defuse is going to be coming in. It's a nice stun. It's going to stun that player. Can he hit the shot? Oh, the player's defusing. Get it! Hits it! Oh, he doesn't get down.
My God, you thought just maybe a hope and a prayer for Wuskin, but he can't do it all himself, and that'll be FaZe closing out the map too. I thought Joe just for a second, man. He hits the first one.
The stun, right? He had back Simp up. He had the chance.
He hits the first one, then gets him off bomb. You win that round.
Yeah.
Now, was he expected to win that?
No.
Hell no. But still, almost just insane, insane moment. But let's take a look at the stats now and see what stood out, positive and negative. Simp, beast performance, 10-4. Major Maniac right there with him. Major Maniac started out hot. Really, I mean, Scraps, I guess the kind of the sore spot standing out for London, just couldn't, doesn't seem as comfortable there as somewhere like Gunrunner.
Yeah,
Gunrunner looks like his playground, man.
Gunrunner's map 5, it's their pick. It's just, can they get us there? But I don't know if anyone believes they will right now with a 2-0 lead that FaZe has. I mean, you have to win 2 respawns off this team.
Well, they're familiar with the reverse sweeps. Now they got to get one in. Map 3 up next.
Download free now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as they beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to such doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Welcome back, folks. I right now am at the hype battles section. Before we actually do get to jump into the matchup, we're going to get to take a look at something that's been going on all day. As you may have seen in the past weeks, we've been having hype battles, which basically is a gunfight tournament where we have the 2v2 squads that are going head-to-head, usually represent a pro player and somebody who's invited to compete. But FaZe decided to do something a little bit special, and they've had a full tournament going on all day long where they've actually been grabbing multiple people, whether it is celebrities, whether it is people from that FaZe roster to go head-to-head, and that tournament is quite far progressed. The grand final is going to play out tomorrow when Hype Battles usually does go down, and this time we've already seen Scissor's team with Wit make it all the way to that grand final. We're going to get to see them tomorrow, but we got one more matchup to see who they're going to be playing against, and it's Pamaj's team and Dirty's team. We're going to give you a little bit more insight onto that when we do find out who the final team will be to make it to the Hype Battle, but you can see that tomorrow. Now, it's time to head back on over to the main stage and see who's going to take this series.
Thank you very much for the update, Rich, but let's take a look at the U.S. Army tactical play, and it's none other than the young god Simp. The first shot comes through, and I'll tell you what, the second one, I think, even more lovely. It was Jerd that peeks his little head out.
He's just shoulder peeking it, right?
Bye. On his screen, he's thinking, I'm there for a second. I was just there long enough to throw a smoke.
Well, and I think a lot of people, like, they'll shoot to the left, right? I mean, he just predicts it.
Yeah. And now we're going to take a look at your social soundboard presented by Astro as the fans getting ready for map 3. Here is the social soundboard, once again, presented by Astro. Let's take a look. Well, okay, well, I don't think that's it, but I promise it's coming. Hello, everybody. Again, it's fantastic to see you. You look like you're having a great time. Oh, okay, all right.
Maven has more hair on his wins than OpTic has wins.
I have more hair on my head than OpTic has wins.
That's true, I found one.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
They don't have one.
Okay, all right. All right, I am supremely very bald, and
but I found one.
OpTic have not been winning. All right, they're gonna get some points.
I mean, you predicted them to get out of the group, so hopefully they have a chance. They have a chance.
What is it, next versus London, right?
Yeah.
Or, sorry, Florida. Yeah. Okay, they're winning that. I got a feeling.
Okay.
I just know it. All right, St. Petro, the map 3. FaZe looking to close this out 3-0, go perfect 6-0 in map count. They only dropped one map so far this year. It was a domination to New York Subliners in Minnesota.
Hackney, right? Yeah.
Was it a Hackney?
What is it?
I think you're right. I think it was a Hackney. I was trying to remember what the drop was, but yeah, that's all they've dropped. That's it. Now, they have looked vulnerable at times. I mean, that map 1 was close, obviously. They were all negative outside of Celium. Like, London had a shot. I think map 2 a little bit more controlled by FaZe.
I mean, you still had opportunities there for London. I mean, London, again, it's come down to the little things, and we know that's what FaZe is just so darn good at, and that's why we talk to guys like Coach Crowder, right? He's like, I just need them to go to the right places, and that's it.
Oh, the opening kills to FaZe. Zabizi soars on into restaurant and sets up to make lunch. Unfortunately for him, Straps is already there eating. But over to Celium's POV we go. He's looking to hold down and defend that B site. 4 down for FaZe. Now maybe an opening at mid-map, but when can they get that pressure towards C? It's Jerd playing towards the C side of the map, just trying to get into Hazmat and see if he can play spoiler. With the spawns coming bottom, this should be at least a neutral, I would think.
Yeah, this is perfect for London. They're able to finish the capture at B. Those players do get taken down, so FaZe, they have the neutral. Now Jerd, we talk about this position a lot. Can he just be the thorn in their side? Does get taken down. Abizi has dead silence pop. That's going to be C secured. But B goes back to London.
Yeah, it's looking good for London so far. The problem is the overall series is not. They're down 0-2, looking to bring it back in the Dom. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listening with the London Royal Ravens.
Try get on it. It could be A. No, my trees. Can't see my trees. I'm deep in trees.
I spawned P1.
Tunnel. Run it down. I'm going top down. No, wait. Top left, down map. Are you live in B? Tunnel, mid-tunnel, easy. Top left, line, weak, easy. Get the doors.
I spawned P1.
Double doors, blue court to elbow. You went to elbow, towards L. Go on P1, I'm going to C. You go here. See me go C here, by the way. Yeah, he's gone A. Spawn P1. I spawn P1. Oh, you bad. They spawned A. 2 A.
Meet you, I can sell
double doors.
There's 2 at C.
Play my life back, sitting in the corner.
We're good.
Look at the left track. Look at the
left track.
They can be back roof. They can be back roof.
I'll go back.
Can be back roof. Dino. Be double doors. Can't see anything. Back roof. On top Dino. Back roof, kill me. 3. On top Dino. Just stay here, Brad. Try to stay alive, Brad. Top Dino, BJ. He's on his left. Top left down. Get out mid to B. Go back left there. I'm actually
BC was top. BC was top.
No, one shot back C. Behind you, back C. Deep C.
Well, we get right back into it. Basically, a tie game as of now, but you got to hear a bit of the comms from the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, London, they've had B this whole time, but what Atlanta FaZe have done is they just held AC. And when London has spawned up, they have not chosen to go towards A. They put all the focus on C. And basically what that did is that just allowed Atlanta to hold those 2 flags, and when they had to, they could go towards B. Now that's why you see that lead change come in.
That's like the exact opposite now, though. As you started the sentence, it was an AC hold for FaZe. That was an AC hold for London. Now, what can they do with it? How long can they hold it? Because you still have Major Maniac all the way in the back of C. He's got some help there from Simp as well.
This is big for London right now. Can they get to C and keep FaZe off of it? One player from FaZe spawns out at A. Well, that's going to allow them to get that neutral. A Major Maniac, his 2 kills may give them C as well.
They didn't finish either. Like, everything's basically neutral right now.
Well, yeah, Jerd makes the play. Jerd guns Major Maniac and a BZ. So C still neutral. The only flag right now is B. Atlanta, they're going to finish A. Well, London's going to finish C.
Well,
now Simp just trying to stay alive.
It's just been a bit messy, right? Like, no one's been able to get any kind of long-term control of a 2-cap, and that's the reason you see it's a 7-point game. But with 60 seconds left, we'll see if the Ravens can push open this lead a bit with a 2-cap. As I say that, though, I think a neutral is going down at that B site. Doesn't look like, regardless of how these final moments play out, there's going to be too much separation between the two teams.
I mean, we'll see if London can push this lead out any further.
I thought they actually got the neutral before that. The last time we were on, I didn't realize that London held it, so they did actually get a couple more points in separation from that.
Well, both teams with 1 flag right now. Jerd just trying to make the play in London. They're just hoping that nobody's there at C. Weston, he's going to find 2 kills. Yeah, I think you're talking, I mean, it's just messy. Messy from both sides. Both teams just fighting.
And I don't know if messy's the right word. It's just, yeah, no one really had like a long-term hold on anything.
Yeah, I'll go with messy.
Yeah, it works. I think the one thing you feel pretty good about if you're London, you've got a 7-point advantage, and you've got double negative from Scraps, double negative from Dylan, rated headed that way as well, like 7 and 12. So on the sliding side of things, it wasn't pretty for the Ravens, but you'll take that 7-point edge. A lead into the second half to try and avoid getting 3-0'd, and remember that the Ravens will survive to have another opportunity to get into the single elimination playoff bracket, even if they lose this. FaZe 5 minutes away from getting into it tomorrow, and it'll just be them and the Huntsmen waiting to find 2 more teams. Setting up for what I think most people thought coming into this, maybe a final between the 2 juggernaut squads.
That's what everybody wants to see, it seems. So now London starting on the stronger side. This one player gets all the way through from London. That's going to be Dylan, and he's in a flame-through restaurant. He's able to find that first blood, and he immediately just goes to the A flag. He's just fighting for the neutral, and I kind of like that. They'll take C. He's going to stay alive now, but they have to be careful. Let's FaZe get a few kills.
And remember, we've seen both these teams play this today. Like, we saw Atlanta. They beat OpTic on this earlier. It was like a 20-point win. We saw London lose to Florida on this. That's the one map Florida won. So both teams have played it. You'd obviously go in the favor of FaZe since they were the one that were able to win it today. And it's the only map that Ravens lose to Florida, but they still have the edge as it stands.
Let's see what Rated can do. Rated would love to just get 1 kill. The neutral comes in, and now he just wants to stay alive. I don't think any team has a flag as of right now. B about to be finished by FaZe.
A potentially as well for FaZe. So it's all going to go down at C. This is actually a scary moment, I think, for London. Well, actually, they keep him off of C, and they spawn up towards B. What looked like it had potential for 3-cap territory, at least for a moment on the minimap. Not going to be the case.
Yeah, there's sometimes I think something's going to happen, and then 5 seconds later, I have no idea what just happened.
Stuff changes so quickly in Dom. It's just insane. That's a dead body. But the BZS checks to make sure it's cold.
If you told me to write a 200-word summary of this map, I couldn't. I have no idea.
Oh, it's a 20-point lead for London. I think the fact that they've been able to keep it like this, so frantic, so little, what seems like so little control, like the organized chaos it's become.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll go with that.
I think that's organized chaos. You like that?
Yeah,
I think that's a big chance, or a big part of why they've been able to hold on to this lead. But there's still 3 minutes to play. FaZe absolutely able to bring the comeback in, but it's just, honestly, very little points kind of earned from either team because of how many neutrals there have been.
You still have Dylan towards the back. You see, he's just trying to be a nuisance. He is getting hunted, though, just able to get inside, trying to creep around. They're hunting him.
Yeah, spotted. He's got Deddy. Yeah, I would say BZ has to have Deddy because he is not reacting to his steps as well.
And it always feels like the better teams that we've watched on Petro, they get set up in this position where you finally have a breath of fresh air. You have B and C. You can put some pressure on A. We'll see if London can get out of this, because this is the setup that FaZe wants.
How long can they actually hold him in? It's been something we haven't seen either team really do.
Yep.
But here a chance to do it. 2 players, maybe 3 still up around B. Can anyone from FaZe get in? Not going to be the case as 4 are going to drop. Simp going to be the lone man in a position to maybe shut it down, but the neutral comes in on B. So the CB control is not going to last that long, and they're going to get right up the hazmat on the Riverside quickly as Wuskin, Rated, Scraps, all lock it down. Spawning all the way out towards A, that number 7, that's going to be Simp, who spawns all the way out across the map. Was curious to see how he's going to play this. It looks like he's going to take it maybe back towards B, but he's going to get caught.
I mean, now with 90 seconds, I mean, London's just trying to play as scrappy as possible, right? They're just trying to neutral flags, just waste the time of Atlanta FaZe. They have an 18-point lead, and pretty soon Atlanta, they're going to at least need 2 in a neutral. The pressure starting to hit for FaZe as the lead continues to grow.
Well, their only vulnerability, the one map they've lost, a Dom. If they've shown weakness anywhere, it's the only thing you can maybe point to. And a chance to drop their second map, and it's looking that way as London clutch up and push this series deeper once again. Wuskin leading the way at 22 and 16, but all over the caps. I mean, Dylan, man, look at him, 9 objective plays to his name, Rated right there with him as they're the ones pushing the tempo.
And now it has to be a 3-cap. It has to be a 3-cap from FaZe. This is going to be their last chance to see a few players thinking about going towards A. That's going to be a BZ. He's going to have his plate full. He's able to win 1. Dylan is there. They have to go. It's going to be a little staggered. But even with the 3-cap now, it is impossible for FaZe. So London, they're going to stay alive.
And I'm glad that London were able to get this map, because even if they were gonna lose this series 3-0, it's like a tough pill to swallow, because you play them very tough on each map. But now they're able to come in, take the Dom. You know you had a chance to beat them in the hard point. You know you had a chance in the search and destroy as well. So I think if I'm London, I'm thinking going into map 4, we could be up in this series. Like, we have a chance to be up 2-1. We just haven't been able to close out. But here, they seal the deal. Map 3 goes to London. They're still alive.
They stay alive. And I believe next, I think we have Gunrunner followed by Gunrunner if we do go to a game 5. But we know FaZe has just been so darn good on Gunrunner hardpoint.
They have. I mean, if we get there for the map 5, I talked about Scraps multiple times today. Like, every single time I've seen him there, he's been lights out. You and I have played against him in a tournament on that map. He literally destroyed us. He went like 12-0. It was not fun at all. He's nuts on that map. But let's check out the stats now. Wuskin, again, leading the way. And this is what's, well, yeah, the slang's relatively balanced. It makes sense when you got a 14-point game, but no, like, big outliers, right? Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of those plays where that player at C is, like, staying alive and, you know, finding 2 to 3
that
kills.
Crazy hero play.
Right, exactly.
Well, maybe that's why it was a little bit messier than you expect, because when it's just trade, you're going to have a lot more neutrals versus someone making that wild individual play to hold a cap longer than maybe they should have. But yeah, no, that was insane.
Yeah, Dom is, I don't know. I mean,
something, Joe, it's something.
Sometimes I feel like I'm trying to relearn trigonometry. Take me to school, please. I can't figure it out. I just watched the mini-map and I don't know.
It is wild. It is wacky. Yeah, there was one point where I looked at it, I'm like, oh, dude, FaZe is about to 3-cap. I'm like, the next thing I know, it was like a 2-cap for London. I'm like,
I don't even know. Yeah, I think we just do full-on listening for 10 minutes. I'm down.
Oh, you get a shot at both teams, though, as they get ready for the map 4. But I want to talk a little bit about the 4. We're getting closer to Sunday. We've had 7. This is our 7th best of 5. Like, we've had a lot of matches. 8 best of 5s is like as many as I can remember since, well, like G3 or something, like going all the way. What was that? No, that wasn't G3. Was that G2? We had the one Gfinity event where I remember talking to Bryce Tackler about. We did like 11 best of 5s. It was an insane day.
You know, like past, CWL events where, I mean, it's like 6 or 7 was
6 is usually the most, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're hitting 8. We're pushing it.
Yeah, we're ripping through it. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the broadcast, but I do want to take a look at the brackets to remind you of how, the groups have gone thus far, because we're nearing the end of group play. We do have a couple matches tomorrow, obviously, to solidify our final 2 teams that will get into our semifinal matches of the bracket, but actually, I think the map's ready. I thought we were going to have to hop into and do a quick overview of the day, but the players are ready to go. So we want to get you back to the action as quickly as possible, and we'll get right into Gunrunner. You mentioned right before this, the FaZe has been so good here. Why do you think, well, they've been good just about everywhere, but what about this map makes them strong?
I mean, obviously, just due to the size of the map, right? Submachine guns, we talk about the tiny terrors, they're so good, but it's all about those rotations, and it just feels like Atlanta FaZe, they know exactly what they want to do on the map, they do it together. This one I can understand. I can do this one.
Yeah, that's good to know, because you are my expert, Joe, and I need you. All right, Atlanta up 2-1. Looking to close it out. London desperately trying to get this to a 5th and final map. Dylan's got his work cut out for him. Going up against the tiny tears. Needs to mimic that. Be like the EU tiny tear if he can. But the opening break looks good from FaZe. And they'll hop right into the point. Wuskin peeks for a second, and Abizi puts a bullet between his eyes. Abizi is going nuts around Cargo. This a position. But his movement, he can finesse so well.
And I like that they're just staying alive right now. They know that just going 1 by 1 will not flip the spawns. They need a good team push. So you see Abizi, some of his teammates go down. He's just trying to stay alive. They're getting some early time on this first hill. So that is fine. They know it's just going to be difficult to try to break into that depot. I like that patience, but now at 20 seconds.
Well, it's similar, Joe, like you mentioned. Talking about hack being how you had the favorite spawn for FaZe, and I expect an early lead. Similar here from London, right? Like you have, you're spawning your sword second, and Selim is getting his knife hot and dirty. He's able to finish another one as well, but this is where Ravens should be able to push out to some semblance of a lead early. They can't get broken early.
Yeah, and I don't know if they will. Rated, he's going to find 2 kills. That's going to allow them to push up train tracks. Are going to be some very close spawns, so Atlanta FaZe, they're going to have this pressure. Jordy's going to pounce. I thought he almost connected the hipfire onto the second. So far, so good for London. But here comes the next wave. Yeah, 4 on one side and Simp on the other, going for a bit of a pinch towards that side door. And he gets in. Simp actually gets 2 kills. Can they hold from inside, or is it too much from FaZe? Dylan trying to do what he can, but they've done enough to at least contest for now. And then the re-challenge from Selim allows them to gain control.
And that'll get them about, what, 20 seconds or so? If you're London, though, it's not the end of the world. No, give up that rotation. You got your 27 points. Try to set up for next. These are the fights that are crucial. And Selim has a great start at 10-3, but on the other end of it, Priesta, one of the best players in the world, is 0-9. Pretty uncharacteristic
we saw
from him.
that search, right? He was like 0-1, like 4 rounds in. Some...
Maybe it's a little off his game right now.
Not an opening for London, but similar to what we saw with like Chicago and Minnesota at this third hill. London have a great early setup, but it's just too easy. Priesta, he finds his first 2 kills, followed by another 2 from Selim. That's going to, well, flip that switch.
They'll get right into the hard point. Yeah, just on cue, Priesta steps up. Big entry kills to get into the point. Behind the smoke, though, look at all the kills going to London. Behind the smoke play, they're able to burst on through. Last guy here is going to be Priesta, as he chains together, too, to keep the contest alive and well. Shots now looking on point. Priesta not struggling anymore. The help from Selim comes through as well with 5 seconds remaining. They'll start to think about the rotation over. Major Maniac's already going to be there. He gets cut down almost instantly, but you've got green and bathroom control from FaZe and a chance for a nice pinch.
Yeah, Sim's just thinking about the nice hill at Warehouse. He's just trying to flip those spawns. You still have Priesta over by Minecart. Selim continues, 17-5. He was just on a 6th spree at Minecart. We talked about the flex players. We were really, focusing on RCs for Chicago. On Atlanta, it's Selim.
I think if you watched the CWL last year, yes, there weren't some great finishes from Selim, but you saw the talent. You saw what was going to be coming over the next 5 to 10 years from this guy.
One of my favorite players to watch. And we talked to preseason predictions. He was my pick for MVP for the entire year this year. So I'm happy right now.
He's got the chance for it, that's for sure, as he gets triple positive at 18-6. Now, you mentioned the focus of FaZe to try and flip those spawns for Warehouse. They were never able to do it. But that's good for Ravens, because you need a hold here. You're down, what, around 60. This is where you chip away at it. But here comes FaZe, ready to pounce. One's going to spawn out, so they were gifted a pinch. That's going to be Dylan, who should have the world in front of him, and that's going to be frustrating for your FaZe. You go to collapse, he spawns about 10 feet behind you, and Dylan gets 2 easy picks. So that delays that first push that I thought looked so good. Dylan spawns deep, it might have been more favorable. Like if he spawns in the back, but spawning directly behind him, that just spelled disaster.
Yeah, well, right after that, Sim, he's able to get 2 kills behind aBeZy. The pressure's already here from FaZe. The contest is in, Sim's in. Sim's able to find 2, but his teammate gets taken down. But that gives his team an opening, and it's his duo and aBeZy. It's his turn.
Jerb went on a 5 spree through that, but just not enough to hold on. Who wins the big one-on-one? It's going to be Priesta. Priesta wins the one-on-one inside the site.
He was 0-8. Now he's 11-15.
Yeah, I think he woke up. Big response from Priesta as FaZe still control the game. Now, let's get into our second set of rotations with FaZe up 50. In green, still going to be Priesta.
Major Maniac, he's able to flip the spawns for next as well. You saw he was all the way on the other side of the map, gives them spawns for second.
And I think Priesta dying, that doesn't matter. Like, maybe prevents a fluky spawn, right? Just get him out of green, just hold this side, just hold right, make sure nothing goofy happens. How much of this time can you get if you're the Ravens? They're doing an excellent job thus far. Priesta picks 1 out of the hard point, but there's still another one there to pick up the slack, and now they're trying to push on through. They're trying to get an early foothold towards this hard point. It's Scraps, the one that might need to make the play. Not able to do so. The pinch comes in. Major Maniac takes down his teammate, but Scraps down with him. But how close a game this is going to be once this hard point finishes. Waskin's still in like the midst of enemy lines. Well, if I say that, he drops. It's Celium up top doing him dirty. That's 3 in a row for Celium from the top catwalk.
Yeah, just such a strong position. Right, there's so many different timings. He can peek the window, back on up. He continues 5 in a row, already up to double positive, 25-13. And guess what? He can just go to the other window. Help his teammates out on the other side.
Think how frustrating this is to try and find him. Because it's not like it's just him. There's 4 other players running around bottom they have to worry about as he's just hitting them from the top rope. 7 in a row for Celium. It'll end there as London gets through with 20 seconds left, and that's going to be the FaZe chance to rotate.
It's a big one-on-one. Dylan's not going to be able to get across, so Major Maniac, he does his job now. He buys time for Simp to get in a position. Waskin, he's waiting for his teammates on the other side. So London, I mean, they do a pretty solid job on those first 2 hills. I mean, it's now down to a 20-second lead. Well, it stayed right around there.
How quickly can Ravens get in? There's a pinch coming through. I think the pinch might get caught. It was Jerd that had the timing, but there's still 1 more player deep. Rated on a 5 streak right now. We'll get over to his POV as he tries to chop him down, but aBeZy gives him the strafe. London has been able to get into the hard point, though, at least for now. 30 seconds left. They can bring it to just about a tie game if they can get the remainder of this time, but FaZe still throwing forces at it.
Yeah, right, you're going to crates next. They know they can hit this scrap time, and they will. aBeZy behind his 3. This should be the scrap time.
They still want to hold left anyway, right? Like, who cares? Just flood it, flood it, flood it. It just feels like every time the Ravens get close, like every time they bring within like
there's another hill,
10 to 20, another good hold from FaZe. They just push it out again. They can't like eclipse that hill, that 20-point margin. They can't get past it. 32-18 from Celium. Are you kidding me?
Well, 33. He's going to find a good timing. Now, I thought Waskin was going to snap on him, but he's just a little too fast. So he's going to earn some time. And yeah, I mean, you talked about it. For London right now, you have to get to this time, but then you have to worry about next as his streak continues.
6 in a row. 36-18, approaching the 40 bomb. And he should get there, unless they close it out too quickly. Scraps finally shuts down the hot hand of Cell. But perhaps the damage has been done. Down 60 now as Ravens try to rally. Simp waiting at the edge. Up to the task with the first gunfight, and he goes back in for more. His Major Maniac, his teammate needs over the top, alleviates some pressure for now. There's the trade. And who's left standing? It's FaZe. Who didn't finish it, didn't finish it. That's one of those where you're just thinking about the next gunfight.
That's fine because you have Simp right behind him and he's able to find 3 kills. And now you see how far FaZe are pushed out. They can deal with this first wave. In London, they just have to go. 20 more seconds for FaZe to close this series out to get them into the tomorrow's semifinal.
I thought Cell was getting that 40 bomb, but he hasn't gotten a kill since.
There's still 4 people right in front of him. You never know.
Just get all 4. Just get all 4. Not going to happen. Can't snap as Dylan comes flying on through the doorway. 10 more points needed, and FaZe are into a semifinal at their home series live in Atlanta. Do or die for the Ravens, though. They're doing everything they can to hold on and at least see another hard point.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect from here. And then you go to a middle hill, which we know how scrappy it is. It's going to be tough, but they're still in it.
They all spawn vent side. They're going to be flooding on through. They line up perfectly for Ravens. Cellium there with the 39th. Looking for the 40 bomb. There it is, 40 on the board for Cellium. What a map it was as he dominates in just 3 more ticks for a FaZe semifinal. They haven't been able to do it yet. It's a triple from Scraps that keeps them in the game. Still a ton of time on this hard point, but
I mean, if we can get to second, London has a chance, but that's going to be 2 down.
Can he get there? Can he get there?
There's a contest as well. They have to get Cellium off. Cellium, the contest is still in, pulls the knife out. Is he able to connect? He just keeps swinging. Just 1 more point apiece. It's his turn. There we go.
The 40 bomb from Cell and the 3-1 victory for FaZe as they move on to the single elimination bracket. Tomorrow they'll be the only team to lock in other than Huntsmen. Who would have thought? The 2 favorites coming in, they're rearing and ready to go on Sunday.
Sometimes, I mean, we always have those storylines, right? And sometimes those teams just never match up. They never do, right? You just talk about it, it never happens, and we'll see if it will happen. Still some games to go, but here is those stats from the game number 4. Yeah, I mean, we touched on the 40 bomb, and I mean, he was the only player positive on the side of FaZe.
Both hard points. Cellium was the only positive player for FaZe, and they won both hard points.
It's wild.
I mean, not that, I mean, they're basically around even, but still, I mean, it's worth pointing out.
I mean, London was in it. London was in this series.
They played them very, very tough. FaZe looked vulnerable at times, but they get the 3-1 victory. On stage, we got Major Maniac.
We do indeed. It's time for your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation, and I'm really excited to talk to you right now because, look, you lost your 2nd map, period. That's the 2nd map that you guys have lost in the CDL so far. What does that say about the Ravens to you?
I mean, we came in this knowing that they're a good team. There's just a lot we have to work on for domination. It's been a little sloppy for us, but I mean, I'm sure over the tournament and over time, we'll get a lot better at the game mode, so.
Yeah, the other map that you did lose was a dom. It was to New York. But let's talk about how good you guys have looked, because all of a sudden, you know, you start looking at the stats. We're finally getting more numbers from you guys. Coming into this one, obviously, we hadn't seen as much from you guys, so you had like a 14-0 KD and S&D setting the record for a little while. But searches look phenomenal. Respawn has looked phenomenal. Do you feel like you guys have a weakness?
Any team has a weakness. We just been working really hard, especially at home, watching VODs, scrimming, and just going over those little mistakes to get better and play situations better. So when it comes to these game modes and this tournament setting, we're playing it flawlessly. So,
you know, you got to watch the Huntsmen quite a bit. Before we got here, everybody starts talking about this matchup to see who the best team potentially is in the entirety of the CDL. You've watched some of their other series. Do you think you have what it takes to be able to take down the Huntsmen?
Oh, 100%. We watched them win London, and they're a great team. Going into that event, we kind of figured their weakness was search and destroy, but they played the game mode very well. So I think that series is going to be a great one to play. I mean, I'm excited to play it. The whole team is, and I know everybody else here is excited to watch it as well. So.
I know I'm excited to watch it. Definitely am. We got some more Call of Duty to watch. We're jumping to a quick break. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you when we return.
like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Grubhub, restaurants you love, delivered. Hello friends and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Now, last year we saw the rise of E United, who can forget it? A team made up of hungry up-and-coming talent like Sim and Abizi, led by veteran leader Clayster. Now along with the twins, our cities and Pristini, their hard work paid off in the form of a world championship. Unfortunately, that's where their run would end, as the team splintered off to different organizations in the CDL. With the exception of Clayster, they all find themselves in Atlanta this weekend, ready to share the stage once again, but this time from opposite sides.
E United are your 2019 champs!
To win something is important and something only around 25 players have done. There's something special.
Not a lot of people thought we could do it. I don't really think anybody thought we could do it except for us.
The fact that the last few years of champs, we had the potential to take it. Winning champs was a really nice way to finally get that behind us.
Sim really was the big bang.
Luckily, we had a roster spot open up and we were able to like plug him into the roster, and then we saw immediate success from there. And you know, a lot of that's attributed to him. To win Call of Duty championships, it proves to me that I made the correct decision to continue competing.
It meant so much for us. We put in an extra hour every day, 7 days of the week.
And I can't say enough about Abizi and Sim. They're like the up-and-coming talent right now.
We just became people that were literally always putting on the pressure in game. Some people just couldn't stop us.
You know, Clayster getting wins once again, all of us getting our rings for the first time, my first year competing. It was always like a dream of mine to even compete and to win champs is something insane.
To hoist a trophy, best feelings in the world.
When the team broke up, I felt, obviously I was sad because we won the 2 biggest events last year.
We all knew it was bound to happen. We all knew we had to go different ways just because I don't think an org could have got all of us what we wanted from them.
Me and Simp wanted to stick together because we were like the best SMG duo last year.
Abizi and Simp, the Tiny Terrors, the world champions, back-to-back MVP.
It just kind of sucked. We weren't able to test out. We were going to be able to stay consistent through and, you know, become a dynasty.
Honestly, it's just good for all of us for like every facet of our Call of Duty careers. It makes me proud, makes me really proud of us.
I think even winning champs kind of just solidified our friendship.
I feel like they missed me too.
Hey guys, just wanted to shout out to the old United team and say good luck this year.
We wish you guys nothing but the best.
It's gonna be fun going up against you guys on the stage.
But good luck taking me down this year.
One possible dynasty has been broken up, but there are many new ones on the horizon, I am very sure. Some incredible gentlemen right there on your screens, all gone different paths, but nonetheless find themselves back in the same situation, just on the other side of the stage. Now, we are gonna be back after this quick break with some more incredible gentlemen on your stage and on your screen. We got Mutineers versus OpTic LA. We will see you guys in a bit.
Download free now.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense to the hero. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
Hello and welcome back to the best nightlife Atlanta has to offer. It's the Call of Duty League, of course, and we are here with one incredible match setting up right now. Mutineers versus OpTic LA. We're going to start with our game fuel keys to victory, of course, and it's going to be Florida up first, Nameless.
Yeah, they need to increase their pace overall, right? You see a lot of teams that are having success, they have that stable AR, but their subs are applying a ton of pressure. So you're going to need players like Havoc, like Frosty, to step it up, to increase their pace, and then they can be a dominant team in Respawn. Honestly, they have some great players.
They do indeed. They do indeed. We're going to move on right now. Game fuel keys to victory for OpTic LA. These guys have a lot of work to put in right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before their last match, how JCap needed to be the player with that 1.0 to play well, but TJ had an abysmal performance map one. It seems like the chemistry is off for these guys. They need to brush off that last loss. There was a lot of talk around the community that they improved a lot in their scrims online, and they did go up against FaZe, so this is the true test, right? If they've improved a lot online, they should be able to dominate Florida. Florida hasn't looked like the most formidable opponent. This is an OpTic team with so much talent that they should be able to destroy Florida.
I'm really hoping that this is the game where they start to step up and kind of set a momentum for themselves. I feel like some of these teams have, since the start of the season, brought that momentum and have continued it throughout all of their matches, and OpTic haven't yet even set their pace at all. They haven't even turned the car on.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams like Ultra look a lot better here and teams making that improvement, and OpTic just hasn't been one of them. So, you know, going up against Florida, they should be able to win this on talent alone. If they lose this, then, like, you got to be concerned about these guys. You got to start thinking about making a change. They have some of the best substitute players in the entire league.
I literally was about to lean into the same thing. I think that this is a squad, if they don't look good here, you start looking for a sub, and then beyond that, you think about, I mean, substitute player. I think you start looking at a substitute player, then beyond that, I think you start thinking about potentially making the first trade that we've seen in the CDL. There's a really good player right now on the bench for Seattle. I think you try to pick up an Abel and you try to trade JCap. Personally.
Yeah, that's the thing about OpTic is like they have players that are desirable for other teams, so they actually can make plays when it comes to trading around. And when you look at some of these other teams that aren't performing, it's like, maybe we can't really trade one of our players because nobody wants them. Well, that's the thing about OpTic. They're talented. It's just tough that they can't put it together at this point.
And if you look at the stats right now, I've got a list of stats here for these guys. 25% match win percentage. That is the lowest which we actually have at CDL, of course. And they do have 0 points on the board. That surely has to be so pressurizing for these guys to then turn up, because there's already so much talk about them being this new OpTic Gaming roster and having that kind of legendary status to carry with them, and that they're not the real OpTic. But I mean, they're not really producing what they should be.
I'm going to make a visual representation here, right? Sometimes everything's going to look really good on paper, right? You can have a bunch of really good pieces. Look at how I dress, right? Everything individually, I think we would say is pretty great, right? But
how you dress?
Yeah, but then sometimes you put it all together, right? And then it's like, wait, what's going on here?
Oh, I don't know what that is. A shot. Are those Ninja Turtle shoes? Like,
wow.
Yo, oh my gosh. But the thing is sometimes you put it all together and it just doesn't work at all. And I think that's what we're seeing with this roster. Individually, each piece, fantastic. You throw them together on OpTic, just doesn't.
So it's like Rich's outfit.
So it's like your outfit, yeah. Literally. Oh, that was an absolute perfect way to describe it. That was amazing. OpTic LA are like Rich Campbell's outfits. I've got to take it over now to Ben and Charles. I want to know, would you agree with that analogy?
Honestly, as much as we hate Rich's outfits as much as everybody else, I actually disagree. I really do. I think you have to take a couple of things into consideration. OpTic Gaming, who have they played? They played 2 of the best teams in the league and a Paris Legion squad, which at times looked like they could be one of the best teams in the league. So for me, I think, yes, OpTic Gaming has started slow, but the level of competition they have played is just tough. It's just unfortunate, if you will. Yes, they sit at 0 points. This is more than likely where they turn things around.
Yeah, like the dust hasn't settled for the team. I think I might have heard Rich. Maybe I'm crazy. He says
he said it.
He's talking about trading JCap, and that's like super early. Like he could come out and thrive in this series and make a lot of plays. Like the pressure's on him, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, but it's not like TJ's played great either. Like they are struggling as a team consistently for everyone across the board. Statistically have not been great. I think Dashy's stats look okay, but if his stats are okay, that's horrible for him. Like you need more out of the entire team, but with the level of competition, maybe we haven't seen enough. Maybe things will start to turn around here.
And on the flip side for Florida, you look at their record. Yes, they sit with 10 points, just 1 win. But for me, it's the subs on Florida Mutineers, the SMGs. We need more production from them.
And I will say, I'm not convinced it's an entirely sub problem as well. There might be some speed issues with the ARs, but with how lopsided some of these players' KDs are, obviously there's some just team orchestrated issues in Respawn right now for Florida. So this would be a great series for us to take a look at both of, to figure out where they stand. It'll give us a clearer picture.
Completely agree. Well, game, of course, underway. OpTic Gaming with the first 15 seconds of hill time. Still 40 seconds left. Frosty's hit the flank, though. And TJ, he's going to have to be careful. Frosty should be able to pick this kill up. Of course, he doesn't want to just needlessly throw away his life. He's also controlling that rotation towards P2. Dashy's going to challenge. Frosty says thank you very much. Can he find number 3? It's Quavo. Shuts him down.
Quavo with a nice little shutdown, and of course, OpTic Gaming, a nice little lead they've been able to put up for themselves with the rotation. It does look like Florida's going to have the strong advantage to the backside of the hill, and this is the kind of plays we need. Havoc's got to heat up a little bit. He was able to find 2 before he falls. He saw Frosty getting a couple as well, but you're going to need to have a good hold because OpTic just had one of the best first hard points you're ever going to see on Armazo.
Rotation now starts to come through. It's the Florida Mutineers that do have control early. But watch out for a fast break from OpTic Gaming as they apply pressure to the backside of the map. Quavo leading the charge, and this is where that pressure could come in very, very quickly. I don't know if Florida's going to be ready for this. A pinch is coming in as well, but no, there's the nade. Mox shuts down TJ. Slasher for the trade. OpTic Gaming currently contesting. Now Dashy's there to support as well. This is a great stop for OpTic Gaming, but now can they find the kill? Skies with an important win. He actually gets 2. The trade comes through, but OpTic Gaming have flooded the hill and now have control.
Just enough, the perfect break that you're gonna need. And look at a couple players. It's JCap who is being targeted. He's 5-1. TJ's got 5 kills right next to him as well. So a nice little start out of both of those players. And OpTic Gaming with a strong hold. 20 seconds left. They should be fine to get that, and it comes down to the rotation.
Hey, Rich, you still want to trade JCap? 6-1 start, 3 streak right now, 40 seconds of hill time. JCap doing everything for OpTic Gaming so far, as now we rotate over towards P3, being Wolf in the driving seat.
Well, Havoc with a nice 2 big kills to try to get the shutdown on a couple players. You do have a very big rotation. A lot of map pressure right now on the side of Florida, and that means OpTic Gaming needs to take their time and get the 1 clean break. But Bertini actually holding it down on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Frosty inside of the hill, trying to hold it down, well, from the hill itself.
Frostini's found himself in a very nice little spot here. As OpTic Gaming rotate, he should be able to find a couple of kills or not. Slasher shuts him down very quickly, and Havoc's left now trying to trade out those kills as they come. There's one. Quavo will fall. Florida Mutineers now getting themselves back into this game. And that's exactly what a full 60 can do. We talked about it earlier on, Chance. The way Hardpoint works this year, so often when you see a team with a lead, it just disappears before you blink of an eye.
Well, you do talk about the full 60, but TJ and Quavo actually go off to get into the hill. TJ had to win a couple big one-on-ones to make it happen, but with the close spawns, maybe Florida able to chip away and get a little bit of that scrap time. But whether or not that's the case, OpTic Gaming still a very solid lead so far in this game. And you talk about the rotation, it's Quavo. He's over there by himself, and well, a man for Florida, Mox, is working his way around back, but OpTic should be set up to get this early time.
Quavo, he's patient, should find one here. Mox is just trying to hold the back of the map, blocking OpTic Gaming spawn and potentially allowing Florida to spawn on him. And Quavo now gets the information, tags him up, but Mox scrambles away. That fight now is going to come in the front of the new hill. The score 122 to 50. 35 seconds left. Hardpoint, Jacob attacks the stairs. There's one. Prasini will fall. Jacob really having a great game so far. 12-4. Again, a minute hill time as well. Jacob taking over the game.
JCap, Mr. Do-It-All, he's killing the game right now, Ben, and you're slated against some of the best competition in the game. Your stats might look bad, but that means you need to perform at some point. He is delivering just that. And OpTic Gaming, 80-point lead. It's going to continue to rise with that 10 seconds, so final bit of scrap time. But once again, Florida, I mean, they've had 2 good rotations really so far. They are going to be set up over by tunnel. They got a man already in gun. They have a man number 3 on the map, Havoc. He's going to be the cutoff guy to watch the mid-map flank. That means Skies just gets to hang out in the hill.
This is now where you really want to see Florida get a bit of time. Managed to come back a little bit. Mox having a slow game so far, 5 and 6, 13-second hill time. Really not had much to do so far, but Skies at the back will find one. Bravo putting pressure. Frosty there for the trades, though. He'll find 2. Good hold so far from Florida. This is exactly what they need.
Good hold so far, but OpTic Gaming, you see just all the pressure in the world. They managed to get players to creep through and get all the way in the back. You block those spawns, and then the break will eventually come through. So very nice job by OpTic Gaming, who, well, are going to be poised up to take these final 20 seconds to effectively extend their lead. Anytime Florida has had that early rotation, OpTic Gaming eventually will break through and make the hill a 50-50. Anytime OpTic has been getting that early rotation, it's just been dominant.
Yeah, it's really the tale of how game 1 has gone so far. Dashi spots out Skies cross map, but he'll win that gunfight. Meanwhile, Slasher maybe left to support his teammate inside the hill. That's going to be JCap. He has his angles. Jacob doesn't necessarily need to challenge, but he's feeling confident, as you would with his current stat line of 16 and 7. Now being able to push forward. Slasher, of course, will pick up that hill time. He'll find 1 to his name as well. OpTic Gaming putting on a clinic here in game 1.
And if you talk about the stat line, this is absurd from Florida. You have Mox with 15 total engagements. You have Frosty with 18 kills. It's not as if Mox is the one sitting inside the hill. That's actually going to be Frosty as well. You just have one man on the team that is so much like he's just not there. Right. I don't know where he is on the map. We've seen him at times like he's the one blocking spawns and like doing his job, but overall the productivity from the team as a whole is not there. There's some sort of issue with this.
I mean, you mentioned, is it a pacing issue? Well, I think that's your answer, right? When you look at the engagements that Mox is having, it's just nowhere near the rest of his team. Doesn't help, of course. Frostini's double negative himself at 10 and 20, 15 seconds hill time. They're being outslayed. Just overall, OpTic Gaming, the way they've rotated around the map has been flawless, but more importantly, the speed of which they're breaking these hills is just impressive.
I mean, they're making it look too easy. And just to harp on the kind of the pacing thing for Florida, like, I don't know if this is strategies that they've talked about and they want Mox doing these certain things on the map, but if that's the case, it's not like it's really paying dividends for the team right now. Like, especially on this map, they've been getting completely bullied out. So I just think it's something they really need to take a deep dive into, something to reevaluate. But of course, for OpTic Gaming, keep it full speed ahead. Things are going well. You got Slasher in the back. You got TJ popping kills all over the place. Just build that momentum further and further into the series and try to end this game as quickly as possible.
This is the OpTic Gaming. I'm sure the OpTic LA fans want to see a dominant one at that. 100-point lead as things stand with 15 seconds left on this hill before we rotate. TJ's picking up a double. The scrap time belongs to him. You can see on the minimap teammates already rotated as well. OpTic Gaming should close it out here.
Looking to close it out, try to get these final couple kills, maybe even pad the stats just a little bit more. You see the surge of players from Florida trying to cut through mid-map, and a couple are getting by, but now you got Slasher just going to come up and shoot a couple up in the back. The damage done to help his teammates just a little bit. See if they can get the cleanup kills, and Quavo and TJ trying to be able to do just that. Holding on the hill, 10 seconds away, Ben, and they will shut this one down for one of the most dominant hardpoint performances we have seen this year.
Yeah, Florida do have the spawn, so they'll just delay what feels like the inevitable. Quavo's inside the hill. He was trying to get up close and personal with the knife. Slasher, is he going to try and push? I mean, with just 6 seconds as your win condition, you may as well fly forward at least a couple more times. Obviously dependent on where you're spawning. When you have that cushion, you can push that scrap time, try and close out the game. It's Quavo who's closest. Now we'll fall to TJ. Can he find the kill? No, he can't. Team kills galore from OpTic Gaming. This game was something we haven't had time to really mention. There's been about 5 or 6 as JCap with the hip fire. There's the triple. Can he find number 4? Doesn't even have time. Where is Rich Campbell? Because you should be embarrassed right now.
28-14, Ben. With a bunch of hill time to boot. TJ sat about in the hill for 2 minutes as well. Just a fantastic game all the way around. We've yet to see a single 100-point club in this game this year. If I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that. Yep. I think we have to have a new 100-point club. If you win by more than 100 points in this year, that's that same level. That's that same level of dominance from year to year.
It is strange that we haven't seen one, but I'm not sure whether that's just maybe the competition overall has just kind of leveled out. I mean, here's a look at our stats from this game. At the top, of course, is the Florida Mutineers. It was not pretty by any means for them. Prestini 12 and 29. Mox picked up the pace a little bit, but it was just too late. 10 and 17 for him. On the other side, as you mentioned, Chance, JCap 28 and 14, a minute 40 hill time, a minute 45 there for TJ, who goes 19 and 15. The other big slayer, as you would expect on this team, is Slasher at 26 and 19. Overall, just a much better showing from OpTic Gaming. I think you get your answers there.
It was clean. It was clean from both teams, or really just from one team, obviously. It's the first time they played Ramaz, or at least that we've seen them this year on LAN. Obviously, they look fantastic at it right there, and now the dust is starting to settle just a little bit more.
Let's take a look at our Scuff Gaming play of the game. JCap, I mean, he's just a slaying machine apparently on this map.
Yeah, pick your play as well with him. Like, he was a highlight reel, genuine towards the end. Like, this is the moment where, like, Slasher actually caught up into him and kills. He just goes in and pops a 4-piece immediately. Clean shots to boot, gets the triple feed, and I was like, oh, Slasher got there just for a moment. Right. JCap takes it right back.
Well, let's take a look at our U.S. Air Force quick scope for this series, the final series of the night. Coming in terms of points in the standings, it's OpTic Gaming on the donut, 0 for them. Florida Mutineers 1 and 2, that gives them 10 CDL points. The game record, though, that really very, very close. 6 and 9, 3 and 9. Couldn't be any closer. And of course, if you are just tuning in, map number 1 over. We'll take a look at our U.S. Air Force maps and modes to see where we'll go elsewhere in this series. And Chance, I guess the big question is, do you foresee this going further than 3?
I think it very well might. Okay, so let's take it map by map. When I think of a map like Arklov, we watched OpTic Gaming play against FaZe earlier. Yes, they lost 6-3, but like they look kind of good while doing it.
And it's FaZe.
Obviously not as good as FaZe, but like a 6-3 loss to FaZe and Search, like that ain't that bad. So I have a little bit of faith in OpTic to put stuff together on Arklov, take the experience they make, and I think they have a good chance of going up 2-0. And I don't know. I don't know if Florida has the bounce back potential necessarily, so I'm not saying it'll be a quick series, but I think it's a very tough battle for Florida to get back in it.
Well, I'm sure many people's dream final of the FaZe versus Huntsmen is still on the cards. Both of those two teams have progressed through to the semifinals. The bottom side losers game you'll see to start tomorrow is going to be Røkkr versus Legion. Royal Ravens with their last victory, or last defeat, and they find themselves in a losers game as well. And they will play the winner, of course, of this.
I wonder if it'll be a great series at that, but I think the CDL points is kind of a more overarching story right now for me. Just when you're looking big picture, like obviously for this series, you lose, you go home, but if you go home with a 0 points or a 10 points, that is going to be brutal, because then you're looking at the scoreboard after this. I mean, Chicago might have, what, 120 points, and you're looking from the bottom up to the top. That is 12 series wins you're going to have to get if you're not the team that's winning tournaments, which neither one of these teams is in that conversation just yet. It will be a massive uphill climb. You do not want to fall short, so this is an incredibly important match for both of these teams.
And again, to touch on that point, we don't know when in the year we're going to reach that point.
It's going to come soon. It's going to come in the next like 3 tournaments.
Which is, yeah, I mean, time is flying, that's for sure. We're ready. 3rd event of the year as we now head over to Arklov Peak. Again, we saw OpTic Gaming on this exact map earlier. Ron, Dashy with the snipe. Of course, he had to go up against Simp. Still looked good in their own right. Yes, they lost 6-3. But for me, I expect OpTic Gaming LA to come out here and close out game 2 as well.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done. They're going to be kicked off on offense first, and actually they're going to be sending quite a few people to A. And look at that defensive setup from Florida. They are making the read. They got players up in the top house, and you got Havoc, I think, just pushing straight through the smoke. He's just going for it. He's going to cause chaos.
Wait.
Behind enemy lines already.
How did he not hear him? I don't know, but he finds a free kill on JCap. Dashy's not going to expect this at all. And that is a very bold and brave round number 1 from the Florida Mutineers. The strat, throw your smokes and fly.
Okay, that's the most crackhead thing I've seen so far in this game this year. That's absurd, and what a smart strat coming in from Havoc. You wonder why they can't hear him. It's because he's standing in between 4 of them. They all think he's like they're hearing each other. Who's going to expect that? Now, next round, you better believe they're going to be prepared for it. But at the same time, this is not the easiest map in the world to flank on. When you flank, you have to check 18 different corners before you get there. The best way to flank, apparently Havoc figured it out, just go straight through.
It's worth mentioning that's more of a cheese strat, if you will.
Yeah, I don't
You're
think
not going to see that every single round. It's just a, hey, by the way, guys, we've prepped something a little interesting for you, and it works out fantastically for Florida Mutineers, now with the lead. 1-0. Havoc found 2, as did Frosty, but there's the nades defensively that come through. Prestini and Havoc both fall. It's OpTic Gaming with the advantage.
Hey, Ben, you know how to stop the aggression? Throw some stuns, throw some nades. It'll stop them right in their tracks. Maybe a good idea for the next round for OpTic Gaming. Obviously, this one, utility paying dividends. You get the free first blood. You follow it up immediately. You're in a 3v5 on offense. You're getting flanked. Everything's happening. Expect this round to end in the next 15 seconds, unless guys goes crazy.
Well, TJ knows now as Slasher falls, he has to maybe pick up the pace just a little bit. Collapse in, try and pinch. And Sky's maybe the first to fall. Yep, there's TJ. That was a relatively obvious play. POV, looking at that minimap. Frosty, though, can he trade it? Well, TJ scrambles away, and the longer he just stays alive is the important thing here. He doesn't necessarily even have to find a kill. It's Frosty left by himself as Mox falls. This for the 1v4, round over. OpTic Gaming tie things up.
And this is something that OpTic Gaming against FaZe actually did very well. It was their utility that won them quite a few rounds. It was the smoke pushes.
So many first bloods with nades.
It was all the nades that are forcing players, if not killing them out of windows. So it really does seem like OpTic Gaming has taken quite a bit of time to try to figure out some of these search and destroy strats. They've had a month or whatever it's been since Minnesota to figure these sorts of things out, and they look pretty well prepared so far.
And that was the rumor, right? Coming into this weekend, it was, well, OpTic Gaming look better in their online scrims. In all the practice, things seem to be improving, and I guess we are theoretically seeing that here. The preparation in search and destroy, definitely something of note. I'm curious to see what we get from Florida Mutineers after that first round. Again, a pretty heavy stack over towards A. Of course, no fast rush so far. Instead, OpTic Gaming on the attacker looking for Dashy to find the pick. Havoc will be traded out, but the man advantage still falls for Florida.
Good trades the whole way around. That puts more pressure on Dashy to find a pick, but nothing on that hill for the moment. Mox the potential first victim of the sniper, but you can see he is barely peeking on any of these head glitches. And of course, he's got Frosty watching over as well. You see the glint of the sniper. It only stays there for a moment. Frosty could have an easy kill in front of him.
He's got to be patient. 40 seconds still in this round. JCap trying to find an opening for OpTic Gaming, and there it is. The pick onto Mox. That now levels the playing field. 3 versus 3. Frosty's Dead Sounds just became available as Dashy actually finds the snipe, so never mind. Frosty falls. OpTic Gaming with the man advantage.
Bomb going down. Well, Dashy's going to have to back away. Pristini's the man that has to make a play. He does. He gets the bomb planted, at least forced to come up, and JCap turns around at the worst time, drops the bomb in the open. Dashy has 10 seconds. He's got to find the kill.
Time ticking. He's got to be quick. Dashi challenging. Will he find the kill? He will! And OpTic Gaming win the round with just a few seconds left. 2-1, the advantage now.
JCap had me nervous. That situation is very much, you either go for the kill since you know exactly where he is, or you go for the plant. I don't know if in comms players were telling him different things, but the worst thing you can do in that situation is drop the bomb in front of the other player. Luckily for him though, Dashi does clutch up. OpTic Gaming bump up the lead, only by a round, 2-1.
Of course, for OpTic LA, they go back on the defensive side. Florida Mutineers, will it be another A push? Can we potentially see B? I feel like earlier on in the OpTic versus FaZe game, there was a lot of B pushes on this map specifically, and well, mid-map is being hit. Well, we're probably going to see B this round as well.
Asking you shall receive. There's a player from Florida that tried to get through very quickly. I'm assuming it was Havoc based on the pass, and he gets chopped down. So nice little man advantage for the Florida Mutineers, but it hasn't lasted in the past. Last round, OpTic did clutch up. They're going to have to do so once again, 2v3.
It's Dashi with the sniper. He's not going to see anything just yet.
3v3. Sorry.
Prestini, he will fall. It's TJ Outskirts that finds him. Dashi gets the second. So you blink, and Skies is now in a 1 versus 3. All the work in the world to do. 37 seconds on the clock. So time will start ticking. He's going to have to start making moves. I think he knows exactly where Slasher is. Well, Dashi's going to call him out. And it should now just be a few moments before he falls.
Nice grenade. Nice little grenade coming in. We talked about the utility from OpTic Gaming looking pretty good. That one's more of a stamp on the round, but not only is it being in a 1v3 that's pretty difficult already, as soon as Slasher gets the information, spots him out mid-map, it becomes just hopeless. You just throw shoulders as many times as you possibly can and just waste time off the clock. Another solid round. The only one Florida's gotten was Havoc. You call it cheese, I call it genius. But either way, something that will not be replicated for quite some time.
There's a quick glance at your stats as well. Quavo leads the way for OpTic Gaming, 5-3. TJ is 4-2. Dashi 3-1 as well. JCap, who had a fantastic game 1, he finds himself 3-3. Smokes, stuns, and nades all thrown out. Over towards the A site, and it's all a very elaborate bluff. Because OpTic Gaming, they've hit big.
Quavo already in a fantastic spot. You hear the doors getting opened up underneath him. The bomb might be able to get planted pretty shortly, and Skies starting to wrap back. Quavo go up top. Skies has got to go hunting. I don't know how loud he's going to be, but it looks like Quavo heard him, turns on him, and gets the kill. First blood for OpTic.
Bomb also is being planted. And this is going to be a very hard retake now. 4 versus 5. As Prestini looks through the window, recognizing not really much he can do. Dashi gets himself in a sneaky little spot bottom middle, but Mark springs into life. He does level it, 4 versus 4, but with 30 seconds, time is of the essence. You've got to go quickly. JCap's covering the window. The trade does come through, though. There's still 2 players for Florida Mutineers that could try and make this happen. Havoc and Prestini, but TJ shuts down Prestini. Now it's all down to Havoc. He makes it maybe interesting in a 1 versus 2. But with no other play available, he tries to hop the bomb up to check it. 4-1 OpTic Gaming LA.
And an interesting setup as well from Florida. Obviously, the very first round when they 4-stacked the A side, it paid dividends. But we watched OpTic Gaming today. They went to B quite a bit. As soon as those smokes come out mid-map, that's been the play every time. Quavo has gone through as fast as he could, and they weren't too quick on the retake. And by the time they have players back, you have 25, 30 seconds on the clock to flood into a bomb site where there's 8 corners you have to check at a time. It's just a very difficult retake on the bomb, but OpTic Gaming know that, and they'll take the round.
You almost feel like you have to react a little quicker in that sense. As you mentioned, you've seen OpTic Gaming play this map earlier on today, where they showed that B strat quite a couple of times, a fair amount of times at that. Again, as we mentioned earlier on, and as I'm sure so many of the other casters they have, with the time changing from 2-minute rounds to 1:30, you just have to be that little bit quicker when it comes to search and destroy, specifically so on this map.
Smokes out on bomb, but Quavo a little bit past. He knows the bomb's clear, but he's able to find that first kill. Havoc behind at least one enemy's line. He's trying to be quiet for the kill. Slasher just makes the read, has it pre-aimed, and it's a free kill for him. Man advantage out.
I'm pretty sure it was Dashi that actually gave that call out to Slasher, so he was ready for that fight to come through. But Slasher will fall, as will TJ. So just like that, when you think things are going well, it crumbles for OpTic Gaming. Everyone gets caught. Florida win their second round. OpTic still with the advantage in the series, though.
think it was Frosty, but whoever it was that won the gunfight on the player just above that little half rock wall, I mean, that's the kind of gunfight that wins you the round. Like Quavo, after he gets that first blood, he's in a tough spot because he's effectively by himself well past the bomb, so eventually he gets dropped, but those are not easy gunfights to win on the player up on the wall. The difference maker, but now we got OpTic back on the attack. They've shown A few times, but even today, they've gone B the majority of their runs.
And again, as soon as you see that smoke, I feel like you have to just adjust quicker. This time it looks as if they will. Florida, as opposed to sending 4 people to A, instead say 3-1-1 will be the setup on the map. Dashi shows over towards the A side. But you can see the presence from OpTic Gaming. They've spread the map, looking for maybe a pick, which could give them license to push.
I would imagine somewhere in their comms they were saying Havoc's going to overextend himself eventually. Let's see if we can wait for the kill. This time, though, Havoc much more patient. So OpTic Gaming, 30 seconds have gone by. Now they have to start making their moves. Not a lot of time on the clock for them to make something happen.
Still a little bit of utility left, but it's going to be TJ surely that will have the gunfight for first blood. Skies just backs away. TJ's at least got a little bit of sight control, but the first blood does come through from Mox. It's JCap that falls. Now can Dashi put himself into a position to find that first blood? Well, Skies defensively is trying to find something. There's 2 players outskirts. There's the first. Quavo shredded. And whilst all this fight is going on, Chance, 25 seconds left in the round. Time has been burned.
TJ has bombed out. It looks like they're thinking about the wrap. TJ's cut through mid-map, and that's because Slash is actually behind him. He got to the house. He's able to find one, but now you should have good information. But Florida is wrapping back pretty quickly. 10 seconds on the clock. You got to kill the man off bomb.
They know. All you have to do is try and check as quickly as possible. Dashi and TJ. Spots 1. That's the kill. Very well played. Frosty, of course, is in support, but look at the play Dashi's made. He should maybe find the first. Not going to happen. Frosty clutches up. Florida get the 3rd round.
Havoc is greasy, man. He's feeling himself as well. That round, I mean, he gets hurt the entire way when he's flanking around back. He is very loud without that dead silence. So the man that was in the corner knew exactly what gunfight he needed to take. But Havoc just shreds him.
Worth mentioning, Havoc, of course, will wait to defuse the bomb, try and build that dead silence. You can see that in the top of your screens there. He's currently at 78%. We would love to start the next round with dead silence available to try and make another sneaky play. He's a sneaky one.
So it looks like at least off the rip, Florida have 2 players with dead silence to kick off the round. I think OpTic Gaming, though, had 3. So you think some pressure's coming on, you can pop dead silence yourself. Quite a few of them are going to be on board. Obviously, if you're looking for a playmaker, Havoc, he's been that guy for Florida so far.
Honestly, I'm looking at Pristini. Not necessarily to be the opening playmaker, but a poor hardpoint, and so far a poor search and destroy as well. 3 and 6 he sits at, but you're absolutely right. It has been Havoc that's been making the opening plays. It was a very sneaky, well thought through first round. And here's a look at Pristini. He will be bomb carrier as well, which may explain why he's had a little bit of unsuccessful moments, but that's a very unsuccessful moment. TJ finds 2. Mox is there to finally trade, but already, with a minute left, Florida, a man down.
Really seemed like right there, they were just hoping someone wasn't going to be in that window.
Yeah, they didn't even check it.
And they guessed wrong. TJ was free 2 kills. Nice little advantage for OpTic Gaming. Some more dead silences coming on board. And on Arklov, it's not easy to wrap this bomb out. And if they do, I mean, it's Slasher. Slasher's behind enemy lines.
How quickly is he going to realize that the last few Florida players have already managed to get site control? So essentially, the flank may be flanked again. And that's what Frosty's looking for. That Slasher is out of there.
And it's just all this wasted time. Like, even if OpTic Gaming
you had to plant.
It doesn't matter, because now you're going to have to plant in a bad situation. They just let Slasher through, try to re-wrap back, and it's just a bad situation that all spiraled off the first 2 kills.
Frosty will find 1. Makes it a 2v3, but now your hand has been shown. JCap will find Mox. And JCap will find the last player as well. OpTic Gaming within touching distance now of closing out game 2.
And there's just no reason for it to happen. It's just not clean search and destroy. Like, whoever that was the second gunfight in, I think it was Mox, like, if the window's going to be open, just wait an extra second before you try to plant. Just watch the window until Mox gets there to get your cover. Like, I don't know if it's a communication thing, if they're just going off the game plan, hoping someone's not going to be in the window, but either way, you feed TJ effectively. Well, 1 free kill, then just has to win 1 gunfight. And in my mind, that almost just, it wins you the round for OpTic.
Bear in mind, heading into that round, it was 4 first bloods for Florida Mutineers, 3 to OpTic Gaming. So in terms of first bloods, Florida's getting them. They're just not converting that first blood into round wins as well.
OpTic Gaming once again, this mid-map push. I think you heard a couple smokes, or at least hit trophies. And well, Frostini, he's going to have a nice little first kill on Quavo. He's able to stay alive for the moment. Does get traded out though, but he has slowed down the push.
Frosty gets himself 2. Dashi looks to try and trade. Luckily for him, JCap is there, but JCap will fall. Dashi now for the improbable 1 versus 3. He's been spotted, he's been hunted down, and Florida down but not out, staying alive here in game 2.
And Frosty is gunning people at this point. We like flipped to him just like a split second too late, but he probably had 1 easy kill. I think it was on Pristini, and then Slasher just didn't win the gunfight, man. Didn't win the gunfight in Florida. Lived to see another round. They're going to need 2 more in a row. They've had problems getting stuff going together on offense, but like frankly, even last round, like they were able to get clearance over towards the site. It's just the little small things they're screwing up on right now.
You talk about Frosty, 9-5 as it stands.
Heated up. He was on a 5 spree the round before.
So playing very, very well, but is it enough to potentially see a round 11 here in game 2? Frosty with the snipe out. May find the first pick. OpTic going to show though. Prestini finds first blood. That's 2 rounds in a row for him. Skies follows it up as well. Florida, they're now in the driving seat to close this one out and force a round 11 unless JCap has something to say about it. There's one, almost found the second. Havoc saves the day in that gunfight. And still, the advantage for Florida Mutineers in this round.
Oh, they know exactly where he is now. As soon as you drop from that high up, you get heard from players on different maps. There were players in the pro lounge right now that are screaming on a different map that just heard Quavo land from there. But either way, nice clean round. I mean, you get the first blood, you get the second blood, you get all the kills.
Helps,
Makes it easy. Some rounds you need good strats. Some rounds you just need to gun the opposition. And of course, JCap, there was an opening. Maybe if he finds the 2-piece, but just a bullet off, getting that next kill. And it all comes down to this, man, the round 11.
Have a good round 11. Can Florida stay true? They have the defensive side. For OpTic Gaming LA, it's attacking. Well, looks like it's going to be one of those quicker rounds potentially, as 4 players from Florida started running towards A. 1 will peel away. So again, a 3-1-1 split for Florida. Defensively, for OpTic Gaming LA, it is clear as day. It's going to be an A push.
Trophies saving lives. Kenny has gotten past the mid-mark point. He can get to the Røkkr, shoot the player off bomb, and just like that, first blood is in.
It's too easy. It's way too easy. No one checking. And Quavo says, thank you very much. I'll claim a man advantage. And Skies needs to be careful. Havoc actually finds himself a double. All of a sudden, the round looks very, very different as Frosty finds one as well. Havoc wants to just try and push straight through the smoke. That's 3 for him in the round. And just like that, Dashi left to perform heroics. A 1 versus 4. I think did he spot Skies?
Absolutely.
He could maybe make this interesting. If he can turn this into a 1 versus 2, his teammates will without a doubt call that out. There's Skies, but Skies wins the gunfight anyway! And Florida Mutineers, who were so heavily down, win the round 11 and tie up the series 1-1.
Greasy Gang is here. Havoc and just running through smokes. Name a better duo that map. It was the first round, then in the last round. Just finds his way through smokes. You don't expect him to be there. Finds a couple big kills, and of course, well, Frosty had a fantastic game himself as well.
Honestly, some may call it reckless, some may just call it confident. Doesn't matter, because Florida win map number 2. Havoc, the playmaker. When Florida Mutineers needed him to step up in that round 11, he did just that. A great performance from them. And in terms of the stats as well, I believe he played unbelievably well.
2 double-digit games. I mean, again, we saw Frosty that was going on the tear earlier, and then that last round, Havoc just bumps himself up to catch up. They each got 11 kills, doing a very solid game, but respectable from both sides, I think. It was just Florida that had the ice in their veins.
And a big turnaround as well from Prestini. From 6 or finishes 6 and 8, but it was a slow start. Pulled him out early, and he turned things around. And this series just got interesting. Chance for a moment there, I was thinking, oh, this might be just a simple 3-0. That's not going to be the case. Florida show some life with a round 11 win in the Game 2 Search and Destroy series, tied 1-1. We'll be right back after this.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Final game of the night. Of course, we're live from Atlanta, and it's Atlanta FaZe who have dominated not only their 4 games they've played so far, but all day today. They have looked absolutely fantastic. I want to take a look at our social soundboard presented by Astro Gaming. And it's not just us which have an appreciation. It's Royal Ravens as well, the official Royal Ravens account. They're the best team in the game for a reason. GG's Atlanta FaZe. We lost 1-3, but our tournament isn't over yet. Hashtag 6th Raven. Just everyone appreciates how good the FaZe boys are.
I mean, that's not even the best tweet they had. I think Patter also tweeted out, he was like, hey, we got a round against FaZe in Search and Destroy. Like, we're killing the game right now, but it's a tough team. Everybody knows it right now. FaZe, they're the team to beat.
I want to take a look at our tactical play presented by the U.S. Army coming in from that game number 2. And there's only one play I think really deserves it, and it's one of the best plays I think we've seen so far. Pretty much the entire round number 1 was crazy, Chance. It was nuts.
I mean, it's one of the most absurd plays we've seen this year. It's just, there's no reason to do it. There's 2 parts of this play. It's genius, and it's also so stupid, and I can't believe it worked. Just sits behind. Like, the stuns are late, and it's just...
He actually slides into Jacob there as well, but he finds the first blood. Dashy's like, excuse me, where did you just die from? Dashy falls. Frosty gets the nade. He also gets a second. And just like that, the round's over.
Like, I want nothing more than to hear OpTic Gaming's comms in that moment. Just to hear what they said. I'm like, what the? I'm like, what? How is he there? But again, it is both genius because it worked and also so unbelievably stupid. It's like, if he does it to you, you absolutely hate him for it. If like you're his teammate and that fails, you're talking smack to having the entire time, but because it worked, it's just smart.
It's one of those where if the smoke clears and Dashy's aiming roughly near his teammate, goes, what the hell is he doing there? Could potentially have been pretty poor, but overall, a fantastic round number 1 from Florida. And of course, they take game 2, so we're tied at 1-1 going into a St. Petro dome.
I'm going to backtrack further, just to let it ride. It was poetic as well, just because the finish.
Oh, yeah.
It's like OpTic Gaming does a great job, get the first blood. There's all of a sudden a smoke on the map. You look at the kill feed, Havoc has a bunch of kills. So the same thing. You start in the smoke, and you're just feasting. You end in the smoke. So now, if I'm playing on Dom, throw smokes everywhere. Let Havoc run through.
the one thing I will say going into this game is Florida Mutineers, for me, absolutely need to win this map because their hardpoint KD on the day collectively as a team in hardpoint alone is 0.7. We mentioned pacing issues, we mentioned being outslayed. Hardpoint has not been good for Florida. So for me, they need to lead this series 2-1 to have any chance of seeing it into a game 5 where maybe they win.
And just to give context on what a 0.7 actually means, it's atrocious. Like if one player drops a 0.7, maybe 20% of the time it's fine. The other 80, it's a really bad stat line. If your team is doing that, that's atrocious. That's as bad as it gets. But either way, you know, they'll bounce back then, I'm sure.
Bit of a yikes, I think it's fair to say. And, well, early on in this one, it's Florida Mutineers with a 2-1 hill advantage against OpTic Gaming. But OpTic spawning on the favorable C side of the map. I want to set it over to an OpTic Gaming listener presented by Astro Gaming.
Gate to C.
I spawn back here, guys.
Yellow me.
Yeah. We can't see.
Advocacy. Advocacy.
One more ambi. One ambi box.
Advocacy.
Like 2 by C, I think.
Yo, one stop down here. You jumped out blue court.
Blue court. I get it. Blue court. I get it. I spawn back pool.
Try to cut off first. One's their side first. Backing up. Weak. Yellow.
Hit me in box. Box is street.
Another one C.
The box is street.
I'm gate.
Box is far as street.
I'll see much I have it.
Try to cut off first.
I'm on C. I'm on C.
I can get it.
Then I'll see him.
Another one first on me.
He naded me. Oh, I got it. I got to juke it.
One first, he got back.
One guy spawned on C. We can play B here. We can play B here. Mid, weak.
Gate that. One shot mid, guys. He's mid on me.
I have bro, right?
I'll see mid.
I don't see anything right.
Flash me mid.
I'm top diner, bro.
Be down.
Top yellow have it.
Be down. Onto you.
Alright, I'm top diner. I'll be. You got off for now. I'm B again. I'm be dead.
Ambi weak. Might be pots on this.
More yellow roof.
There, he jumped out, right?
I'm still right.
I need a top yellow.
3 minutes remain in the first side here of domination. It's OpTic Gaming trailing by 6, but they do have a 2-1 hill advantage, so that lead chance will diminish relatively quickly.
And the way this map is really developed, it's obviously the team that caps B first is just going to have the advantage because it's so difficult to get. You hear a lot of the call-outs even from Gavo, just like, hey, now he's on B. Everyone storms and finds the kills. But even more than that, you do kind of want C to be your home flag. A is almost ignored a lot of the time. So OpTic Gaming, if they get an opening, they're going to try to push through. But for now, it's just keep Florida at bay.
I think that's the thing that kind of makes him second-guess himself is just, well, they're winning the fights. There's no need right now to try and push through. But you're absolutely right. As soon as you get the opening, you spring into life. And that's what TJ's done. He puts himself on the C flag. Will he neutral and run or will he stay for the cap? Well, Quabo's watching P1, knowing that that's where Florida are going to spawn, so he has a teammate watching that cut, and it's going to be a trip cap for now. How long can they hold it? As things stand, Florida not earning any points. OpTic Gaming earning a little bit of a lead. It's at 10 points now, but again, it's going to keep on growing. Florida forced to cap A.
And this is exactly what OpTic Gaming wants. You're happy to get the triple cap even for 2 ticks. It's going to bump up your lead quite a bit. You make sure you get the C flag. You're going to leave a body back there pretty much the entire time. And the job for everyone else is to be annoying and slay. And JCap trying to do exactly that. He's able to find 2. He's just being the distraction, keeping these players over at A. He's got a little bit of help in Dashy. And now if he gets the neutral again, this is where the leads can start to get out of control.
Obviously, he doesn't even need to try and stay for the cap, but wanted to do it. Dashy looking for that pick. Florida, of course, won't want the A hill, but they will want at least some points. And OpTic Gaming have had 2 spells now in this first half of domination where they've just completely forced Florida to not earn any points whatsoever. It's now resulted in quite a sizable lead with just 60 seconds remaining in this first side. A almost cleared for OpTic Gaming. B has been capped by OpTic, and C is currently held by Florida Mutineers. And I think they should be able to just diminish OpTic Gaming's work over towards A. So 2-1 flag advantage for Florida.
Well, Florida's going to be happy with it a little bit, but still, if you're able to hold B, that really is the key to it. So someone from Florida is actually on point. Mox, though, is going to fall with the action over on B. That's just going to be a neutralization there, but Florida doing a little bit of damage mitigation.
This is huge. You just want to try and stop OpTic Gaming earning any points for as long as you possibly can. Reduce the lead OpTic has been able to earn themselves. So far, so good. And I love Prestini's play here. Just trying to be sneaky. He's going to find 1, may even find 2nd. Tags up Dashy. OpTic should be able to claim the C flag, but again, that work there from Florida Mutineers was massive. The lead was almost around about over 20 points, and now, I mean, look at the damage Florida's been able to do. It's such a close game when we head into the second half.
In the smoke, though, this is normally where it's Havoc going off. This time it's just trades back and forth. OpTic Gaming do secure B at the final end, but really, you called it correctly. It's the two big plays from either team. It's OpTic Gaming. They get the triple cap just for some brief moments. They open up the lead a little bit. Well, Florida, they bounce back and do it a different way. More of like a being annoying, neutralize the B flag, try to chip away from a different direction, but able to cut the lead effectively in half.
Good first side of domination. Again, I have to reiterate, for me, Florida need to win this game 3 to have any chance of taking the series. You do not think they're capable of beating OpTic Gaming in a hard point. Right now, anyone in a hard point at that.
I mean, at the same time, though, keep in mind, it was Ramaza map 1. Neither of these teams have played it, and if we go to Hackney for map 4, when we go to Hackney for map 4, neither team's played it, not on land. I'm sure they scrimmed against each other, but maybe to be a much more comfortable pick, I would assume, from Florida than Ramaza was.
All eyes on Quavo in the second half from OpTic Gaming, 16-9. He sits a fantastic first half. On the flip side, Prestini, who was 6-13 going into this half, he found himself 1. But again, another slow start from Prestini. I feel like that's been the story at the start of so many years of competitive Call of Duty, where you talk about Prestini sometimes being slow. By the end of the season, tends to be extremely consistent. But he has to find a groove. He has to find that rhythm early on here. Otherwise, Florida overall, when you talk CDL standings, is going to be in trouble.
Could be in trouble, and again, that just ties into the point of, like, you can't afford to have a slow start. This is the one year where it's going to be more important than any other because of the CDL points coming into effect. So both of these teams are going to need this win. Both obviously want to win this domination. And, well, for the moment, it was a neutralization on C, and while OpTic Gaming is putting pressure on there, you got 2 bodies on B for Florida.
And this is interesting because now you have Florida in the exact same setup OpTic Gaming had to start off the first side. A and B locked in, OpTic spawning at C. How long can Florida hold on to this? And when, if the right time, will they push forward towards C and try and neutral, maybe even go for a trip cap, because they are slowly but surely chipping away OpTic's lead. It's now down to just 5 points with over 3.5 minutes to go. TJ springs into life over towards B. Quavo's there as well, so the neutral's going to be very, very quick, but do they stay to cap? Well, teammates are picking up kills, so honestly, you have license to do that now. Florida instantly lose control of B.
Skies, though, able to get the kill in the final moment, and of course, Mox has actually overextended himself. He's behind enemy lines. Yeah, he's able to find the cleanup kill. This is going to spawn OpTic Gaming out at A, but now Mox is going to need help. That means his teammates need to hold B and get the pressure over towards C, and so far, so good. They're doing exactly that.
This has worked out perfectly. B back under Florida control. C now locked in for Florida as well. And it all comes down to winning the next flurry of gunfights, which Florida have been able to do. So Florida, more than likely, will take the lead relatively soon here, Chance.
And again, the B flag is the key to it all. Obviously, you want C as your neutral or your home flag at the very least, but any team that has that middle one is going to have the advantage, not the gaming. They have 3 bodies that have the flag surrounded. Havoc with the cutoff, though. He's going to get dropped off the gaming, though. Need a few more kills before they get clearance.
2 minutes 45 to go. OpTic make their way towards B. The neutral is coming through, and they may just try and stick the cap. They'll do just that. So the lead will go back in favor of OpTic Gaming. And Skies will find 1. He knows JCap should be crossing. Teammate called that out. Instantly snapped over towards that side. Now the assault back over towards B for Florida Mutineers. It's a back and forth game right now, Chance.
And of course, Florida, they're sending a couple players on the flank as well. You got Mox dealing with one end, you got Prestini on flanks on the other.
Well, it's number 9 on the minimap. That's TJ who makes the play. He just splits open the Florida Mutineers defense, finds his way over towards C, forces players to turn around. It was Frosty that gets a double, but it just relieves a bit of pressure over towards B. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Florida push forward, neutralize A. However, OpTic still should be able to reclaim control of that. Just a 4-point lead with 2 minutes to go.
I think there might have been a moment there where you almost had, well, 2 neutral flags, nearly a third as well. But again, Florida doing their best job of just kind of damage mitigation. Now you got Frosty being annoying by A, and he gets the kill as well. Might be able to get the neutral, and now he's got to stay alive.
Well, he knows OpTic Gaming is still going to spawn over towards A, so this is massive. OpTic not getting any points whatsoever. They'll have to cap A with no map control either. Florida need to set up as quickly as they can to defend B, which unfortunately, Chance, I don't think they've really been able to get that setup locked in.
Anybody's game, 3-point difference, and now make it 4 between these 2 teams. OpTic trying to flood in to get the B flag. Havoc through the smoke is able to find 1, does get dropped for the second, and Quavo on the flag. It looks like they have the clearance. They're going to take B right back.
Havoc and Smoke's name a better duo this game, but a big win on the bottom side of the map. That's Prestini. He shuts down Dashi on the other side, so A will be neutraled once again with just over 60 seconds to go. A 3-point lead.
Boy, he actually got naded off the flag, so the nade's coming big for OpTic Gaming, who is still able to hold on to the B flag. Frosty doing everything he can. It's going to be Florida they're going to need to start getting a couple kills on Slang. They got a 1-point lead, and Skies doesn't quite get the neutral, so OpTic Gaming should take it.
And Slasher is huge because he's actually on Florida's side of the B hill, and no one's been able to find him. That's 2 massive kill Slasher was able to get, which deflects pressure off the B hill. OpTic Gaming back with the lead, but it's such a small one. Chance still plenty of time for Florida to turn this around, but they have to go relatively quickly over towards B. Maybe at this point, you even consider overextending to A.
I don't know if you have time. You're going to have to flood. Actually, they have one man that's overextending. It's going to be Frosty trying to make the play just for his neutral, but his teammates have to go big as well. But on B, I think they might have done the neutral over there. Frosty might be able to get this on A. This might be the moment.
Do you stick it? Do you stay? Well, the nade comes through again. 2 nades. It's Dashy this time that shuts him down. OpTic know they have to cap the home hill with 15 seconds left. 142 to 140. How many ticks will we see? Could it potentially tick over for Florida? All they have to do now is defend B with their lives. 143, 142. It will take the tie. 144, 144. OpTic Gaming. They assault B, but there's no time. Or is there? Florida steal. They steal, but no. Draw.
Welcome to the new game, the new year, Ben. This is what happens.
Wait.
And I don't know what the decision needs to be. We've seen it online where you get the 1-point tick, but the game just doesn't count it. And this is a problem I have not seen addressed, so I don't know what the decision is, Ben.
You called it.
I told you this was going to happen.
You said you are a prophet. You are a prophet, Chance. Before this event, you said exactly this would happen. I said, well, it'd be funny if it was us with how close some of our series go. But, I mean, the scoreboard said the actual score, which
and
had
it also
Florida
says
winning.
Draw.
And it also
This is
says
the dilemma. This is the dilemma that, again, it's just...
I mean, here's the thing. If you're up the game, yes, you can dispute because you can say the game says draw, but I mean, you have to take the score into consideration there, surely.
I mean, the score is pretty important.
The players haven't reacted to that, and Florida, of course, celebrate. They get that final tick over, and potentially, we'll find out our official ruling here shortly, steal game 3.
And maybe this is something the players have a better idea of than we do, since obviously they've sent this down the pipeline in the past. Like, we've seen these scoreboards pop up, and it's just, it's something to do with that final tick of just the timing of it and the way the game handles it. But again, we'll get an answer to you as soon as you can, but I guess the one thing we can say is, hell of a close game, Ben. Hell of a close game.
We wait for our official rule. Again, I want to stress the importance on that game for Florida Mutineers. Their overall team KD in hardpoint so far here in Atlanta, a 0.7. It is abysmal. It is not a game mode you expect to see them win. So for me, they have to win that domination, and potentially a 1-point steal is incredible.
And now I'm just trying to think of like what the play of the game would be, because you have so many little moments, moments in the past 2 minutes of like a player for Florida overextending, trying to neutralize the A flag, a clutch nade comes in from over top. That's going to buy OpTic Gaming an extra 2 ticks of not having a neutralized flag. It's just the clips at the end that are insane. And well, Ben, anytime there's an insane moment, you do seem to get a little bit energetic at times.
I've been known to get just a little excited when exciting things happen. That was no difference. I'm getting flashbacks, Chance. That looks very similar to a clip that we already have.
I'm waiting to see if I'm gonna. There's a moment where I realize what's gonna happen.
Wait, do you smile? If you smile, I swear to you do. Look at that smile. It's such a beautiful.
No, yeah, this is me trying to be like, Ben, I told you it was gonna happen at some point.
I am confused.
Today is that day.
You're a genius, Chance. But either way, we love a good close game. Chance, you can wait for another tweet. I'll tweet it out.
I don't want this one.
Another million views. I'll tag you. It's okay.
Okay, this is not nearly as good. Gigante, if you're listening, just please, just don't. Not this time.
Gigante, be kind. He's always listening. He's always watching. But so far, we, again, still awaiting an official ruling exactly what the result will be. You're just tuning in, a crazy domination. I will say that's the best domination we've had all year, and nothing comes close.
I mean, yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, obviously,
nothing comes close.
I mean, what's the closest game we've had after that? Maybe, honestly, maybe like 10 points, something like that. Like, it's definitely not been one that's down to the wire. At least normally when there's 15 seconds left, we know who's going to win the game. This time, the game's been over 5 minutes, and we still don't know. It can't get closer than that, Ben. Literally.
It really cannot. As the series tied currently at 1-1 after that domination on St. Petro, we await the official ruling from the league as to whether it will be a full map replay or potentially, Florida Mutineers going up 2-1. And
I think no matter what happens, all 10 players on the battlefield have lost full.
Potentially.
I can just, this is another situation where like, God, can we do like Astro Gaming listening in like these moments just to figure out like, I want to hear the comms from the players, man. This is the time.
Well, whilst we get everything sorted out. We will be back after a quick commercial break as we wait for the official ruling for what occurred in that Game 3. As things stand, series tied 1-1. We'll be back after this.
Download free now.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the final game of the night here in day one in Atlanta, and what a series we have on our hands. OpTic Gaming LA versus Florida Mutineers. Here's the final 30 seconds of what was a ridiculous domination. Chats, I was losing my mind. What actually happened? I was too excited. I missed quite a lot.
I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to do the math. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who the hell has a flag, is it neutral, what's going on? And I think it was like at this moment, as soon as they tied for this tick, I knew that no matter what happens for the final tick, it's going to say like a tie game. It doesn't matter if they actually tie. It doesn't matter which team is getting the advantage. As soon as you get past that final 5 seconds, you know one more tick is going to come in. So it was after that. In that clip, whenever you see my face light up, that's when the 5-second mark passed. So I was like, today's the day. Today's the day, guys.
And I want to reiterate, when we were doing our prep work for this event, we were talking about domination, and we were just kind of joking about, oh yeah, you know, it'd be great if we had a close dom. We got our close dom, and the first thing you said is, well, there's a chance where, you know, if a draw comes through, full replay, and we're like, oh, what are the odds of that? Just happened. Yeah, that exact thing just happened. You're a guru.
It's just, I mean, it's one of the issues in the game that just like hasn't been addressed. So we're still trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen. Obviously, we'll get our answer in a few minutes. I mean, you got 3 options, I guess. Either they're going to call it a draw, we replay. They're going to say Team A or Team B won. Well, no, they can only. So 2 options.
It's only 2 options.
Yeah, okay.
It's either Florida
options.
won or it's a draw and it's a full replay.
There you go. So we'll get our decision. Then I guess when this happens later in the year, we'll just continue to go with that method sort of thing. But either way, I mean, as you pointed out, fantastic game, crazy ending. You had players that are managing 18 different things at the map at every given time. I mean, some of the comms actually from OpTic Gaming were like pretty calm earlier, where they're just like, hey, we got on B,
right there.
Let's go to C. Oh, at the end, everyone is losing their minds.
I will say, the nade that was thrown several times from OpTic Gaming over towards the A side of the A hill was absolute perfection. It was so good to keep that hill as neutral as long as they did. Honestly, that game could have been pretty one-sided. We'll take a look at how our bracket stands here in the home series, presented and hosted by Atlanta FaZe. It's FaZe in the semis as we await for what could potentially be an epic grand final.
Yeah, and obviously that's the biggest storyline, the FaZe versus Huntsmen, but you have a couple interesting things. The Legion at the bottom, it was the last tournament at London, the exact same thing happened. It was round one, they do get beat, they lose 3-1, then they go into the loser's bracket, get the win, and they have the opportunity to get revenge on the team that knocked them down. At London, it was the subliners. This time, it's Minnesota. So you have Paris, potentially, that might find themselves later on, and they're on the Huntsman side of the bracket as well, aren't they? They might have a storybook kind of ending as well, where they have the perfect circumstances of replicating what they had, but fixing that Game 5.
I was saying, that's the difference, right? When they played the Huntsmen the first time, it went Game 5 and Paris fell short. If they could get that rematch, oh boy, could that be a spicy one and potentially an interesting one as well.
And I haven't paid as much attention to it for like seeing the mirror, but I think London has an opportunity as well of, hey, bounce back at London. You go up like 2-0 in the semifinals, you go over to like the grand finals. They are not quite to that point in the tournament yet, but potentially well on their way.
We shall see. Of course, this currently a game where you're fighting for your lives. OpTic Gaming versus Florida Mutineers. I'm very excited for the OpTic Gaming homestand, by the way. I'm joined LA Gorillas. I don't know, did you see the promotional videos?
I was going to say, whose homestand is it then?
But both. It's both. It's, you know, LA.
But whose is it?
They share the
It's
city.
whoever wins that match.
Whoever goes further in the event. There you go. I think that's how we can design it. But very, very funny. So shout out to all the teams making fantastic content. That's one
Quite a
thing
few of the teams have been killing it.
Absolutely love to see the amazing content by some of the league teams. So shout out to all the producers out there. You guys are doing a fantastic job, that's for sure, as we still await our official ruling. If you are just tuning in, you just missed one of the best dominations you're probably going to see all year, if I'm honest. You're just tuning in a little late, but again, an important game which could really decide the fate of this series. You think about when rulings have come in the past, the one that stands out to me the most is, of course, Minnesota versus Los Angeles Gorillas. You look at exactly what happened to LA, and then all of a sudden, well, they collapsed. And this is a couple of moments ago, one of the officials, I believe, came onto the stage.
I hope, he's explaining it to one of the teams, just talking it over, and I hope it's them talking to Pac-Man. Please be Pac-Man.
Well, there's the ref comes onto the stage, explains the official ruling, which has been made, and he's talking to Florida, which to me could be concerning.
So I'm a body language expert. He's saying, Havoc, dude, that round in Search and Destroy, what the hell were you doing run through the smoke? And Havoc's like, what do you mean, bro? I got through, I got the kill. But I can't tell. I have no idea. They just look completely neutral about the entire thing.
I think the players may know the ruling. We're still waiting to find out. And as soon as we do, we'll get you that information. This is a situation that, as I mentioned before, we've seen where teams will have rulings go against them and completely collapse. LA Gorillas versus Minnesota Røkkr is a prime example of exactly that series. I think we all think a series that, honestly, LA should have probably won, but Minnesota get it.
And the thing that, in my mind, is actually pretty interesting about it as well is, like, we had the Luminosity versus, I believe it was FaZe at the time. I think it was at the London event, right? Yeah. Actually, 100% at the London event.
Is that the London event?
Shout out to Tommy, one of the best, like, cheering kind of guys we have in the league, and inspiration to us all. But it was a decision of, like, you just go with what the game says, but this time the game is effectively telling you two different things.
It says two different things.
So it's just a tough call. Hopefully there will be a great rationalization for whatever the explanation is. I'm sure all 10 players will be happy and accepting. And there will be no memes about this on Twitter.
Right. Well, I don't know what world you're living in.
I wonder what the Gorillas are thinking right now.
I think somewhere Aches is sat with a big old smile on his face, especially as this is happening to, of course, their actual rivals here in OpTic Gaming LA. Again, if you are just tuning in and you missed it, I want to show it you once again. The final 30 seconds of that domination, it was absolute chaos. 142, 137 the score, and all of a sudden, the neutrals come through, the caps come through, and Florida just make the plays.
And this is genuinely one of those moments towards the end where we need 3 different caster pairs, one for each flag, to sort of like break down, because there was literally an overextension at A that drew like 3 players from OpTic Gaming towards there in the end. Obviously, you have just the hot mess of players over on B. I mean, just look at the skulls on the arrows. It's just 8 players on the map, all taking gunfights at the exact same time. It's impossible to read. Those are the situations where it's almost impossible to play in. You're shooting at the enemy, hoping for the best.
And just thinking big picture now in terms of the series, the Search and Destroy was a great one, of course. We had a round 11 there, unbelievably close domination as we know. But in terms of hardpoint, 0.7 overall KD from Florida Mutineers in that game mode, it's tough for me to see if this ruling goes in favor of Florida. We don't have a Game 5 on our hands. I cannot see a world where we don't have that Game 5.
I mean, either direction. These are the types of things that are always incredibly difficult to bounce back from. Actually, I think we like vaguely kept track of this last year when Genji was playing and Mox had a controller issue and he had to play the entire map with a broken controller and they were all pissed off and there like wasn't a reset. And it has been every single moment like that. The team that goes on tilt is always the team that ends up collapsing. I think last year with Genji was the first time that the team that had a good reason to tilt actually clutched up and won the entire thing. So we've seen it like once.
All apologies for the delay, but we're going to go to another quick commercial break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have that official ruling. Apologies again. We'll be back.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now. Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Download free now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Final game of the night. We're going to go very meta here. We're going to react to the reaction of the reaction here, Chance. It was
CDL Atlanta, directed by Chris Nolan.
it was absolutely insane. I mean, it's crazy. We've had reactions exactly like that. Shout out to Miles. I already saw the tweet he posted. I mean, it's almost an identical reaction to the one we had, that Seaside Hardpoint, OpTic versus the United.
I think the beard helps on my face, I'm going to be honest. It just makes me look a little bit less confused.
But this is the best part.
Dude, we got to line up the animations and see how close you're the exact same thing. It's literally like lean down, come up, confused look, panic in your face. Like.
But this is best because you literally, you pulled me back and you're like, bruh, it's a draw.
I just like, hey, by the way, well, I mean, is it? We still don't know.
We'll find out shortly. Hopefully, you've had fun, though, watching day one.
This is like an anime episode. This is like Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, we're waiting for one thing. It's going to take another 37 episodes, and we're going to keep saying, we'll be right back, at like that type of thing. We're not doing it again yet, but maybe. We'll get there, probably.
Hopefully. This is an important decision, folks, okay? So we want to make sure we get this one right. But overall, as things currently stand, it's 1-1 in the final game of the night. Florida Mutineers versus Los Angeles OpTic Gaming. But there is a couple of games which we already know, and I want to take a look at Sunday's schedule presented by the U.S. Army. So many exciting games. Of course, we start off Minnesota versus Legion. That's a good one, right? We know that's a good one. The winner of this will play London Royal Ravens, and then, of course, the winner of those series will drop down against FaZe and Huntsmen. But the question that everyone wanted to know, who's better? Is it FaZe? Is it Huntsmen? Chance, is that going to be our final, you think, tomorrow?
Well, I mean, here's the interesting thing, right? Obviously, FaZe have definitely looked like the more dominant team today on Saturday. Huntsmen have almost faltered. Game 5, round 11. There was definitely more struggle moments, a couple of slow hard points, what have you. But at the same time, not about how you perform on Saturday. It's all about that Sunday kind of game. And these are players all across the board on the Chicago roster. That's where they live for. They live for the Sundays. That's when they've been at their best.
And also, I think there's one interesting storyline we haven't really touched on. Is players, when they come up in the professional community, when they come up and they have some of those breakout events. You look at a player like Simp, for example, right? Who straight off the bat, you could just tell he was going to be a superstar. Second his first event, then he wins playoffs, MVP, World Championship, MVP. Whereas other players, when they start, they don't necessarily have that success straight away. And interesting enough, I look at one of his teammates, which is Celium, who had, at the very beginning of last year at the qualifier, one of the most incredible search and destroy plays, clutches up big time, but then you didn't really see much else really from him as an individual. When it came to the big time games, specifically you looked at, games against OpTic Gaming on the main stage, the crowd against him, kind of collapsed, I don't want to say collapsed, but had poorer performances than you're used to. But that's kind of the norm. That's kind of to be expected.
I was going to say, like, Simp is the exception to the rule. The rule is, like, once you get to the big stage, you're going to find out what the big stage is actually like, and it's a lot to learn from and kind of grow from. And Major Maniac is another one as well. Major Maniac is a guy who has a couple second-place finishes towards the tail end of the year. Couldn't quite breach that margin and get that win, so a couple of these players just on the hunt to get that win.
Well, we just got the official ruling, folks. Florida wins Game 3.
Obviously, Ben, 146, 145.
That's what we've been saying the whole time.
Was there ever any doubt?
No.
Yes, there was a lot of doubt in my mind. I was very concerned, but hey, that's in my mind, complete right.
Shout out to the crowd here late in Atlanta. We appreciate you guys getting behind Florida. We love you. Love you a lot. So the official rule is whatever shows up on the scoreboard takes precedence, and the scoreboard said 146 145. Florida Mutineers take game 3, but that does not by any means mean this series is done. I think you might want to get ready for potential game 5 in the making.
And I'm very happy that's the decision again. Obviously, scoreboard 146. Right. That's what you think, but it's just one of those weird situations where I mean,
the game set draw.
It's a tough thing to do. So they took their time backstage, and that will obviously be the closest domination game we ever have, because the game didn't even end when it ended. It took another 20 minutes after the fact, but either way, Florida gonna be up 2-1, and it's a nice bounce back in the series that they've had.
I want to take a look at our damage dealt leaderboard presented by PlayStation 4. Slasher at the top, 3,037 damage dealt. Quabo Dashi right underneath. Then, of course, Prestini and Frosty. That was specifically from the Game 3 domination.
Cool. Clearly damage is not a game changer to make you win these maps, or at the very least, maybe it was TJ and JCap who were doing 0 damage on the map. Could have been a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but either way, the 146, 145, Florida get the win. I'm happy. I've wanted nothing more in my life in these moments. Just cast Hackney Hardpoint, man. Let's just get to the final match of the day, bro. Like, we got stuff to do tomorrow. Like, I want to watch the teams play, don't get me wrong, but I want to watch them actually play.
Well, we're almost there, Chance. Don't worry. We're almost into match or game number 4. Of course, it will be a Hackney Yard Hardpoint where, again, we've said it so many times already, but the Florida Mutineers overall stats combined, their KD is just so poor at 0.7 in hardpoint specifically. But the question for me now is, how does OpTic Gaming remain calm? How do they remain cool, calm, and collected heading into this game 4 to send us to a game 5? They cannot do what the Gorillas did.
And so I'm backtracking to the point we made on like map number 1 of something Rich was touching on of teams, if you falter very early on, a couple teams have already thought about making a change. We've seen Enables had moves made. Toronto's already made a swap as well. Yep. It might be a situation where if you come out of the first 2 events and you have 0 points on the board, OpTic Gaming, the pressure is obviously going to be on them. Florida in potentially the same boat. If they are just struggling at multiple events, it's going to be on the team's mind. It's going to be on the players' mind. So the pressure's on, especially for OpTic right now. These players need to come up big.
Hey, game 4 begins. We absolutely love it. And we'll start things off on board with Florida, who clutched up massively in that domination. Frosty on your screens. Will he find the first pick? No, he won't. However, it is important to note Florida spawning on the more favorable side here. They'll have P2 control. It's just about contesting maybe a 50-50 split here on P1.
Going to be a bit of a 50-50 split, but that just means that the pressure's on OpTic Gaming. If they can't get the rotation cleanly, they're going to need to get a ton of time, but obviously it's going to be problematic. Prestini was actually able to fly in and get 2 kills and make it a little bit messy, but it looks like OpTic Gaming have stabilized because obviously Florida, they don't want to overextend themselves.
And a strong start is so important for OpTic Gaming. Just to get their heads back in the game, and that's where you look at a player, for example, like JCap to do just that. The veteran on the team, he'll keep his young guns cool, calm, and collected, as, well, maybe Slasher could as well in the middle of a series, but with 15 seconds left on the first hill, it is Florida still with control of the spawns here for the second hill, and it's one of those which is just so tough to break, Jets.
Yeah, and I really just want to see someone from OpTic Gaming just take their time and try to make the smart play. Like TJ tried to sprint through about 5 players on Florida when he's one-shot. Doesn't really pay off. He gets killed, so he has to come back and try again. But once the hill pops, it's just about can someone finally get that breakthrough, get a little bit of pressure, and then have a lot of luck to actually spawn a player out.
First comes from TJ. He wins that fight. Trades, though, instant. And you can see Florida, they're willing to push further forward, forcing OpTic Gaming to spawn so far out. So the early OpTic Gaming lead, well, really just nullified, if nothing else. Still 30 seconds left on this hill. And honestly, Florida may just take the lead here, Chance.
Well, it may take the lead, or at least just bump it up by just a little bit. OpTic Gaming, again, if they can chip away anything at it, that's fine. But now that there's less than 30 seconds on the hill, OpTic Gaming are just going to be setting up for kills. And, well, if anyone's going to get kills, apparently it's going to be Havoc. The man was just on a 4 spree before he fell, but leading the lobby by quite a decent margin with 11 kills to his name.
11-5 is overall stat line. For OpTic Gaming, the concerning stat line for me is Slasher there, 2-5 start. We'll see if we can turn things around, as Florida have, of course, taken the lead. It'll be about a 12-point lead as we rotate over towards the third hill, but OpTic Gaming ready and waiting on that side of the map.
You see Skies just taking his sweet time. They're debating on trying to cut through mid or maybe go through L, but not a lot of map pressure at all for Florida. Havoc's going to be the lone man, but the lone man might actually just be enough. He gets through and at least chips away at some of this time from OpTic Gaming. Now Mox is actually able to flood in as well. OpTic Gaming now spawning all the way in the back, and that means Pristini, well, he can set up for some spawn kills.
This is going to be so hard now to break. The smokes are out. TJ will not win that fight. It's a nade. Now the pinch comes in from Slasher. There's one. That's about as free as you're ever going to get. The pre-fire towards bottom L, not enough to find the kill. And once again, Florida get inside the hill. For how long, though, as the nade from Quavo goes out, that's not going to find the kill.
And this is a really good hill by Florida as well. This is how Hackney plays a lot. It's whatever team wins the opening break, normally gets a lot of that time. Whoever wins the P2 gets a lot of time, but doesn't win the rotation in P3, and it's just a back and forth, a seesaw, if you will. So the fact that Florida was able to be the first team to really break that mold, and now they've taken the lead after the third hill and win the rotation, potentially, these are the good moments.
Well, OpTic actually spawned P1, which means the player inside the hill should know a pinch is coming in relatively quickly. Frosty will fall. It's JCap inside. He had to win that fight against Havoc to prolong his teammates to get inside the hill, which he's not able to do. TJ goes for a little bit of a parkour jump up top. Player didn't expect that. Havoc falls. However, Florida still with the advantage.
Hardcore game on point, but now you're going to win some gunfights. Two players for OpTic Gaming waiting for all the nades and stuns to collapse. And actually, since the stun comes through, Frosty tries to make the play. TJ will take the freest kill. He's going to get this entire game and try to stabilize inside the point.
Frosty 2-9 so far. Halfway through the fourth hill. TJ inside the hill defending. He knows that at some point OpTic's going to have to try and push through. His teammates have been able to do that. It's actually JCap who was leading the way before being shut down right there by Prestini. There's a quick glance at the rotation. Slasher obviously made it to just buy a little bit of time. He finds one. Not going to find more as a little push comes through from Frosty for that scrap time. He finds his third kill, but bear in mind, yes, his stats aren't great, but he does have 60 seconds of hill time to his name.
I will say that was just a pretty poor rotation coming out from OpTic Gaming. They had a couple opportunities, but Florida just took one lane and bullied straight through. And, well, now they get the close spawn, so already a 30-point lead. And you got Skies up top, and he can be a slow player, but that's because when he gets to the power positions, he begins to shred.
It's a 5 spree for him. He may find number 6, but unfortunately for him, the flank comes through. Dashy shuts him down. Havoc, though, flanking the flank. How quickly can OpTic Gaming react to that? Well, JCap not quick enough. TJ should know Havoc's there. Finally, the kill comes through. Dashy that shut him down. With still 20 seconds left on this hill. I mean, if it stays like this, Chance, we're going to have another nail-biting ending to a game in this series.
If there is somehow a tie in this hard point,
stop.
I don't think it's not
Chance,
possible.
Stop it. Stop
well,
it.
Actually, it is possible if the time runs out, but not very likely. I don't think we're going to see one in this game.
Why would you even put that into the universe?
Why not? It's a fun time. But either way, OpTic Gaming, really nice job. Able to bounce back and retake the lead, but thinking in advance, this is basically exactly what we saw right at the opening break, except this time it's Florida inside the hill first, but they're also on the side of the map they want to be on.
And it's so important here to OpTic Gaming manage to break through, not necessarily even on the hill, but the spawns for the second hill. It's going to be crucial for them, because that's where Florida picked up so much time, and as you expect, really, on this map. But OpTic start. Step 1, break the hill, get control, so you at least limit the amount of overall damage that can be done. Florida still spawning P2 side. The flank comes through from Havoc. He's traded out. Now, where is OpTic Gaming going to spawn? Unfortunately for them, still P3. Someone has to push through, but Florida now doing work inside the hill as well.
Florida putting on, and again, if they just come away with this, even with the rough tide, let alone a nice little lead, which Skies is trying to help him out as he was able to pick up 3 before Dashy takes him down. This might turn into a blowout a little bit quickly.
And this is a much better game from Prestini as well, sitting at 18 and 17. No slow start from him. Very, very well, as Skies knows he has to drop back here for P2. No one from OpTic Gaming was able to break the Florida Mutineers lines, and that lead they have now is going to get much, much bigger.
Unless OpTic Gaming can pull something off, they got a nice little spread across the map, and they're able to get the first 3 kills. Havoc was able to find 2.
Doesn't matter.
Gets the third on the cross as well, and one man for OpTic Gaming was able to get through. He got cut down immediately. The first push is stuffed.
That's such a good reaction there from Havoc. And honestly, if you're OpTic Gaming, you should know exactly where Florida's going to spawn. Still close to P2. You're not going to spawn them out just by shutting them down once. You're going to have to at least full wipe them twice. If any chance of their spawns is Havoc putting on in Atlanta 28 and 18. His stats, Skies is 24 and 12. We talked about their abysmal KD overall in hardpoint today. Well, Havoc alone is trying to turn that around.
Yeah, I think that clip sums up TJ's year so far. It is a nice attempt, but not too great in the end. And again, we talked about how important P2 is, that they come in and even with a little bit of a tie, let alone a lead, then the score is just going to get out of control. Now they're going to be up by, well, just about 70.
This, if OpTic Gaming isn't careful, could end here, or at least in the next hill. They need to start playing flawlessly, get themselves back into the game, and contest the next hill. And it rotates in 40 seconds, at least a 50-50 split, if nothing else.
And this is a really good setup right now for OpTic. Unfortunately, the player in the hill maybe got chopped down by a nade while he was inside. Maybe it was TJ, but they had a good setup just before that. Either way, still able to stabilize, and Florida is keeping him out of the hill, which is great for them, but at the same time, the game isn't quite out of control yet. OpTic Gaming absolutely still in this.
Still 25 seconds, and Florida just goes straight through mid-map. That's going to be Havoc inside the hard point, and they're just looking for the kill. Slasher doesn't win that fight, and Florida, they may actually just get that entire scrap time. That is going to put them so close to closing this game out. And the problem OpTic Gaming has is no one's been able to rotate to the new hill either. Florida in the driving seat to close this series out.
You're going to have to get a massive number of kills right here. Back-to-back, the teamwork needs to be on point. Quite a few players from OpTic Gaming going to be cutting through mid-map. But look at the body stack from Florida. They got 3 players just gunning them down. Mox and Havoc able to find 2 apiece. And now Skies up top is able to take down 1 and do some damage on Kenny.
That's a huge win. A huge win indeed, but Florida are inside the hill, 15 seconds. All they need to close this one out 3-1 and keep OpTic LA on 0 CDL points for the season so far. Can OpTic, though, mount the comeback? In flies Prestini. There's a double. Can he find the triple? Not going to happen, but Frosty's there to trade. In flies Dashy. He trades as well. OpTic have control, but for how long? This is when you need Dashy to just go up, be your superstar.
You can give away 8, but you got to get to the new hill, and you got Mox being annoying right now. Florida, they have the control on the new hill. 10 seconds left on this one. They're going to be fine here. They can give away 8 before they have to break.
You have to just rotate. There's no point even playing for that final scrap time. You have to push through, and you have to win the first round of gunfights. Dashy, has he been able to do that with 2 kills in his name? Florida, you need 5 more points. Can OpTic Gaming contest? They can through the back door. In flies TJ. OpTic break once again, but it's not over. The superstar Havoc almost being a chance to make the play. 38-24. He sits at an unbelievable game, but OpTic have broken. How long can they hold?
And they got the power positions as well. Slasher up top. He can watch both sides. Players that try to crawl through. You go up to him. He's able to find 1.
There's a flank as well coming through. It's going to be Jacob, I believe, who will be able to find at least 1. That's Skies. So OpTic are good. Bear in mind, they cannot win it here. They will need to rotate and break into the new hill to have any chance of making this comeback.
They do have time, though, and at the same time, though, they can't let anyone from Florida slip through the cracks, so they have a lot at their plate. But now you can see Florida beginning to set up at the new hill. Last time, they could give away 8. This time, OpTic can only give away 4, and they have to get in. It will come down to people.
Oh, Quavo, the double. He finds Skies, and that's 3 players dead. There's only 2 players from Florida inside the hill, as Jacob goes for a pinch as well. Mox has to go huge, but in flies Slasher. He finds 1. Havoc for the trade. Dashy instantly trades that out. 246, 231. It's the Florida Mutineers in the hill. A double from Prestini again. And Florida close it out 3-1. An unbelievable series.
An unbelievable series, Ben, and a bit of stress relief from Florida. They live to see another day. Talk about the bounce back in this series, but let's think about it. A blowout from OpTic Gaming in map number 1. Yep. A round 11 that required so many different little plays from Florida to stay alive in it. The draw of a win in the domination, and then a hard point that comes down to the wire. Florida, their heart has to be racing after that one, but again, they will see Sunday.
A huge win for them. We'll take a look at our scoreboard. I believe Dashy dropped 36 kills, 25 deaths, but it doesn't matter. Havoc 40-26, but honestly, the man making the plays at the end of that game was Prestini. That was 3 double kills in 3 hills, which essentially secure Florida that win.
And there's just, I mean, there's so many kills towards the end. Like, it's 1 bullet from any number of these different players can give the opening, but they had the clutch, they took the time. I mean, they put themselves in such a good spot. You had 70 seconds left, like rotating into like a P3. Right. You're just in such a good spot. So at that point, it's credit to OpTic's even keeping it close, but that's a game, Florida. There's just no way they lose.
Unfortunately for OpTic Gaming LA, they are out. We'll take a look at our Sunday schedule presented by the U.S. Army. First game of the day, Minnesota Røkkr versus Paris Legion. Following that, London Royal Ravens versus Florida Mutineers. Of course, the winners will drop down to play FaZe and Huntsmen. And then we'll see who will be in the Atlanta home series final. A crazy, crazy final series of the day, but our hype battle concluded, so we actually have our final chance.
And this is what I'm excited for. I mean, let's be realistic. You got Gwit and Scissors going against Blaze and Dirty, and these are guys that on the FaZe clan, some of them have insane skill, most of which with a sniper. So if those rounds ever pop up in the hype battle, Ben, that's what'll get the crowd going.
Oh, an absolutely fantastic way to close out day one here in Atlanta. And I believe you can send it now down to Lottie with the man of the moment for me. It's Prestini.
Thank you so much, gents. Indeed, man of the moment, Prestini, thank you so much for joining me here, and congratulations on that incredible victory there. A little bit of a close shave. OpTic nearly had you at the last moments there, but you held it nice and strong, like we know you can do. I've got to ask you about that game break that we saw happening, that contested, that potential draw, 145 to 146, I believe it was. Talk to me about what goes through your team's mind there when you feel like you have that victory so close, but it was potentially contested.
We got news, and I saw something earlier this year that would kind of contest a win like that, but I expected to get the win. We had more points in the end, so I think overall, if you have more points, you win. So I figured we were going to get the win.
100%. And I want to talk to you about your opponent at the moment. So OpTic Gaming LA, of course, haven't had the best run so far this season. Talk to me about coming into this match. What do your team talk about to try and prepare going against certain different teams? Do you treat teams differently when you get up on the stage?
I mean, there's a confidence boost in terms of who you play, but other than that, no, we don't treat anyone differently. Every team is, they're in the pro league. They deserve to be here. So we take everything seriously. We don't take anything lightly. And, we expected to come out and get the win because we came out shaky this morning, and that wasn't us. Definitely not me. So I'm glad we got the win under our belt, and I feel like tomorrow we have a better chance at beating Ravens.
Definitely. Well, if you're having rough times sometimes up there, you guys did perform epically considering that. So I'm excited to see where you go next in the season. But I've got to say, everyone on Twitter has seen the love that you're sharing with your brother. That's going to be a difficult matchup for you guys, potentially tomorrow if you do meet in both groups and make it through. Talk to me about how you're feeling again, going against a former teammate, but not only that, a family member.
It's interesting. Obviously, we've never been on different teams before and coming up against each other. I really want to make it to them. Tomorrow, I'm determined to. Hopefully we come out with the fire and beat Ravens. So that's our first round matchup. I would love it. It'd be a dream come true for me. So tomorrow, I'm going to have a better day. I had a really sloppy day myself. If I can turn up, I feel like we have a really good chance.
Amazing stuff. Well, thank you so much, Prestini, and best of luck tomorrow. Epic performance and bring your A game. That was your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure bringing you your Saturday here at Atlanta. Obviously, the home of FaZe. This incredible roster is going to be bringing their A game tomorrow. But where will the rest of the team stand? We'll be back bringing you the CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel. So don't go anywhere too much. Maybe get some rest, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
He's able to win. What just...
There's Sophie, but there's no time, Marista!
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.